At dawn, an old man stood at the entrance of a clock shop sweeping the fallen leaves on both sides with a broom. On the second floor inside the shop, an 18-year-old young man opened his eyes. The youth's features were strikingly handsome. His unsmiling face and those razor-sharp eyes exuded a commanding presence, the innate dignity of a king. Yet that aura of sovereignty flickered for only an instant before quietly dissipating. He rose from the bed and opened the window, looking down to see his granduncle sweeping below. The young man murmured to himself, 10 years. I didn't expect time to pass so quickly. His name was Changpan Zhuangwu, yet in his previous life, he had been a man from Blue Star. 10 years ago, he crossed over into this world and became the 80-year-old Changpan Zhuangwu. He was indeed that very Changpan Zhuangwu destined to be born a king, the Demon King Zi-O. At first, he was utterly bewildered. Was this not the only Kamen Rider series he had watched before crossing over? In his previous life, he had not been a true rider fanatic. It was only by chance that he stumbled upon Kamen Rider Zi-O and ended up watching it to the very end. Finding it rather interesting, he had searched for Kamen Rider online and spent a whole week binge-watching all the Heisei riders. Then on an ordinary day, when he went out, he was sent to this world by a certain driver emperor behind the wheel. In some timeline 10 years ago, the so-called driver emperor sighed to himself, another job done, successfully transferred, a king among riders. The driver emperor did not run people over at random. He belonged to an organization that specifically targeted those who were mediocre in modern society, yet possessed a unique soul, sending them to their deaths, with one step on the accelerator and letting others guide their souls into matching bodies in different worlds. Enough. There was no point dwelling on such absurdities. The moment snapped back to the present. After crossing over, Changpan Zhuangwu immediately endured the cliched tragedy of losing both parents and having neither car nor house. Thereafter, he was taken in and raised by his granduncle Changpan Shinichiro. Knowing this was a dangerous world, he understood that even as the protagonist, he could still die. So from the moment he accepted his new identity, Changpan Zhuangwu began training himself with relentless resolve. He not only tempered his body and studied martial arts, but every night, he tried to sense the Ohma power within him, recalling the feeling from when the original host had accidentally activated his time abilities. This was the Ohma power. After 10 years of tireless effort, Changpan Zhuangwu's physique and skills had reached the level of a true powerhouse. As for his innate kingly ability, the Ohma power within him, Changpan Zhuangwu glanced at his right hand and snapped his fingers. In that instant, everything, absolutely everything, came to a halt. Below, Changpan Shinichiro's sweeping motion froze mid-stroke. The smile on his face solidified. The two tall trees in the yard stopped shedding leaves. The falling leaves hung, suspended in midair. On the road, moving vehicles and walking pedestrians all halted in place. Only Changpan Zhuangwu, leaning against the window, could move. This was the special power granted to one born as a king. Time stop. He could freeze time itself, and no living being within its domain could escape. The instant Changpan Zhuangwu turned away, time began to move again. Outside, his granduncle simply continued the motion of sweeping, utterly unaware that time had ever stopped. The leaves that had been suspended in midair resumed their fluttering descent, everything appearing perfectly natural. Clearly having mastered active time stop, Changpan Zhuangwu had already developed the Ohma power within his body to an impressive level. In the original story, before the another riders appeared, the young Demon King was still just an ordinary high school student. Compared to that version, Changpan Zhuangwu had already won at the starting line. Changpan Zhuangwu picked up the Zi-O ride watch from the bedside table. He had obtained this 5 years ago when he first truly awakened to his resolve to become a king. This was the proof of that resolve. Now all I lack is the driver. Staring at the Zi-O ride watch in his hand, Changpan Zhuangwu knew everything was ready. As soon as he had the driver, he could set foot on the path to kingship. And the first step is to obtain second stage power. Changpan Zhuangwu gazed around the room at his reflection in the mirror. Mirror Zhuangwu possessed traits completely opposite to his own. As long as he killed the version of himself in the mirror world, he would obtain that second stage power. For one general's success, 10,000 bones must wither. When Changpan Zhuangwu became ruthless, he even dared to kill himself. At first, Changpan Zhuangwu had assumed that after crossing over he would possess a system, yet none ever appeared. In the end, he accepted that he was a transmigrator without a system. But Changpan Zhuangwu did not grow angry. So be it if there was no system. Perhaps he should even feel a bit relieved. Having a system was like having someone constantly watching him from within his own mind, able to read the host's every thought. The more he pondered it, the more terrifying it seemed. Without a system, Changpan Zhuangwu could still rely on himself to ascend to the pinnacle of riders and the summit of the world. After so many years of preparation, Changpan Zhuangwu had always been paving the way for himself. The birth of a king was about to be witnessed. The king of all riders, the strongest rider across all ages and lands. Changpan Zhuangwu went downstairs to the kitchen where Changpan Shinichiro had already prepared breakfast. The food was still steaming hot. After spending a few minutes finishing his meal, Changpan Zhuangwu left the house and stepped into the yard by the gate. "Oh Zhuangwu, I've already left breakfast in the kitchen. Have you eaten yet?" Changpan Shinichiro, who was sweeping, looked up at Changpan Zhuangwu and broke into a smile. Changpan Shinichiro had never had children of his own. Ever since he brought Changpan Zhuangwu home 10 years ago, he had poured all of his care into the boy, doing everything in his power to give him a better life. Changpan Zhuangwu, for his part, did not disappoint. His grades were consistently ranked first, unshakable as thunder. Though he was somewhat quiet and reserved, he treated his granduncle very well, which greatly comforted Changpan Shinichiro. I've already eaten, Uncle Changpan Zhuangwu said with a slight smile. He truly acknowledged this granduncle. Over the past 10 years he had kept all of Shinichira's care in his eyes and etched it into his heart. The two of them had lived together day and night for 10 full years. Even a robot would have developed feelings by then, let alone Changpan Zhuangwu. Changpan Shinichira nodded and said, I see, that's good. The plan of the day lies in the morning. Breakfast is very important. By the way, today is your last day off, isn't it? Tomorrow is the start of your final year of high school. Changpan Zhuangwu lifted his head to look at the rising sun. Yes, it's so fast. In the blink of an eye 10 years have passed. That little Zhuangwu from back then has grown into a handsome young man, and such an outstanding one at that. The matchmakers in the neighborhood have almost worn out my doorstep. He was not exaggerating, but merely stating fact. With Changpan Zhuangwu's handsome looks and his status as the top student in school, many love-struck girls urged their families to send matchmakers to propose. Yet Changpan Zhuangwu had rejected them all. It was not that he disliked women, but he certainly did not like just any woman. He was a king. Naturally, the woman he liked had to be of top-tier beauty. He had no interest in those of mere passerby level. This was simply the truth. Even ordinary people thought this way, how much more so for someone of his kingly stature. I am not interested in them, he said. Changpan Shinichira nodded approvingly. I can tell. Our Zhuangwu is so exceptional, of course those ordinary girls are not a match. So Zhuangwu, do you have someone you like yourself? There must be excellent girls at your school too. When will you bring one home and let uncle meet her? Well, let me think about it. Seeing how expectant Changpan Shinichiro looked, Changpan Zhuangwu could not bring himself to dampen his enthusiasm, especially since he had not taken a liking to anyone yet. Changpan Shinichiro advised him earnestly, think about it some more. Zhuangwu, uncle knows you have high standards, but if you keep being so picky, all the good girls will be snatched up by others first. At the age of high school, girls are just beginning to bloom like flowers and boys are overflowing with hormones. You must not take this lightly. No, you must bring back a girlfriend no matter what. As he spoke, Changpan Shinichiro suddenly became resolute. Seeing this, Changpan Zhuangwu slipped away at once. If he did not leave now, Shinichiro's nagging would soon give him a splitting headache. Hey Zhuangwu, bring back a decent girl as your girlfriend, or uncle won't let this go. After leaving the 9 to 5 clock shop, far behind, Changpan Zhuangwu let out a sigh of relief. Uncle really is something else. How could finding a girlfriend be as simple as saying you'll find one? Yet when he recalled Changpan Shinichiro's look of not giving up until he brought a girlfriend home, Changpan Zhuangwu felt a headache coming on. Looks like I won't be able to escape uncle pestering me about this from now on. Carrying this vexing mood, Changpan Zhuangwu went out for a walk to clear his head. In an alley 1 street away from Changpan Zhuangwu, a young man with his hood pulled up over his head, maintaining an air of mystery, lifted his gaze toward Zhuangwu in the distance. Your Majesty the Demon King, I finally see you. The you of your youth. Then the mysterious man opened a book in his hand that seemed steeped in history. It says here that tomorrow a red machine will launch an attack on the young Changpan Zhuangwu, and at that moment the incomparably great king will truly appear. From his words alone, it was clear that this mysterious man was none other than was the servant of the Ohma King. His mission was to guide the young Demon King onto the proper path toward kingship. Where did he go? Waz closed the book engraved with the chronicle of Ohma's advent and looked up again, only to find that Changpan Zhuangwu's figure had vanished from his sight. Suddenly a hand appeared hovering above Waz's shoulder and then patted him on the shoulder. The unexpected touch nearly made Waz jump. He spun around in a hurry, and a young face that seemed both familiar and unfamiliar appeared before his eyes. Waz blurted out instinctively, Wagamama. It's you, isn't it? The one who's been following me. Changpan Zhuangwu looked at Waz with a cool, composed gaze. The one bringing the equipment had arrived. As someone who had seen Kamen Rider Zi-O, Changpan Zhuangwu naturally knew exactly who this fellow in front of him was. Well, being questioned so directly, Waz suddenly did not know how to answer. To be caught red-handed tailing his Demon King. How embarrassing. What puzzled Waz even more was when Changpan Zhuangwu had moved behind him and how he had done so without Waz noticing. This was not something an ordinary high school student could accomplish. Wasn't the current Changpan Zhuangwu supposed to be just a normal teenager who possessed nothing more than a distant dream of becoming a king? Changpan Zhuangwu did not bother to hide anything and said directly, the time of the king has arrived. Waz. Hand over the driver. What? Your Majesty the Demon King, you already know. If Changpan Zhuangwu's silent appearance behind him had already shocked him, then this ordinary high schooler, knowing the fate of someone who had come from the future and even knowing about the driver, was something Waz simply could not wrap his head around. Who do you think I am? A flash of light passed through Changpan Zhuangwu's eyes as a kingly aura radiated from his entire being, forcing Waz to retreat 2 steps. Yes, this expression, this bearing. It was almost identical to that of the Demon King in the future. Changpan Zhuangwu went on. I am the king of time, the king of all riders. Time before me is nothing but a plaything. To know who you are and whence you came, is that so difficult? Your Majesty the Demon King. After the initial shock, joy bloomed across Waz's face. He stepped forward, dropped to one knee, and presented a tray draped in red cloth. Resting upon it was a driver. The Ziku-Driver, one of the keys for Changpan Zhuangwu to transform into Kamen Rider. Changpan Zhuangwu reached out and took hold of the driver, examined it for a few seconds, then put it away. All right, if there's nothing else, you may withdraw. Yes, Your Majesty the Demon King. I shall obey your will. Waz rose with his head lowered and slowly retreated. The long brown scarf around his neck suddenly stirred to life, wrapped around him, and then vanished, taking Woz with it. Watching the spot where Woz had disappeared, Changpan Zhuangwu took a deep breath to steady himself and said, "I didn't expect to get the driver today. I've waited a long time for this day." With that, Changpan Zhuangwu continued forward. Abandoning his earlier destination, he headed into an abandoned building. There he stood before an old cracked mirror facing countless fragmented reflections of himself. In an icy tone, Changpan Zhuangwu said, "My invincible path begins with you." With this decision made in his heart, he extended his left hand, and a special ride watch materialized in his palm. Changpan Zhuangwu looked at this peculiar ride watch without overthinking it. Golden Ohma power flared over the broken glass beneath his right hand, and then he leaned forward. His entire body plunged into the mirror. Meanwhile, after leaving, Woz stood on a rooftop, carefully reading the opening passages of the Chronicle of Ohma's Advent, not missing a single word. It stated that before he obtained the driver, he was nothing more than an ordinary high school student. But the Changpan Zhuangwu he had just encountered was different from the one in the Chronicles, aware of Woz's existence, able to appear behind him without a sound. No matter how he turned it over in his mind, Woz could not understand it. Standing within the mirror world, Changpan Zhuangwu looked around and discovered that all the writing here was reversed from that of his own world. Changpan Zhuangwu paid this little mind. Instead, his gaze swept across the surroundings until in the southeast he finally saw another Changpan Zhuangwu who looked exactly like him down to the clothes he wore. This was his counterpart in the mirror world, possessing the same power and the same intellect. The only difference lay in their divergent thoughts. "My reflection, offer up your power." Ziku-Driver. Changpan Zhuangwu set the Ziku-Driver at his waist. A belt automatically extended from the driver and fastened around him. Then he took out the Zi-O ride watch he had long possessed and held it in his hand. A look of hesitation appeared on Mirror Zhuangwu's face. "I know what lies in your heart. To become a true king, to wield power that rules over all. But must you use such means? Can we not resolve this peacefully?" Changpan Zhuangwu had only watched Zi-O once, and with 10 years gone by he had forgotten most of it. Still, he clearly remembered how overbearing and coolly aloof the little demon king of the TV mirror world had been. Yet the mirror Zhuangwu before him felt as though his personality had been changed from what it was in the original TV series. However, in an instant, Tokiwa Masamune realized. Indeed, the mirror world is the opposite of one's own world, which means that the small demon king in the TV is inherently gentle and kind-hearted, harboring the world, while the small demon king in the mirror world is cold and arrogant. Now that I have become Tokiwa Masamune, my personality must not resemble that of the small demon king, but rather be closer to the arrogant nature of the small demon king in the mirror world. Thus, conversely, in the mirror world, my counterpart must be of the gentle type. If I represent darkness, then my counterpart in the mirror world represents light. Only when light and darkness unite can new power emerge. Tokiwa Masamune turned the dial, saying the path to kingship is lonely. Only when one truly perceives what they desire within their heart can they pursue it without hesitation. Defeating myself is my first step. Come transform, and then become my strength. There is no other way, I must proceed. Let me see if you truly possess the strength of a king, or if you merely have the dreams of one. Although the Tokiwa Masamune in the mirror world is merely a reflection, he possesses his own thoughts and indeed exists. Zi-O. Both identical individuals pressed the Time King's dial simultaneously, one inserting the driver on the right side and the other on the left. Henshin. Tokiwa Masamune calmly stated, pressing the top button of the time-space driver with his right hand, then rotating the driver with one hand, completing a 360 spin before returning it to its original position. Behind Tokiwa Masamune, a massive and several small clock-like illusions rotated, the ticking of the clocks ringing out as the driver emitted sound effects. Rider time. Kamen Rider Zi-O. Several silver belts swirled around Tokiwa Masamune. A second later, the Time King's armor illusion seemed to be equipped on Tokiwa Masamune directly from another dimension. The pink characters shot out, collided with the pink characters of the mirror world Masamune, then shrank back before embedding themselves in his eyes, glowing with a pink light. For Kamen Rider Zi-O, this was Tokiwa Masamune's first transformation, and he did not need to familiarize himself with the power, as the rider armor merely amplified the Transformer's abilities, enabling superhuman feats unattainable by ordinary people. As long as the Transformer is clear about their control over their body and their own strength, the rider system becomes equally powerful. If someone completely inexperienced in combat with no physical aptitude transforms, the rider system can only amplify their inadequate physical qualities, not directly enhance their body. Thus, for these years, Tokiwa Masamune had been preparing for this day, training his body day after day, year after year, to become stronger. Sensing the explosive power at this moment, Tokiwa Masamune pressed down hard with his right foot, causing the ground to crack instantly. With this power, Tokiwa Masamune felt unrivaled. Even if the one standing in his way was himself, it made no difference. However, despite his confidence, he did not underestimate the mirror world Masamune, who was exactly like him with the same physical capabilities. The two Time Kings with completely opposing facial features and drivers looked at each other for a few seconds before simultaneously moving. They rushed towards each other, and after 2 seconds covering several dozen meters, they met at a point, their fists colliding together. The impact of their fists caused both to feel the tremor in their arms, and then they separated. After stepping back a step, Mirror Masamune kicked out with his right foot towards Tokiwa Masamune's left temple. Tokiwa Masamune quickly squatted down to evade the attack, then delivered a heavy punch to the opponent's abdomen, causing Mirror Masamune to wince and stagger back several steps. Tokiwa Masamune took 2 steps to close the distance, and followed up with a punch to Mirror Masamune's chest, producing a dull thud. Ken. Meanwhile, Mirror Masamune wielded the time limit sword in his left hand, slashing it across Tokiwa Masamune's chest as he retreated. Tokiwa Masamune also stepped back several paces. Evidently the damage from the punch was not as significant as that from the sword. As Mirror Masamune approached with the sword, Tokiwa Masamune drew the time limit gun in his right hand, firing energy bullets formed from the high thermal energy not delivered through the gun barrel. Mirror Masamune halted hastily, swinging his sword to block the energy bullets, while Tokiwa Masamune advanced step by step, then aimed for Mirror Masamune's knee, continuing to fire. The bullets struck Mirror Masamune's knee several times, causing it to buckle, forcing him to kneel on one knee. Seeing this, Tokiwa Masamune transformed the sword blade forward into the time limit sword, as the gun and sword are one entity. Armed with the time limit sword, he descended upon the still kneeling Mirror Masamune. Mirror Masamune quickly raised his sword to block upward. The 2 swords intertwined, sparking from the friction. The downward force was greater, thus forcing Mirror Masamune's already raised knee back down. I am you, yet you are not me. Accept reality, and let our powers merge into one and achieve the strongest. Tokiwa Masamune coldly gazed at the Mirror Masamune pressed beneath him, then kicked forward with his right foot, striking Mirror Masamune, who fell backward onto the ground, sliding rapidly across. Tokiwa Masamune pressed the button on the Time King's dial, and with the sound effect of finish time, he pressed the top button of the time space driver, using it to lean to the right and jump upward, leaping over 30 meters high. Several pink characters with a kick struck Mirror Masamune before surrounding him. He looked around and saw that he was encircled by these pink symbols, unable to move freely. Realizing this was a finishing move, he silently noted that things were not looking good, but at this moment he could do nothing as he had been placed at a disadvantage by Tokiwa Masamune. From over 30 meters in the air, Tokiwa Masamune spun the time-space driver counterclockwise 360. Time break. Time explosion. Tokiwa Masamune exhaled lightly. The characters surrounding Mirror Masamune quickly spun around before flying toward Tokiwa Masamune, shrinking and gathering at the bottom of his right foot, emitting a pink glow, and then fiercely flying downward to kick Mirror Masamune. Jing Zhuangwu had no time to retaliate, only able to cross his arms and brace himself against Changban Zhuangwu's night kick. Yet even with a powerful defense, he couldn't withstand the force of the knight's kick, so the outcome was obvious. Changban Zhuangwu's foot skidded against the ground, gliding behind Jing Zhuangwu for 7 or 8 meters before coming to a stop, while Jing Zhuangwu exploded at the spot, flames soaring into the sky. Moments later, as the flames gradually dissipated, Jing Zhuangwu reverted from his transformation, lying weakly on the ground. A flash of light flickered on Changban Zhuangwu's body as he turned and walked toward the fallen Jing Zhuangwu. He looked down at his opponent and said, to be defeated so easily, even the version of me in the mirror world wouldn't be that pathetic. You didn't use your full strength, did you? Jing Zhuangwu had blood at the corner of his mouth, propping himself up with his hands to stand. Then he covered the spot where he was kicked, which helped alleviate the pain, and replied, full strength. I have already done my best. After all, the inner thoughts of a cold-hearted person and a kind-hearted person are entirely different, and so too are their fighting styles. Changban Zhuangwu pondered, realizing that there was indeed such a concept. The so-called darkening boosts strength by 3 points, while whitening weakens it by 3 points. This was the principle. Darkening represents a high level of awareness within, devoid of any other distractions, with only emotions like becoming stronger, destruction, singularity, and self. Whitening, on the other hand, represents kindness filled with numerous concerns for others, bonds, guardianship, and assistance. The two differing philosophies, even within the same person, are closely related to the increase or decrease of combat power. Changban Zhuangwu had nothing to say, then took out the second-tier driver head that had manifested due to his awareness before entering the mirror world. Give me your share of power. I will use this power to continue moving forward until the end. I have seen your power and your determination to become a king. Since you think this way, then embrace the light. Jing Zhuangwu took out the other half of the second-tier driver head from his pocket and then transformed into light, dissipating. Changban Zhuangwu held the half given by Jing Zhuangwu in his left hand and his own half in his right, merging the two to truly complete the second-tier driver of the Time King. Let's test this power. Zi-O. Changban Zhuangwu placed the activated second-tier driver parts into the right and left slots of the driver, pressing down the top button of the time-space driver to make it droop. Then with one hand, he turned it, causing the time-space driver to rotate 360 before returning to its original position. Then a large clock and several smaller clocks appeared on both sides behind Changban Zhuangwu. Henshin. Rider time. Kamen Rider Zi-O. Amidst the sound effects, 2 faint golden bands spun continuously above Changban Zhuangwu's shoulders, then formed an armor on him that differed significantly from the basic Time King, but was visibly much cooler. This was the second tier of Time King. The 2 clocks behind him merged to form a larger clock surrounded by golden Roman numerals with 10 small golden gears rotating inside, exceptionally splendid. From acquiring the driver to transforming into the basic Time King and then to the second tier, it took less than half an hour to reach this point. This is several times stronger than the basic form. Is this the power of the second tier? Indeed powerful. Without needing to experiment, the head data collection device can investigate real-time data of his body aggregate combat data and accurately grasp the abilities of both himself and his enemies. The head pointer possesses the ability to observe, recall, and even create possibilities for the future, while the durability of the body armor is also quite considerable. Overall, the second tier is far stronger than the basic form. After understanding his general situation, Changban Zhuangwu reverted from his transformation, stored the driver away, and walked out of the mirror world. After leaving the abandoned building, Changban Zhuangwu looked up at the sky, inhaling the air of this world. The air in the mirror world was too thin, making him somewhat uncomfortable. This world was indeed better. Having obtained what he wanted, Changban Zhuangwu was in a good mood, strolling down a street. School would start tomorrow, so he planned to buy some necessary items. After about an hour of wandering, Changban Zhuangwu checked the time and prepared to head back. Just as he returned home, Changban Shunichiro approached him, and the topic inevitably circled back to his girlfriend. This gave Changban Zhuangwu a headache. He wasn't interested in dating anyone right now. His path forward had just begun, and a girlfriend would only hinder his transformation speed. After finally sending Changban Shunichiro away, he returned to his room, sitting on a swivel chair, and took out his phone to scroll through Douyin. The first video that appeared on Douyin was an advertisement for a service called Diamond, the largest girlfriend rental site in the Sakura country, with the homepage slogan, "Spend gem-like wonderful times at Diamond." This girlfriend rental service is aimed at those who are not accustomed to interacting with women or feel pressure and anxiety when dating. You can specify a girlfriend for a fee of 5,000 yen per hour. However, this type of girlfriend cannot engage in physical contact and cannot have too close a relationship with the client's private life. This is a protection measure for the women on their end. I didn't expect there to be such a service as renting a girlfriend. Oh, I've really broadened my horizons. Changban Zhuangwu initially brushed it off, but suddenly recalled the pressing attitude of his uncle earlier, and he slid back to the page. If I rent a girlfriend to satisfy my uncle, will he stop pressuring me? Changban Zhuangwu began to formulate ideas in his mind. This girlfriend rental service was designed to solve the trouble of not being able to find a girlfriend. However, it wasn't that Changban Zhuangwu couldn't find a girlfriend, he simply didn't want one. So renting a girlfriend could really help him deal with family pressures, making it a good decision. Moreover, this kind of boyfriend-girlfriend relationship was inherently fake, merely a financial transaction that didn't need to be taken to heart. This could actually solve a headache for me. Changban Zhuangwu looked at Diamond's homepage, which listed several names though without photos. He didn't look further, but focused on the first entry. Here they all employed a rating system, with only one 5-star rating being the best. Since Changban Zhuangwu was selecting, he would of course choose the best one. Her score is 5 while the others are in the 4-point range. It must be her. Changban Zhuangwu noted that there was a need to make an appointment, but decided to do so anyway regardless of how long he wanted her to be his girlfriend. Tokiwa Shogo checked the rate, 500 yen per hour, neither exorbitant nor inexpensive, so he immediately booked a full week. At 24 hours per day, the total cost for the week would amount to over 800,000 yen, a sum that would not strain Tokiwa Shogo's finances in the slightest. Aside from being a student, Tokiwa Shogo maintained a lucrative side business, earning more than 200,000 yen daily. As a sovereign, he bore no anxiety over money. Thus, this sum was little more than a drop in the ocean. Meanwhile, inside a modest apartment, a class beauty with waist-length chestnut hair and near-perfect features emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel. She glanced at her phone to check the time, and instead saw a reservation notification meeting scheduled for tomorrow at 4:00 p.m. at XXX location. Name Tokiwa Shogo. Oh, coincidentally, I'm transferring to Hikarimori High School tomorrow, and this location is quite nearby. Yet when Ichino's Chizuru scanned the rental duration, she froze in disbelief. 1 week. Good heavens, what kind of person is this? We've never even met yet he books me for an entire week. Ichino's Chizuru was speechless. In her prior work as a rental girlfriend, clients who knew her exceptional talent in playing the role might reasonably reserve a week. But someone who had never laid eyes on her before. This was unprecedented. Clearly he was a man of considerable wealth. Nonetheless, Ichino's Chizuru accepted the assignment. She intended to see for herself just who this eccentric individual was. Hikarimori High School was the finest institution in Tokiwa Shogo City, and ranked among the top 5 nationwide, renowned for its academic excellence, campus environment, and holistic standards. En route to campus, Tokiwa Shogo walked alone along the sidewalk, hands tucked into his trouser pockets, posture erect and unwavering. His handsome face wore no smile, only a quiet, austere gravity that lent him an air of icy, unapproachable charisma, like a formidable corporate magnate. Moreover, an ineffable aura of detached superiority clung to him, an imperceptible yet magnetic presence that drew glances instinctively. Make way now. Behind Tokiwa Shogo, a bespectacled girl with twin braids hurried forward, flustered and breathless. Having overslept, she feared her favorite breakfast shop would sell out before she arrived. She dashed through a narrow alley shortcut, only to find a boy standing directly in her path. Unable to halt her momentum, Ichino's Chizuru shouted urgently for him to step aside. Puzzled, Tokiwa Shogo turned and saw a girl whose attire struck him as somewhat provincial hurtling toward him. Yeah. Ichino's Chizuru braked desperately, but inertia carried her upper body forward, pitching her backward in a full helpless arc toward Tokiwa Shogo. Tokiwa Shogo's expression remained unchanged. With effortless grace, he shifted his weight to the right, evading her fall entirely. To Ichino's Chizuru, time seemed to slow. She watched wide-eyed as he sidestepped her embrace with unnerving precision. Her mind instantly recoiled how utterly tone-deaf he actually dodged. A golden opportunity to land in his arms, and he refused it. Of course, Ichino's Chizuru had no intention of truly falling into his arms. She was merely incensed that he'd stepped aside, leaving her to crash unaided onto the pavement. Her internal monologue ended abruptly as she realized her face was about to strike the ground. Eyes squeezed shut, she screamed in sheer panic. In the next instant, however, Tokiwa Shogo extended one hand and seized the back collar of Ichino's Chizuru's shirt, halting her descent and holding her suspended at a precise 45-degree angle. Still disoriented, Ichino's Chizuru continued shrieking, her shrill voice piercing Tokiwa Shogo's ears. Are all women's voices this piercing? Unable to endure it further, Tokiwa Shogo interjected calmly enough, "Stop screaming." Startled by his voice, Ichino's Chizuru fell silent. Blinking open her eyes, she took in her precarious position, then turned her head to see Tokiwa Shogo's right hand gripping the nape of her shirt, the sole reason she hadn't hit the ground. With steady strength, Tokiwa Shogo lifted her upright. Ichino's Chizuru gasped deeply, her heart still racing. Had she truly struck the pavement face first, her nose might have been shattered, her teeth chipped. My word, what remarkable arm strength. To catch a young lady like that with one hand alone. Truly impressive. An elderly passerby leaned on his cane and, trembling slightly, raised a thumb in admiration. Nothing extraordinary, merely routine training. The old man nodded approvingly, then turned to Ichino's Chizuru. Young lady, you must sincerely thank this young man. Without him, you'd be in quite a predicament. Ichino's Chizuru offered an awkward, sheepish smile and nodded politely. Then, once the elder had departed, cast one last glance at Tokiwa Shogo before turning to leave. Hey, you walk away without so much as a word to the person who just saved you. Didn't your family teach you better manners? Ichino's Chizuru whirled around indignant. What? You expect gratitude? If you hadn't blocked my path, I wouldn't have nearly fallen, and your dodge just now was bizarre. Is that how you behave? A faint sardonic curve touched Tokiwa Shogo's lips as he stepped closer, his face drawing near hers until she could see her own startled reflection in his eyes. That remark is rather amusing. First, this street belongs to the public, not to you. If you wish to race, do so on private grounds. Here a fall might even invite accusations of extortion. Second, weren't you the one who demanded I move aside? And did I not comply precisely as instructed? So now you object to my compliance. Or perhaps you mistook my appearance for an invitation and deliberately launched yourself at me. Regrettably, I hold no interest in you whatsoever. And finally, when you were moments from shattering your face upon the pavement, was it not my hand that arrested your fall? Aizawa Chika was momentarily speechless, rendered dumbfounded by Tokiwa Shogo's words. Indeed, it was her own responsibility. But what kind of person was she in this man's heart? How could he accuse her of lying on the ground to extort money or throwing herself at him? It was simply absurd. Tokiwa Shogo withdrew his head, his gaze seemingly fixed on her, as he continued, what do you mean by you? If you think it's only natural for me to save you, then you can just turn around and leave. I don't mind at all. You're ruthless. Thank you, she retorted. No need to mention it. Aizawa Chika let out a cold snort, glaring intently at Tokiwa Shogo, as if trying to see what kind of person this articulate guy truly was. What's with that look? Are you perhaps falling for me? I advise you not to waste your efforts. Your looks are not within my consideration range. How self-important. Who would fall for you? Even if I were blind, I wouldn't look at you. Aizawa Chika turned and walked away. Watching Aizawa Chika, who was also wearing the Light Forest Academy uniform, leave, Tokiwa Shogo muttered, the first day of school is already this interesting. Indeed, school is much more fun than staying at home. Tokiwa Shogo had just entered his senior year, and as a well-known figure on campus, he was not the only one. Various beauties in the school were even more popular than him. Tokiwa Shogo received a text notification yesterday indicating that he was in Class A. Upon arriving in the classroom, Tokiwa Shogo chose a seat by the window and quietly sat down, unlike other students who were greeting each other and forming their own circles. Tokiwa Shogo was the type of person who didn't need friends. To him, friendships held no significance. Look, it's the class president, Kamikaze Shelly. After the vacation, she's still as beautiful as ever, gentle, charming, and friendly with excellent academic performance. I'm healed from my lovesickness. This male student looked at a girl who was smiling and chatting with another girl. She had brown twin tails, long brown hair that fell past her shoulders, and striking beauty beneath her tea-colored pupils. With two black ribbon hairbands on either side of her head, she was undoubtedly a top-tier class beauty. Sakurajima is also quite impressive, another boy remarked, glancing at the girl seated at the back of their row. Sakurajima Mei's looks were not inferior to Kamikaze Shelly's, with waist-length black hair. She debuted as a child star and had been in advertisements until 2 years ago, her beauty not only intact, but even more radiant. However, while the whole class engaged in lively conversations, this girl quietly sat at her seat, appearing somewhat out of place. She had much in common with the versatile Tokiwa Shogo in their class. Tokiwa Shogo also had no friends in class, as his demeanor was not particularly friendly, and he exuded a formidable aura that discouraged others from approaching. Moreover, Tokiwa Shogo's handsome looks made him quite popular among girls, which generally led boys to dislike such outstanding peers. At this moment, Kamikaze Shelly, who was laughing and chatting with other girls, occasionally glanced over at Tokiwa Shogo. The girl talking to her noticed Kamikaze Shelly's unusual behavior and chuckled, "Class president, if you like him, just go for it. You're already a senior. If you don't act soon, it will be too late to regret." "Don't say that." Kamikaze Shelly blushed deeply at her friend's words, but her body honestly moved towards Tokiwa Sougo. Kamikaze Shelly was not only the goddess of her class, but also the goddess of all boys in the school. She was known as the legendary songstress and an idol of the school. Her fame was such that many new students eagerly enrolled in Light Forest Academy upon hearing about her. Although the academy, being prestigious, did not care, it indirectly indicated Kamikaze Shelly's immense popularity, which few could match. However, this goddess in others' eyes was infatuated with Tokiwa Sougo, a fact known to few, and even if known, they would not admit that their goddess had already been conquered. Kamikaze Shelly tucked a few unruly strands of hair behind her right ear and stood in front of Tokiwa Sougo, her eyes flickering as she spoke. "Sougo, it's been a while since the vacation. How have you been?" Tokiwa Sougo snapped back to reality from his thoughts, looking at the tall Kamikaze Shelly standing before him. His expression remained unchanging as he replied blandly, "Still the same, nothing particularly good or bad." "Oh, I see," another boy thought angrily. "Damn it, that guy." The goddess approaches him, and he speaks to her in such a bland tone. "This indifference makes me curious and furious. It's infuriating." As he broke a pen he was holding, it was evident how strong his resentment towards Tokiwa Sougo was. "The teacher will be here soon. You should return to your seat." Kamikaze Shelly opened her mouth, but only managed to let out a single before returning to her seat. Tokiwa Sougo's attitude left her unsure of how to respond. "Sigh." Kamikaze Shelly sighed in frustration, patting her head. She blamed herself for not being able to express her feelings, fearing that if she was rejected by Tokiwa Sougo, they might never even have a chance to be friends. Confessing feelings while away to ascertain whether the person one likes shares those feelings requires immense courage. Although Kamikaze Shelly knew she was beautiful, she never took pride in it. She was quite approachable and worried that if she confessed her feelings, she would be rejected. What if other males found out and mocked her by howling at the moon? 3 minutes later, the classroom door opened, and a little girl dressed in a gothic Lolita dress walked in. She had big round blue eyes, fair and delicate skin, and looked cute and beautiful, standing at about 1'4" to 1'5" meters tall, appearing to be just a junior high student. However, this girl, who looked like a middle school student, stepped onto the podium, gazing at the numerous students below, and said in a rather mature manner, "It seems you've all become more spirited after a vacation. Very good. As your homeroom teacher, I am quite pleased. So let us enjoy this final year together." Indeed, the little girl claimed to be the homeroom teacher. She was Nangong Natsuki, the homeroom teacher of Class A, where Changpan Zhuangwu was. Despite her youthful appearance, she claimed to be 26 years old, though it was uncertain if that was true. "Natsuki-chan, it's good to see you again. Natsuki-chan, I look forward to the coming year with you. Little Natsuki, you're still as adorable as ever." The students in the class were not scared of Nangong Natsuki at all. Instead, they found her very approachable. After all, their homeroom teacher had the appearance of a young girl, which melted everyone's hearts. Changpan Zhuangwu opened one eye to glance at Nangong Natsuki. Although she looked young, who knew how old she really was? She could very well be a 50-year-old woman, and he had no interest in old ladies. Hearing the students refer to Nangong Natsuki as Natsuki-chan, Changpan Zhuangwu felt a slight shiver run through his body. "Don't call me Natsuki-chan, I'm older than all of you. Honestly, there's no manners at all." Nangong Natsuki frowned in displeasure, but seeing the group of students below who showed no signs of remorse, she sighed in resignation and said towards the door, "Newcomer, you may come in now." "Newcomer? Could it be a new student transferring into our class? I wonder if it's a boy or a girl. I hope it's a stunning beauty, then I might have a chance. Ideally, it should be a handsome guy to outshine that Changpan Zhuangwu fellow." Under the eager gazes of everyone, a girl with 2 braids and glasses walked in. "Oh, this can't be called a beauty at all. She's completely unrelated to it. She looks a bit outdated. I wonder if she came from some rural area." The students below began to whisper among themselves as great expectations led to significant disappointment. Nangong Natsuki addressed the new student. "Please introduce yourself. For the coming year, until graduation, you will be classmates with them." "Sure, teacher." At first, Ichino's Chizuru was skeptical. Was this kawaii little girl really the homeroom teacher, and not just some teacher's child playing a prank on her? It wasn't until Nangong Natsuki calmly presented her teaching certificate to prove her identity that Ichino's Chizuru was left utterly astonished. "Hello everyone. I am Ichino's Chizuru, a new transfer student to the Class A of the Light Forest. Please take care of me." However, the response she received was rather minimal, which was normal, as Ichino's Chizuru's appearance at that moment was far too outdated, leading to a lack of enthusiasm from the others towards the new transfer student. However, Ichino's Chizuru intentionally dressed down. If she revealed her true appearance, not only would the boys be bothersome, but the girls would also become envious. She had experienced this before, which was why she chose to hide her true beauty. Of course, there was another important reason. As someone playing the role of a rental girlfriend, despite it being a legitimate job, it might still attract judgmental eyes. Thus, to avoid any connections between the two roles, Ichino's Chizuru deliberately dressed down to blend in as an ordinary and unremarkable girl attending school. "Ikanasa-san, you can sit behind that boy over there." Nangong Natsuki pointed out that there was an empty seat behind Changpan Zhuangwu for Ichino's Chizuru. Ichino's Chizuru followed Nangong Natsuki's finger to see a handsome boy sitting in front of an empty seat, which would likely be hers in the future. However, upon seeing that boy Ichino's Chizuru became unsettled. Wasn't he the boy she had an argument with this morning? No way, what a coincidence. They were in the same school, the same class, and would soon be desk mates. Was the world really this small? Changpan Zhuangwu had noticed Ichino's Chizuru as she entered. He too mused how small the world was, but felt it was not worth dwelling on. What happened in the morning was merely a minor episode, and it was already over. He had no intention of holding on to it. His temperament was not so small. However, while Changpan Zhuangwu had moved on, Ichino's Chizuru still felt somewhat bothered. As she walked past him, she shot him a fierce glare. Changpan Zhuangwu merely glanced over indifferently, not paying it any mind. The class soon ended, and during the break the other students were bustling about chatting. But there were several who remained seated not moving, and those who couldn't integrate into the circle. Typically new students would attract curiosity and be approached by others, but Ichino's Chizuru dressed like this had no one wanting to interact with her. She was simply too unremarkable, leading to a lack of communication. Ichino's Chizuru was quite content with the piece, but upon seeing the back of the boy's head in front of her, she spoke. Hey. Changpan Zhuangwu turned his head, asking, what is it? What's your name? Ichino's Chizuru asked curiously. Changpan Zhuangwu turned his head back and replied, why do you want to know my name? Don't have any ulterior motives, alright? You? Who has any ideas about you, you stingy guy? Ichino's Chizuru muttered softly, then stuck out her tongue at Changpan Zhuangwu, feeling quite frustrated. Ever since she met this guy, her mood had never been good. Changpan Zhuangwu found the remarks from the person behind him rather amusing and thought he would often use this individual to alleviate his boredom. Thus, the first day of school passed unremarkably. As the sun set in the west, Changpan Zhuangwu chose to go home, not joining any clubs. By the way, he was supposed to meet that rental girlfriend at 5 o'clock, but it was still early with about an hour to go. Your Majesty the Demon King. As Changpan Zhuangwu walked down the street, was called out, Your Majesty the Demon King, attracting the attention of many passers-by, who pointed and whispered. However, Was paid no mind to it, and Changpan Zhuangwu remained serene as he looked at Was and asked, Is there something? Your Majesty, today is a rather special day. Our red robot will attack you. It must be the Miko Institute's gates, right? Waz's eyes widened. You know about this too. Changpan Zhuangwu, with his hands in his pockets, continued walking forward, saying, I already mentioned it before, Was. In your subconscious you still regard me as an ordinary person, hence your surprise. Just know a king is not something you can fathom. Yes, Your Majesty the Demon King. Was remained where he was, watching the young Demon King, Tokiwa, go further away, increasingly feeling that this young monarch was unfathomable. Could it be that the old Demon King was just as mysterious in his youth? Unable to comprehend, Was fell into deep thought, but as he pondered Tokiwa's earlier remark, king was something he could not fathom, causing a chill to run down his spine. Then he stopped thinking about it and turned to leave. The Demon King at the time of magic was too terrifying. Even the young Tokiwa made Was feel surrounded by an aura of mist that was impossible to see through. A red robot. The time-space demon machine, a device capable of traversing time to other timelines. The time-space demon machine Tokiwa has one too, just like the motorcycle assault rider, both taken from the storage watch on his wrist, a highly useful auxiliary tool. Is today the start of the plot? It feels somewhat off. However, Tokiwa did not dwell on it much and stood at an intersection that had few people. About 5 minutes later, something resembling a red shuttle suddenly opened a passage from the air and then came speeding towards Tokiwa. Inside the red shuttle, an 18-year-old youth with a buzz cut wearing suspenders piloted his own time-space demon machine. He looked at the virtual screen before him, where Tokiwa was infinitely enlarged and displayed with 24K clarity. The similarity to the photo of him before transforming into the Demon King was as high as 99. Found you, chicken. Seeing the handsome Tokiwa on the screen, Guai's shouted angrily, speeding towards Tokiwa, and moments later, he arrived above Tokiwa, transforming the shuttle into a robot form and landing heavily on the ground. As soon as he landed, the entire ground shook. Facing the predatory time-space demon machine, Tokiwa was not the least bit flustered, calmly stating, a little over 7 meters tall, weighing several tens of tons, a combination of flying and combat mode, truly a product of the future, a type of machine that current science cannot manufacture. Guai's felt somewhat bewildered, sitting in the time demon machine. He could hear Tokiwa's voice, but upon hearing Tokiwa's words, he turned pale, exclaiming, what is this guy saying? How can he be so calm? Moreover, how does 50 years ago Zi-O know this is future technology? But at that moment, Guai's could no longer think about so much. He shouted, Zi-O, die. As long as you're dead, the future won't be so tragic. Powerless against the Demon King of the future, so I will shift my target to the me who is yet to become king. This is understandable. After all, the power after becoming king is indeed not something a mere ant can contend with. However, if you think you can defeat me just by coming to this era, you are gravely mistaken. Tokiwa's right hand twisted a control dial and activated it, tossing it back. A shuttle mode Zi-O version of the demon machine appeared behind him. Zi-O, you actually know about the future, what is going on. You also have a time-space demon machine. This. Guai's immediately checked the time. He indeed arrived in 2018. Moreover, this timeline's Tokiwa should not have transformed into Zi-O yet, but from the previous dialogue, this young demon king is aware of the future. Clearly still a young demon king in high school 50 years ago, yet he knows he will become the demon king in the future, causing Guai's mind to completely heat up. Shaking his head, he tried to shake off those thoughts. The most important thing right now was to eliminate the young Demon King so that humanity's future would not be nearly extinguished. Other matters could be considered later. Climbing onto the time-space demon machine, Tokiwa had not yet understood the controls when Guai's already controlled his machine to attack, landing a punch squarely on the face of the Zi-O demon machine, knocking it to the ground. Inside the demon machine, Tokiwa felt a noticeable jolt but did not take it to heart, instead focusing on the explanations on the control panel. In about 10 seconds, Tokiwa had nearly understood how to operate the combat form of the demon machine. At this time, the Zi-O demon machine was being attacked unilaterally by the furious Guai's demon machine. Zi-O, even if you have a time-space demon machine, what of it? You don't know how to control it, so your piloting of the demon machine is no different from scrap metal. Guai's laugh triumphantly. Fighting the Demon King of Magic was exceedingly frustrating. No, that could no longer be called a battle, but rather a one-sided crushing. Even when he transformed into Kamen Rider Guai's, it was the same. Simply a gust of wind from the Demon King of Magic caused him to directly lose his rider system and fall to the ground. If he weren't so lucky, Guai's would have long ceased to exist. Demon King, as long as you are gone, the future of this world, even the future of my world, can be restored. Don't blame me. If you must blame someone, blame yourself for being the Demon King. As Guai spoke, the fist of the demon machine rose, aiming at the chest area of Tokiwa's demon machine, the cockpit position, and he punched out fiercely. However, in the next moment, the Zi-O demon machine placed its right palm against its chest, catching Guai's punch. Nanny! Bang! Just as Guai finished those two words, the head of the Guai's demon machine was struck, and then the entire large body flew sideways and crashed to the ground, sliding several meters before stopping. The Zi-O demon machine retracted its arm, and Tokiwa's voice came from within. I just finished reading the operation manual. You thought you could take to the skies in just a few moves. Damn, I just happened to catch you off guard. Do you really think your piloting is that impressive? Guai got back up, believing that the previous hit was merely coincidence. He was a member of the resistance, trained from a young age, and his piloting of the demon machine was at a level where it could be controlled as an extension of his body, unlike the young Demon King, who had just learned how to pilot. Therefore, Guai was confident getting up and controlling the demon machine to rush towards Tokiwa to launch an attack. Although Tokiwa had only just learned the controls, his learning ability was such that he could grasp it after just one glance. Piloting the demon machine, he showed no signs of being a novice. In the battle against Guai, it was nearly indistinguishable in terms of victory and defeat. In fact, he was becoming increasingly adept at control, pushing Guai into a disadvantageous position. When the Guai's mech was struck in its vital points by two punches and finally kicked down, Mingguang Yuan Gates revealed a look of disbelief. How is this possible? I am a professionally trained rebel, yet I am being overwhelmed by a young king. In just 10 minutes of encountering Tokiwa, Sougo Mingguang Yuan Gates' perception was completely overturned. Is this what the Demon King was like when he was young? He is incredibly formidable. Damn it. Unable to comprehend, Mingguang Yuan Gates stepped out of the mech and took out the Guai's driver from the storage bag on his wrist. If I can't win, then let's do a real-life PK. You can choose how to play, but be prepared to face the consequences of defeat. Tokiwa Sougo also emerged from the mech and reverted it back to the driver. Time King, although I don't understand why you, who were originally just an ordinary high school student, are different from history, you are destined to be defeated by me. Mingguang Yuan Gates put on the time drive, activated the Guai's watch, and then inserted the driver on the right side. Tokiwa Sougo remarked, you just said something similar when piloting the mech earlier. This is the confidence of the weak, foolishly immersed in their own expectations. Reality is bound to disappoint you. Whether in the future or now, you can only live in my shadow. Guai's Henshin. Mingguang Yuan Gates placed both hands on the driver and forcefully twisted it, causing the driver to spin 360 before returning to its original position. Rider time. Kamen Rider Guai's. Behind Mingguang Yuan Gates, a similar special effect to Tokiwa Sougo's transformation appeared, with yellow characters bursting out and flying towards Tokiwa Sougo. Tokiwa Sougo sidestepped to avoid a character, after which those yellow characters flew into the eyes of transformed Kamen Rider Guai's. Tokiwa Sougo glanced and nodded, saying, wow, Kamen Rider Guai's looks quite impressive. Seeing Tokiwa Sougo's relaxed demeanor, as if he didn't take him seriously, Mingguang Yuan Gates clenched his fists, making cracking sounds. Just as Mingguang Yuan Gates was about to attack, a spatial tunnel opened in the sky, and another time-space mech flew out. Inside the mech was a girl with long hair dressed in white and black stockings. Her face was somewhat round, making her quite beautiful. If she were seen by those in Tokiwa Sougo's school who enjoy rating beauties, she would surely score a 7 or 8 out of 10. Gates. Time King. Tsukuyami looked at the display screen, which showed Mingguang Yuan Gates transformed into Kamen Rider Guai's, standing opposite Tokiwa Sougo. Her ideology clashed with Gates. Mingguang Yuan Gates advocated eliminating the past, making Tokiwa Sougo, who was once an ordinary high school student, no longer suffer in the future. Tsukuyami, on the other hand, did not wish to interfere with the past, especially not to eliminate someone who had yet to do any wrong and was powerless. Thus, when Mingguang Yuan Gates piloted the mech to 2018, Tsukuyami hurriedly followed, one wanting to eliminate Tokiwa Sougo and the other wanting to save him. Without saying a word, Tsukuyami directly piloted the mech to Tokiwa Sougo's side, opened the hatch, and urgently said, "Get in quick." Gates was astonished. "Tsukuyami, what are you doing? He never expected her who had previously stopped him to come here and try to save Tokiwa Shugo. Hurry up. Seeing Tokiwa Shugo standing there dazed, Tsukuyumi ran up to him angrily and grabbed his hand to pull him towards the time-space mech. However, after taking a step, she found she couldn't move him at all. Tsukuyumi was puzzled. Was he stunned by Gates? But if he was stunned, why was he so strong that she couldn't pull him? Tokiwa Shugo stood still, only slightly tilting his head back, allowing Tsukuyumi to see half of his face. Pulling back her hand that was holding Tokiwa Shugo, he took out the time drive. You know, I am still just an ordinary high school student, which is why you came to save me, but unfortunately, I don't need your help. Do you know what it means to be a king? A king is invincible and has no defeats. Once defeated, he is unworthy of being a king, and a king who runs away has no right to even touch the title. King. That driver. You. Could it be? Tsukuyumi recalled the fear of being dominated by the Demon King in the future, looking at Tokiwa Shugo's back and the aura surrounding him. Her body trembled. Undoubtedly, this is the Demon King, not the ordinary high school student Tokiwa Shugo. Just thinking about how close she had been to him and how she had held his hand made Tsukuyumi's legs weaken, and she sat directly on the ground. It wasn't that she was too unimpressive, but the fear from the Demon King was enormous. Plus, Tokiwa Shugo had calmly spoken those words, and his tone was exactly like that of the Demon King. In Tsukuyumi's eyes, the Demon King and Tokiwa Shugo had merged into one. Tokiwa Shugo, without even looking back at the trembling Tsukuyumi, spoke in a deep voice. Yes, I am the king, the most benevolent and virtuous. Demon King. After Tokiwa Shugo finished this statement, Tsukuyumi's eyes widened in shock. She yelled at Mingguang Yuan Gates. Gates, he is the Demon King, quickly eliminate him. Hearing Tsukuyumi's words, Tokiwa Shugo sneered. Eliminate me. If you can do it, then come at me. I'm always ready for a fight. Tokiwa Shugo placed the driver on his waist while Gates had already charged towards him, not giving Tokiwa Shugo any time to transform. Time King. Mingguang Yuan Gates shouted, covering a distance of 20 meters in just over a second, arriving before Tokiwa Shugo and throwing a punch. Tokiwa Shugo's eyes changed sharply, extremely fierce, as he quickly dodged to the left with his head and right side, while his left hand directly swung upwards to strike Mingguang Yuan Gates' chin. Zi-O. Tokiwa Shugo flicked his left hand and calmly said, Henshin. As he spoke, he pushed the already lowered time drive down with one hand. Rider time. Kamen Rider Zi-O. A large clock effect appeared behind Tokiwa Shugo, 3 silver straps swirling around him, while pink characters appeared in the inner circle of the clock. Meanwhile, Mingguang Yuan Gates quickly retreated, but was still hit back a step by the large pink characters that flew out. Time King. In Mingguang Institute, Gates' eyes revealed bloodshot veins. The figure before him, disguised as the Kamen Rider Zi-O, bore a striking resemblance to the Ohma Zi-O, with a similarity rate of 90%. Without a doubt, this guy would eventually become the Ohma Zi-O in the future. This must not happen, so he had to eliminate him before the Zi-O wielded the power of the Ohma Zi-O. Celebrate. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a sudden voice drew the attention of the 3 present. Was-a. At that moment, Gates understood why Tokiwa Shugo was able to wield a driver and transform into Zi-O. It was Waz's doing. What a traitor. Seeing everyone's attention focused on him, Waz smiled, raising his right hand towards Tokiwa Shugo. Celebrate. The Time King has been born. He embodies the power of all riders, transcending time and space, mastering both past and future, the Kamen Rider Zi-O. After speaking, Waz bowed to Tokiwa Shugo and sincerely said, I never expected to witness the Demon King's first transformation. It's truly exhilarating. Tokiwa Shugo looked at Gates and said to Waz, just stand there and watch what it means to be born as a king. Don't underestimate me, Zi-O. Even if you will become the Demon King in the future, you lack the strength of a king right now. Gates might be instantly defeated by the Ohma Zi-O, but he still had confidence against the unformed Zi-O. As you said, I currently lack the strength of a king, but do you really think you can defeat me now? That's a foolish dream. Tokiwa Shugo scoffed, then walked towards Gates. Gates spread his legs wide, ready to face Tokiwa Shugo as he threw a punch at his face. Tokiwa Shugo blocked the punch with the driver strapped to his arm, completely negating Gates' attack. Gates retracted his fist and immediately switched to a kick aimed at Tokiwa Shugo's right side. However, Tokiwa Shugo reacted faster. As Gates lifted his leg, Tokiwa Shugo kicked him on the inside of the thigh, directly breaking his momentum and making Gates stagger back 2 steps. Damn it. Watching Tokiwa Shugo stand there calmly, Gates was furious. He unleashed a flurry of punches along with leg strikes. But Tokiwa Shugo had already seen through his moves. The 2 indicators on Tokiwa Shugo's head were not merely decorative, they were sensors capable of perceiving minute movements of his opponent's body, allowing Shugo to read Gates' attacks. Thus, Tokiwa Shugo absorbed all of Gates' onslaught. How could this be? Why can't I hit you? Your mindset is in disarray. Tokiwa Shugo stood on one leg, blocking Gates' punch with his arms, while his right leg raised to block Gates' kick. Shut up. Reclaiming his fists and legs, Gates glared at Tokiwa Shugo for a second before launching another powerful punch. Tokiwa Shugo dodged, then drove his knee fiercely into Gates' chest, sending him flying 20 to 30 meters away. Cough, cough, cough. On the ground, Gates clutched his chest in disbelief as he watched Tokiwa Shugo approach step by step. All of his attacks had been blocked while the king had injured him with a single strike. How could this be? He was an elite of the resistance, a small leader of the resistance. Facing the younger Tokiwa Zi-O who lived in a peaceful society 50 years ago, it was absurd that he was not his match. Gates, sitting on the ground Tsukuyumi, was also dumbfounded. How could this be? It was understandable that Gates could not withstand the true king, the Ohma Zi-O. But now Gates couldn't even compete with the young Demon King. This was simply unbelievable. Stopping just a few meters in front of Gates, Tokiwa Zi-O declared, "You can never defeat me. Do you know the reason? The reason is that I was born to be a king." Pointing his right index finger to the sky, Tokiwa Zi-O said, "Do you think that mere human strength can shake the divine? What a ridiculous thought that is." Gates stood up, listening to Tokiwa Zi-O's invincible belief in kingship and his mockery. Gates' breathing became noticeably more rapid. "No, I haven't lost yet. This is the power I obtained from the Ohma Zi-O. Just wait and see." Gates retrieved a driver adorned with the image of Kamen Rider Drive from his storage. He had stolen it from the Ohma Zi-O just before arriving here. Drive? Inserting the drive driver into the left slot of the time-space driver, he pressed the button at the top and spun it 360 counterclockwise. An armored figure appeared behind Gates. "Rider time. Kamen Rider Guize. Armor time. Drive. Drive." After a second, the armor manifested onto Gates, completely covering his original Guize armor. However, with the enhancement from other rider armors, his data had significantly improved. Apart from the 2 tires added to his shoulders, making him appear a bit bulky, the overall aesthetics remained intact. Oh, to think you could steal the power of the Ohma Zi-O. This must be intentional, handing you this power to prevent you from accidentally dying in the past. Gates was startled internally but quickly cut off his thoughts, shouting, "Don't try to disturb me, Zi-O. Prepare to die." Gates utilized the tire components on his shoulders, unleashing a burst of speed. In the blink of an eye, he struck Tokiwa Zi-O on the face with his fist before disappearing. He had moved so quickly that he had circled behind Tokiwa Zi-O. But when Gates attempted to strike from behind, a gun protruded from Tokiwa Zi-O's left hip. Before Gates could reach him, he was shot in the chest by the time limit gun. The continuous energy bullets inflicted immense pain on Gates' chest, forcing him to retreat from the high-speed movement. Turning to face Gates, Tokiwa Zi-O aimed his gun at him and fired. Gates blocked the energy bullet with the support device strapped to his wrist. Tokiwa Zi-O stepped forward while Gates took a step back. "The speed you just unleashed was impressive. Driver, I'm not too familiar with it." Was. Tokiwa Zi-O had only seriously studied Kamen Rider Zi-O. Although he had seen the other Kamen Riders once before crossing over, it had been 10 years, and he was somewhat unclear about their abilities. Was approached holding a book and said, "Wagamama Kamen Rider Drive is the rider from 2014, transforming with the aid of a shifting vehicle. This rider's outstanding ability is speed, possessing the capability for high-speed movement. The speed that just erupted is quite impressive, driver, but I don't really understand it." Was. Chokin Zogo had only seen Kamen Rider Zi-O prior to his crossing over. He had merely searched for information on other Kamen Riders and watched them once, thus he was somewhat unfamiliar with their abilities. Was approached with a book in hand stating Kamen Rider Drive is a rider from 2014, transforming with the aid of the shift car. This rider's standout ability is speed, possessing the power of rapid movement. No wonder yet this speed isn't extraordinarily impressive. Although Chokin Zogo had not anticipated it earlier, he was caught off guard by Miko and Gates. However, as he circled around, Chokin Zogo noticed that while the speed was fast, it wasn't to the extent that it rendered him completely invisible. This is merely the basic form of Kamen Rider Drive accelerated. He has various forms, including one that achieves supersonic speed. Chokin Zogo nodded in understanding, then turned to Miko and Gates. "Just the basic form, it appears your speed is nothing remarkable." Bang! Just as Miko and Gates intended to move, Chokin Zogo unhesitatingly shot him in the head. Oh, although protected by armor, it still hurt quite a bit. The smell of blood. Suddenly, Chokin Zogo twitched his nose. In his rider state, both his hearing and sense of smell were greatly enhanced. At this moment, a strong smell of blood wafted from afar. Chokin Zogo focused, activating his auditory system, and heard sounds of tearing and chewing akin to a beast from a kilometer away. Initially, Chokin Zogo thought it was an animal, but from the vibrations, it was evidently much stronger than any animal. Interesting. Chokin Zogo headed towards the source of the sound. "Hey, where are you going, you guy?" Miko and Gates, seeing Chokin Zogo move, thought he was coming towards him, but was surprised to see him heading in another direction. Confused, Miko and Gates glanced at Tsukuyumi, who was not far away, and ultimately decided to follow Chokin Zogo. Soon after, Miko and Gates also caught a whiff of the strong blood smell, which was exceedingly pungent. Miko and Gates frowned, and said, "With this concentration of blood smell, how much blood has been spilled?" A minute later, in a patch of woods, Chokin Zogo witnessed an extremely gruesome scene. He saw a humanoid creature, black like a spider, the size of a human, crouching over a female corpse and chewing, with a pool of blood on the ground and more flowing down the tree. Nanny, a monster that eats humans. This was Miko and Gates' first encounter with such a situation. If it were simply a murder, it could be accepted, but to kill a person and then eat them was utterly unheard of. Even as a member of the resistance, Miko and Gates felt a wave of nausea. Chokin Zogo remained expressionless beneath his mask, yet he felt disgusted at witnessing this for the first time. "Is this an Amazon?" The arriving Was frowned and looked at the creature on the tree that was eating a person. "Hey Was, what is an Amazon?" Knowing that Was possessed information that was unknown to others, Miko and Gates quickly approached Was to ask, having never heard of anything called Amazon. "An Amazon is a type of monster that eats humans. This creature has an instinct for protein, particularly human flesh, at the cellular level. There's a mention of this monster in historical records, but I only know a little because this monster doesn't exist in the history of Kamen Riders. So I cannot say when it first appeared. It seems it has emerged this year. An Amazon, a monster that eats humans. Treating humans as food, what a lowly creature. Chokin Zogo cast a displeased glance at the Amazon. According to Waz, this monster seemed to have appeared this year, but he couldn't recall such a creature in the TV series. However, Chokin Zogo didn't dwell on it too much. Even if it were different, so what? The path before him had not changed. If he were unable to face unexpected events and panicked, desperately needing to know the entire historical trajectory to become a king, that would only make him a waste. The appearance of Chokin Zogo and the others also caught the attention of the spider Amazon in the tree, especially with the rich scent of protein coming from Chokin Zogo and Mikoan Gates. The Amazon was especially sensitive to the smell of protein, particularly from cattle, as they are strong and powerful. However, compared to cattle, the Amazon preferred to eat humans. Individuals like Chokin Zogo and Mikoan Gates who had trained possessed more protein than ordinary people, which attracted the Amazon's attention. Of course, it did not exclude some Amazons with special preferences who enjoyed eating women, as their flesh is much more tender than that of men. Thus, some perverted Amazons specifically attack women to consume their flesh. This spider Amazon, however, liked both women and robust men, as it could replenish its energy. If it were to lose its protein supply, the Amazon would become extremely weak. The spider Amazon wiped the blood from the corner of its mouth and released a web towards Chokin Zogo. Seeing the web-like strands coming at him, Chokin Zogo quickly rolled to the left, while Waz immediately used his scarf to shift out of the way. Only Mikoan Gates and Tsukuyami on his right remained. Mikoan Gates pushed Tsukuyami hard, managing to get her out of the web's reach just in time. But Mikoan Gates himself was unable to evade in time and was ensnared by the web, binding him to the ground and making it difficult to break free. The spider Amazon jumped down from the tree trunk. Mikoan Gates realized he needed some time to escape the web, then looked at Chokin Zogo. He thought that as long as he dealt with this threatening individual first, he could then enjoy his meal. With this in mind, the spider Amazon charged towards Chokin Zogo. Chokin Zogo moved towards the spider Amazon, gradually increasing his speed until he was running, closing in to within 5 meters of the Amazon. Chokin Zogo slid to evade the spider Amazon's attack and arrived behind it, the time limit sword appearing in his hand. He quickly stood up and slashed down at the back of the spider Amazon. The spider Amazon fell to sharp pain and was jolted back, staggering several steps forward before turning around just in time for Tokiwa Zogo's sword to slash at him again. The spider Amazon hurriedly raised its arm to block, enduring the pain, and lunged forward using its strength to tackle Tokiwa Zogo down. However, as it attempted to reveal its fangs to bite Tokiwa Zogo's shoulder, it was kicked away by Tokiwa Zogo, crashing its back hard against a large tree. Tokiwa Zogo stood up. When this creature had tackled him, he had already pulled his right foot close to his chest, intending to kick it away. Otherwise, getting rid of the spider Amazon would have been quite troublesome. However, this creature's defensive power was even stronger than Mingguang Academy's Gates. After taking 2 of his sword strikes, it appeared to have sustained little damage. The spider Amazon stood still, no longer attacking recklessly, as before, realizing that Tokiwa Zogo's strength was formidable. In their previous encounter, it had clearly fallen into a disadvantage, making it somewhat wary. After shifting a few steps to its right, it suddenly spat out silk toward Tokiwa Zogo. This heightened style silk was its weapon for capturing prey, boasting great toughness. Indeed, Mingguang Academy's Gates was still trapped in it, unable to break free for the moment. Yet even though the silk was tough, it could not withstand the sharpness of the time limit sword. Tokiwa Zogo used his sword to sever all the incoming silk, and upon not seeing Amazon's figure, he immediately looked up to see the spider Amazon leaping down from 40 meters in the air. That previous attack was merely to confuse me, thinking that by jumping into the air I could do nothing about you. Naive. Tokiwa Zogo quickly reversed the blade of his sword into the groove of the hilt, transforming it into gun mode. Aiming at the falling spider Amazon, he charged for a second, then released a powerful energy projectile. With nowhere to hide, the Amazon spat out silk again, attempting to negate the powerful energy blast. However, as it was a powerful type, the blast directly shattered the silk and struck the spider Amazon. It fell from the sky, landing on its back and creating a dent in the ground. Tokiwa Zogo pressed the top button of the Time King driver and then pressed the top button of the space-time drive, causing it to hang down before jumping up. As the word "Hu" spread in a circle around the spider Amazon, Tokiwa Zogo extended his right foot, which was charged with energy, and flew kick down at the Amazon. Time break. The pink characters surrounding the spider Amazon embedded into the soles of Tokiwa Zogo's combat boots, glowing pink as they descended upon the spider Amazon. With one kick to the spider Amazon, which had just gotten up, it was instantly sent flying 100 meters before exploding into a pile of residue on the ground. What an exciting battle! Waz remarked while watching Tokiwa Zogo's back. Was this the form of the Demon King in his youth? His overwhelming power suppressed Mingguang Academy's Gates, and then he defeated a monster with ease. If this were a battle-hardened Kamen Rider, he could still believe it, but this was Tokiwa Zogo's first transformation, almost blinding him with the extent of his prowess. However, Waz did not realize that this was already Tokiwa Zogo's second transformation. If he knew who Tokiwa Zogo fought the first time, it would astonish him even more. After all, defeating oneself is not something everyone can accomplish. The greatest enemy is oneself, as no one understands oneself better than oneself. On the other side, due to the silk's toughness, Mingguang Academy's gates was unable to tear it apart with his hands. In the end, it was Tsukuyami who used a special firearm to break it, rescuing Mingguang Academy's gates. Gates, we should retreat. Time King is too strong. We'll come back when the opportunity arises. After rescuing Gates, Tsukuyami looked towards the Kamen Rider Time King ahead. The opponent's strength made Tsukuyami feel extremely pressured. While Mingguang Academy's gates struggled, by the time she used her gun to break the spider Amazon's Silk, Tokiwa Sougo had already defeated that man-eating monster in that short amount of time. Whether that monster was strong or not, Tsukuyami did not know, but being able to trap Mingguang Academy's gates in silk and prevent him from breaking free for a short time was enough to demonstrate Amazon's capabilities. Moreover, being able to kill Amazon in just a minute or two made Time King incredibly powerful. Plus, during Gates' battle with Time King, he hadn't gained any advantage, and Time King's mocking demeanor suggested he hadn't even exerted his full strength, which was enough to instill fear in her. Nanny, you want me to run away? Mingguang Academy's gates glared at Tsukuyami. He had specifically traveled from the future of 2068 to this era to eliminate Tokiwa Sougo, and now Tsukuyami was telling him to flee. What a joke. Tsukuyami looked directly at Mingguang Academy's gates and firmly said, "It's not a retreat, it's a tactical withdrawal. Gates, listen to me, you have experienced Time King's strength firsthand. Continuing will only lead to failure here, understand? It's better to regroup and come back later." After hearing Tsukuyami's words, Mingguang Academy's gates clenched his fists, but recalling the helplessness he felt during his battle with Tokiwa Sougo, he also believed that retreating now was the best choice. Ultimately, Mingguang Academy's gates released his grip, following his instincts, and quickly left with Tsukuyami. "My lord, Gates and the others have escaped." Waz stared in astonishment at the departing Mingguang Academy's gates, and Tsukuyami, unable to believe that the usually tough gates would also flee. A flash of light enveloped Tokiwa Sougo, and the Time King armor was removed. With a look of naturalness on his face, he said, "The right choice. Knowing one cannot win, yet still stubbornly resist is foolish. It seems he has some brains after all." However, in truth, it was Tsukuyami who had urged Mingguang Academy's gates to leave, otherwise Gates would have likely insisted on fighting Tokiwa Sougo to the bitter end. Glancing at the female corpse still hanging from the tree, Tokiwa Sougo asked Waz to report it before parting ways. After checking the time, he went to a cafe, ordered a cup of coffee to savor, and left after a while. At the appointed place, Ichino's Chika, or rather Mizuho Chika, anxiously checked the time. It had already been 5 minutes past their scheduled meeting time, yet no one had arrived. She couldn't help but feel nervous. Could it be that they were going to stand her up? Previously, it had always been the boys who arrived early at the meeting spot to wait for her. However, now she had encountered someone who deviated from the norm, keeping her a proper lady waiting. This was truly a first for her, and it was simply outrageous. At school, she went by her real name Ichino's Chika, while in her role as a rental girlfriend, she used the alias Mizuho Chika, having only changed her surname. The sun had completely set, draping the sky in darkness, and the streetlights flickered on. Tokiwa Sougo walked steadily towards the meeting place. Earlier, Tokiwa Sougo had thought he would have to wait for a while for the appointment. He didn't expect that Mizuho Chika would have no one else behind her, allowing them to proceed with their date the very next day. "Look at that handsome guy, he's so stylish. Really, he's so good looking." There were several other students from different schools walking home, and some girls were captivated by Tokiwa Sougo's charm. Just like how men are irresistibly drawn to beautiful women. Tokiwa Sougo noticed a long-haired girl waiting at a more favorable spot, dressed in trendy clothes and possessing remarkable beauty. She must be the one, but why did her face seem somewhat familiar? At that moment, a man with a nose ring appeared to be chatting her up. "Hey there, miss, who are you waiting for? It's such a shame to keep such a beautiful lady waiting. Why not come with me? I would never let a woman wait like this." The man with the nose ring leered at Ichino's Chika, thinking she was simply exquisite. In his life, he had never seen a woman so beautiful. "Sir, could you please step aside? You are making me quite uncomfortable." Ichino's Chika frowned slightly. She was aware of the attraction her beauty held over men, and it was not surprising to attract such attention. However, dealing with it could be troublesome. The man pulled out his phone. "Don't be like that, what's your number? We can be friends first, and chat more later." But just as the man opened his contacts, a hand gripped his wrist, lifting it up, causing his phone to fall to the ground. Who? Who are you?" The man yelped in pain as his wrist was suddenly grabbed. "You, Ichino's Chika looked at the person who had seized the man, flirting with her, her expression reflecting extreme surprise. "No way is the world truly this small. How could I run into this guy outside too?" Ichino's Chika turned her head to hide her feelings. However, recalling her disguise at school and how different she looked now, she decided to stop hiding. "Bastard, who do you think you are?" The man with the nose ring angrily kicked at Tokiwa Sougo, lifting his left hand high while his right fist swung towards Tokiwa's face. Tokiwa Sougo used his left hand, still gripping the man with the nose ring, to slam it down, causing the man's left hand to collide with his right. As the man bent over in pain, Tokiwa swiftly planted a foot on his head, knocking him to the ground. "Oh!" The man with the nose ring let out a shrill scream, drawing the attention of passersby. "Shut up!" Tokiwa's sharp reprimand made the man instantly fall silent, his eyes welling with tears as he bit his lip, trembling at Tokiwa. It was too harsh. He hadn't done anything wrong, so why was he being treated this way? Tokiwa Shogo, with his hands in his pockets, looked down at the man sitting on the ground and coldly stated, "It's fine to flirt with girls, but when they show signs of impatience or even disgust, you must know to retreat in time rather than press on. If you understand, then get lost." The man, who had initially been intimidated by Tokiwa's imposing presence, wasted no time in fleeing. In his eyes, Tokiwa Shogo was terrifying and overly domineering. Was this how heroes rescued damsels in distress? Why hit him? It was just ridiculous. "I forgot my phone." Tokiwa glanced at the phone lying on the ground with its screen still lit. He swept his foot, sending the phone spinning through the air, directly striking the back of the man's head. The man with the nose ring stumbled forward and fell, then picked up the phone from the ground, ignoring Tokiwa and running away even faster than before. After the man left, Ichino's Chika smiled at Tokiwa Shogo, but it felt somewhat forced. She then said, "Thank you. You're Mizuho Chika, right?" "Huh." At that moment, Ichino's Chika's expression froze as she stared at Tokiwa Shogo, her mind blank for a moment. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Tokiwa?" Ichino's Chika's eyelid twitched. It couldn't be. It couldn't be. This guy, he wouldn't be the one renting me as a girlfriend, would he? The annoying guy I ran into in the morning, who is also a nuisance in class. He is the one who wants to rent me as a girlfriend for a week. Oh my, can I back out? Waves of turmoil surged within Ichino's Chika, but her face maintained a beautiful smile. "I am Tokiwa Shogo." After confirming, Ichino's Chika's mouth opened wide and her soul seemed to fly out. However, seeing that Tokiwa Shogo didn't seem to recognize her, Ichino's Chika felt relieved. If he did recognize her, it would be awkward from now on. Yet her excellent professionalism allowed Ichino's Chika to quickly compose herself. With a sincere smile, she said, "So Shogo, shall we go on our date now?" "Date? No need, let's find a place to talk first." Tokiwa Shogo directly rejected Ichino's Chika's proposal for a date and walked ahead in search of a place to eat. Ichino's Chika silently followed Tokiwa Shogo and sat at a window-side table. "Let's see what to eat, go ahead and order." "Ah, okay." Ichino's Chika looked at the menu and casually ordered a few dishes. Ichino's Chika glanced at Tokiwa Shogo, who was staring out the window, unsure of his attitude. Nonetheless, she continued to smile, maintaining the appearance of a gentle girlfriend, and asked, "So Shogo, are we eating first before the date?" Tokiwa Zhuangwu snapped back to reality, looking at Ichino's Chihiro. Undoubtedly, at that moment, Ichino's Chihiro, with her long brown hair cascading down her back, was exuding her charm to the fullest. In terms of looks alone, she was undoubtedly the brightest star in this restaurant. And Tokiwa Zhuangwu was not lacking either. The two of them appeared quite suitable, like a golden boy and a jade girl. Tokiwa Zhuangwu leaned back against the chair's backrest, staring directly at Ichino's Chihiro. "We don't need a date, and can you stop pretending to be this way? It's a bit fake." Listening to Tokiwa Zhuang was scolding, and seeing that the other party seemed to take their date not seriously at all, Ichino's Chihiro could no longer hold back her anger and retorted directly. "Enough. What do you mean? Clearly you were the one who asked me out, and now you're saying we don't need to date. What do you mean by saying my personality is a bit fake? Aren't I just trying to cater to people like you who can't find a girlfriend? Do you think I want this? It's really absurd. Are you playing with me?" "Humph." With the last cold huff, Ichino's Chihiro crossed her arms and tilted her head to the left. Even in her angry demeanor, she was still incredibly captivating. Tokiwa Zhuangwu shook his head, saying, "I'm not playing with you, but it's just that I really don't need a date. I'm different from those who rent you. They want to satisfy their desire for a gentle girlfriend, while I just want to deal with my uncle." "Your uncle?" After hearing Tokiwa Zhuangwu's words, Ichino's Chihiro put down her hands and asked curiously. "My uncle has been urging me to find a girlfriend recently, and my ears are almost calloused from hearing it. So I thought about renting you as a girlfriend to appease him. At least it can stop him from nagging me about it every day." "I see." Ichino's Chihiro nodded, indicating she understood the situation, and poured a glass of water for both herself and Tokiwa Zhuangwu. Tokiwa Zhuangwu continued, "So my intention in renting you for a week is that I hope you can be available whenever needed. Of course I won't contact you at midnight, so you don't need to worry about that. As for dates, we don't need those. I just need you to handle my uncle. Do you understand?" "Understood. I didn't expect your reason for renting a girlfriend was for this. I thought you." Ichino's Chihiro initially thought Tokiwa Zhuangwu was like those who couldn't find a girlfriend and needed to rent one to satisfy their inner void. Now it seems she had misunderstood. "What did you think?" "Nothing." Tokiwa Zhuangwu took a sip of the water Ichino's Chihiro had just poured for him and calmly said, "Is that so? Then it depends on you for my uncle's side transfer student." Puffed. Ichino's Chihiro, who had just taken a sip of water, sprayed it everywhere. She stood up, her eyes wide open, and exclaimed, "Cough, cough, cough, you know it's me." Tokiwa Zhuangwu calmly removed the menu that had been sprayed wet from his face, looking at Ichino's Chihiro with an indifferent expression, and said, "What's so surprising about that? Though your face seemed inconspicuous at school due to your disguise, it's still recognizable upon closer inspection. And your voice, is it really that hard to recognize you?" "Well," Ichino's Chihiro sat back down, initially thinking Tokiwa Zhuangwu hadn't recognized her at all. To her surprise, he had known from the start, but chose not to explain. Was he trying to see her make a fool of herself? Tokiwa Zhuangwu indeed did not have the thought of wanting to see Ichino's Chihiro make a fool of herself. In his view, whether he recognized Ichino's Chihiro or not, it didn't matter, as they could never truly act the part. Thus they were bound to have little interaction in the future. "So, when do we meet your uncle, eh?" Tokiwa Zhuangwu thought for a moment. "In a couple of days. If I suddenly have a girlfriend, there might be suspicion. I will notify you then. As for the payment, I will pay it all at once, and it will be in your account by tonight. That won't do. You can pay half first, and then the other half after the matter is settled. That's the stipulation in the contract. Here, take a look and sign at the top after reading it. Ichino's Chihiro took out several sheets of contract paper from her bag and handed them to Tokiwa Zhuangwu. After receiving them, Tokiwa Zhuangwu quickly skimmed through the contracts. Most of them were designed to protect women, such as prohibiting taking the rented girlfriend to deserted alleys, prohibiting touching the girlfriend indiscriminately, and prohibiting sexual harassment. After all, it was a legitimate company. Its ability to operate on such a scale was inseparable from its capacity to protect these women. If they couldn't ensure the safety of the women under their care, who would take on such a profession? Seeing that everything was in order, Tokiwa Zhuangwu signed his name on the final commitment. All right, then, it's settled. I will introduce you to my uncle in 2 days. Now let's eat. Tokiwa Zhuangwu noticed the dishes had all arrived and decided not to say much more to Ichino's Chihiro, directly starting to eat. Ichino's Chihiro brushed her hair back and began to eat as well. After finishing the meal, Tokiwa Zhuangwu paid the bill and walked to the roadside. That's it for now. Oh, I will contact you later. Please give me your phone number. 013XXXXXX. Tokiwa Zhuangwu dialed the number Ichino's Chihiro provided, and after hearing her phone in her bag ring, he hung up and wrote down her contact name. Listening to her phone ringing, Ichino's Chihiro felt her eyelids droop halfway and turned to Tokiwa Zhuangwu saying, "Hey, are you doubting that I gave you a fake number? That's a lack of trust in me." Tokiwa Zhuangwu finished saving the contact without turning his head, maintaining his side profile to Ichino's Chihiro, and glanced at her with his eyes saying, "Sorry, but we have no trust between us." "You? All right." Ichino's Chihiro felt as if her punch hit steel. The other party was completely unscathed, while her hand hurt badly. What was wrong with this man? He had no idea how to be gentle and only knew how to irritate people. He was truly a straight man and would definitely not have a girlfriend in the future. Even if he did, she surely wouldn't be pretty. Zhuangwu. Just as Ichino's Chihiro was thinking that Tokiwa Zhuangwu would definitely not find a beautiful girlfriend in the future, a female voice called out. Ichino's Chihiro looked over to see an extraordinarily beautiful girl who was not inferior to herself standing under a street lamp, her eyes fixed on her and Tokiwa Zhuangwu. Kamakusa Shelly. Ichino's Chihiro recognized this girl. She was the class representative in her class and quite famous within the class, and even the entire school of beauty who matched her. Hey, no way. How unlucky, I can't believe she doesn't recognize me. Ichino's Chihiro thought to herself, then smiled and said, "Do you two know each other? Well, I'll take my leave then. I don't want to interrupt you two." With that, Ichino's Chihiro hurriedly left. Walking alone on the way home, Ichino's Chizuru recalled the expressions of Kamakado Yukari upon seeing Tokawaki Sougo and herself, who a mixture of surprise and bewilderment, clearly astonished and even slightly aggrieved. No way she was slapped in the face so quickly. Just moments ago she thought that Tokawaki Sougo wouldn't have pretty girls liking him, but the fact is that he is undoubtedly a goddess-level figure at school, and Kamakado Yukari actually. However, Ichino's Chizuru thought carefully, and Tokawaki Sougo was indeed handsome. If she isn't class beauty, then Tokawaki Sougo isn't class handsome guy. It was mainly their morning encounter that made Ichino's Chizuru overlook Tokawaki Sougo's good looks. Thinking back, Tokawaki Sougo was indeed very handsome, especially when he helped her chase away the guy with the nose ring. His boyfriend energy was at maximum. No, what am I thinking? That guy is not handsome at all, really not handsome. Ichino's Chizuru shook her head vigorously, then kicked a stone at her feet and strode home. "Yukari, what are you doing here?" Tokawaki Sougo, upon seeing Kamakado Yukari, showed no change in expression. In such a situation akin to a cheating scandal, he remained calm and composed, not flustered at all. Moreover, although he had interacted with Kamakado Yukari, it was far from a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, so it couldn't be considered a cheating scene. I wanted to buy something at the supermarket, so I passed by here." Kamakado Yukari lowered her head, allowing Tokawaki Sougo to see her facial expression. Tokawaki Sougo did not pay much attention to Kamakado Yukari, turning to say, "I see, then go ahead. I also need to go home." Kamakado Yukari spoke again, and Tokawaki Sougo paused, turning slightly to look at her, waiting for her next words. Taking a deep breath, Kamakado Yukari raised her head, revealing a bright smile. "That girl just now. She's very beautiful. Is she someone you know, Sougo?" "Well, sort of. I just met her today." "You just met her today, which means?" Kamakado Yukari was taken aback. She originally thought that Tokawaki Sougo's indifference towards her was because he had a girlfriend, the girl just now, but unexpectedly, she had guessed wrong. It was just today, or rather that girl only appeared tonight. What a relief, but turned out she was overthinking. Kamakado Yukari tapped her head, silently scolding herself for being overly worried. After all, someone as proud and perfect as Tokawaki Sougo wasn't someone just anyone could pursue. Indeed, in Kamakado Yukari's eyes, Tokawaki Sougo was the epitome of perfection, and his attitude was unlike other boys who were either sunny and cheerful or lewd and dark. He was the kind of unattainable figure, mature and powerful like a deity, radiating an arrogance that kept others at bay. This was how Tokawaki Sougo appeared in Kamakado Yukari's eyes. With such a personality, he would never take the initiative to pursue any girl. Even if that girl was equally perfect and beautiful in Tokawaki Sougo's eyes, she would be nothing extraordinary. Only those who pursued him would stand a chance. Kamakado Yukari was just like that. After getting to know Tokawaki Sougo in her first year, she fell deeper and deeper. Now her mind was increasingly filled with thoughts of Tokawaki Sougo. But because of fear that she wasn't good enough to match Tokiwa Sougo, and if she confessed and was rejected they might never even have the chance to speak again. This was her inner anxiety. If people at school knew that Kamikaze Yukari had such worries they would surely curse the heavens for being unfair. Kamikaze Yukari was already such a perfect girl. She had a great figure and beauty, a kind and gentle personality considered others ranked among the top 3 in academics, and had a beautiful voice that sang wonderful songs. It was nearly impossible to find another girl like her in this world. Yet she actually worried about not being worthy of Tokiwa Sougo. Were they out of touch with the times, or had they been eliminated? Tokiwa Sougo looked at Kamikaze Yukari with curiosity. What? Or what did you think it was? Nothing. Sougo, are you going home? Before Kamikaze Yukari could finish her sentence, time in the surrounding space suddenly froze. Time stop. Of course this was definitely not the doing of Tokiwa Sougo. Hey, is this what the Demon King of Time looked like in his youth? I didn't expect him to have such good luck with women. What a beautiful girl. A girl with short hair, fair skin, dressed in silver clothes and knee-high boots revealing a hint of her white thigh approached from behind Tokiwa Sougo. After passing him she looked not at him, but at Kamikaze Yukari in front of him, gently stroking the still smiling face of Kamikaze Yukari. As a beautiful woman herself, seeing another youthful beauty who was either on par with, or even surpassing her in appearance made Aura feel somewhat emotional. Such beauty was rare. After flicking her hair back, Aura turned around, but as she glanced at Tokiwa Sougo their eyes met, and in an instant she was so startled that she staggered back 4 or 5 steps. You weren't stopped by my time stop. Aura stared at Tokiwa Sougo in disbelief, seeing him simply blink at her, her heart almost leaping into her throat. Wasn't it said that the Demon King of Time at this time was just an ordinary high school student? That's why Aura had come to see how the invincible Tokiwa Sougo who dominated the world in his old age was like in his youth. But upon arriving she was dumbfounded. Tokiwa Sougo could actually ignore her time-stopping ability. If it were the Demon King of Time it would be understandable, but this was just ordinary high school student Tokiwa Sougo. Why did her time ability not work on him? Tokiwa Sougo sneered. A mere time stop can hold me. That's not a funny joke. Now Tokiwa Sougo was not the little Demon King in the original story, constantly being stopped by others with time stop and still being called the King of Time. It was laughable. The current Tokiwa Sougo was different. Over the years he had not merely daydreamed about being a king, but had taken real action, honing the power of the Demon King within him, turning it into his own strength. Thus, after highly developing his Demon King power, Tokiwa Sougo could not only use time stop, but also be immune to it. No, you were just an ordinary high school student. It can't be, it shouldn't be. Aura's breath quickened, her heart filled with fear, but she reassured herself that even if this Tokiwa Sougo could withstand her time stop, he was definitely not the Demon King of Time. With this self-hypnosis, her fear dissipated significantly. There is nothing impossible in this world. I am curious what brings you to me, Miss Time Traveler. Chobin Zhuangwu stepped forward while Aura took steps back. You know me, and don't come any closer. Aura released a shockwave towards Chobin Zhuangwu with her palm, but it was easily swatted away, crashing into the ground and creating a small hole. After swallowing hard, Aura turned to flee, but just as she turned a third of the way, a stronger force of time locked her in place. Aura found herself completely unable to move her body, or even her head, only able to roll her eyes to look at Chobin Zhuangwu, who stood before her. You can also stop time, and your power to do so is even stronger than mine. At this point, Aura could only move her eyes and speak. This was Chobin Zhuangwu's intention, otherwise he could have completely halted her thoughts, just like the other passers-by, and Kinesaki Yukari at that moment. The power to stop time varies in levels. Someone like Aura Uru can only be considered the lowest rank. To immobilize Chobin Zhuangwu, who has awakened more than 20 to 30% of his power, is truly a delusion. At this moment, Chobin Zhuangwu could only be considered average in strength, while Suara's was about at the same level. Only when the power of the demon is further developed will the strength of the time force increase. Chobin Zhuangwu stood before Aura, grasping her chin, his face slowly moving closer to her ear as he whispered, "What delusion makes you think that the power of a king could be weaker than that of someone with supernatural abilities or one who has been granted power?" The breath he exhaled brushed against Aura's ear, giving her an unusual feeling inside. What do you mean, someone who has been granted power? Aura did not refute Chobin Zhuangwu's words about the power of the king. It was true that the Time King was a true ruler, and it was understandable that the young king had begun to utilize his power. However, when Chobin Zhuangwu said that her power was granted, it was preposterous. Aura clearly remembered that her power was innate. Although not as powerful as Chobin Zhuangwu was, it could not be denied. Chobin Zhuangwu looked at Aura's delicate face calmly, saying, "You will understand later. A puppet does not know it is a puppet. Only at the moment of death will it become aware. Or will you realize it early and fight back? Which one will you be? Time King, what exactly do you want to say?" Aura felt somewhat flustered by Chobin Zhuangwu's words, confused by the talk of puppets and granted power. "You may not understand now, but you will later." Chobin Zhuangwu released the time stop, and as Aura regained control of her body, she stumbled and almost fell due to her previous actions. "Don't think I'll believe your vague words, Time King. Until we meet again." Aura shot a fierce glare at Chobin Zhuangwu before quickly disappearing, and the time stop she had created was lifted with her departure. What? After the time stop was lifted, Kinesaki Yukari finished her last word and looked around at the empty space, feeling somewhat at a loss. Fortunately, noticing Chobin Zhuangwu behind her, Kinesaki Yukari felt relieved. Zhuangwu, when did you get here? Chobin Zhuangwu casually explained, and Kinosaki Yukari did not press further, assuming she had simply not noticed. Chobin Zhuangwu then asked again, by the way, what did you just say? Kinosaki Yukari repeated what she had just said. I asked if you were going home now. Since there's nothing else to do, I naturally have to go home. So goodbye? Chobin Zhuangwu turned around, raising his hand to signal farewell. Kinosaki Yukari smiled as she stood behind him, waving at Chobin Zhuangwu. Phew. It's not like I have a girlfriend. You really startled me, but just as Hame said, we're already in our senior year. If I don't confess actively, who knows if we'll drift apart after graduation and never meet again. For a moment, Kinosaki Yukari felt a sense of melancholy, but ultimately, she made a secret resolution to confess at least once before graduation, leaving the outcome to fate. Kinosaki Yukari. Chobin Zhuangwu walked on the way home thinking about the girl he had just encountered, Kinosaki Yukari. He remembered their first meeting in the first year of high school, when both he and Kinosaki Yukari were recognized as the two shining stars at Light Forest School. At that time, they had a basic understanding of each other. Later, due to a dramatic incident where Kinosaki Yukari was cornered by delinquents in an alley just when the delinquent was pressing her shoulders and grinning maliciously, it happened that Chobin Zhuangwu bumped into them, directly beating up the delinquent and saving Kinosaki Yukari. At that moment, Kinosaki Yukari looked at Chobin Zhuangwu with tear-filled eyes, thanking him. When a woman reaches despair, it is often her knight who suddenly appears, giving her hope, like a beam of moonlight shining into her heart, and thus they became acquainted. As for Kinosaki Yukari's feelings towards him, Chobin Zhuangwu could naturally sense it. Although he had never been in love, he still had some judgment regarding human emotions. However, Chobin Zhuangwu did not think much about it for now. All he wanted was to be a king, a woman would only slow down his pace of drawing his sword. Once he became king, he could consider the idea of finding a girlfriend, but for now he had no such thoughts. Only when he succeeded in his career could he think about women and starting a family. Upon returning home, Chobin Shinichiro was repairing a clock with glasses on. In fact, with Chobin Zhuangwu's assets, he could support Chobin Shinichiro, allowing him to stop earning money from clock repair. However, Chobin Zhuangwu knew that Chobin Shinichiro was not merely doing it for the money, it was his love for clocks that compelled him to express his fondness for every clock in the world through repair. He even looked as happy as a child who just received a toy upon seeing a rare clock. Thus, Chobin Zhuangwu never mentioned asking his uncle to give up clock repair. It was his hobby, and Chobin Zhuangwu could not bring himself to extinguish someone else's passion, especially that of his own uncle. Zhuangwu, you're back. Chobin Shinichiro came before Chobin Zhuangwu, sizing him up to see if there were any lipstick marks on his face, but he was somewhat disappointed. Zhuangwu, why did you come back so late today? Did you find a girlfriend and go on a date? After all, Chobin Zhuangwu had always returned before dark, so today was a rare occasion, and he had even eaten out, which piqued his curiosity. Chobin Zhuangwu's expression changed slightly, and he replied, to be honest, uncle, I really did find a girlfriend. She insisted on confessing to me, and since I think she's quite nice, we went out for a meal together. Ichino's Chizuru Miao. Are you talking about me? Really? Of course it's true. Ha ha ha, it's true. That's wonderful. Zhuangwu, you finally have a girlfriend. What does she look like? How are her grades? What's her family like? Ha ha, when can we bring her home for me to see? Chang'an Shinichiro was excited. He didn't expect that Zhuangwu would find a girlfriend from school so soon after they talked this morning. Humph, when the time comes, I will invite Zhuangwu's girlfriend over for the neighbors to see. Let's see who will dare to say that my Zhuangwu will be single for life. It's clearly just sour grapes. With Zhuangwu's success, how could he possibly not find a girlfriend? Look, he has found one, hasn't he? Although it was the girl who confessed first, given Zhuangwu's standards for looks, grades, and family background, she should be quite remarkable. Let's wait a day or two before meeting the parents. It's too soon, she isn't mentally prepared yet. You're right. No rush, no rush. Once you two are familiar enough, we can invite her over to play. At that time, I'll show my skills and prepare a feast for you. Afterward, Chang'an Shinichiro restrained his smile, looking at the towering Zhuangwu before him, unable to resist reaching out to pat Zhuangwu's head. He sighed, Zhuangwu has grown up. I remember when you were shorter than my waist, and now you're taller than me. And now you have a girlfriend, your future career will surely prosper. That's wonderful. Zhuangwu looked at the kind old man before him and smiled. If people at school saw Zhuangwu smile, they would surely think the world was coming to an end. A person who had always been serious and seemed uninterested in anything actually smiled, it would undoubtedly open their eyes. Uncle, don't worry. My life will definitely be wonderful. Oh, just wait and see. Uncle will definitely watch. I still want to hold a little baby, so Zhuangwu, you need to work hard. He patted Zhuangwu's shoulder a few times, and Chang'an Shinichiro laughed as he walked away to continue repairing the unfinished clock. Zhuangwu watched his uncle's receding figure, realizing that uncle was aging day by day. Life, aging, illness, and death are the norms of existence. However, as the master of time, Zhuangwu currently possesses none of these things. In the future, as long as Zhuangwu desires, he can ensure that he and those around him exist eternally, watching flowers bloom and wither while he remains unaffected by the passage of time. Meanwhile, in a coffee shop, everyone inside maintained the same posture and expression, completely still. At one table sat two people, a burly middle-aged man with a slicked-back hairstyle and a youthful, feminine-looking boy resembling a delicate youth with his hands in his pockets leaning back against his chair. You, where did Aura go? Swirl asked as he took a sip of coffee. As time raiders, the three of them usually operated alone, with only Uru and Aura frequently together. However, now he only saw Uru while Aura was completely missing. Uru glanced at Swaru and said, she said she went to see the Demon King of this era. Nanny, going to see the Demon King. Swaru paused his coffee-drinking motion, then put it down pondering. Perhaps she just wanted to take a look. After all, their objective was to ambush the Demon King on the day of the Demon King and obtain another masked knight who would obey them as a ruler. Yes, just like the Demon King possessing unmatched power. Thus Swaru approached the two, and the three of them quickly reached an agreement. Yet who truly knows the real intentions behind it? After witnessing the kind of apocalyptic power the Demon King possessed, both Aura and Uru were immensely eager. Just imagine having a king capable of destroying dimensions and time as your subordinate. It sounds amazing. Wherever they point, that is where they strike, and the entire spacetime would be under their control. Even if it was the real Demon King, they would dare to confront him heat-en. This is the reason why the trio of Time Raiders came to this era coveting Zhuang Wu's power to keep it in their own hands. The door swung open and Aura entered the space where Swaru and Uru were, but her face was heavy with concern, prompting Swaru and Uru to exchange glances, bewildered by what had occurred. Swaru broke the silence, saying, "What's wrong? Did you see the young Zhuang Wu? Why do you look like this? Is it because he is very ugly? Even if he were ugly, he would still be better than you." Aura retorted disdainfully in her heart. When it came to look, Zhuang Wu could easily outshine Swaru by several dimensions. He really should have some self-awareness. Aura shook her head and said, "Just now, when I used the time stop on him, Zhuang Wu was not affected. Instead, he was able to ignore the time stop and continue moving." "What?" Swaru's eyes widened as he stood up, as if he had heard something unbelievable. And indeed, it was incredible. This version of Zhuang Wu in this timeline should not have transformed into the masked knight yet. Even if he had, he should have no means to withstand the power of the time stop. Even if he is the king of time, that is in the future, not the present. But Aura had no reason to lie. Could it be that the day of the Demon King has come early? Swaru gazed out at the night sky. The fact that Zhuang Wu could disregard the control of time stop was honestly beyond his expectations. However, as long as Zhuang Wu had not transformed into the Demon King, there shouldn't be any major issues. Uru, feeling uneasy, stood beside Aura and said, "Hey Aura, what did you just say? The Demon King can be immune to time stop. Are you joking? The King of Time being stopped by time would indeed be a joke. When I saw it back then, I wanted to hit someone. This Time King is just too ridiculous. You have to understand the time stop ability is our ace in the hole. If it doesn't work on the Demon King, what kind of ace is that? What kind of Time Raider are we then?" They specifically chose a timeline where Zhuang Wu had not yet become king because they came from the future. But now to hear that the current Demon King cannot be controlled by time. Is this new generation of Demon King that powerful? Who is joking with you? Aura glared at Uru fiercely. Would she make such a joke? This? Uru anxiously rubbed his hands together. They dared to act as they did precisely because they found the current Demon King weak, but with Zhuang Wu from this era showing such unexpected abilities, he could no longer remain calm. Swaru took a sip of coffee and said, "Alright Uru, you don't need to be so nervous. After all, he is still not the Demon King. As long as we remember that, it's enough. As long as he's not the Demon King, we still have a chance. Just because he can't be stopped doesn't mean you need to be so anxious. You don't look like someone who can achieve great things at all." Uru merely shot a glance at Swaru, who was sitting there making light of the situation, not forgetting who stood up immediately upon hearing news of the Demon King. Now he had the audacity to lecture him. This was just too much pretense. Swaru seemed to see through Ura's thoughts and said, "Remember, our main goal now is to create a strong enemy that will allow the young Demon King to hone his skills. Given the situation, this is still a good thing. As long as we can fully draw out the power within Zhuang Wu, when the day of the Demon King arrives, it will be our opportunity to steal the Demon King's power." The next day, after having breakfast, Zhuang Wu headed to school. As he arrived at the school gate, a black luxury car drove up and parked at the entrance. The car door opened, and a young girl stepped out. With long black hair and striking red eyes, her adorable face and fair skin displayed breathtaking beauty and an air of nobility, unmistakably a refined young lady. Her name was Shirkong Hikari, and she was indeed a noble lady living a life free from financial worries. Her family was incredibly wealthy, with assets exceeding hundreds of millions, making money merely a string of numbers for her, so much that she couldn't even count it all. However, she was no mere ornament. As a noble lady, she excelled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She was also the captain of the archery club, ranking first in her grade and serving as the vice president of the student council. Shirkong Hikari, under the glow of multiple accolades, was truly radiant. If she weren't a year younger than Zhuang Wu and Kamakusa Yuki, she might have claimed the title of Light of Hikari High School. As Shirkong Hikari stepped out of the car, she was met with a chorus of voices from the surrounding students. "Look at Shirkong Hikari. Yes, it's rare to see her, and she still looks so beautiful. Hikari's demeanor is simply splendid. Whoever marries her will not only gain a perfect wife, but also inherit part of her family's wealth, ensuring a carefree life for generations." Listening to the students' discussions, Shirkong Hikari had long since grown accustomed to it, showing no change in her expression, happily accepting the praise, which she heard most every day. As everyone turned to look at Shirkong Hikari, only one figure faced away from her. She glanced at the silhouette entering the school gate and softly said, "Oh, isn't that Shubin-senpai?" Holding her bag, Shirkong Hikari quickened her pace, moving faster than Zhuang Wu, quickly catching up to him. Shirkong Hikari matched Zhuang Wu's pace and was the first to speak, saying, "Shubin-senpai, it's been a while." Shubin Zhuangwu didn't even glance at the girl beside him who reached only his shoulder. Unlike others who would be excited and nervous about Shirkong Hikari speaking to them, Shubin Zhuangwu remained calm, saying it's only been a vacation since we last met not that long. Let's talk again after graduation. To Shubin Zhuangwu, any beautiful girl was merely a red powder skeleton. In the end, he might still appear as he did at 18 or 19, while those former classmates of his were already grandmothers and grandfathers. Shirkong Hikari didn't mind Shubin Zhuangwu's words. You're still so humorous, Shubin-senpai. By the way, wasn't your dream to become a king? I wonder when that dream will come true. The dream of Shubin Zhuangwu to become a king was well known throughout the school. Back in the first year, their homeroom teacher, Nangong Natsuki, had asked the students to share their dreams, encouraging them to work hard for them. While others spoke of common dreams like becoming doctors, bosses, or astronauts, Shubin Zhuangwu declared, a dream is not some unattainable thing, it is reality, right beneath our feet. In the future I will ascend to the supreme throne and become the strongest because I was born to be a king. This statement, which sounded quite juvenile to everyone, astonished all, for when Shubin Zhuangwu uttered those words, the demonic power within him resonated, exuding an otherworldly aura of a ruler. No one in the class thought Shubin Zhuangwu was joking, rather it felt like he was simply stating a fact. However, as the aura of kingship faded, the others snapped back to reality and regarded his dream skeptically. Becoming a king was fundamentally unrealistic, a mere fantasy. In ancient times of war and chaos, one might become a king, but in today's peaceful society, surely that was a pipe dream. What they did not realize was that the king Shubin Zhuangwu spoke of was not on the same level as their conception of a king. In this era, a known king was one who controlled a piece of land, had generals, territory, and people under him. In contrast, the king Shubin Zhuangwu referred to was the king of nights, the ceiling of all time and space, capable of turning a living planet into a dead star within seconds with a mere wave of his hand and erasing it from the universe, entirely a different league. Ordinary people could not understand this, so Shubin Zhuangwu merely expressed his thoughts and stated facts. Whether others believed it or not was irrelevant to him, as he did not live by others' opinions. Shubin Zhuangwu turned to Shirkong Hikari and asked, are you interested in my aspiration to become a king? Shirkong Hikari nodded yes, because it's my first time hearing such an interesting dream, especially coming from you. I want to know if you will truly become a king. When she first heard someone mention Shubin Zhuangwu's dream, Shirkong Hikari was curious about what kind of person could say such things. Then in their second year, she finally met him and continued to inquire about his deeds. It was said that Shubin Zhuangwu had once served as the student council president during the second half of his first year, but eventually resigned from the position, with the former vice president taking over. As for the reason, Shubin Zhuangwu had never explained, perhaps only the principal knew. In any case, Shubin Zhuangwu also had a legendary aura in the school, with a popularity that was in no way inferior to hers. Speaking of which, Shirkong Hikari's fame was largely attributed to the Shirkong family. When people mentioned her, they often thought of the Shirkong family behind her rather than her own achievements. You will see it when the time comes. After that, the two parted ways. Shubin Zhuangwu headed to the senior building, while Shirkong Hikari went to her class in the second year. As Shubin Zhuangwu entered the classroom, everyone paused for a moment to glance at him before resuming their own activities. Without stopping, Shubin Zhuangwu walked toward his seat, where Ichino's Chizu, with her two braided pigtails and oversized glasses, was already sitting. Their eyes met for a brief moment. Shubin Zhuangwu was unfazed, but Ichino's Chizu quickly lowered her head. What a fool, why is he looking at me so openly? If Shubin Zhuangwu had heard Ichino's Chizu's thoughts, he would surely be speechless. Did he need to look around while walking to his seat? Besides, if she hadn't looked first, he wouldn't have bothered to look at her. At noon, Shubin Zhuangwu bought a bread and a box of milk for lunch and went up to the rooftop. On the rooftop of the highest floor, the area was vast and empty, with very few people visiting. However, before Shubin Zhuangwu arrived, two girls were seated on a bench. One of them had an average appearance, while the other sported a hairstyle reminiscent of a warrior adorned with a black butterfly ribbon and boasted a striking beauty particularly accentuated by her ample bosom. Sougo Tokiwa paid them little mind and walked straight to the edge of the rooftop, resting his arms on the railing, eating bread and gazing into the distance as the gentle breeze blew. On the bench, one of the girls with an average appearance gestured to Nino Nakano, saying, "Nino, look, that's Sougo Tokiwa the senior." Sougo Tokiwa, the one hailed as one of the children of light by the school. Nino Nakano looked at Sougo Tokiwa in surprise, as she was a transfer student and had just arrived at this school with her four other sisters yesterday at the start of the term. Before coming to this school, they had done their homework online, so they naturally knew that the two shining stars of Hikari no Mori School were the most popular and had to meet certain academic standards to earn their titles. The title of Child of Light was not awarded every year. It had been several years since it was last bestowed before Sougo Tokiwa and Yukari Ajikubo were recognized as such. The previous students had not been exceptional enough to represent the school, leaving the title vacant until the emergence of Sougo Tokiwa and Yukari Ajikubo, who were granted the honor. To have a high school ranked among the top in the nation earn such a title is indeed a significant honor, as it indicates the school's recognition of one's excellence and a bright future ahead. The girl with an average appearance nodded, saying, "Yes, that's him. Isn't he handsome?" "Well, he is indeed quite handsome," Nino Nakano replied, her gaze lingering on Sougo Tokiwa's profile, momentarily entranced. Though she had seen handsome boys before, looking at Sougo Tokiwa made her feel that all the ones she had encountered previously paled in comparison. It wasn't that Sougo Tokiwa was breathtakingly handsome, rather it was the captivating aura he exuded that drew her in. Nino. Nino. The girl with an average appearance waved her hand in front of Nino Nakano. Nino, not having heard the girl, clearly snapped back to reality and asked, what is it? The girl with an average appearance covered her mouth and giggled, saying, Hee Nino, you're not falling for Shago-senpai, are you? Nino Nakano's face flushed red as she hurriedly waved her hands in denial, saying, no way. Love at first sight is just a myth. Is that so? But Shago-senpai is quite popular at school. If I had your looks and figure, I would definitely pursue him. Unfortunately, I don't possess the outstanding qualities you have, Nino. The girl with an average appearance sighed. She was quite envious of Sougo Tokiwa, but she knew her own limitations. Someone like him was beyond her reach. There were many who were far more exceptional than her, all of whom had been turned down by Sougo Tokiwa. She had even heard that the other child of light, Yukari Ajikubo, seemed to have a liking for him, though there was no confirmation. Before long after the two girls departed, only Sougo Tokiwa remained on the rooftop. The time traveler has also appeared, which means the emergence of the aberrant knights should occur within the next couple of days. Although I am currently at the second tier and do not need the corresponding knight's driver to defeat them, I still cannot be sure if I need to collect all the driver heads to transform into the Ohma Zi-O, so to be safe, I must gather the knight driver heads. Sougo Tokiwa thought for a moment the aberrant knights would appear in the coming days, and the knight driver heads needed to be obtained from the corresponding Kamen Rider users. However, Sougo Tokiwa had no idea where those individuals were. He would ask Woz when he appeared. Sougo Tokiwa approached the stairway intending to leave the rooftop, but as he stepped down the first stair, he sensed a wavelength of a monster appearing in his mind. What is this feeling? With the wavelength of the monster, Sougo Tokiwa pinpointed its location in his mind. What special ability is this? I can sense monsters. Sougo Tokiwa was puzzled by this suddenly manifested ability. It was rather extraordinary, but ultimately he attributed it to the powers he gained from the Ohma power. The Ohma power encompasses a series of wondrous abilities related to time destruction and creation, yet Sougo Tokiwa had only scratched the surface of its potential. However, he believed that as he continued to grow stronger, the capabilities of the Ohma power would extend far beyond this. Sougo Tokiwa stepped outside the school gate, took out the assault driver head, activated it, and tossed it to the ground, transforming it into a motorcycle meant for a Kamen Rider. Putting on the helmet, he rode the motorcycle at a speed exceeding 200 kilometers per hour. Is it an aberrant knight, or is it an Amazon? Sougo Tokiwa thought that the only monsters that could appear were either aberrant knights or the previously encountered Amazons, as these were the only two he could think of. Using the environmental scanning device of the assault driver, he could regularly scan and capture the terrain, structure, road conditions, and moving objects within a 5-kilometer radius, allowing Sougo Tokiwa to avoid danger in advance and safely weave through crowds at top speed to reach the incident site. Approximately 10 minutes later, Sougo Tokiwa arrived at the location of the sensed presence, which was now deserted due to the monster's attack. The entire street was empty, and there were no corpses. Yet Sougo Tokiwa could sense that something must have happened here. As he walked slowly, a sudden piercing sound rang out, followed by a golden feather tail that coiled around him from the left side. Without even looking, Sougo Tokiwa summoned the time limit sword to his left hand and raised it to block the incoming golden feather tail, which quickly retreated. In the mirror, Sougo Tokiwa observed as the feather tail returned to the rippling world within the mirror. This surprised him, as he did not expect this monster to be within the mirror, just like him, who remained in the mirror world. Then a creature resembling a bright red phoenix, no more like a wild chicken, appeared in the mirror, leaping out. It was the mirror monster Jinpu Raijin, a phoenix-type monster capable of flying at speeds of up to 580 kilometers per hour, and it could also spit high-temperature fireballs from its mouth. Chick! At that moment, a furious voice emerged, and Aoi Kamen and Tsukuyami appeared 10 meters in front of Sougo Tokiwa. Having come searching for the monster, Aoi Kamen was enraged to encounter Sougo Tokiwa, again causing his anger to manifest in a loud roar. Chick, are you not annoyed? Sougo Tokiwa scratched his ear, finding it quite enough for Aoi Kamen to shout his name upon meeting him. Humph. Aoi Kamen snorted coldly, no longer looking at Sougo Tokiwa, his attention drawn to Jinpu Raijin. Kamen, this is a monster, right? Aoi Kamen nodded, saying yes, it's a monster, but it seems different from the man-eating one we encountered before. It doesn't appear to be as vicious. In the future, Sougo Tokiwa would become Ohma Zi-O, using his absolute strength to destroy the world, leading to the absence of monsters and new Kamen Riders. Thus, in the future, Aoi Kamen and Tsukuyami, born after this event, had never actually witnessed a real monster apart from those found in historical records. You're mistaken there, Kamenkin. Woz appeared beside Aoi Kamen silently and without notice. Was you scoundrel? Seeing Woz, Gates of Mingguang Academy frowned and immediately distanced himself from him along with Tsukuyami, for Woz is a person of the Time King, and getting too close to him brings no benefit. Tsukuyami, however, curiously asked, Woz, what did you just mean? Woz explained, this strange creature is called the Mirror Monster. It is an enemy of Kamen Rider Ryuki, and like Amazon, it also feeds on humans. Mirror Monster. Gates of Mingguang Academy didn't expect that the seemingly normal Jin Feng Thunder could also prey on humans. It was supposed to be a creature from 2002, why is it appearing in 2018? This was also something Woz couldn't fathom, and there was no mention of mirror monsters appearing in the history of the demon realm. Perhaps it was a remnant creature. Only this explanation makes sense as to why a creature from 2002 would continue to appear in this era. The one who just attacked me was you, right? Let's see what kind of performance a monster hiding behind a mirror can put on. Tokiwa Sougo discarded the time limit sword to the side, then took out the time driver with his left hand and held the Time King watch with his right. Henshin. Tokiwa Sougo placed the watch head into the driver and spun it while in front of him Jinfeng Thunder shot a fireball towards him. Boom. A violent explosion sounded, and the flames from the fireball engulfed a 10-meter radius around Tokiwa Sougo, roaring fiercely, the intense heat seeming to suck the air around them dry, making it hard to breathe. Gates of Mingguang Academy and Tsukuyami hurriedly retreated and lay flat on the ground, while Waz had already fled using that special scarf. Gates of Mingguang Academy lay on the ground watching the spreading flames, unable to help but exclaim, "Hiss, this guy has such powerful force. Where's the Time King? It can't be." However, before Tsukuyami could finish her sentence, a transformation sound effect was heard. Rider time. Kamen Rider Zi-O. Tokiwa Sougo transformed into Kamen Rider Zi-O, emerged unscathed from the flames, almost instantly appearing before Jinfeng Thunder and landing a punch on his face, knocking him back several steps. Seeing this, Jinfeng Thunder retreated a few steps and then dove into a nearby mirror. Because mirror monsters can only survive in the mirror world and cannot stay in the real world for long without dying. Nanny. He ran into the mirror. Gates of Mingguang Academy approached the mirror, constantly feeling around it, as if searching for some mechanism, but all he encountered was the smooth surface of the mirror. Mirror monsters are species that live in mirrors. There's no need to be so surprised. Waz leisurely stood beside Tokiwa Sougo and said to Gates of Mingguang Academy, then glanced at Tokiwa Sougo, "Your Majesty, it seems that letting him escape means that even you cannot enter the mirror world." Tokiwa Sougo replied nonchalantly, "That may not be the case. If he attacks me, even if he runs to the ends of the earth, he cannot escape. Only hell is his true destination." Your Majesty. Just as Waz showed a puzzled expression, Tokiwa Sougo placed his hand on a reflective glass surface, a faint glow covering it, and then he dove in. Nanny, the Time King can actually enter too. Gates of Mingguang Academy approached the glass where Tokiwa Sougo had entered, feeling the smooth surface of the glass, wondering if it wasn't about touching with his hands, but rather using his body to enter. After thinking for a second, Gates of Mingguang Academy, like Tokiwa Sougo, directly charged at the glass, but to his astonishment, he actually shattered the glass. Hiss. Gates of Mingguang Academy got up from the ground, frowning as he approached Waz, and said, "Hey, what's going on? Why can the Time King enter, but I cannot?" Waz shook his head and said, "To be honest, I'm quite surprised that your Majesty can truly enter the mirror world. Oh, perhaps this is the power of a king. Look, that's the Time King with that mirror monster." Suddenly, Tsukuyami saw the figures of Tokiwa Sougo and Jinfeng Thunder in the nearby glass, although not very clear. It was indeed confirmed to be the two of them. We can actually see them. Gates of Mingguang Academy also focused on the glass, indeed, able to see the Time King and the monster inside. Waz looked at the sun overhead and speculated, it should be due to the refraction of light that allows us to see a glimpse of the mirror world. Tokiwa Sougo and Jinfeng Thunder stood facing each other. Suddenly, Jinfeng Thunder was the first to launch an attack, the two tail feathers behind him extending rapidly from both sides, wrapping around Tokiwa Sougo's arms. Then pulling him towards himself, Tokiwa Sougo did not resist, but instead charged towards Jinfeng Thunder. Huh. Tokiwa Sougo let out a low grunt, almost instantaneously arriving before him, raising a foot to strike Jinfeng Thunder in the chest. Jinfeng Thunder winced, instantly retreating a few steps. After regaining his balance, Jinfeng Thunder advanced, tightening his fist to strike Tokiwa Sougo. Tokiwa Sougo stepped back to evade, grabbing the tail feather wrapped around his wrist and pulling it towards him. Jinfeng Thunder was immediately pulled off balance by Tokiwa Sougo's strength, stumbling toward him. Tokiwa Sougo clenched his fists tightly, and as Jinfeng Thunder stumbled toward him, he unleashed a flurry of punches at incredible speed, finally pressing the fingertips of his right hand against Jinfeng Thunder's chest, unleashing a burst of power that doubled the damage. Jinfeng Thunder was sent flying 2 meters into the air, crashing against the wall several dozen meters away, and after a second, he slid down to the ground. So impressive is this the Time King. His close combat ability is astonishingly exceptional. In the real world, Tsukuyami gazed in awe at Tokiwa Sougo in the mirror world. Tokiwa Sougo slowly approached Jinfeng Thunder with cat-like steps. The recent attack had clearly taken half his life. Seeing how Jinfeng Thunder staggered back 2 steps to lean against the wall, it was clear that he was at the end of his rope. "Don't rush, or I will send you to the afterlife now." Tokiwa Sougo pressed the button on the Time King watch. Finish time. As Tokiwa Sougo was about to press the time driver again, a wave of metallic feathers shot towards him from behind, densely packed. Tokiwa Sougo barely sensed it and turned around only to be struck by the feathers. A large amount of sparks exploded from Tokiwa Sougo's knight armor. Moi. After stepping back a few steps, Tokiwa Sougo steadied himself and looked behind him, where a monster very similar to Jinfeng Thunder stood, holding a battle axe with a ring of feathers above its head. The previous attack had come from it. This guy is of the same type as the one that attacked me. Judging by its appearance, it was about 70 to 80% similar to Jinfeng Thunder. Another one. Just after seeing Jinfeng Storm, another Jinfeng Thunder-like creature appeared on his left, but its body was colored teal, and its claws were extremely sharp, presumably used as weapons. 3 strange beings. You do observe the scene projected in the mirror world through the glass behind Changban Zhuangwu was the injured Jinfeng Leitang, struck by a series of combos, while ahead lay Jinfeng Fengbao, and to the right was Jinfeng Huanying. Suddenly 2 more appeared at once, turning the situation on its head, and it was uncertain whether Shirwang could handle it. Wait, why am I worried about Shirwang? He is the Ruthless Demon King, better off dead in this situation. A nice thought, but you do knew that Changbin Zhuangwu would certainly not die. He was the Demon King who nearly annihilated humanity in the future. How could he possibly perish here? It was unclear whether he would annihilate the enemy or escape in disgrace. Mingguanjuan Gates crossed his arms and coldly remarked, 3 strange beings, even Shirwang would definitely not be a match for them. He could see that each strange being was formidable, not mere cannon fodder. Currently Shirwang was neither the Ohma Shirwang, nor did he have any other knight armor forms activated. He was merely in a basic form. Perhaps he could win unknown, but against 3 it was impossible. No, the power of His Majesty the Demon King is beyond our comprehension. Perhaps he will surprise us, was said. After all, he was Kamen Rider Shirwang, destined to be king. How could he be defeated by 3 mirror monsters? You certainly have a lot of confidence in him. Mingguanjuan Gates looked at Waz with hostility. This guy was just a traitor, cowardly, having defected to Ohma Shirwang, who surprisingly accepted him. It was truly perplexing. Waz glanced at Mingguanjuan Gates and shook his head slightly. It's not that I have confidence in him. If he cannot defeat the enemy, then he wouldn't be a king. Had it been at first when Changbin Zhuangwu faced this situation, Waz might not have been so calm. But after witnessing Changbin Zhuangwu's excellence, Waz could believe that these mere 3 mirror monsters posed no threat to him. Mingguanjuan Gates squinted his eyes and chose to ignore Waz. To be honest, although he didn't want to admit it, he had to acknowledge that Shirwang's strength was formidable. Anyone who could become king in the future, no matter the era, should not be underestimated. In the last battle, Mingguanjuan Gates underestimated Changbin Zhuangwu, thinking he was just an ordinary high school student living in a peaceful era. But Mingguanjuan Gates was a true resistance fighter who had experienced war and survived to defeating an ordinary high school student, as Shirwang should have been easy, but he ended up failing. Who would have thought that a seemingly unremarkable Changbin Zhuangwu would be so agile and possess such extraordinary combat awareness, especially as if he had practiced martial arts? Thus Mingguanjuan Gates suffered a crushing defeat. This made Mingguanjuan Gates seethe with anger inside, vowing that next time he would not fail so easily. In the mirror world, Changbin Zhuangwu looked at the 3 mirror monsters. With 2 reinforcements arriving, the situation looks unfavorable for me. Yet despite saying that Changbin Zhuangwu stood there unfazed, the enemy's imposing presence did not intimidate him at all. Since it's 3 against 1, I'll send one of them to their end first. That shouldn't be too much to ask. With that, Changbin Zhuangwu focused his gaze back on the injured Jinfeng Leitang. He took the already activated Shirwang driving dial off the driver and placed it into the groove of the time limit sword he held. Zi-O. Giri Giri slash. After pressing the attack button on the limit sword, a deep and powerful sound effect emanated from the sword. Then the blade glowed with pink light. Facing Jinfeng Leitang, Changbin Zhuangwu pushed off the ground with his right foot, and with a powerful stomp, he launched himself at Jinfeng Leitang at high speed. The other 2 Jinfeng saw this and also rushed forward, but they were already at a distance from Changbin Zhuangwu, and their running speed could not match his, making it impossible for them to catch up. At that moment, Jinfeng Leitang's heart raced as he felt Changbin Zhuangwu's gaze upon him, especially when he saw the glowing sword in Changbin Zhuangwu's hand. He was taken aback and was about to gather energy to unleash a fireball. In the next moment, Changbin Zhuangwu closed the distance in an instant from dozens of meters away. In Jinfeng Leitang's bewildered gaze, the blade of the time limit sword touched his chest, and a silver clock image spread out from around the 2 before vanishing. Changbin Zhuangwu had already brushed past Jinfeng Leitang, standing a few meters away with his back turned to him. The other 2 mirror monsters running towards Changbin Zhuangwu also came to a halt. At that moment, Jinfeng Leitang, standing still, glanced at the clean cut on his body, still not reacting, when suddenly, with a loud bang, he exploded on the spot. A burst of flames shot up 10 meters high, engulfing the surrounding area, and the explosion's flames also caught Changbin Zhuangwu in their midst. But this was merely the flames from the explosion, causing not a scratch on Changbin Zhuangwu, perhaps just warming him a bit. Turning around, looking at the other 2 mirror monsters, Changbin Zhuangwu gazed at Jinfeng Bao, the one who had just ambushed him. The next one would be sent to meet the previous fiery turkey. With that thought, Changbin Zhuangwu stepped towards Jinfeng Bao. The 2 mirror monsters exchanged glances and charged towards Changbin Zhuangwu simultaneously. Jinfeng Huanying even transformed into bird mode after running a few steps. His speed was 20 km per hour faster than Jinfeng Leitang, reaching 600 km per hour. Thus, Jinfeng Huanying, having just completed his bird form, almost instantly soared above Changbin Zhuangwu, diving down. Even though Changbin Zhuangwu's eyes had just caught sight of him, his body was somewhat slow to react, and he was immediately seized by Jinfeng Huanying and shot into the sky. This guy? Changbin Zhuangwu realized what Jinfeng Huanying was planning as he was lifted off the ground. This guy wanted to take him high into the sky and then release him to let him crash down. Meanwhile, the mirror monster below that could unleash a barrage of feather attacks would assault him midair, executing a combined attack technique. He never expected such coordination, which was somewhat surprising. Naturally, Changbin Zhuangwu, being carried up, would not sit idly by. He delivered a heavy knee strike to Jinfeng Huanying's abdomen, causing him to let out a cry of pain. Then Jinfeng Huanying released Changbin Zhuangwu, and at the moment of release, Changbin Zhuangwu delivered a sword strike with the time limit sword to Jinfeng Huanying's chest. Jinfeng Huanying was sent tumbling backwards, but he managed to regain his balance and flew away after adjusting his body, leaving Changban Zhuangwu to plummet from over a kilometer high. Changban Zhuangwu calmly looked down. His pink compound eyes could clearly see that the feathers from Jin Feng Leitang's head were ready to be unleashed. When Changban Zhuangwu fell 500 meters, the feathers were released in waves from Jin Feng Leitang's head. Hundreds of specially made feathers were aimed at Changban Zhuangwu as they shot towards him. TCH, do you think I can't move in the air and am an easy target? You're underestimating me. Changban Zhuangwu showed no signs of panic. His heart remained calm and serene. This was merely a trivial matter. As a king, how could he react with exaggerated surprise like the Changban Zhuangwu from the original story? That would truly lack the demeanor of a king. Perhaps someone would ask why he didn't use his second form to deal with these guys. Changban Zhuangwu's answer would be, have you ever seen an adult step on an ant just because they saw it walking on the ground? In midair, unable to move, Changban Zhuangwu glanced at the sword in his hand. He then twisted his waist, grasped the sword handle with both hands, and quickly spun himself several times in the falling air before pointing the sword tip straight at the ground. A powerful pulling force instantly pulled Changban Zhuangwu downward. At the moment of being attacked by feathers, Changban Zhuangwu was taken away from the ground. He had just been on by the time limit sword, cutting down the time it would normally take to land by more than half. With a crash, Changban Zhuangwu struck the ground with the time limit sword, creating a gaping hole as dust flew everywhere. This guy, in the reality of the Mingguang Institute gates, was almost pressed against the glass, watching in disbelief as Changban Zhuangwu exceeded his expectations. First by instantly killing the initial one, and then attacking with three together, even the Time King would be forced to react. However, by prioritizing the elimination of an injured opponent, the task would become significantly easier. Then in midair, using the pulling force from the spinning sword, he managed to reverse the inevitable result of being hit by the mirror monster's feathers, which astonished Gates for an entire year. If the roles were reversed, Gates asked himself whether he could perform as excellently as Changban Zhuangwu in such a short time. He might even find himself surrounded and knocked unconscious by the three mirror monsters. This is the gap. Gates couldn't help but clench his fist, and then release it, feeling Changban Zhuangwu's strength more intuitively from the outside. If he had previously complained that his carelessness allowed Changban Zhuangwu to gain the upper hand, now seeing Changban Zhuangwu face three mirror monsters with calm composure, he resolved the crisis in a short time. Such judgment reflected the importance of intellect, something Gates knew he could not replicate. So impressive. Yudu stared wide-eyed, surprised by how formidable the young Time King was. Looking back at Gates from the Mingguang Institute, yesterday's defeat was not without reason. Shaking his head and casting aside distracting thoughts, Yudu continued to watch the scene projected on the glass. As the dust settled, the time limit sword was embedded halfway into the ground. Changban Zhuangwu knelt on one knee, pressing his palms on the sword handle, looking remarkably cool. For a moment, Yudu stared blankly at the Kamen Rider Time King, as if he could see the internal Changban Zhuangwu through the armor. But suddenly the glass showed nothing but reflections. Yudu banged on the glass anxiously, saying, "What's going on? Why can't I see anything in the mirror world?" Just when it was getting exciting, it suddenly cut off. Oh, no one could tolerate that. I can't see anything either. Gates from the Mingguang Institute looked at the glass in surprise. He could see his own reflection clearly, but Changban Zhuangwu in the mirror world was nowhere to be seen. Only Waz looked up at the now-moved sun and said, "It's already afternoon. The sun has shifted. Without sunlight, naturally, we can't see the scene inside." Gates frowned slightly. If they couldn't see, then they couldn't see. Now they had to wait for the Time King to come out to know the result in the mirror world. Changban Zhuangwu stood up from his kneeling position, grasped the sword handle, and raised it diagonally toward the ground. "I must say, you two have some brains and understand how to coordinate attacks very good. However, you're about to die." After saying this, Changban Zhuangwu charged at the two mirror monsters after a brief flash of brilliance in his pink compound eyes. The two mirror monsters hadn't anticipated that Changban Zhuangwu could survive a desperate situation. It was truly beyond their expectation. But at this point, they didn't think too much and charged out as well, not believing that two could not defeat one. And indeed, at the moment Changban Zhuangwu made contact with the two mirror monsters, he unleashed the sword techniques he had learned before. With a slash against the Golden Phoenix Phantom, as the right-sided Golden Phoenix Storm swung an axe at him, Changban Zhuangwu seized the right wrist of the retreating Golden Phoenix Phantom, pulling it towards himself while hiding in front of the Golden Phoenix Phantom. Bang! The axe struck forcefully against the back of the Golden Phoenix Phantom, knocking it to the ground. The Golden Phoenix Storm looked in shock at the Golden Phoenix Phantom it had accidentally harmed. Raising its head again, it saw a foot almost within reach, then closed its eyes and staggered back a few steps, its head buzzing. As the Golden Phoenix Storm was bewildered, it didn't waste time. It charged forward in a few quick steps, executing an shaped attack on its chest. Finally, it was kicked away by Changban Zhuangwu with a charged kick, flying 20 to 30 meters and crashing into a large tree. Behind the Golden Phoenix Phantom swung a circular weapon towards Changban Zhuangwu's back. Without looking, Changban Zhuangwu blocked it with his sword from his right shoulder, producing a sharp, clanging sound upon impact. Changban Zhuangwu immediately turned around, using his sword to knock the Golden Phoenix Phantom's weapon aside. "Since you're eager to die, let's change the order of things." After saying this, Changban Zhuangwu discarded the time limit sword with his right hand and punched the Golden Phoenix Phantom in the chest. The Golden Phoenix Phantom immediately blocked the punch, but before it could celebrate, Changban Zhuangwu's retracted fist struck out again. This time the Golden Phoenix Phantom staggered back 2 steps, and Changban Zhuangwu followed slowly. Furious at Changpan Zhuang's ease, the Golden Phoenix Phantom extended its right arm and threw a punch forward. Changpan Zhuangwu tilted his upper body back, calmly dodging it, then landed a punch on the Golden Phoenix Phantom's face, knocking it back 2 steps again. After retreating 2 steps, the Golden Phoenix Phantom felt a burning pain on its face. Just as it prepared to retaliate, its chest was struck heavily by Changpan Zhuangwu, sending it flying backward. What's wrong? Is this all you've got? Changpan Zhuangwu stood with his right foot forward and left foot back half-turned towards the Golden Phoenix Phantom towering over it, at nearly 2 meters in height, his disdainful demeanor fully evident. Seeing this, the Golden Phoenix Phantom was furious. It jumped up, trying to leap over Changpan Zhuang's head to attack from behind. It couldn't believe that such a fast attack would be reacted to by Changpan Zhuangwu. However, the reality surprised it. Just as it jumped above Changpan Zhuangwu grabbed its foot and flung it forward. Finish time. As the Golden Phoenix Phantom was forcefully thrown by Changpan Zhuangwu, he pressed the reinserted device on the Time King's control panel. In midair at 30 meters high, Changpan Zhuangwu extended his right foot and flew towards the fallen Golden Phoenix Phantom with a fierce kick. Time break. Pink characters surrounded the Golden Phoenix Phantom, flying into Changpan Zhuang's foot. The next moment, Changpan Zhuangwu was more than a meter off the ground, his right foot striking the still-down Golden Phoenix Phantom, creating a trench as the impact drove it along the ground. Finally, Changpan Zhuangwu released his right foot, and the Golden Phoenix Phantom exploded after being sent flying over 10 meters. Only one left. Ignoring the dazzling fireworks in front of him, Changpan Zhuangwu turned to approach the remaining mirror monster. The last Golden Phoenix Storm, seeing Changpan Zhuangwu approach step by step, turned and fled without hesitation. Knowing when to retreat is wise, but thinking you can escape after appearing before me. The path has narrowed. Changpan Zhuangwu continued walking when suddenly everything around him froze, the flames from the explosion of the Golden Phoenix Phantom behind him becoming a still background. The fleeing Golden Phoenix Storm was caught mid-stride, left foot forward, right foot back, slightly off the ground, frozen in place. Time stop. Changpan Zhuangwu used the power of time to hold the Golden Phoenix Storm motionless. With a stretch of his right hand towards the time limit sword that had been thrown onto the ground earlier, the sword trembled, as if sensing his call, then soared into the air, its hilt flying directly into the hand of Changpan Zhuangwu. Stopping in his tracks, Changpan Zhuangwu took off the time control device's head and placed it into the groove he had already transformed into the time limit gun. Turning sideways, he held the gun with one hand, aiming it at the Golden Phoenix Storm. Time charge. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 0 time. Sure shot. An energy bullet shot out from the muzzle, accompanied by the visual image of the character Zi-O. As it approached the Golden Phoenix Storm, time resumed, and the energy bullet struck the back of the Golden Phoenix Storm, exploding without fail. Flames erupted one after another. Thus, a total of 3 mirror monsters were annihilated in the hands of Changpan Zhuangwu. If the Golden Phoenix Thunder still lived and could speak, it would surely roar 2 against 1, and yet you were counter-killed. Can you even fight, huh? Arriving in front of a piece of glass, Changpan Zhuangwu entered it, and subsequently appeared in the real world. However, Mingguanjuan Gates was still standing in front of the glass from which Changpan Zhuangwu emerged, and was knocked dazed by the sudden appearance of Changpan Zhuangwu. Changpan Zhuangwu frowned as he looked at Mingguanjuan Gates, who had fallen to the ground and deactivated the night system, revealing his handsome visage. Gates. Yuedu hurried over to help Gates up. It must have hurt from the collision. Changpan Zhuangwu couldn't care less and turned to leave. Time King. Mingguanjuan Gates shouted from behind Changpan Zhuangwu, but the latter ignored him and continued on his path. Feeling somewhat awkward as Changpan Zhuangwu did not respond, Mingguanjuan Gates continued. I will not give up. Time King, I will personally defeat you. If you have the courage, come at me, but be prepared, for you might become the only living person in the entire world who is a negative survivor. Changpan Zhuangwu turned his face slightly, his expression neutral, casting a glance at Mingguanjuan Gates from the corner of his eye before continuing forward. If Mingguanjuan Gates continued his futile provocations, Changpan Zhuangwu would not hesitate to let him be born in the future and die in the present. The king's dignity was not to be trifled with. Negative survivor. Hearing Changpan Zhuangwu's words, Mingguanjuan Gates was momentarily at a loss. However, was understood and chuckled as he looked at Mingguanjuan Gates, explaining, Gates gun, a negative survivor means you come from the future. If you die in the present, you would be the first person in the history of all timelines to live a life of negatives, born in 2050 and die in 2018. After saying this, was jogged to catch up with Changpan Zhuangwu. This, Mingguanjuan Gates was speechless as he watched the retreating figure of Changpan Zhuangwu and took a deep breath, saying, I do not wish to be a negative survivor, but rather a savior. Wait for it, Time King, I will thoroughly defeat you. Was, who caught up with Changpan Zhuangwu, maintained a distance of 2 steps behind and said, truly deserving of being the Demon King, your strength is formidable. You actually took care of 3 mirror monsters of considerable strength. Is taking down 3 monsters really that surprising? Changpan Zhuangwu turned to look at Was behind him, his expression betraying disdain. Taking down 3 monsters was nothing noteworthy. Looking at Waz's fawning expression, was this guy's understanding really that shallow? Being called out by Changpan Zhuangwu, Was smiled awkwardly. Internally he thought, isn't it worth being surprised that one person took down 3 mirror monsters of considerable strength in just a few minutes? It was indeed strange. If it were the Time King of the future, crushing mirror monsters with one hand wouldn't be surprising at all. Yet now this was Changpan Zhuangwu who had only transformed 2 or 3 times, exhibiting such formidable power. Furthermore, his base form was not a power-crushing type, leaving Woz utterly astonished. If he knew what Woz was thinking, Changpan Zhuangwu would merely smile faintly. He was a person who had prepared for now long ago. That Knight's system merely amplified his power, defense, and all physical qualities. It would not hinder Changpan Zhuangwu's movements, rather it made them more fluid, allowing him to perform actions that would be exceedingly difficult for the human body effortlessly. Thus it was quite normal for Changpan Zhuangwu, who trained daily to enhance his physique and learn combat skills and swordsmanship, to eliminate his enemies without suffering injuries just now. He was not like the little Demon King from the original work, who was merely a high school student before becoming the Time King. Changpan Zhuangwu aimed to control everything in his hands. Over the 10 years since his crossing, he had shaped himself into a true king. An existence embodying composure, erudition, calmness, maturity, efficiency, and elegance, unshakable by any circumstance. He would be a true king. Transforming into the Time King and battling enemies, he reveled in the exhilarating sensation of looking down from above, watching as countless challengers fell one after another mercilessly and inevitably, becoming an existence that the entire world would look up to. Mature and powerful, he resembled a deity, and the pride of a king filled Changpan Zhuangwu's heart. After a moment of silence, was asked, "Your Majesty, are you not curious about who I truly am, why I am before you, why I call you your Majesty, and why I hold you in such high regard?" Changpan Zhuangwu replied without changing his expression, "It matters not. If you have any ulterior motives, I will meet them hidden. If you are sincere, you will be under my protection." Changpan Zhuangwu knew that although Woz called him your Majesty, his true loyalty was to the real Demon King, who operated from the shadows, not this false king. Woz was not one of his people yet. When the time came that he truly became one, Changpan Zhuangwu would naturally accept him. For now, both had their own calculations in mind. Woz was taken aback by Changpan Zhuangwu's unperturbed demeanor. What had happened to this Demon King? The book in his hand recorded that although Changpan Zhuangwu claimed he wanted to become a king, he was merely an ordinary high school student, in this world a middle school youth with lofty dreams of kingship, whose grades were barely passing and could only be described as mediocre. But now this Changpan Zhuangwu was so calm that it was frightening, his strength astonishingly powerful, utterly unlike a student living within a tranquil campus. What had transpired? Or was the script he held, oh no, the timeline of the demon's descent, a fabrication? Woz chuckled awkwardly, saying, "Your Majesty, I assure you I am sincere, because I am your vassal from the future, and of course I am also your vassal in the present." Then Woz informed Changpan Zhuangwu of his origins and why he had come here. Changpan Zhuangwu listened without showing any emotion. He had only seen it before, but there would surely be discrepancies, and he wasn't fully aware. Now hearing it, he understood quite a bit about the future. Of course the future is the future, and the present is the present. The future does not equal him, for the future was inhabited, was already different from the present Changpan Zhuangwu. As he spoke, he observed the changes in Shobunzo's expression, and seeing the unchanged look on Shobunzo's face, was felt increasingly alarmed. This Demon King is beyond my expectations. It's impossible to discern what he is thinking. His mental fortitude is so great that his emotions do not betray him, making it utterly terrifying. If it weren't for Shobunzo's youthful appearance, Woz would almost believe that the one standing beside him is the ruthless, domineering old Demon King. Is that so? The future me, who is reviled by everyone, yet lives cautiously under my own Majesty, the most wicked and incompetent Demon King. Is it really so? Huh? Shobunzo revealed a fleeting cold smile, saying, "The future. As a king, my future is changing every day. There is no fixed future because the entirety of it is written by me." Woz cautiously looked at Shobunzo and asked, "Your Majesty, it seems you harbor no great aversion to becoming a Demon King. Generally one would find it hard to accept becoming a merciless executioner in the future, right? What is there to be averse to? Whether I am a benevolent king or a Demon King, it is all a choice of mine, Shobunzo, because it is merely a matter of my thoughts. Those weaker than me have no right to boast before me, for they will only meet their demise. By the way, the monster I just fought was dealt with by Kamen Rider Ryoki, right?" Shobunzo only had some impression of the mirror monsters from Ryoki, as only those from Ryoki could enter the mirror world. Woz nodded yes. Then how could a monster dealt with by Ryoki over a decade ago appear at this moment? This left Shobunzo perplexed. While the man-eating Amazon could be understood, what about the monster from Ryoki? I am not quite sure either. Perhaps Kamen Rider Ryoki did not eliminate all the mirror monsters, and some have been hiding and surviving until now. Woz had previously flipped through the history of the Ohma game, but had never seen any mention of mirror monsters from Ryoki appearing. It seems that the future book you have is not necessarily very accurate. Shobunzo finished speaking with a blank expression and took a step forward, walking in front of Woz, indicating clearly that he no longer wished to speak. Woz remained in place, unsure of what to say, simply staring blankly at the back of Shobunzo. He then carefully examined the black book in his hand, which clearly detailed the journey of Shobunzo transforming into the Ohma game king in his youth, along with his personality and preferences. Why does what is written in this book differ so greatly from the person before me? Woz blinked a couple of times, feeling somewhat blank. The book clearly described him as kind, optimistic, and helpful. Although he spoke of becoming a king, he still appeared to be the type of good youth eager to assist others. But the current Shobunzo's personality is in stark contrast to the description. He clearly resembles the old Demon King, and it's absurd that he thought this version of Shobunzo from this era would be easier to get along with. Furthermore, why is there no mention of the mirror monsters and the Amazon? Who altered this book? Was it the old Demon King who portrayed the young Shobunzo so beautifully, while deliberately hiding the monsters that would appear? That despicable old man is so wicked. Waz decided not to follow Shobunzo anymore, knowing that Shobunzo had returned to school. He couldn't follow him there, could he? Shobunzo drove the assault rider at a speed of 40 to 50 kilometers, not as hastily as when he discovered the monster. After spending 20 to 30 minutes, he arrived at the school, but the class was already in session. A female math teacher around 30 with an attractive appearance was continuously writing problems on the blackboard. When Shobunzo reached the classroom door, it was as if no one was there as he returned to his seat. Chizuru Ichino stared at Shobunzo, who was sitting in front of her, wondering where he had been. Class had already started for 10 minutes, yet he had just returned. The math teacher turned to Shobunzo. Shobankin, although I know your grades are excellent, you cannot be absent for 10 minutes. You must take responsibility for yourself, not for the teacher, understand? Shobunzo looked directly at her. Since you know my grades are excellent, what profound insights could you have shared in those 10 minutes? The math teacher, taken aback by Shobunzo's sharp retort, countered, but perhaps in those 10 minutes you missed learning opportunities which could lead to mistakes on your assignments. Missed learning opportunities. Shobunzo chuckled and stood up. Do you think I need such learning opportunities? To put it bluntly, your abilities may not even match mine, so you should not put on such a self-righteous demeanor. You. Unreasonable. Since you claim my abilities do not match yours, I will present you with a question and see if you can solve it. The female math teacher was quite upset, as she had a Ph.D. and had been teaching for 5 years. Shobunzo's class was being filled in for by her after the previous teacher had retired. She knew that Shobunzo was one of the shining stars of Hikari no Mori, but this was far too presumptuous. How could a mere high school student claim her abilities were inferior? It was absurd. While since she was new to the class, she would establish her authority by using this kid. You may proceed. Shobunzo sat down, curious about what kind of challenging problem the teacher would present. Impressive. When it comes to social prowess, Shobunzo takes the cake. Regardless of who dares to confront him, he immediately retorts, indulging in sweet revenge. But if Shobunzo cannot solve it, it would be embarrassing. Not necessarily. Do you think he has been occupying the top of his grade for nothing? 2 minutes later, the math teacher wrote a problem on the blackboard that was not suitable for high school students and looked smugly at Shobunzo. The students seated below furrowed their brows, as this problem was something none of them had ever seen before and was beyond the capability of high school students to solve. Even Yuki Kamuzu looked bewildered. This problem could stump even second or third-year math majors, let alone Shobunzo, who was only a senior. Shobunzo looked at the problem on the blackboard and thought, is this the kind of question that would embarrass me? He approached the podium, picked up the chalk from the box, and swiftly solved the problem, presenting 3 different methods that yielded the same answer. After finishing, Shobunzo turned and stepped down from the podium with his left hand in his pants pocket, holding the chalk between his index finger and thumb. Without looking, he flicked it back, perfectly landing it in the chalk box. This, regardless of whether his answer is correct or not, that skill will definitely impress him. Some looked at Shobunzo with envy and jealousy, while many girls stared at him with stars in their eyes. Shobunzo, huh? One girl with long black hair and a perfect figure was resting on her desk, gazing at Shobunzo as he returned to his seat. The attention he garnered was in stark contrast to her own. Despite her high attractiveness, she was still overlooked. Her name was Mai Sakurajima. Previously, some students had compared her beauty to that of Yuki Kamuzu, declaring her a top beauty. However, her popularity in school was less than 1/10 of Yuki Kamuzu's, and hardly anyone approached her. She was a solitary person. During her first year of high school, she spent the entire academic year focused on her acting career and did not attend classes. It was only in her second year that she declined various acting arrangements under the pretense of studying. However, due to being absent for an entire year, she struggled to integrate into the class social circle, and being inherently shy, she did not engage with anyone. In this class, she felt a resonance with Showa Tokiwa, as both were individuals without friends. Yet he was far more accomplished than her, and Sakurajima might even felt a tinge of envy towards him. Though both lacked friends, one was exceptionally brilliant and dazzling, while she led a life that was bland and tedious. At certain moments, she would fade from people's sight, as if even the world had begun to reject her. This topic doesn't belong to high school. Tokiwa can solve it. Yukari Okamura glanced at Showa Tokiwa, acknowledging that he was indeed exceptional, far surpassing her. Though both were stars of the Forest of Light, and her grades placed her second to Tokiwa, Yukari Okamura always knew she could not compare to him, a fact that was now starkly evident. She had never even seen the problems posed by the teacher, let alone solve them, while Tokiwa was able to derive 3 different methods to reach the answer, simply outshining even the top students. Teacher, is Tokiwa's solution correct? Yes, teacher, please explain it to us. The students, noticing the teacher's dazed expression, urged him on. This. The math teacher's expression darkened. She understood the first method of solution, but the second and third were unfamiliar to her, though the answers were indeed correct. Ahem, well, Tokiwa's answers are indeed correct. All 3 methods are brilliant and precisely the answers I was looking for. Seated Tokiwa then said, by the way, teacher, since you find my answers so brilliant, could you elaborate on the processes I used for these 3 answers? This. Well, let's skip that for now. You will naturally encounter these topics after you advance in your studies. It's too early to discuss them now, but let's continue with the class as we have already stalled for quite some time. The female teacher felt a bit embarrassed as she could handle the first one, but admitted that she had no idea about the second and third. Tokiwa calmly said, "Then why did the teacher assign me problems that are not suitable for our current stage of learning? Or is it that you are deliberately trying to make things difficult for me? Come on, kid, leave yourself some room for future encounters. If the teacher is so unwilling to explain, does that mean even you do not understand how I arrived at these 3 solutions? Wow, this kid is really going to confront me to the end. Fine, I'll give you that. Tokiwa, what you said is not correct. I am not trying to make it hard for you. I merely want you to understand that there are greater realms beyond this. I wanted to encourage you to study hard, but it seems you can handle university-level problems, which is truly impressive. Now let's continue with the class. We have already delayed quite a bit." After that, Tokiwa fell silent as he understood from the others' tone that they had already softened their stance, making it unnecessary for him to press further. "Come to my house today, or I will introduce you to my uncle. Make sure to perform well." After school, Tokiwa said to Chizuru Ichinos, "So, am I finally going to meet your family?" "No problem. When roughly will this be?" Ichinos nodded. Oh, she was already prepared. Now that Tokiwa had brought it up, she planned to dress up a bit before helping him with his problem. After all, she was not just accepting money without reason. It was her duty to help those who paid her. "Let's say 6 o'clock. I will send you the address." After speaking, Tokiwa exited the campus. "It's still early. I can participate in club activities and then change clothes when I get home." Ichinos checked the time and then headed to the club she had signed up for. Back at home, Tokiwa said to Shinichi Tokiwa, "Uncle, my girlfriend will be coming to see you at 6 o'clock tonight. Is that all right?" "What? Your girlfriend is coming over, is that for real?" Shinichi Tokiwa hurriedly set down the clock he was holding, looking quite excited as he gazed at Tokiwa. "It's true." Tokiwa nodded seriously, his expression more convincing than that of even an award-winning actor. "That's wonderful. Tokiwa's girlfriend is coming. I must make a good impression. No, I need to go out and buy some groceries. Tokiwa, please clean the house while I'm gone. I'll be back soon." With that, Shinichi Tokiwa dashed out the door to buy groceries. He's really quite energetic. Tokiwa placed his hands on his hips, watching his uncle leave. The floor was indeed a bit messy, and if he didn't clean it, his uncle would be doing so upon returning. Thus, Tokiwa picked up a broom and twirled it like a sword before dutifully sweeping the floor. At that moment, night had fallen. Chizuru Ichinos, dressed in somewhat stylish attire with black stockings accentuating her legs, had her long brown hair cascading down her back. Her flawless face bore only a hint of light lipstick. Without any other makeup, she radiated beauty surpassing that of an angel. She wore high heels and carried a small bag, exuding a mature charm as she followed her phone's navigation to the intersection of 9 to 5. This is the place. Ichinos surveyed the unfamiliar street before entering the courtyard of the 9 to 5 clock shop. The 9 to 5 clock shop, so their family used to repair clocks. But how can they be so wealthy just from clock repairs? Ichinos wondered about Tokiwa's boldness in renting her for a week. After all, her rental fee was 5,000 yen per hour, which was no small sum, and Tokiwa had rented her for an entire week, calculated at 24 hours a day. Such wealth could not be easily accumulated by a repair shop. Since Tokiwa intended to introduce her to his family, it was likely he could not simply ask his family for that amount of money. It was very possible that Tokiwa himself was quite wealthy, which was curious. Ichinos shook her head, deciding not to think too much. It was pointless. She might as well go inside. Standing at the door, she knocked. Coming. Is it Tokiwa's girlfriend?" Inside, Shinichi Tokiwa quickly opened the door. Upon seeing Ichinos' stunning beauty, he was taken aback, realizing that his boy had really scored a beautiful girl to bring home, which would surely make him proud in public. "So you must be Tokiwa's girlfriend?" To be sure, Shinichi Tokiwa asked for confirmation. If she were just a customer there for clock repairs, it would be awkward. Ichinos flashed a crescent moon-like smile and gently replied, "Yes, I am Tokiwa's girlfriend, Chizuru Ichinos. You must be his uncle. He has mentioned you." "Indeed. I didn't expect this kid to find such a beautiful girlfriend." "Chizuru, right. Come in, don't just stand at the door." "Then excuse me." Ichinos slightly bowed to Shinichi Tokiwa and entered. What a polite child. Shinichi Tokiwa was very pleased with his initial impression of Ichinos. Not only was she beautiful, but with his years of experience, he could tell that Chizuru Ichinos had a kind and gentle personality. "Tokiwa, your girlfriend is here. Come down." After calling upstairs, Shinichi Tokiwa turned to Ichinos, smiling. "Chizuru, you haven't eaten yet, right? When I heard you were coming, I went out to buy some groceries. I hope you like them." Ichinos replied, "Uncle, you're being too generous. I'm just an ordinary person. There's no need to go out of your way. A couple of home-cooked dishes would suffice." "Hey, you're visiting for the first time? How can you only eat something simple? Please sit down and I'll bring out the dishes. They will just be finishing up by the time you arrive." Shinichi Tokiwa smiled and walked into the kitchen. Aizawa Chika let out a breath, surprised by the warm reception from Tokiwa, Sougo's great-uncle. However, she had seen such things many times before, as she had been working as a rental girlfriend for over half a year. But other boys would bring her to meet their parents or grandparents. Why was it only Tokiwa Sougo who introduced her to his great-uncle? From Aizawa Chika's conjecture, Tokiwa Sougo's parents must have gone abroad for work and left him to stay here. Otherwise, how could one explain Tokiwa Sougo being so wealthy and having such excellent academic performance, indicating that he had well-educated parents supporting him? At this moment, Tokiwa Sougo walked down from upstairs. He saw Aizawa Chika dressed fashionably, looking completely different from her appearance at school. "You're quite punctual." Tokuwazu Sougo said to Aizawa Chika, having just checked the time after hearing his great-uncle's voice. It was a few minutes past 6. Of course I'm a professional. Otherwise, how could my positive review rate be so high? In her words, Aizawa Chika was extremely confident. She was adept at pretending to be a girlfriend and had never had any physical contact with other males, not even a simple handshake. This is because those who rented her only sought emotional comfort, and she had no interest in them. Any physical contact would make her uncomfortable. Moreover, the contract explicitly stated that any physical contact or sexual harassment towards the rental girlfriend was prohibited, or else a complaint would be filed. A rental girlfriend was initially meant to fill the void within one's heart, and it was not to the extent of wanting to end up in jail. Tokuwazu Sougo nodded non-committally, and soon after Tokuwazu Shinichiro invited the two to dinner. At the dinner table, Tokuwazu Shinichiro continually urged the reserved Aizawa Chika to eat more dishes. As for Tokuwazu Sougo, he was eating quietly by himself. With a cheerful smile, Tokuwazu Shinichiro asked, "So how is it, Chika? Doesn't it taste good?" "It's delicious, great uncle. Have you ever been a chef before?" Aizawa Chika said after tasting a bite. This was not mere flattery, she genuinely found it delicious. Such flavors could not be replicated at home and could only be savored in restaurants. Tokuwazu Shinichiro, flattered by her praise, scratched his head and said, "Not really, I just eat a lot and have seen much, so I learn naturally. If it's tasty, eat more, no need for courtesy, we are all family, right, Sougo?" Eat more. Okay. Aizawa Chika nodded with a smile. Tokuwazu Shinichiro glanced between Tokuwazu Sougo and Aizawa Chika, increasingly feeling that the two were indeed well matched. "So how is your relationship progressing? Any little ones yet?" Aizawa Chika, who was about to swallow her food, choked immediately upon hearing Tokuwazu Shinichiro's words. Tokuwazu Sougo remained calm and simply said, "Great uncle, that's a bit too early to ask. We have just started getting to know each other, it's unrealistic. True, I was too hasty. No worries, you two should take your time. Relationships thrive on good interactions." Aizawa Chika took a sip of water to regain her composure, then changed the subject. "I wonder if Sougo's parents are working abroad and he is staying at his great-uncle's place." Well, Tokuwazu Shinichiro was momentarily unsure how to respond. Tokuwazu Sougo, however, unabashedly replied, "My parents have both passed away." Aizawa Chika blinked a few times, not knowing what to say. This was a far cry from what she had imagined. Weren't they supposed to be working abroad? How could they be dead? "Well, Chika, you're not an outsider anymore, so I'll tell you. Sougo, when he was 8, was on a bus with his parents when it had an accident. Only 80-year-old Sougo survived. At that time, I was his only relative, so I brought him home, and it's now been 10 years. Tokuwazu Shinichiro explained. Since Aizawa Chika had brought it up and Tokuwazu Sougo had mentioned it, he felt it was appropriate to share this with her. He hoped this young girl wouldn't distance herself from Tokuwazu Sougo, because he had no parents. But if that were the case, he couldn't say anything. After all, it was not uncommon for someone to distance themselves due to family reasons. Aizawa Chika realized she had touched on a sensitive topic and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought this up." She really hadn't expected that Tokuwazu Sougo's parents had passed away 10 years ago. The probability of encountering such a situation was too low, yet it had indeed happened to Tokuwazu Sougo. "It's been so many years, I've long forgotten." Tokuwazu Sougo didn't mind at all, as he had no memories pertaining to this due to having crossed over into the body of the recently awakened Tokuwazu Sougo after the accident. Thus, he felt no familial bonds. "Let's not talk about it. It's dinner time, Chika, don't be polite, treat this place as your own home." Tokuwazu Shinichiro thought Aizawa Chika was really a nice girl, showing little change. After about 10 minutes, the meal came to an end. Aizawa Chika rolled up her sleeves and volunteered to help Tokuwazu Shinichiro with the dishes, but was pushed away. "How could I let you, Chika, do such household chores?" "No, it's okay. I do chores at home too." Aizawa Chika was not the kind of woman who avoided chores. She had left home for better schooling and rented a small apartment. So she handled cooking and cleaning by herself, which was very different from those girls who lived with their parents and only indulged in eating, drinking, and playing. "I didn't expect Chika to be so hardworking. You're a good girl. But here at your great uncle's, that's not allowed. By the way, it's not too late now. You and Sougo should go out shopping or watch a movie to bond more." Tokuwazu Shinichiro called out to Tokuwazu Sougo, who was sitting there looking at the clock. "Hey Sougo, why aren't you taking your girlfriend out to have fun? You really have no sense of responsibility. Chika, you should be more understanding of Sougo. This kid has hardly had any friends growing up, so he doesn't know how to communicate well. But since you took the initiative, just get along well, and you'll find that Sougo is just cold on the outside, but warm on the inside." "I took the initiative." Looking at Tokuwazu Shinichiro walking towards Tokuwazu Sougo, Aizawa Chika felt a bit bewildered. "When did I take the initiative? This is a joke. This guy is actually telling his great uncle that I took the initiative. No way, not in this lifetime." Tokuwazu Sougo, slightly pained, approached Aizawa Chika and said, "Great uncle wants us to go on a date. Let's go." Aizawa Chika leaned forward to see Tokuwazu Shinichiro waving at them, signaling them to hurry up and go on their date without having to accompany this old man. Aizawa Chika smiled at Tokuwazu Shinichiro and then followed Tokuwazu Sougo outside. Upon arriving on the street, even though it was already evening, the number of pedestrians at night was not less than during the day, and perhaps even more. This was because night was the leisure time for students and working adults. During the day, they were either in class or at work, who had the opportunity to come out. Only at night did they have time. The street lamps on both sides were particularly bright, perfectly illuminating the features of Tokuwazu Sougo and Aizawa Chika. One was handsome, the other beautiful, causing passers-by around to glance over. Boys with girlfriends who saw Aizawa Chika's entranced expression would be pinched by their girlfriends at the waist or their ears and dragged away. Similarly, some girls who caught sight of Tokiwa's Sougo would also show infatuation only to be directly pulled away by their boyfriends. Where do you live? I'll take you home. He had no interest in dating, and moreover the woman beside him wasn't even his girlfriend, which made him even less interested. Hey, are you going to walk me home? I thought you'd just leave me behind and head off on your own. Ichino's Chisato teased lightly. Tokiwa Sougo stood with his hands in his pockets, speaking lazily. If you don't want me to walk you home, I won't bother at all. Oh no, I never said that. Having a guy with solid combat prowess escort me actually gives me a bit of peace of mind. Earlier, Tokiwa Sougo had effortlessly subdued a man who tried to flirt with her, especially when his final kick sent the man's phone flying straight into his forehead. Clearly he was trained. They walked side by side, yet an awkward silence settled between them. Neither knew the other well enough to spark conversation. Without their temporary rental couple arrangement, they wouldn't even qualify as acquaintances. In fact, their relationship was somewhat strained. After all, their first meeting had hardly been cordial. Tokiwa Sougo glanced around as he spoke. It seems your place is quite close to school. You must have deliberately rented nearby for convenience. That's impressively accurate. Yes, I rent just beside campus. And your place isn't far either. Only a few minutes by train. Besides, doesn't your building have rooms available for rent upstairs? Ichino's Chisato had noticed the sign on the Asakure clock shop earlier, rooms available upstairs. Are you thinking of renting one? Not at all. I already have a place and I've paid 2 months rent in advance. Silence fell again. After 2 minutes of walking, a figure suddenly appeared behind Tokiwa Sougo. Your Majesty, the Demon King. At those words, Tokiwa Sougo halted and turned. Waz. What is it? It was already night. Waz would not seek him out without cause. Who is this person? Ichino's Chisato stopped too, curiously observing the young man before her. His dramatic title for Tokiwa Sougo, Demon King, reeked of adolescent theatrics. Even more baffling was Tokiwa Sougo's lack of protest. Ignoring Ichino's Chisato entirely, Waz declared, your adversary, the Anomalous Rider, has emerged. Anomalous Rider? What is that? Ichino's Chisato asked, puzzled. Was this some obscure jargon? The Anomalous Rider. Tokiwa Sougo mentally calculated the timeline. Since Mikio and Gates had appeared, it was indeed time for the Anomalous Riders to surface. Previously, Tokiwa Sougo could voluntarily activate or suppress his perception of monsters using the power of Ohma, so he had kept it sealed, remaining unaware of the Anomalous Riders' arrival. The time jackers were mere jesters, deluded fools attempting to replace true riders with twisted copies, all to seize the Ohma power. Utterly absurd. Waz continued, Your Majesty, since you appear unfamiliar, allow me to explain. Anomalous riders are monstrous candidates for the throne. Humans contracted by the time jackers, transformed by anomalous watch heads into grotesque parodies of riders. They mimic the powers and appearances of Kamen Riders, but unlike genuine riders, these humans lack the rightful qualification to become them. Thus they warp into tragic aberrations. This one is anomalous build. Tokiwa Sougo glanced at Ichino's Chisato, still utterly bewildered, grasping none of Waz's cryptic words. You go home yourself. I have urgent business. Go on. As you command. Waz immediately led the way forward, while Tokiwa Sougo followed closely behind. Ichino's Chisato stood frozen, whined, ruffling her hair, then muttered, What on earth? Time jackers. Kamen Riders. Demon King candidates. Have they gotten too deep into character? She puffed her cheeks and began walking toward home, then paused after only a few steps. What if they start playing their Demon King game and disturb the neighborhood? No. I need to check on them. With that, she gazed after Tokiwa Sougo, whose distant figure was still visible down the road. Your Majesty, the Anomalous Rider cannot be defeated by ordinary means. Along the way, Waz cautioned Tokiwa Sougo, but offered no specifics on how to prevail, only that conventional methods would fail. Tokiwa Sougo ignored Waz and quickened his pace. His senses had already locked onto the Anomalous Rider barely a few hundred meters ahead. When they arrived, beneath the veil of night stood the Anomalous build, a striking redan blue figure, its eyes adorned with elongated lateral ornaments. At that moment, Anomalous build was locked in battle with Kamen Rider Guai's, transformed by Mikio and Gates, who had arrived even earlier and engaged the foe first. Mikio and Gates swung his weapon, the time axe, striking Anomalous build repeatedly. Sparks erupting across its armored frame confirmed each blow landed true. Yet Anomalous build was no pushover. After retreating 2 steps, it surged forward and delivered a sharp kick to Gates' left arm, sending him spinning violently to the left. Just as Gates regained his footing, a basketball-sized fireball coalesced in Anomalous build's right hand. It bounced thrice against the pavement with a deep, resonant thud, before both hands slammed it downward toward Gates. Gates stared at the blazing sphere hurtling toward him, nowhere to dodge. Instantly, he raised his weapon to block. The instant fireball met time axe, searing heat flooded Gates' hands. Then, the axe flew from his grip, disarmed. The fireball vanished. Both forces canceled each other out. But Anomalous build's fireballs were never single use. It bounced the basketball-shaped orb again, emitting a sound eerily like leather on hardwood, then hurled it once more at Gates. Gates rolled sideways, evading the blast, and charged straight at Anomalous build. If he closed the distance fast enough to deny the fireball's range, victory would tilt in his favor. Driven by that resolve, Gates rushed forward. overwhelming anomalous build with relentless martial strikes. Even as the foe summoned another fireball, Gates denied him the chance. Driving his knee upward, he shattered the nascent flame mid-formation, then roared, delivering a crushing kick to anomalous build's chest that sent it hurtling 40 or 50 meters away. "It's over," Gates declared coldly. "Finish time." Time burst. Gates pressed the button on his time driver, activating his ultimate technique. He leapt high into the air. A sequence of glowing kanji, rider, and kick materialized between him and anomalous build. Then he soared forward along that luminous path, launching a devastating flying kick. Anomalous build had barely risen to its feet when the kick struck true, obliterating it instantly in a cataclysm of rider energy. Phew. Watching anomalous build explode, Gates exhaled deeply, pleased yet unsurprised by his own triumph. After all, he was no weakling. "Well now, impressive work, Zi-O and Gates." From a shadowed corner, the timejacker stood arms crossed, having observed the entire clash between anomalous build and Zi-O and Gates. After witnessing Gates shatter anomalous build with a single kick, offered faint praise, then smirked, voice shifting tone, "But this won't truly defeat build." As if in response to words, the other build reappeared on the spot 5 seconds after its defeat, dazed and utterly bewildered. "Nanny." Zi-O and Gates whirled around at the sound behind him and stared in utter disbelief at the resurrected other build. Hadn't he just obliterated it moments ago? How could it possibly return? This defied all logic. "What is happening? I saw with my own eyes how Gates defeated the other rider. Why has it returned?" Ziku-Driver, watching the battle silently from beneath a tree, was no less stunned than Gates himself. The foe had been clearly vanquished, yet now stood whole and unharmed. It was nothing short of inconceivable. While standing beside Tokiwa, Sougo said, "Your Majesty the Demon King, you have witnessed it yourself. The other riders revive upon death. Even their ultimate techniques cannot eradicate them permanently. The only way to truly eliminate an other rider lies in confronting it with a rider of identical origin, that is with the power of Kamen Rider build itself. Much as Gates once used Kamen Rider Drive's power against you. To truly defeat an other rider," Sougo replied calmly, "there exists not only the method you described, but another overwhelming transcendent force. Nothing in existence is indestructible. Given sufficient power, even the firmest substance may be shattered. Even time and space themselves are no exception." Though Sougo spoke truth, Was shook his head. "Your Majesty, your words hold merit, but such power does not exist among us now. Not even you possess it." In Waz's estimation, Sougo had possessed the time machine for barely a day or two, capable only of assuming the base form of Kamen Rider Zi-O. His overall combat metrics were comparable to Gates, and since Gates had failed to destroy the other rider, Sougo would fare no better. "Then let us wait and see whether I truly wield such power." Sougo knew Was doubted him, but offered no further rebuttal. Words could not instill belief, only action could serve as irrefutable proof. While the two conversed, Zi-O and Gates engaged the resurrected other build once more. After a grueling clash, he delivered a decisive rider kick, shattering it anew. Yet again the blow proved futile. The other build regenerated fully on the spot, and scathed unwavering, then confidently strode forward and struck Gates down with a single punch. "What in the world is going on? I've defeated it twice, yet it emerges unharmed, its stamina completely restored. This is dire." Ziku-Driver watched, deeply troubled, as Gates staggered upright, his breath ragged, his strength waning, while the other rider stood before him whole and dominant. Gates was already faltering, his vigor spent. "Damn it, if only my stamina held." Though Gates absorbed the other build's strike, he still staggered backward several steps. Having exploded the foe twice, his stamina had dwindled to barely 20 or 30%. His will fierce, his body spent. And even if he defeated the other build yet again, it would simply return, leaving Gates gripped by despair. Meanwhile, Ichino's Chizuru arrived nearby, hands braced on her black-stocking knees as she caught her breath. "This must be the place, but why is no one here?" After 2 deep breaths, she pressed forward, only to hear the distant echoes of combat. Chizuru crept cautiously toward the sound. Beneath the glow of scattered streetlights, she beheld Kamen Rider Guai's, transformed and locked in battle with the other rider. Yet Gates was clearly overwhelmed, pummeled like a ragdoll. Startled, Chizuru clapped a hand over her mouth and thought, "What is this? What monstrous creature is that? And who is the armored figure? Is this real combat? Impossible. In today's peaceful world. Could it be staged? Yet there are no cameras, no crew, no witnesses." Then Chizuru glimpsed another figure, calmly leaning against a lamppost, observing the duel with detached composure. Tokiwa Sougo. Chizuru recognized him instantly, and beside him stood the young man who had earlier addressed him as Your Majesty the Demon King. "Your Majesty, will you not intervene?" Was turned his gaze towards Sougo as Gates was mercilessly battered. Sougo, eyes half-lidded, replied, coolly, "Intervene. Was, do you truly believe me the sort of benevolent fool who rushes to aid someone who stormed in demanding my blood? If you wish to help, I hold no objection." After all, Gates had arrived shouting threats and drawing weapons, so Sougo's restraint in merely withholding a finishing blow was already remarkable. "You're right," Was chuckled awkwardly. Though Gates had once served under him, Was felt a pang of pity, but no willingness to sacrifice himself. They watched in silence, until Gates was struck repeatedly by the other build's basketball-shaped fireballs. Finally, the other build leapt high and slammed a thunderous one-handed dunk directly onto Gates' face. sending him crashing backward onto the pavement with such force that the ground fractured into a perfect human-shaped crater, his body bouncing once upon impact. Gates cried out in agony. A flash of light erupted from his armor. The system overloaded, the transformation forcibly terminated as both suit and wearer reached their absolute limits. There lay Gates, pale lips bleeding, exposed and broken. This is real. Chizuru stood frozen, staring at Gates' blood-stained mouth and the jagged fissure gouged into the earth. It was absurd. How could a mere fall shatter concrete so violently? Such devastation demanded a plummet from dozens of stories, but even then survival with only a mouthful of blood implied armor of unimaginable resilience. Even more astonishing, the massive suit vanished instantaneously, not peeled off, not removed, simply gone. It resembled Hollywood-grade visual effects, yet unfolded before Chizuru's very eyes. She had never imagined following Sougo here would unveil truths never meant for her sight. Gates. Seeing Gates utterly defeated and grievously wounded, Yuzuriha dashed from the shadows, raised her specialized sidearm, and fired at the other build, now standing triumphantly atop Gates' chest. Her shot struck true, sparking against the other build's form, and drew its attention immediately. Releasing its foot from Gates' chest, the other build advanced toward Yuzuriha. Yuzuriha, run! Gates forced himself upright and shouted desperately. Terrified, Yuzuriha stumbled backward, firing intermittently. Each bullet struck home, yet the other build merely trembled where hit, otherwise unmoved. The spectacle ends now. It is time to subdue this unruly interloper. Sougo cracked his neck and stepped forward. Damn it. Yuzuriha, seeing the other build draw ever closer, spun and fled, firing 2 parting shots over her shoulder. They achieved nothing, but lent her a fleeting sense of control. Behind her, the other build pursued at a leisurely pace, taunting, deliberate, savoring her fear. After running for a dozen steps, Suki Red suddenly stopped, for in the dark ahead a shadow was leisurely walking towards them. Who goes there? Suki Red focused their gaze, initially unable to see clearly as a tall and slender figure slowly approached. Upon getting a better look, Suki Red's pupils contracted. Shiwa. Suki Red exclaimed in surprise, staring at Shiwa Kawaii, who was now right in front of them. Shiwa Kawaii looked at Suki Red with indifferent eyes and said, "Why can't I be here? This is my era, while you future people have already disrupted the course of history by coming to this time." Suki Red had no words to refute. They knew that coming from the future was indeed an interference with the history of this place. This was also the mistake of the Mingguang Institute's Gates. Not stopping Gates back then was partly their responsibility. "Are you blocking the way? Move aside." Seeing Suki Red dazed in front of him, Shiwa Kawaii could not help but snort coldly. Suki Red quickly jumped aside like a startled rabbit, while Shiwa Kawaii faced the aberrant build directly. Shiwa, wobbling to stand up with a bruised face and blood at the corner of his mouth, Mingguang Institute's Gates looked at Shiwa Kawaii, standing there gritting his teeth in frustration, not expecting to be seen in such a wretched state by Shiwa. But he had already tried his best. However, this aberrant knight had a special physique, dying again and again, but still reviving fully. He believed that in a few minutes his fate would be the same as Shiwa Kawaii's. Because this aberrant knight simply could not be defeated. What is this guy doing out here? Seeking death. Chizuru Ichinos, watching from afar, could not fathom how Shiwa Kawaii could be so calm, walking out, wondering if Shiwa had truly lost his mind, running foolishly in front of a monster. That monster was not something a human could deal with. It tossed a fireball the size of a basketball and jumped 30 meters high. Such phenomena only appeared in movies. Where would there be such things in reality? Ugh. The aberrant build looked at Shiwa Kawaii in front of him, and without a word threw a punch. Shiwa Kawaii extended his right arm and caught the punch with a backhand, a surge of energy emanating from their fists and palms, causing Shiwa Kawaii's unbuttoned coat to flutter. What? Shiwa can actually catch the punch of an aberrant knight barehanded without transforming. Gates from the Mingguang Institute was completely shocked. One must know that even a punch from the aberrant knight could not be ignored by Kamen Rider Guai's, yet Shiwa Kawaii caught it with his bare hands, which was simply unbelievable. The ability to catch that punch barehanded was largely thanks to the power of Omida, which had enhanced Shiwa Kawaii's physique. The power of Omida not only granted Shiwa Kawaii time-manipulating abilities, but also enhanced his physical constitution, allowing him to transcend the realm of ordinary people. Coupled with Shiwa Kawaii's prior training, there was basically no one on Earth capable of matching him in a physical confrontation. However, while his physique had greatly improved, it was still not strong enough to withstand the likes of aberrant beings. Lifting his right leg, Shiwa Kawaii executed a spinning kick that struck the shoulder of the aberrant knight, pushing it back 2 steps. Then he placed the time-space driver at his waist, which automatically extended a belt to secure it. Taking out the second-level dial he carried with him, Shiwa Kawaii pressed the button on the top of the dial. Zi-O. He separated the dial, placing one side into the right of the driver and the other into the left, then pressed the upper button of the driver and tilted it. Henshin. Finally, after rotating the driver 360 clockwise and returning it to its original position, a series of virtual effects appeared behind him, followed by a very clear sound effect from within the driver. Rider time. Kamen Rider. Rider. Zi-O Zi-O Zi-O. The pink characters that flew out collided with the rushing build, interrupting its advance and embedding into Shiwa's eyes. Shiwa Kawaii stepped forward and directly pressed his clenched fist into the aberrant build's abdomen, twisting it. At first, nothing happened for a second, but in the next moment, the tremendous force of over 25 tons exploded upon the aberrant knight, sending its entire body, spiraling backward, crashing directly toward Gates from the Mingguang Institute. Gates' eyes widened as he immediately dropped to the ground, pressing himself closely against it, feeling a chill rush past his back. Then he heard the sound of the impact behind him as the aberrant knight's entire body got stuck in the wall. What an incredible amount of power! Suki Red watched Shiwa Kawaii, transformed into the second level, their mind filled with disbelief. What form is this? It's even cooler and stronger than the last transformation, capable of sending the aberrant knight flying so far with a single punch. This is Shiwa Kawaii. He actually transformed. Chizuru Ichino's, watching from the side, began to stutter. Initially thinking he was going out to seek death, he was shocked to see him suddenly transform, with special effects appearing behind him that did not exist in reality, instantly putting on a layer of battle suit. He could send that monster flying several dozen meters and crash it into the wall. My goodness, am I dreaming? Ichino shook her head vigorously and pinched herself. Yes, it hurts. This is not a dream. Oh my god, this is real. What on earth is happening in this world? Such a sci-fi scene has appeared, especially since the person fighting the monster is someone she knows, her boyfriend, albeit a pretend one. Tonight is definitely the most magical night Ichino's has ever experienced. She won't be able to sleep at all. She was second level. Gates, sprawled on the ground, raised his head and looked at Shiwa Kawaii, retracting his fist that had sent the aberrant build flying, replaying the sound effect of Shiwa's second level in his ears, his face filled with disbelief. What is this Shiwa second level? Why have I never heard of it? This guy possesses such immense power, far stronger than the other riders he used. Moreover, he had never used it during their battle. Damn it. Underestimating him so much, Gates clenched his fist in frustration, feeling like he was about to explode. But then he thought even the basic form of Shiwa was not a match for him, let alone the stronger second level. At this moment, Gates felt utterly powerless. What could he use to defeat Shiwa? What was the meaning of coming to this era from the future? Is he just here to be a clown? Shiwa's second level. At this time, Waz quickly flipped through the book in his hand, looking at the introduction of Kamen Rider Shiwa's second level in the book, swallowing hard. Clearly the time written in the book didn't match at all, but what was this feeling of impulse? Waz stood there feeling uneasy, unable to contain his desire to celebrate, so he appeared in front of Shiwa, waved his hand, and shouted, "Iya." He is above all riders, transcending time and space, knowing the past and the future. At this moment, he transforms into Kamen Rider Shiwa's second level. Shiwa's second level. I've never heard of such a thing. All are hiding in the shadows, fearfully retreated step by step. This was no ordinary high school student Shiwa, but rather a demon king who had taken a huge step on the path to becoming a king. Such immense power, along with immunity to the ability of time, was beyond what he could handle. He had originally come to this era full of anticipation, but now found himself with nothing to show for it, filled with fear completely exceeding his expectations. The alien creature, struggling to descend from the wall, knelt on one knee and shook its head before revealing a grimace towards Tokiwa. Though the opponent wielded great power, the alien knight was already aware that it would revive fully after being killed, leaving no room for fear. It was all about charging forward. With that thought, the alien creature concentrated a basketball-sized fireball in its hand, then quickly slapped it, producing a sound akin to a basketball bouncing on the ground before violently hurling it towards Tokiwa. The fireball was comparable to the speed of sound, creating ripples in the air as it flew, drawing moisture from the surrounding air and generating a dry heat. A dull thud echoed as Tokiwa caught it in his right hand, and even the searing heat barely registered with him. The alien knight took a step forward, astonished at how easily Tokiwa caught the fireball. How could this be possible? Is that all? Tokiwa mocked before slamming the fiery basketball to the ground, then released it. Just as the fireball was about to hit the ground, he executed a powerful kick directly at it, resulting in a sonic boom as it flew toward the alien creature. Tokiwa calmly turned and released his transformation, radiating confidence, for his opponent was already doomed. The alien creature would not be able to withstand this ball, as Tokiwa had infused it with his own energy. Without that infusion, the fireball would not have been able to withstand Tokiwa's kick, which approached 60 tons of force. As Tokiwa sent the fireball flying, the alien creature prepared to catch it like he did, but when the speed became nearly invisible to the naked eye, the alien panicked, a sense of imminent danger ringing in its heart, with no time to flee. The fireball pierced through the alien creature's body, exploding it on the spot, and then blasting through the wall behind it, finally dissipating into flames. Nanny, those present having eyes were astonished. Was it really that powerful to defeat an opponent with their own attack? This was truly terrifying, the power of the second stage of the Time King hiss. Though shocked, Gates from the Mingguang Academy knew of the alien creature's peculiarities and shook his head, saying, "It's useless. The opponent has regeneration capabilities. No matter how many times you blast them, they will revive endlessly." After waiting a few seconds without seeing the alien creature appear, Gates felt something was off and moved forward with a pineapple-like gait. He saw a young man in a basketball uniform collapsed at the explosion site, while on the ground a device controlling electric currents suddenly exploded. What? How could this happen? Gates' expression turned to one of shock. He had killed it twice, yet it revived while Tokiwa had only made 2 moves, one sending the alien creature flying, the other defeating it with its own attack. What kind of joke was this? Turning to Tokiwa, ignoring his own injuries, he rushed toward him and stood in front of Tokiwa. "Gates." Tsukiyomi unaware of Gates' intentions sensed the danger. Tokiwa was a demon king. Even if he hadn't committed any heinous acts, yet it didn't change the fact that he would eventually become a demon king. As for Yuar, he turned and left without looking back after seeing the alien knight defeated. Witnessing Tokiwa's power, he had no courage to appear before him. He wasn't ready to die yet. Tokiwa looked at Gates, who stood in front of him, and coldly said, "Don't block my path." Gates frowned and asked, "Time King, how did you defeat the alien knight?" "It's none of your business." "He'll say it again, get out of the way." Tokiwa's tone was evidently heavier than before. This guy was truly unreasonable. Who did he think he wouldn't dare to act? However, Gates still did not step aside, stubbornly staring at Tokiwa. He had his own principles. If Tokiwa asked him to move, then where would his face go? As a passionate youth, Gates resolutely refused to allow himself to be spineless. Seeing Gates' resolute gaze, Tokiwa thought him a fool. He then extended his right hand and pushed outward, directly shoving Gates to the ground. Gates landed heavily on the ground, still dazed. This guy really dared to bully an injured person. Tokiwa looked down at Gates, who was sitting on the ground. He wasn't Gates' father and wouldn't indulge his personality. After being warned twice and still blocking his way, it was time for some discipline. Without another glance, Tokiwa left the scene. Damn it. Gates punched the ground, filled with resentment. "Gates, are you okay?" After Tokiwa left, Tsukiyomi approached to help Gates up, internally blaming him for being so impulsive. He knew very well that Tokiwa was not the type to be reasonable, yet he still put himself in harm's way. "Gates, Tsukiyomi, you two should head back quickly. There's no point in staying here any longer." Waz approached the two and looked at Tokiwa straight back. The might of the king was established. No one could stand in Tokiwa's way anymore. "Leave? Impossible. As long as there is a glimmer of hope to defeat the Time King, I will not leave. If we can't defeat him now, how can we face that future demon king?" Gates firmly refused Waz's suggestion, unwilling to return empty-handed. How could he face his comrades? Waz shook his head, knowing he wouldn't be able to convince him. He said, "Since you feel that way, I won't interfere anymore. As an old friend, I must remind you, Gates, being so aggressive will only dig your own grave. The Demon King has already given you a chance, and don't take it for granted." "Humph." Gates coldly snorted at Waz's departing figure, not taking it to heart. Tsukiyomi advised, Gates has a point. The Time King is so strong, and moreover, he hasn't committed any catastrophic acts against humanity in this era. We don't need to be so aggressive. "What are you trying to say, Tsukiyomi?" Gates asked. "How about we observe first? Let's see if the Time King will truly become that Demon King. Right now, I can't help but feel that the Time King is different from the future Demon King. Although he is powerful, he hasn't targeted anyone, nor has he killed anyone. Just as Waz said, if the Time King wanted to eliminate us, wasn't that a perfect opportunity just now?" This. Gates recalled Tokiwa, and it seemed he really hadn't killed anyone, but that was only the current situation. Who could guarantee that Tokiwa wouldn't become the Demon King in the future of this era? Tsukiyomi then persuaded Gates with both emotion and reason, urging him not to confront Tokiwa recklessly, but to observe the situation first. Tsukiyomi's approach was merely a delaying tactic, an attempt to prevent Gates from acting impulsively. However, his words were half true and half false. Thus far, even though Tokiwa possessed some powers befitting a king, he indeed hadn't committed any heinous acts. It would be too rash to deal with the current Tokiwa based solely on the future Demon King. History continued to change with their arrival. "Waz, do you know the location of the build transformer's whereabouts?" As the night enveloped him, Tokiwa Shogo suddenly inquired. Waz looked at Tokiwa Shogo in surprise, seemingly realizing that he wanted to collect the driver. "Of course I know." Waz flipped through a book in his hand, and then led Tokiwa Shogo to a cafe in an alley. "Is this the place where Kamen Rider build is located?" Standing at the entrance, Tokiwa Shogo glanced inside before pushing the door open. "Welcome, may I offer you a cup of coffee?" As Tokiwa Shogo entered, a handsome young man who had been sitting there drinking tea approached him. "Kiryu Sento, do you know me?" Kiryu Sento curiously examined Tokiwa Shogo, certain that he had never seen him before. Tokiwa Shogo did not waste time on this matter, taking out his Ziku-Driver and saying, "You have something similar to this, right?" "Hey Sento, do you know him?" Banjo Ryuga approached, curious. "No." Kiryu Sento shook his head and then focused on the driver in Tokiwa Shogo's hand, tilting his head. "I don't have anything like that." "What?" Tokiwa Shogo frowned, seeing that Kiryu Sento did not seem to be lying. Could it be true that he didn't have it? Kiryu Sento nodded affirmatively. "Yeah, I'm sure I don't have anything like that." Tokiwa Shogo was momentarily confused. This driver should have been given to Kiryu Sento by his future self, but it was absent now. Did it mean that his future self did not give Kiryu Sento the driver? What kind of bug was this? "Then do you know build?" "Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about." Kiryu Sento had no idea what this suddenly appeared person was after asking him about that strange object, and then whether he knew where build came from. "Sorry to bother you." After getting the answer, Tokiwa Shogo stopped asking and retreated. Kiryu Sento and Banjo Ryuga exchanged glances and shrugged, returning to their own affairs. Walking down the street, Tokiwa Shogo pondered the earlier question. The plot was not right. The Little Demon King in the TV series obtained the build driver from Kiryu Sento of this era. Arriving at his place, he was surprised that there was no driver, which made Tokiwa Shogo think of the countless parallel universes in the world. Even the Time King wouldn't just be one. So the timeline he was in might not be the same as that in the TV series. Although both were in the world of the Time King, they could be slightly different parallel worlds. As for Kiryu Sinto forgetting that he was Kamen Rider build, it might be due to his powers being disrupted by the time thief. Even if the aberrant knights were eliminated, the historical process might not have restored him. Forget it, there's no need to dwell on it. If I can't obtain it in this era, I will go to other timelines in the build world and seize build's powers. Even if faced with resistance, Tokiwa Shogo would show no mercy. Suarez, didn't you say the current Time King is weak? Then why could that guy take down the aberrant knight in just 2 moves? Standing before Suarez, you questioned him, having seen Tokiwa Shogo's decisive and strong demeanor, which frightened him into fleeing. Truly, the old Demon King was formidable. He was so powerful in his youth. The first time he saw him, you nearly wet himself. How did he manage to defeat the aberrant knight in 2 moves? Before Suarez could respond, the pensive aura, arms crossed, furrowed her brow and inquired. You calmed himself and then explained how Tokiwa Shogo transformed into Kamen Rider's second form and easily defeated the aberrant knight he had created. Time King's second form. Suarez was completely taken aback. He hadn't expected Tokiwa Shogo to have a second form so early, which contradicted the information he had. What went wrong here? Why did Tokiwa Shogo, who had just become the Time King, first ignore Aura's time stop and then possess the second form? The more he thought about it, the more curious Suarez became. Suarez, Aura and you simultaneously looked at Suarez, hoping he could provide some answers. Suarez replied, I will personally meet the Time King tomorrow about this matter. You should continue doing what you have to do and not think too much. You did not say much more, nodding before walking away. Aura, however, felt uncomfortable with Suarez's commanding tone. Suarez, mind your tone. We are merely partners, not your subordinates. Suarez coldly glanced at Aura, and she said nothing more, directly leaving. Just a mere puppet, yet it had so many thoughts. Suarez felt disdain in his heart. Whether it was you or Aura, they were just ordinary people he found in other timelines, merely modified to save him some effort by altering their memories and granting them powers of the time thief. To put it simply, Aura and you were just tools under Suarez, and they were unaware of it. As long as he wished, he could reclaim their powers at any time. They were under the illusion of being partners, which was absurd. But the Time King. What surprised Suarez was Tokiwa Shogo, who without a doubt was much more powerful than the Time King in the historical records he knew. Could it be that their appearance had caused a change in history? As night faded, the sun once again hung in the sky, illuminating all things, even the dust that was also lit up. Tokiwa Shogo, as usual, arrived at school for classes. Although with his grades the high school teacher could hardly teach him anything, he still attended school. After all, a person's life holds significant meaning while in school. Even Tokiwa Shogo enjoyed the atmosphere of the campus. In the classroom, Ichino's Chizuru stared at Tokiwa Shogo in front of her, sporting 2 dark circles under her eyes. She hadn't slept well the whole night after returning home. Her mind was filled with images of Tokiwa Shogo transforming and battling monsters, causing her a sleepless night. Hey, what's up? Last night I saw something. After thinking for a moment, Ichino's Chizuru decided to speak up, wanting to know what that was. Otherwise, she felt she would also be sleepless tonight. Indeed, one should not know things they shouldn't know. Oh, Tokiwa Shogo simply replied with an indifferent, oh. Is that all you have to say? You don't want to ask what I saw? Ichino's Chizuru felt exasperated by Tokiwa Shogo's apathetic attitude. Throughout her life, she had never encountered a boy who could make her emotions fluctuate like this. This man before her was unfathomable. Ichino's Chizuru remarked, you are such a strange person. Tokiwa Shogo turned around, I'm not strange at all, you're the one who's strange. As for what you said you saw, wasn't it just the matter of the aberrant knight from last night? I already sensed it when you were following me. Did you think I knew nothing? Naively, Ichino's Chizuru asked, you knew I was following you. Then why didn't you shake me off and let me see that? Aren't you afraid I would expose your identity? She truly had no idea that her tracking of Tokiwa Shogo had been completely exposed. How impressive. He could even counter-surveil. If I wanted to shake you off, do you think I would consider you so special that I would go out of my way? I don't have that much time. As for whether you will expose what you see, I don't care. Choban Shogo was not affected in the slightest. Even if someone found out, it wouldn't cause him much trouble. Ichino's Chizuru felt as though she had punched a cotton ball. There was nothing she could do against Choban Shogo, who was truly impervious to persuasion. So why did you transform? What exactly is going on? Ichino's Chizuru voiced her curiosity, hoping for an explanation from Choban Shogo. Choban Shogo replied, because I was born to be a king, that's all. You don't need to overthink it. Your world is not the same as mine. Forget what you saw last night, live your own life, go to university, graduate, get married, and have children. Yes, this was the life an ordinary person should have, unlike Choban Shogo, who was destined to never lead such a peaceful life. TCH. Ichino's Chizuru pouted, choosing not to say anything further as she realized that Choban Shogo would not elaborate, so there was no need to make things awkward. At noon, Choban Shogo did not buy bread and milk today, but went to the cafeteria for a meal. Since he arrived relatively early, there weren't many people yet, and he found a quiet spot to sit. The cafeteria was still quite crowded with over 3,000 students in the school. People were gradually streaming in, and every day 1,000 or 2,000 students would eat in the cafeteria. Some students brought their own lunch boxes or bought snacks from the shop, but overall it was not very common, and it wouldn't be like that every day. There would always be times when they came to the cafeteria. By the time Choban Shogo was halfway through his meal, the previously somewhat empty cafeteria was now filled with people, and there wasn't a single vacant table left. At that moment, a girl with long red hair approached, carrying her meal and scanning for an empty spot. Upon seeing an available seat at Choban Shogo's table, she hurried over. However, she found it strange that there were others with food who walked past Choban Shogo's table without stopping at all. Regardless, Nakano Itsuki placed her lunchbox on the table and sat down across from Choban Shogo. Choban Shogo looked up slightly and saw a remarkably beautiful girl sitting there with a single stray hair on her head and star-shaped hair accessories on either side of her face. What caught Choban Shogo's attention the most, however, was the girl's appetite. The white rice in her lunchbox was piled high, likely enough for 2 boys. What? I have a big appetite, is there a problem with that? Noticing Choban Shogo's gaze, Nakano Itsuki was not surprised due to her large appetite. She had often been the subject of strange looks and ridicule, even from her own sisters. But there was nothing she could do. She was born with a big appetite and would feel hungry if she didn't eat enough, so she would never starve herself during meals. Yet she was precisely the type who could eat without gaining weight, which made her 4 sisters envious. This type of metabolism, whether for women or men, was something everyone wished to have. Choban Shogo said, I have no objections, it's just that it's my first time seeing a girl with such an appetite, so don't take it the wrong way. After that, he continued eating his meal. Huh. Nakano Itsuki looked at Choban Shogo in surprise. From his words, she could sense that he didn't look down on her for eating so much, nor did he mock her. He was genuinely curious about her serving size, and he was polite. This sparked a slight fondness for Choban Shogo in Nakano Itsuki's heart. Senpai, I'm sorry for being a bit short-tempered just now. Nakano Itsuki didn't know Choban Shogo's name, but she saw the 3 gold stars on the collar of his school uniform. At Hikari no Mori, every student had gold stars embedded on their collars. 1 star represented a first-year student, while 3 represented a third-year student, so she called him senpai and apologized for her earlier rudeness. Choban Shogo raised his head, saying, There's nothing to apologize for. When you encounter someone who annoys you, you should express it. That way others will fear you and not think of you as weak and easily bullied. Is that so? Nakano Itsuki thought what Choban Shogo said made a lot of sense. In the past, she would only glare at others without saying much, but today her mood was sour due to her academic performance, making her look somewhat fierce. Choban Shogo nodded slightly, and then stood up to leave, having finished his meal. I didn't even ask what your name is, senpai. After Choban Shogo left, Nakano Itsuki suddenly remembered that she didn't know his name. The school was so large that the chances of encountering him again were slim. After exiting the cafeteria, Choban Shogo wandered around the campus, taking a post-meal stroll. I must say the scenery in Hikari no Mori is quite nice, with large trees, pavilions, artificial hills with flowing water and flowers, along with the cherry blossoms unique to this season. Although not many, they were exceptionally beautiful. Choban Shogo arrived under a cherry blossom tree, took a deep breath, and watched as a cherry blossom petal floated down. He extended his hand beneath the petal, ready to catch it. In the next moment, the cherry blossom petal stopped 10 centimeters above Choban Shogo's palm and did not fall further. Everything around him, the wind bending the grass, remained frozen in that arc and did not bounce back. Students taking a walk after their meal smiled, frozen in time. Everything seemed to have been paused, with Choban Shogo being the only one who slowly withdrew his hand and placed it in his pocket. A time manipulator, huh? Choban Shogo turned to the side, noticing a notably burly man with bare arms, dressed in purple and sporting a slicked-back hairstyle approaching. This guy, is he Suoro? Choban Shogo narrowed his eyes slightly and walked towards Suoro. The two stopped half a meter apart, sizing each other up. Choban Shogo appeared much slighter compared to Suoro. I didn't expect what Aura said to be true. You really can remain unaffected by time. Suoro's eyes revealed a dangerous glint. Although he said this, he was even more shocked internally. Aura and Ura's time abilities were granted by him, so he could understand why they couldn't pause time, given their limited power. But Suoro was not an ordinary person. Born in a future alternate reality, he was a royal from the superpower clan, a prince with extraordinary abilities, and even his time power could be disregarded. It seemed he had underestimated Choban Shogo. Choban Shogo smirked. You have some misconceptions about the King of Time. Do you not realize what the King of Time represents? When you manipulate time before the ruler of time, do you really think it will work? Suoro chuckled. That was indeed my oversight. If the King of Time could be stopped by time, then what kind of king would he be? However, based on Suoro's understanding, the Time King of Demons really couldn't resist the stop of time when he was young. So Suoro, you came to find me for something. I don't recall us being familiar. Choban Shogo called out Suoro's name, his tone devoid of hostility, sounding more like a casual conversation among friends. You know me. It must have been Waz who told you. Suoro thought only Waz would inform Choban Shogo, which was why he knew Suoro's name in advance. There's nothing much, I just wanted to see what kind of character you had as a young Demon King. It seems that you truly live up to the future title of the Demon King of the Fateful Hour with this calmness and composure that is so reminiscent of the future Demon King of the Fateful Hour. Logically, Chiquan Zhuangwu, who has just recently transformed into the Demon King, should not be so mature at this moment. After all, he was just an ordinary high school student for the past 18 years. But based on Swolaz's current understanding of Chiquan Zhuangwu, the present Chiquan Zhuangwu is completely different from what he imagined. Too mature, too composed, too calm. It was as if he knew everything, considered everything, anticipated everything, calculated everything, and feared nothing, always fearless in the face of danger. Such a person is the most terrifying. No wonder he would develop into such a fearsome and helpless Demon King as the Demon King of the Fateful Hour. Chiquan Zhuangwu replied calmly. Well, thank you for your evaluation, but don't compare me to the future. because I am different every day. Whether in the future, present, or past, I am who I am, the one and only Chiquan Zhuangwu. That's quite arrogant, but you should be careful not to end up with nothing only to have your power taken away. Swolas felt his momentum was being suppressed by Chiquan Zhuangwu, which made him extremely uncomfortable, prompting him to threaten verbally. Chiquan Zhuangwu seemed to have heard a funny joke, and said, "Then I look forward to seeing what actions you, the time transcender, will take to claim the power that is rightfully mine. Just make sure you don't end up in a predicament yourself." Swolas thought to himself that this kid was difficult to deal with. After a cold snort, he said, "Until we meet again." "Wait." Just as Swolas was about to retreat, Chiquan Zhuangwu suddenly interrupted him with a "wait. You traveled a long way to see me, so I can't let you go empty-handed. Here's a small token of my appreciation accepted." Chiquan Zhuangwu suddenly made a move in response to Swolas' puzzled gaze. He stepped forward with his right foot, leaning his entire body forward, and his right elbow directly struck Swolas' chest. Caught off guard by this sudden attack, Swolas gasped as he staggered back several steps, clutching his chest, with a somewhat grim expression clearly affected by Chiquan Zhuangwu's strike. Facing Swolas' menacing gaze, Chiquan Zhuangwu smiled, slightly radiating warmth, and said, "You can go now, I won't see you off." "Oomph." Swolas clenched his fists, knowing a wise man does not suffer losses in front of him. He understood that Chiquan Zhuangwu was a masked knight, and his physical body could not withstand the knight's power. He hadn't expected Chiquan Zhuangwu to act so ruthlessly and strike him, but it wasn't the right time to clash with Chiquan Zhuangwu. He could only remember this gift and seek revenge later. Turning around, Swolas left the light forest campus in a few leaps. After Swolas left, the smile on Chiquan Zhuangwu's face disappeared. "Did you really think I was some rare species? You can just come and go as you please. I won't let you leave without a lesson," thinking him easy to bully. Chiquan Zhuangwu sneered and then turned to leave. Even though Swolas had gone, his power over time still interfered here, and time was still frozen. With a thought, he broke Swolas' time stop, and after restoring time, the people who had been frozen resumed their previous activities. In the afternoon, Chiquan Zhuangwu was called by his homeroom teacher, Nangong Natsuki, and they went to an independent room. This small room was mainly used for conversations with students, as the office had so many teachers needing quietness for grading papers or planning upcoming lessons. To avoid disturbing those teachers, the school would specifically arrange such small rooms for teachers to have conversations with students. After entering the room, Chiquan Zhuangwu unceremoniously sat on the sofa and asked the middle school teacher in a black Gothic Lolita outfit in front of him, "What's the matter?" Nangong Natsuki, unfazed by Chiquan Zhuangwu's attitude, also sat opposite him, crossed her legs, and took out several documents, saying, "These are admission notices from several nationally renowned universities indicating they want to admit you early, including a well-known university from Country M. Take a look yourself." Nangong Natsuki pushed the admission notices in front of Chiquan Zhuangwu. These prestigious universities had all independently wanted to admit Chiquan Zhuangwu early, which was quite impressive. They thought that by doing so they could get Chiquan Zhuangwu into their school ahead of time, but they were not the only ones with such thoughts. Several universities had the same idea. However, Chiquan Zhuangwu didn't even glance at them, and said, "I will plan my own future. As for these early admission notices, let's forget about them. I'm not someone who takes such shortcuts." Well, I anticipated you would react this way. Nangong Natsuki had an expression of as expected. After all, she had been Chiquan Zhuangwu's homeroom teacher for an entire year and knew him quite well. Nangong Natsuki had been Chiquan Zhuangwu's homeroom teacher since he was in his second year of high school, and now it was already the second year. She understood Chiquan Zhuangwu's serious demeanor and arrogant personality quite well. She knew he wouldn't be interested in such early admission notices. If it were someone else, they would have been overjoyed and eagerly chosen one. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Chiquan Zhuangwu intended to get up and leave, but Nangong Natsuki gestured for him to stop. "Today is Wednesday, and there will be a welcome party on Friday. There will be many performances to welcome the new first-year students." And then, oi. Chiquan Zhuangwu was aware that the class had collected names of students willing to participate, but he was not interested and ignored it. Nangong Natsuki said playfully, "I have already signed you up." "Huh?" Chiquan Zhuangwu showed a surprised expression, his eye twitching. "Hey, I didn't intend to participate in any performance, so don't sign me up without my consent." Nangong Natsuki, uninterested, replied, "Seeing you so quiet and not talking to others, anyone who doesn't know might think you have social anxiety. But I know you can be quite surprising with your words, so I signed you up to help you integrate into society. No need to thank me." "Who would thank you? What did you sign me up for?" Chiquan Zhuangwu felt somewhat speechless, yet he didn't feel too burdened. As a genius, he could master various arts and skills. "I haven't filled it out yet. Oh, I just wrote your name down. As for what you want to prepare, you can say it yourself." Nangong Natsuki tossed the ball back to Chiquan Zhuangwu, who stared at her until she felt a bit embarrassed before saying, "I'll sing." "You can sing?" Nangong Natsuki asked, suspiciously looking at Chiquan Zhuangwu, who didn't seem like someone who could sing. "You don't know the half of it." After saying that, Chiquan Zhuangwu stood up and left. The next class was physical education. Chiquan Zhuangwu arrived at the playground and lined up with everyone. At that moment, a girl in a sports outfit approached the students of Class 1A Year 3. "Hey, isn't that the famous teacher Hiratsuka Shizen?" "Yes, she's in a gym outfit." "Is she here to teach us PE?" "Oh my god, no. I heard teacher Hiratsuka is going through menopause and is very irritable. So don't let her hear you say that, or you're in for trouble. Are you Class 1 of the 3rd grade? You all seem quite spirited. For the coming year, I will be your physical education teacher. My name is Ping Jing, and let's start with a roll call. Changpan Zhuangwu was aware of Ping Jing's reputation, but she was quite famous in the school on par with the renowned teacher Nangong Neiyu. He recalled that she taught second-grade Mandarin, but now she was here to teach physical education for the third grade. It truly was surprising that a Mandarin teacher was now a physical education teacher. Ping Jing crossed her arms and said loudly, "Very well, everyone is here. Now who is the class monitor? Lead them to run 2 laps around the playground for warm-up." "Yes, teacher." The class monitor Xiaomu Zeng Shualai stepped forward and then led the students onto the track. Only Changpan Zhuangwu remained standing there quite conspicuous. "Hey kid, why are you just standing there? Are you feeling unwell?" Ping Jing approached Changpan Zhuangwu, who had not joined the others. "I'm fine." "Then why aren't you running?" "Running 2 laps is pointless. I don't want to run." Ping Jing gazed deeply at Changpan Zhuangwu. "This kid is quite rebellious. You must be Changpan Zhuangwu, right? First in both first and second grades, and I've heard your physical education score is also top-notch. Why can't you run today? Are you deliberately provoking me?" Ping Jing revealed an unfriendly gaze. Changpan Zhuangwu was well known among students in various high schools, making it hard for a teacher like Ping Jing to remain oblivious. "Of course I'm not intentionally provoking you. I'm just not that bored." "Then what do you mean?" "I simply don't want to run, that's all." Changpan Zhuangwu exercised every morning and had his unique training routine. Therefore, running 2 laps on the playground was merely a warm-up for those who lacked training opportunities, but it held no benefit for him. "What an unwillingness to run. You really have a strong personality." Ping Jing twitched her eye corner. He truly was a difficult child. Are all recent geniuses so distinctive? The girl in her class is, and so is this boy before her. "Thank you for the compliment." Changpan Zhuangwu stepped back behind a building to avoid the sun, crossing his arms as he leaned back. Right now he just wanted to be a quiet, handsome guy. "What an interesting kid, a bit unconventional," Ping Jing said, a frown forming on her forehead as she approached Changpan Zhuangwu. After rolling up her sleeves a bit, she said, "Kid, how about we make a bet?" "A bet? What do you want to bet on?" Changpan Zhuangwu became interested, wondering what Ping Jing had in mind. "Let's have a spar. If you lose, you will obediently listen to me. If I lose, I won't force you to participate in any physical education classes you want to skip. How about that?" "Interesting, I accept." Ping Jing's lips curled into a charming smile. The moment Changpan Zhuangwu agreed, she knew she had already won because she had trained in real combat techniques. Taking down a high school student would be like child's play. He would have to listen to her from now on. "Just don't back out if you lose." After saying this, Ping Jing lifted her leg and aimed a kick at Changpan Zhuangwu's left side. In her view, this kick was enough to determine the winner, so she held back and didn't use her full strength. But in the next second, Ping Jing's smile froze, for her kick was effortlessly blocked by Changpan Zhuangwu's left arm, who didn't even move an inch. "You." Lowering her leg, Ping Jing looked at Changpan Zhuangwu in confusion. "This kid is no ordinary person. He managed to block my kicks so easily, though I didn't use my full strength. It was enough to show his remarkable abilities." "That was a good kick. You should have some strength left, but don't hold back. Come at me, because you won't affect me at all." Changpan Zhuangwu chuckled lightly. In response, he stepped forward swiftly, so fast that Ping Jing didn't even have time to react before he grabbed her shoulders and swept his right leg on the ground, directly throwing Ping Jing to the ground. "Damn!" Ping Jing sat down abruptly on the ground, cursing. From the moment Changpan Zhuangwu made his move to her sitting on the ground, it took only a second or two. She hadn't even reacted before she found herself on the ground. This agility was truly exaggerated. "You lost, and it was a complete defeat." Although Changpan Zhuangwu maintained a blank expression to Ping Jing, he appeared to be asking for a beating. Sighing, Ping Jing waved her hand. "Fine, I'm not someone who can't handle defeat. This time consider it your win. I will keep my promise from earlier." "That's good. I'm leaving now." "Leaving? Where to?" "Back to the classroom. Where else would I go?" Thus the day's classes came to an end, and Changpan Zhuangwu boarded the train home. From the station near the school to the station beside Changpan Zhuangwu's home, it took less than 5 minutes to arrive. Changpan Zhuangwu sometimes took the train and sometimes walked. It wasn't fixed. Waiting at the train station, he could see quite a few students there, including 3 or 4 from Hikari no Mori. As the train arrived, everyone surged in. The train was already quite crowded with no seats available, so including Changpan Zhuangwu, the new passengers could only stand there. On the train, a boy wearing the Hikari no Mori uniform with a golden star on his collar held onto the overhead strap. His eyes occasionally darted to the left side, where a girl sat alone. This girl had a devilishly beautiful figure and an angelic, delicate face. Her features included fair skin, flowing warm purple-black long hair, and a pair of bright, captivating big eyes. Her name was Gue Yanyi, and she was troubled by her appearance. At school, other girls envied her beauty and academic performance, playing pranks on her, leaving her without any friends. On this train, many pairs of eyes were also fixed on her, making Gue Yanyi feel like a frightened rabbit, her body tense and afraid to move. "Yanyi, you're so beautiful. If only you could be my girlfriend." The boy in the Hikari no Mori uniform was named Ito Makoto. He was a first-year student at Hikari no Mori and admired Gue Yanyi as well, even though they were not in the same class. During middle school, he would always see Gue Yanyi on the train. Naturally, Ito Makoto couldn't avoid having thoughts about her stunning figure and looks that surpassed even movie stars. At night, he would even daydream about her. But shy as he was, he lacked the courage to approach her and could only observe her secretly. "Hey, what are you pushing for? Can't you see how crowded it is?" "Who's pushing?" "I think it's you who's trying to take advantage of me." "Huh. Take a look in the mirror, you're covered in pimples. Who would want to take advantage of you? Hey, how are you talking, you bastard? What do you want, you idiot? You want to fight? For some reason, a few people nearby started a conflict and began to shove each other, making the already crowded space even more packed. Damn girl, you stepped on me. A burly man sitting down glared at Gue Yanyi. During the earlier jostling, she had accidentally stepped on his foot. I'm sorry. Gue Yanyi quickly bowed in apology. It was indeed her fault for stepping on him, so she hurriedly apologized. However, the burly man was clearly not satisfied with that. Since Gue Yanyi boarded the train, he had been eyeing this pretty little thing. Her delicate and fragile appearance made him unable to resist. Now that he had the opportunity, how could he let it pass? Is saying sorry all you can do? It really hurts, you know. If sorry were enough, what would we need the police for? The burly man stood up. His nearly 6-foot frame combined with a robust physique immediately drew everyone's attention, silencing those who had been noisy just moments before as they turned their gaze to the burly man and Gue Yanyi. People saw a pretty young girl being bullied, yet no one dared to help, intimidated by the burly man's stature. They preferred to mind their own business, thinking it better to avoid unnecessary trouble. What a great opportunity. If I can successfully stop that guy and save Gue Yanyi, I might win her favor and gratitude. Who knows, it could lead to something more. The more Ito Makoto thought about it, the more excited he became. This was a prime chance for a hero to save a damsel in distress. If he could calm the burly man down, he could seize the moment to strike up a conversation with Gue Yanyi. With Gue Yanyi's gentle and kind personality, she would surely remember him fondly. Then through repeated interactions, they could become good friends, and eventually, he could win her heart. How wonderful that would be. Moreover, it just needed someone to step forward. If one person acted heroically, others would surely come forward to condemn the burly man. With that thought, Ito Makoto's courage surged. He shouted, "Hey sir, a girl is so light, and you are so large and strong. How could a single step of yours hurt so much? Please don't make trouble." After speaking, Ito Makoto fixed his determined gaze on the burly man and glanced around, believing that as long as someone led the way, the burly man would face a collective backlash. This tactic was called leveraging public opinion. However, looking around, he found no one supporting him, though everyone appeared indifferent, leaving Ito Makoto dumbfounded. This was not how he had imagined it. "Oh look, there's a little handsome guy wanting to be a hero." The burly man sneered, pushing aside a few bystanders to walk up to Ito Makoto. Ito Makoto's earlier composure vanished upon the burly man's presence. His legs began to tremble, regretting his boldness. Truly, the saying goes, a word can be a knife, and now he had drawn unwanted attention to himself. What's wrong? Are you starting to stutter now? You were quite bold just a moment ago. Originally, Gue Yanyi had a favorable impression of the boy who had suddenly come to her aid, but his sudden loss of bravado disappointed her. How could he act so recklessly when he couldn't even protect himself? Wasn't he just asking for trouble? Who do you think you are trying to meddle in my affairs? The burly man shouted at Ito Makoto, spitting as he spoke. Ito Makoto, frightened, faltered and fell to the ground, while the people behind him hurriedly stepped aside, allowing him to collapse. I'm sorry. Ito Makoto was completely terrified, hugging his head and shouting apologies. He was naturally timid, and now faced with this towering man's fury, he was utterly cowed. The people on the train looked at Ito Makoto with disdain, having expected him to be brave and clever. Instead, he turned out to be such a coward. It would have been better if he had stayed out of it. Now he was the laughingstock. You trash. The burly man felt that Ito Makoto was too cowardly and kicked him, thinking he was more timid than a mouse, yet still trying to play the hero. What a pathetic guy. Oh. Ito Makoto screamed in pain from the kick, curling up and not daring to resist. Now here's the deal. If you come drink with me, I'll forgive you for stepping on my foot, the burly man said with a wicked smile as he reached for Gue Yanyi's hand. At that moment, Tokiwa Zogo came over, shouldering against the burly man's shoulder, interrupting his action. Hey kid, you bumped into me. The burly man frowned, grabbing Tokiwa Zogo by the shoulder. Tokiwa Zogo glanced at him, spinning his shoulder to shake off the burly man's grip. Tokiwa Zogo responded, "You were blocking the way, which caused me to bump into you. I didn't seek you out, you came looking for me. Besides, bullying a weak girl isn't something a man should do. Do you know him?" The burly man looked at Tokiwa Zogo, and then at the clothes of the now sitting Ito Makoto. This guy looked similar. The burly man quickly pieced it together. Looking at Tokiwa Zogo, he pointed at Ito Makoto and said, "I get it. You're just looking for trouble, trying to be a hero like this kid. But sadly, you're just another coward." Tokiwa Zogo, hands in his pocket, scoffed, "I don't know if I'm a hero, but I do know that you are about to be the coward. Your mouth is quite sharp, but I wonder if your weak body is just as sharp. Try it, and see what happens." The burly man's expression turned cold as he slapped at Tokiwa Zogo's face. Tokiwa Zogo, unfazed, raised his arm to block the attack. As the burly man was surprised by how such a slender body could withstand his blow, without budging, Tokiwa Zogo swiftly extended his other hand from his pocket. In an instant, Tokiwa Zogo struck the burly man's face with a palm, kicking at his knee joint, causing him to kneel. Then he forcibly pressed the burly man's face down onto his own seat, causing a close encounter between his cheek and the chair. Yeah. No matter how much the burly man struggled and yelled, he could not break free from Tokiwa Zogo's strength, leaving the onlookers in astonishment. So impressive. Gue Yanyi looked at Tokiwa Zogo with a hint of surprise, realizing this boy had actually taken down a burly man over 6 feet tall. Damn. The burly man's face turned red, blood vessels visible in his eyes. On one hand, it was because he exerted too much effort with no effect, and on the other, he was humiliated to be subdued by a pretty boy in front of so many people. Tokiwa Zi-O asked, "Are you going to surrender?" "Yes, I surrender. Let go of me. I'm going to die from the pain," the burly man begged. Tokiwa Zi-O released his grip on the burly man's face and tossed him forward by the collar, causing him to land on the ground. He then stepped on the burly man's chest, looking down from above. "Now tell me who's the coward." "I'm the coward. Next stop, get out." "Yes, yes." The burly man nodded quickly. He was ruthless, no doubt, but he hadn't expected to encounter someone even more ruthless. That last move had made him feel pain like never before. He no longer had the spirit to act tough. "Kid, that was amazing. You took down that big guy in one move. Indeed, at such a young age you have such skills. You'll definitely achieve great things in the future. And he's quite handsome too. Tsk tisk, I bet many girls would like him." Unlike before when they looked at Ito Makoto with disdain, now the passengers on the train were all praising Tokiwa Zi-O, a stark contrast to the earlier situation. After all, Ito Makoto's attempt to show off ended in failure. If he had stood his ground and been defeated, perhaps others would have respected him in their hearts. But Ito Makoto, lacking any courage, actively admitted defeat and lay on the ground covering his head in fear of being hit. Anyone witnessing this would look down upon him. In contrast, Tokiwa Zi-O appeared extremely imposing. Unlike Ito Makoto's cowardice, Tokiwa Zi-O displayed exceptional prowess, subduing his opponent with a single strike. Though both were high school students, the disparity between them was anything but ordinary. As he gazed at Tokiwa Zi-O, who was treated like a star among lesser lights, Kawaii Ye felt a wave of humiliation wash over him as he clenched his fists. He too had stood up for himself, so why had he ended up in such a predicament? This guy clearly had the ability, yet did not step in to help when he was being bullied, instead watching as he was berated by a burly man, kicked and ridiculed by those around him. It was infuriating. "Thank you, senior. I'm Kawaii Ye, a first year at Hikari Forest High School. What about you?" Kawaii Ye took a few steps forward, expressing her gratitude to Tokiwa Zi-O while introducing herself. Tokiwa Zi-O, third year. Tokiwa Zi-O glanced at Kawaii Ye and understood why she had caught the attention of that burly man. She was indeed a beauty with an outstanding figure. Most importantly, her gentle demeanor and delicate aura evoked a strong desire to protect her. Thus, Ito Makoto, who tried to play the hero, ended up looking like a coward. Kawaii Ye then expressed her thanks to Ito Makoto for his bravery, even though he had not accomplished anything significant. He had still stepped up for her, and she felt it necessary to show her appreciation. Hearing the gratitude of the girl he admired, Ito Makoto felt a surge of vanity that completely overshadowed his previous humiliation. It seemed that his earlier act of assistance had not been in vain. This newfound connection increased his chances of actively striking up a conversation with Kawaii Ye. When they arrived at the next station, Tokiwa Zi-O and the burly man got off the train together. Tokiwa Zi-O had intended to disembark there, while the burly man was forcibly removed by Tokiwa Zi-O mid-journey. Otherwise, who knew what trouble this guy would have caused once Tokiwa Zi-O's threat was gone? "Let's go." "Where to?" The burly man, confused by Tokiwa Zi-O's command, wondered where he was being taken. Tokiwa Zi-O looked at the large man with amusement and said, "What's wrong? Don't want to go home. Should I take you to jail instead?" No. I'm leaving right now." The burly man quickly turned and fled, not wanting to face jail. Tokiwa Zi-O had no intention of escorting him to the police station, and since the man hadn't truly committed any serious offenses, he would be out in no time anyway. Whether he went or not made no difference. Not bothering with the burly man any longer, Tokiwa Zi-O moved to an open area, took out the control panel of the time-space demon machine, activated it, and tossed it onto the ground. Instantly, the panel transformed, rapidly morphing into a spaceship-like time-space demon machine. Climbing aboard, Tokiwa Zi-O looked at the control panel and directly inputted via voice command, "Time 2018. Upon receiving the command, Tokiwa Zi-O piloted the time-space demon machine skyward, soaring into the air and entering the time tunnel. This phenomenon was witnessed by passers-by who pointed and gasped in surprise. Some even posted on the internet about seeing an alien spaceship. Was that the Time King just now? Where is he going? After a day, the injuries of the Mingguang Institute's gates had healed significantly, and he appeared lively on the streets, his expression serious. He had also seen the time-space demon machine that had just departed. "I'm not sure. This demon machine is different from ours and has no connectivity, so we cannot calculate where the Time King has gone." Tsukuyami shook his head. If it were their time-space demon machine, they would share data, and one could know which era the other was heading to. However, Tokiwa Zi-O's machine was not manufactured by them, so there was no data exchange. Where could that Time King possibly go? Mingguang Institute's gates questioned, unable to imagine what Tokiwa Zi-O was up to. "Alright, since we don't know, there's no need to think too much about it. I have already sent our information to the Time King at Hikari Forest High School. Tomorrow we will transfer there as new students in his class, which will better facilitate our observation of him." Tsukuyami had hacked into Hikari Forest High School, using the advanced technology she had brought from the future, disguising the two of them as new transfer students, and they would be in the same class as Tokiwa Zi-O, making it easier for them to observe his actions. Mingguang Institute's gates folded his arms and said, "I believe what you're doing is a waste of time." Although the Time King has shown no signs of becoming a Demon King, it only indicates that he currently lacks the strength to do so. Once he truly becomes the Demon King of the night, this world will face its doom. Gates, that's merely your speculation. At least the Time King we see now does not seem as bad as you suggest. Perhaps we can influence him to avoid becoming a demon king and instead become a wise king. Naive. Mingguang Institute's gates found Tsukuyomi's idea laughable. Would the Time King listen to them hold hands and become friends? That was utterly impossible. Though their interactions had been minimal, Gates had come to understand Tokiwa Zugo somewhat. He was someone with an extreme sense of self, resolute and ruthless in demeanor, with an excessive sense of self-awareness. In his dictionary, there was no room for hesitation or indecisiveness. The idea of fostering a friendly relationship with such a Time King through mere words was a daydream. However, Mingguang Institute's Gates was currently powerless to defeat Tokiwa Zugo and unwilling to return empty-handed, so he could only take things one step at a time. 2018. Tokiwa Zugo arrived in this era aboard the time-space demon machine. After retracting the machine back into its control panel, he headed towards the coffee shop he had visited in his original timeline. Are you a customer? Please take a seat, if I'll brew you a cup of coffee first. A middle-aged man approached Tokiwa Zugo warmly. He was the owner, named Ishii Soichi. Tokiwa Zugo observed the middle-aged man brewing coffee. Apart from the Time King, the Heisei riders he remembered most clearly were Build and Kabuto. He recalled that this middle-aged man was the mastermind behind Build, an alien life form residing within a human controlling the body and consciousness of the original Ishii Soichi. Without this alien life form, Kamen Rider Build would cease to exist. Everything was driven by him. Upon arriving in this world, he had seen the sky wall that divided the entire country into three, a creation of this very person. His goal was to obtain the powers of Build. The Build of his original timeline had already vanished, and now Tokiwa Zugo found himself in another timeline where Build existed. After acquiring the power of Build, the history of this world would be altered, preventing any tragedies. The people living in this timeline would continue their lives blissfully, and the Kamen Riders of this world would bear no burdens, living as ordinary people. In a sense, Tokiwa Zugo was here to help them alleviate their suffering. After all, the lives of Kamen Riders were often filled with misfortune, each burdened with their own heavy responsibilities. That is what being a Kamen Rider entailed. Not wanting to dwell on that any longer, he asked Ishii Soichi, who had finished brewing the coffee, "Is Kiryu Sento here? Are you looking for Jean too? Just a moment, I'll call him." Shurdong Suchi opened the refrigerator door and shouted inside, "Hey Jean too, you have a friend here." Suchi remained silent. The presence of Shurdong Suchi indicated that the story in this timeline was still in its early stages. He returned to Suchi's side, glanced at the untouched coffee, and said to him, "He'll be out soon. Have a cup of coffee in the meantime." Suchi did not refuse, picked up the coffee on the table, took a sip, and was immediately overwhelmed by an indescribable taste. The usually expressionless Suchi showed a look of disgust. "What kind of coffee is this? It's terrible." This coffee was undoubtedly the worst Suchi had ever tasted. He was at a loss for words. Was this guy an alien, unable to comprehend the taste preferences of Earthlings? How could he brew such awful coffee? Is it really that bad? Suchi was puzzled as to why everyone thought his coffee was terrible. He thought it was rather good. "Who is looking for me?" At that moment, Kiryu Jean too crawled out from inside the refrigerator. It had a hidden passage. Although it seemed like a refrigerator, it was actually Jean Tu's laboratory as Kamen Rider. "You are looking for me?" Jean too eyed Suchi suspiciously, having no recollection of him. Even if he had a friend before his amnesia, it was impossible for him to be called Jean Tu, the name he had taken after forgetting. "What Jean Tu, you don't recognize him?" Suchi, enjoying his cup of coffee, found Jean Tu's puzzled expression odd. Wasn't this someone familiar? "I don't know him," Jean Tu replied firmly, then inquired who Suchi was and why he would know him. Suchi stood up expressionless, a unique aura rising around him as he declared, "I am Suchi Tokime, destined to be a king. Kiryu Jean Tu no Kamen Rider Build, surrender your power to me." Upon hearing Suchi refer to him as Kamen Rider Build, Jean Tu's expression changed. "You are with Faust." Suchi shook his head. "What Faust? I don't know them. As I said, I am born to be a king and need your power to complement my own." "Not with Faust born to be a king. What are you talking about?" Jean Tu's hostility diminished upon hearing Suchi was not with Faust, but he completely failed to understand the concept of being born to be a king. "It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Transform. Will you let me take your power easily, or will you be defeated and have it taken from you? Choose one." When Suchi had been merely a spectator, he had admired Kamen Riders, each fighting for justice and peace. But now as a rider himself, Suchi was unaware of why his world lacked the Build driver yet. That did not mean he would remain stagnant. Destiny must be fought for. Though the power of the second stage was not weak, it was not at the level of overwhelming strength, and Suchi's enemies were not weak either. Future foes would only grow stronger, such as Swers, the Time Management Bureau, and even the Time Demon King from other timelines. So whether for the sake of his own path to greatness or for his own safety, Suchi would not hesitate to seize Build's power and that of other Kamen Riders. Even if others saw him as selfish and cold-hearted, he would not care if this was the path he chose, and he would not regret it. That said, the world of Build that Suchi was in was just one of many parallel worlds. The disappearance of Build here did not mean that all versions of Build in other timelines would vanish. "Although it seems you don't fully understand, I won't just surrender my power to you." The two left the room together, heading outside. Shurdong Suchi frowned and changed his clothes before following them out. It seemed from Suchi's words that he intended to seize Jean Tu's power, which was unacceptable. Jean Tu was his tool, prepared for his plan for so many years. If Suchi with no known background were to ruin that, he would have nowhere to cry. In an expanse of wilderness, the surrounding grass had turned brown and lifeless. Jean Tu stood opposite Suchi, shouting, You keep saying you want to gain my power to become a king, but what kind of king will you become? A king of riders. A king of riders. You are also a Kamen Rider? Jean Tu asked curiously. During his time as a Kamen Rider, he had already been referred to as one by netizens, and he was quite pleased with that title. However, this person before him claimed he wanted to become the king of riders, which meant my king. Jean Tu found this strange. Suchi did not reply but took out a time driver, his intentions clear. A completely different driver. You really are a Kamen Rider. Now Jean Tu was convinced he could not believe there were other Kamen Riders besides himself. It seems your information is quite limited. Do you think you are the only Kamen Rider? Wrong. There are many Kamen Riders, nearly 200 from the entire Heisei era. Suchi raised his right index finger high, and I shall ascend to the pinnacle, becoming the king of riders. 200. Kamen Riders. Jean Tu was utterly shocked. The timeline he lived in had no connection to those of other Kamen Riders, so he had no idea they existed. Hearing Suchi's words made him feel a subtle excitement. Enough talk. Build your power will now be mine. Suchi placed the time driver at his waist, holding the Ziku-Driver with his right hand. That's not possible. My power hasn't been used to finish what it needs to do, so I can't give it to you yet. Jean Tu also took out the build driver and placed it at his waist. Their drivers were almost the same size. Don't worry about that. Once I acquire your power, everything in this world will return to normal. Indeed, in this world, Build, or rather Jean Tu before him, was the protagonist. Once he seized Build's power, the trajectory of this world would revert to the peaceful times of the past. Just like in Suchi's world, where Build's power was stolen by the time thief, creating a mutated Build. Jean Tu did not believe Suchi's words. Everything could only be trusted by oneself. Rabbit. Tank. Jean Tu took a fully stocked bottle in each hand, shook them a few times, then turned the upper button and inserted them into the driver. Best match. Jean Tu tapped his right index finger against his temple. Alright, let's start the experiment. After the optimal sound effects were produced, Tongxing, Jean Tu wore a confident smile as he began to shake the waist lever on the right side of the build driver. As the waist lever of the driver operated, the two canisters attached to it continuously compressed and moved, ultimately revealing a technologically advanced visual effect from the driver. Are you ready? Henshin. Steel and Salt. Rabbit Tank. Yeah. After a series of loud sound effects, the red and blue technological forms enveloped Tongxing, Jean Tu from front and back, and the true Kamen Rider Build appeared before Tokiwa Sougo, not that ugly fellow from the other class. Kamen Rider Build, the design is quite impressive. Tokiwa Sougo thought Build looked cool, but he himself was even cooler. Zi-O. Henshin. He turned the Zi-O ride watch, inserted it into the right side of the driver, pressed the top button, and spun it clockwise 360 to return to its original position. Suddenly, a large silver clock appeared behind Tokiwa Sougo, flanked by several smaller clocks. Rider time. Kamen Rider Zi-O. With the sound effects, several silver straps quickly spun around Tokiwa Sougo, and a set of armor materialized and automatically donned itself onto him. Behind him, a large pink character flew out from the giant clock, swiftly shrinking and adorning the black eye mask of Tokiwa Sougo. Kamen Rider Zi-O. Tongxing Jean Tu repeated the automatic introduction of Tokiwa Sougo's transformation sound effects. So it's the time, King. Let me see the powers of the other Kamen Riders. Being able to fight with other Kamen Riders excited Tongxing Jean Tu, who dashed across the distance of several dozen meters between them in a second and threw a powerful punch forward. Tokiwa Sougo swiftly swept his right leg forward, knocking Tongxing Xanta's punch aside and disrupting his fast attack, causing him to stagger 2 steps to the right. He turned back to see Tokiwa Sougo standing still, showing no intent to follow up. Are you underestimating me? Tongxing Jean Tu launched another attack, aiming his right fist at Tokiwa Sougo's face. Tokiwa Sougo tilted his head to the left to evade, then clenched his right fist, charging towards Tongxing Xanta's abdomen. But in the next moment, Tokiwa Sougo felt an immense force catch him, and his fist started to ache. The strength of the left hand is considerably greater than the right. This was the impression Tongxing Jean Tu received from Tokiwa Sougo's 2 fists. The power of his right hand was about the same as his own, but the left hand was over twice as strong. Knowing this, Tokiwa Sougo immediately grasped Tongxing Xanta's left wrist, while Tongxing Jean Tu also firmly seized Tokiwa Sougo's right wrist, their 4 hands clinging to each other like a game of stacking. Then they exchanged glances, and Tokiwa Sougo exerted force from his waist, spinning his entire body in place. Caught off guard, Tongxing Xanta's feet involuntarily began to circle around Tokiwa Sougo due to the spinning momentum. Eventually, due to Tokiwa Sougo's excessive movement, Tongxing Xanta's feet left the ground entirely. Wow. With both feet off the ground, Tongxing Jean Tu was flung sideways, and Tokiwa Sougo released him, sending Tongxing Jean Tu flying. Unable to hold on, Tongxing Jean Tu was thrown into the air, his body spinning erratically. After flying 100 meters, he crashed heavily to the ground, rolling 5 or 6 times before coming to a stop, kicking up a cloud of dust. This guy is amazing. Standing up, Tongxing Jean Tu brushed off the dust from his clothes, shook his head a couple of times, and fixed his gaze on the approaching Tokiwa Sougo, his expression gradually becoming serious. As expected of another Kamen Rider, his combat ability was undeniable. In their previous 2 exchanges, he had suffered both times. Tokiwa Sougo spread his hands and said, "Feel free to show what you can do, otherwise there won't be another chance. Don't get too cocky too soon, the real fight is just beginning." Tongxing Jean Tu pulled out the drill crusher, the main weapon, in his rabbit tank form. Facing the advancing build, Tokiwa Sougo also produced the time-limit sword in his hand. The two charged at each other, causing the ground beneath them to erupt in a spray of dirt up to their calves due to the impact. In swordsmanship, you can't win against me, Tokiwa Sougo said calmly, then swiftly swung the time-limit sword in his right hand, unleashing exquisite swordsmanship that forced Tongxing Zhantu to retreat step by step. It should be noted that Tokiwa Sougo had an incredible ability to learn, and during his time after crossing over had realized that he would face crises as he grew older. Therefore, he wasted no time. He went on to learn various martial arts, including Jeet Kune Do, Taekwondo, Soft Fist, Tai Chi, and swordsmanship, among a series of combat abilities. Although his studies were somewhat eclectic, Tokiwa Sougo's keen understanding made it easy for him to master these abilities, and he was even able to integrate them and forge his own path. Moreover, with Tokiwa Sougo's continuous physical training and the enhancement from the power of the onyx, even in his basic form, as long as his opponent's strength was not excessively overwhelming, he could still contend. The strength lay not in the knight's armor, but in Tokiwa Sougo himself. Oh! Tongxing Zhantu let out a scream as the drill crusher in his hand was knocked away, and the armor on his chest was struck by the time-limit sword, sending him flying to the ground. Tokiwa Sougo gazed down at Tongxing Zhantu on the ground and asserted, "Is this all you've got?" As expected, this was still the early-stage Tongxing Zhantu, whose combat experience was clearly lacking and whose strength was limited, even though Tokiwa Sougo himself had only just acquired the driver a few days ago. Why is he so strong? Damn it. Tongxing Zhantu could sense that their stats were about even, with him possibly being slightly stronger. Yet he was repeatedly attacked while only landing a hit on Tokiwa Sougo once, which greatly affected his mentality. This guy's combat ability is far superior to Xantus. No wonder Zhantu is no match for him and is being completely suppressed. In the distance, a man in red armor stood with one hand on his hip, watching the battle between Tokiwa Sougo and Tongxing Zhantu, astonished by Tokiwa Sougo's combat prowess. He was clearly just a kid several years younger than Tongxing Zhantu, yet he displayed such remarkable combat ability that should not be underestimated. He was none other than the previous coffee shop owner Ishin Sokichi, an alien life form known as a Volto, currently transformed into the special warrior of the smoke system Bloodstock. Ninja. Comic. Best match. Are you ready? Build upgrade. Tongxing Zhantu took out the ninja and comic full bottles for a transformation. Ninja's entertainer. Knitting comic. Yeah. Has the form changed? It doesn't matter, the scales of victory have already tipped entirely in my favor from the very beginning. You have no chance of winning. Wrong, the rules of victory have already been established. He then pressed a button on the handle of the 4-frame ninja blade. Shadow clone technique. As the 4-frame ninja blade emitted a sound effect, 6 clouds of smoke suddenly appeared around Tokiwa Sougo, from which emerged ninja comic forms identical to Tongxing Zhantu. Clones. So this is how the ninja comic works. Tokiwa Sougo glanced around him, noticing the 6 clones. They didn't The clones shouted in unison, quickly launching attacks toward Tokiwa Sougo from different directions. Just clones. While these clones were physical, as Tokiwa Sougo had said, they lacked thought and were completely controlled by Tongxing Zhantu's mind, with their strength and all other data being only about half of what Tongxing Zhantu possessed. From behind, a clone wielding the 4-frame ninja blade charged at him. 2 clones charged from the right and left simultaneously. Without even glancing, Tokiwa Sougo quickly retreated 2 steps, causing the 2 to miss. He then dispatched one with a sword, while the other 3 that unexpectedly approached from the side were easily dealt with by Tokiwa Sougo. Nanny. Tongxing Zhantu couldn't believe his eyes. His clones were defeated in just a few seconds. Normally, the enemies he faced would be bewildered by his clones, unable to respond quickly, thus giving the clones the opportunity to defeat them. But now Tokiwa Sougo showed no hesitation. Anyone who stood in his way would be defeated. Mere clones could not affect Tokiwa Sougo's resolve. Retracting his attack, Tongxing Zhantu took 2 steps back, feeling a sense of helplessness for the first time. He was not on the same level as the powerful opponents he had faced before. Finish time. Tokiwa Sougo threw the time limit sword aside and pressed a button on the Time King driver, then turned the time space driver's knob counterclockwise 360. A circle of pink kick characters unfolded around Tongxing Zhantu, trapping him within. What is this thing? Even with a weapon, Tongxing Zhantu could not break through these characters, severely restricting his movements. It's over. With his right foot leading, Tokiwa Sougo stepped forward in a straight line, calmly approaching Tongxing Zhantu. Under Tongxing Zhantu's puzzled gaze, Tokiwa Sougo lifted his right leg, and the pink characters surrounding him embedded into the ground in 0.1 seconds. Time break. A spinning kick directly struck Tongxing Zhantu, causing his armor to explode under the impact. Tokiwa Sougo, due to the inertia from this kick, turned away from the flames that erupted behind him. Ugh. As the flames dissipated, taking out a blank driver head from his left-hand driver storage, Tokiwa Sougo faced the fallen Tongxing Zhantu and said, "I'll take the power of the clone." He then extended the driver head toward Tongxing Zhantu. Biayu. An energy bullet shot toward Tokiwa Sougo. Having anticipated this, he remained still, leaning back to clearly see the energy bullet fly past his chest. Had he reacted slowly, that energy bullet would have hit him. Tokiwa Sougo remained silent for a few seconds, then turned to the right, looking 10 meters away at a special warrior in red armor, saying, "I knew you would come to interfere, store manager." Earlier, while fighting Tongxing Zhantu, Tokiwa Sougo had sensed something, so he remained vigilant around him. Finally, after defeating Tongxing Zhantu, Ishido Tsuchi couldn't hold back any longer. Blood Surfer. Although Tongxing Zhantu was defeated and injured, he had not lost consciousness. He was also surprised to see the special warrior in red armor. How did this guy end up here? Blood Surfer was one of Tongxing Zhantu's enemies during his time as Kamen Rider, a cadre of Faust, who frequently appeared to challenge him. Wait, what do you mean by store manager? Tongxing Zhantu suddenly recalled Tokiwa Shugo referring to him as store manager. What did that mean? You know me. I don't know much, but I do know you are an alien entity of Volto, who possessed an astronaut. You had inhabited the body of the store manager at the coffee shop for years, guiding Tongxing Zhantu to become Kamen Rider build. Your ultimate goal seems to be to restore the power that was shattered. Tokiwa Shugo wasn't clear on the name of the person possessed by a Volto. He had seen it before, but could only remember some general details which he recounted. Store manager. Blood Surfer, you are. The same person. Tongxing Zhantu stared at Blood Surfer in disbelief, his eyes filled with doubt. How could he believe that the store manager who had taken him in and provided warmth like an old father was actually a cadre of Faust? Blood Surfer? But seeing Blood Surfer silent and not immediately refuting him, Tongxing Zhantu's heart sank to the bottom. He muttered, no, this cannot be true. Having had his disguise unveiled, Blood Surfer did not refute it, readily admitting, I never expected someone would see through my identity. I'm quite curious, who exactly are you? No, that's impossible. The store manager cannot be Blood Surfer. Hearing Blood Surfer's words, Tongxing Zhantu's eyes lost focus. He had just managed to stand up, but suddenly collapsed back down as if life had lost all hope. Born to be a king, Kamen Rider Zi-O. Although I don't know what your ultimate goal is, you cannot take Build's power away, for Build is the key to my restoration. Blood Surfer, shouldering a smoke gun, approached Tokiwa Shugo, his intentions clear. If he wanted to harm Tongxing Zhantu, he would have to go through him first. Oh, if you can stop me, then naturally I cannot succeed. But do you possess that capability? With that, Xue Qian raised the smoke gun in his hand, aiming it at Changpan Zhuangwu and advancing forward. Changpan Zhuangwu took out the time limit sword, blocking all the incoming light bullets. After slicing the last light bullet away, Xue Qian was already in front of him, the smoke gun transforming into a smoke sword and slashing towards him. Changpan Zhuangwu immediately raised his arm to block with his sword. The moment they made contact, an incredibly powerful force was exerted on Changpan Zhuangwu's arm, causing a tingling sensation. As he felt he couldn't hold on any longer, he immediately pressed down with both hands against the sword, competing with Xue Qian. The blades of the two swords continuously rubbed against each other, producing a large amount of sparks. In the end, Changpan Zhuangwu was still at a disadvantage, being knocked back a few steps by a single strike. Such powerful strength. Changpan Zhuangwu could clearly feel his right hand trembling slightly. In the few seconds of competition, Xue Qian's strength was evidently much greater than his own. And indeed, according to the data, Changpan Zhuangwu's punching power was just over 8 tons, while Xue Qian's full strength was 19 tons, a full 11 tons more than Changpan Zhuangwu. Being able to hold out against Xue Qian for that long was already quite impressive. When the strength difference is not too significant, it won't be very obvious, but with such a difference in tons, it is enough to change the situation. Xue Qian looked at Changpan Zhuangwu, indicating a distance of 2 centimeters between his left index finger and thumb, and said in a nonchalant tone, "Your strength is still a bit weaker compared to your build. Being able to defeat Zhantu shows that you are indeed quite good, but this strength is insufficient to match me." Xue Qian was very confident that his special armor, which was biased towards defense and strength, could subdue Changpan Zhuangwu. Is that so? Your strength is impressive, but don't speak too confidently. Indeed, the base form strength is not as good as Xue Qian's. If Changpan Zhuangwu was only in his base form, he truly would have no way to contend. But let us not forget, on the very day he acquired the driver, he defeated his own self from the mirror world, obtaining second-tier strength. This Xue Qian has the ability to compel him to bring forth his second tier to counter. What you have in your hand is. Xue Qian saw the second-tier driver on Changpan Zhuangwu's right hand. Initially thinking that Changpan Zhuangwu was boasting, he now had a sudden realization. This is something akin to the transformation bottles used by the build to change forms and enhance strength. Changpan Zhuangwu pressed the button on the second-tier driver, splitting it apart, and then placed it into the slots on either side of the driver before pressing the button on top of the driver. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. 2 slightly tilted silver clocks appeared behind Changpan Zhuangwu, accompanied by the ticking sounds of the clocks. This is a change in ability enhancement similar to upgrading the build. Kiryu Sento looked at the clock effects behind Changpan Zhuangwu, feeling a slight stir in his heart, but had little expectation. He had experienced Xue Qian's strength many times. No matter how many forms he changed into, he could do nothing against him. Xue Qian's strength was undeniably powerful. When fighting against him, Xue Qian always acted carelessly, not using his full strength. Kiryu Sento had no idea what his true intentions were. Just moments ago, he heard Changpan Zhuangwu say that the manager was Xue Qian, and it seemed that his amnesia and transformation into Kamen Rider build were all orchestrated by the manager, which sent chills down his spine. Rider time. Kamen Rider Zi-O. After turning the driver, Changpan Zhuangwu directly transformed into the upgraded Zi-O second tier, looking even more stylish than the base form. More importantly, all his stats had explosively increased. Wow, looks quite impressive. Is this your enhanced state? Let me see how much stronger you are than before. With that, Xue Qian charged in, directly opting not to use the smoke sword, but instead to punch Changpan Zhuangwu's chest armor. However, Xue Qian's confident punch struck Changpan Zhuangwu without budging an inch. Nanny. Shui Qian changed from his previous nonchalance to being extremely surprised. He did not intend to treat Changpan Zhuangwu as gently as he did Kiryu Sento, but this full-powered punch surprisingly could not move Changpan Zhuangwu at all. Changpan Zhuangwu paid no mind to Shui Qian's astonishment, and without saying a word returned a punch directly, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. Haha, is this your strength? This is the first time on this earth that someone has made me feel such pain. Shui Qian, kneeling on the ground and holding the struck area with both hands, indeed felt a sharp pain, something he had never encountered since coming to Earth. In the face of the second tier, your chances of victory are 0%. Changpan Zhuangwu said, leaning forward, and the next moment his figure became blurry, appearing in front of the kneeling Shui Qian in a high-speed motion, delivering a fierce kick. Shui Qian instinctively raised his hands to block on his left side. In the next instant, a shocking force struck Shui Qian, causing his expression to change. Before he could react, his entire body was launched like a cannonball, sending dirt flying in all directions. Bang, accompanied by a sonic boom. Kiryu Sento looked bewildered as he watched Changpan Zhuangwu, who had just been on his side, now reached several hundred meters away in almost a second, while he could only see the shockwave from Shui Qian flying, but not his figure. What the hell? Is this still a transformation? Changpan Zhuangwu's form change is completely different from mine. My transformations only slightly increase strength or stats, while Changpan Zhuangwu's form has shot up to the heavens. Kiryu Sento felt he was unworthy of transformation. They were simply not on the same level. After flying thousands of meters without obstruction, Shui Qian finally fell down. A flash of red light and his special armor dissipated, reverting to the form of the manager Pseudo Suchi. Changpan Zhuangwu had only taken 2 seconds to cover that 1,000-meter distance and arrive beside Pseudo Suchi. It was not that Changpan Zhuangwu's normal running speed could evade, the second-tier Zi-O's speed was 2. For seconds per 100 meters, which seemed fast, but it was far from the speed of covering 1,000 meters in 2 seconds. This is largely thanks to the second-tier form of Zi-O being a high-level armor. Its evolution form is far stronger than the base form and carries other special abilities. Changpan Zhuangwu's boots have a built-in high-speed movement capability, which though not lasting can explosively increase speed several times in an instant. Haha, impressive. With just 2 moves, a punch and a kick, I've ended up like this. I must commend you. Sherdong Zoichi lay flat on the ground, his injuries making it difficult for him to move. The power of Tokiwa Zogo's kick was simply too strong, far beyond what the special armor could withstand. Even now you still lack a sense of danger. In your prime perhaps I wouldn't have been your match, but now you have no chance of turning the tables. You seem to know me well. Not exactly, I have a vague understanding. Let me see if I can harness your power. With that, Tokiwa Zogo wasted no time and plunged a blank device deep into Sherdong Zoichi's chest, giving him no chance to resist. 2 seconds later, amidst a ripple, Tokiwa Zogo pulled out the device, which immediately began to emit a glow. An image resembling a white knight with snake-like features was engraved upon it. EVOL Black Hole. A sound effect automatically emanated from the device, indicating the power of the black hole form of a Volto had been acquired by Tokiwa Zogo. I didn't expect to gain something like this, not bad. Tokiwa Zogo gazed in surprise at the Kamen Rider EVOL Black Hole device in his hand. The black hole form of Kamen Rider EVOL was capable of 1v4 during the later stages of build, showcasing the strength of this form. Although Sherdong Zoichi, or rather a Volto, could not transform into Kamen Rider EVOL without the driver, he was once powerful, possessing the black hole form of Kamen Rider, and was a rogue who, after being defeated by the Martian Queen, had no choice but to remain on Earth to utilize its talents to restore his full strength. Now that he had acquired this, it was an unexpected delight. In the future, his armor would evolve. It might not match the second stage, but it would definitely be stronger than the basic form. What have you done to me? Volto frowned at the device in Tokiwa Zogo's hand. What had just happened when that thing was plunged into his body? I extracted your power. From now on you can no longer become a rider. No, there is no future for that, as the history of this world will be reset. With that, Tokiwa Zogo left Volto and approached Kiryu Sento. Before Kiryu Sento, Tokiwa Zogo took out the device again. No matter how Kiryu Sento tried to retreat, he could not escape the outcome of having his power taken. Build. After obtaining the build device, this task was successfully completed. As Kiryu Sento examined any changes in his body, Tokiwa Zogo departed in his time machine. In the build world, Kiryu Sento, the protagonist, lost his rider power, and everything seemed to return to its original state. Without the sky wall, Kiryu Sento no longer existed, only the genius DJ Kachidoki remained. Volto had not reappeared on Earth, and everything was so calm, just a peaceful world. Back in his room, Tokiwa Zogo looked at the 2 devices in his hand, one being the Kamen Rider EVOL Black Hole form, and the other the Kamen Rider build. After playing with them for a moment, he put them away. With the power of build secured, as for the rest, we'll talk about it later. Sitting in a chair, Tokiwa Zogo suddenly remembered that he had been forced by that unscrupulous homeroom teacher to participate in the welcome parties program. This made Tokiwa Zogo somewhat helpless. The performance was singing, and he couldn't very well perform a transformation. Tokiwa Zogo quickly thought, since he had already announced it, he couldn't back out, and he couldn't sing something lovey-dovey, as that would affect his persona. So what should I sing? After 5 minutes of thought, Tokiwa Zogo typed out 2 English words on his computer. This will do something energetic. It's one of my favorite Rider songs. While watching Kamen Rider, Tokiwa Zogo had repeatedly listened to his 2 favorite energetic songs, and the memories were still fresh. After finalizing his choice, Tokiwa Sougo closed his eyes and began to recall the lyrics and melody of the song. Sougo, dinner's ready. Hearing the voice of an uncle downstairs, Tokiwa Sougo opened his eyes, typed the opening lines of the lyrics on the computer, and then went downstairs to eat. Time returned to the afternoon, and Swaru stood in the middle of a road after leaving the Forest of Light. Damn it, do you really think you were born to be a king? How arrogant. Swaru clutched his chest, his gaze extremely grim, the pain radiating from his chest constantly stimulating his nervous system. He had merely come to observe Tokiwa Sougo, yet this guy was ruthless, ambushing him as he prepared to leave. What infuriated him the most was his inability to fight back. He could only swallow his anger and leave in disgrace. This left Swaru with nowhere to vent his fury. Taking a deep breath to calm his inner turmoil, Swaru began to contemplate that with Tokiwa Sougo's current abilities, ordinary anomalous riders posed no threat to him. Without a threat, Tokiwa Sougo could not progress, which was entirely contrary to his plan. Thus there must be a new threat. Anomalous riders must still be used, but he could add other enemies. Swaru had an idea. Throughout the history of Heisei Kamen Riders, there were many powerful monsters. If he could bring them into this timeline to fight Tokiwa Sougo, then under such pressure Tokiwa Sougo would continue to grow stronger. The stronger Tokiwa Sougo became, the sooner the power of the Overlord would arrive, and the earlier he would acquire the ability of the Overlord. With this thought, Swaru revealed a crooked smile. He was going to create a father, and his father-making ability was 1000%. Once he created the father, he would then seize the opponent's power, and at that time, he would be the grandparent. Bringing powerful monsters from other timelines to this space-time, could that stump our Prince Swaru? Even the other two time robbers were created by Swaru himself, so it was not difficult at all. As for why Swaru did not seek to take the power of the old Demon King, it was because in his eyes the old Demon King's strength had already reached a certain level. Having been the Overlord for so long, his power was unimaginable. And if it was the Time King who grew step by step at the moment he transformed into the Overlord, he would be the weakest among all Overlords, which was the best time for him to seize the opponent's power. Beep, beep, beep. Hey, are you dead? Standing in the middle of the road, move aside if you want to die. As Swaru pondered in the center of the road, a truck driver kept honking his horn. He was also a hot-tempered guy cursing loudly. End of Swaru's thoughts. Just as he was feeling displeased, he heard the driver's shout. He shot a glare over, and the driver's demeanor was immediately terrified, his unfinished words choking in his throat. The next day, as the moon and sun alternated, sunlight illuminated every corner of the east. In the morning, Changpan Zhuangwu exercised in the room next to his 9-to-5 job, where various fitness equipment was available. At this moment, Changpan Zhuangwu, wearing a tank top, was on the ground supporting himself with 3 fingers of his right hand, while his left hand rested behind him as he continuously did push-ups drenched in sweat, with droplets falling from his forehead onto the ground. Although his physique wasn't exceptionally robust, he had quite a bit of muscle. 998, 999, 1000. After counting to 1000, Changpan Zhuangwu pushed himself up from the ground and grabbed a half-full bottle of mineral water nearby, downing it in one go. Huff. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Changpan Zhuangwu wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel, then returned to his 9-to-5 routine to take a hot shower, feeling refreshed all over. Zhuangwu, I've finished washing up, come and have breakfast quickly. Changpan Zhuangwu went downstairs where Changpan Shunichiro had laid out breakfast on the table, calling him to eat. Zhuangwu, why have you been exercising diligently for 10 years? Are you planning to become an athlete? Changpan Shunichiro asked in confusion, not understanding why Changpan Zhuangwu insisted on sweating profusely every day when an ordinary person would consider a light jog sufficient for exercise. But Changpan Shunichiro simply couldn't fathom the intensity of Changpan Zhuangwu's workouts, and Changpan Zhuangwu chose not to disclose his reasons, leaving him very curious. Athlete? I have no such thoughts. In the future as a king, I need to train my body to handle various situations. King. Changpan Shunichiro stared blankly at Changpan Zhuangwu. He seemed to recall Changpan Zhuangwu mentioning something about being born a king before, but he hadn't taken it seriously, thinking it was just a phase of youthful arrogance. But now that Changpan Zhuangwu was already 18, it was quite alarming that he still thought about becoming a king. Changpan Shunichiro said earnestly, Zhuangwu, we are not young anymore, and besides, you already have a girlfriend. Why still talk about wanting to be a king? In this society, one needs to socialize. I was already worried that you are not good at socializing and might not get along with colleagues when you start working. Now you still say you want to be a king. If this gets out, who knows how many people will laugh at you. Work? Uncle, do you think someone born to be a king would go out to work? Even if I were to take a step back and work with my abilities, I'd have no colleagues, only subordinates. Changpan Zhuangwu spoke naturally, exuding an aura that was hard to face, as if he were high above, ruling over everything. Changpan Shunichiro adjusted his glasses. Not saying much more to his uncle, he finished the breakfast prepared by him, set out from home, and headed to school. After a few minutes on the train, he arrived at the station near the school, and then walked there. On the way, there were hardly any students left, as Changpan Zhuangwu set off late, and didn't see the need to arrive too early, so he arrived at school just in time with very few students along the way. As he approached the entrance of Hikari no Mori School, he saw 5 youthful and beautiful girls, each resembling the other to a great extent, differing only slightly in hairstyle and the degree of alteration to their uniforms. These were quintuplets, each one beautiful enough to be deemed a school beauty. Among them was Nakano Nino, whom Changpan Zhuangwu had seen on the rooftop, but they had never spoken and were not acquainted. Another was Nakano Miku, with whom he had exchanged a few words in the cafeteria. Miku, haven't you finished eating? The school gate is about to close. Nakano Nino crossed her arms and looked at Nakano Miku, who was currently devouring a large meat bun. Despite having breakfast together at home, Miku's stomach was growling at the aroma of the bun. Truly a glutton. I didn't ask you to wait for me. You can go in first. Nakano Miku rolled her eyes at Nino, stating that since she was hungry and wanted to eat, what could she do? Besides, she hadn't asked her other sisters to wait for her. Hey Miku, you've never said something like that before. Nakano Ichika said curiously. Miku had usually remained silent when it came to food, but today she was surprisingly assertive, stating she hadn't made them wait, which was quite rare. With a bun in her mouth, Nakano Miku said to herself, eating is my freedom, you don't have to wait for me. I want to delay the school entrance time, ooh, I have my own sense of timing. I didn't expect Miku could say something like that. It seems you've grown quite a bit. Even though I'm the youngest, we are quintuplets born at the same time. You all were only born a few seconds before me, so don't treat me like a child. After receiving Changpan Zuangwa's encouragement yesterday, Nakano Miku began to assert herself, leaving her sisters momentarily stunned. Hey, there's a handsome guy ahead, he is also from our school. Nakano Yatsuba's lively voice caught the attention of the other four, and they looked over to see a boy in Hikari no Mori uniform walking towards them. However, his steady steps showed no signs of haste, and seeing that there were no more students heading to school, was he really not afraid of being late and getting the gate closed against him? That person is... Nakano Nino subconsciously hid the bun she was holding behind her back when she saw the approaching figure, while the other sisters exchanged glances. Changpan Senpai. Nakano Nino immediately recognized the handsome guy approaching. Wasn't he the Changpan Senpai that her friend had talked about on the rooftop a couple of days ago? At that time, Nakano Nino had thought he was very handsome and cool. Being someone who prioritized looks, she remembered Changpan Zuangwa's face, allowing her to recognize him immediately. Nino, do you know him? Nakano Senku, who had been silent, asked. Seeing her sisters looking at her, Nakano Nino explained, I heard about him from others here. I've seen him once, but he doesn't know me, and we've never spoken. So his name is Changpan Zhuangwu. Nakano Miku noted this name, having not asked yesterday. She now learned it from Nino. Originally, Changpan Zhuangwu had no intention of stopping, as he didn't know these girls. Even Nakano Miku, whom he had only exchanged a few words with, didn't warrant much attention. But Nakano Miku walked towards Changpan Zhuangwu, prompting him to stop, curious about what he wanted. Hey Miku, why did Miku go over there? Do they know each other? It's very possible. I saw Miku put down her favorite bun after learning who this senpai was. Something must be up. The Nakano sisters did not follow Nakano Miku, but instead stood in place chatting idly. Is there something you need? Nagatani Shugo turned slightly, looking at Nakano Mayu, who stood to his southwest. Thank you for your words yesterday, Shugo. They gave me a boost of confidence. Nagatani Shugo's words from the previous noon made her less concerned about the gazes of others while eating, and she could even retort back. If it were the past, she would have felt a bit self-conscious about her eating habits being noticed, but now she had completely overcome that issue. Hearing Shugo's words had greatly changed Nakano Mayu's mindset. Really, by the way, my name is Nakano Mayu, and those over there are my sisters. After that, Nakano Mayu no longer disturbed Nagatani Shugo and returned to her sisters, while Shugo entered the school gate and went to his class. Class always feels long, but unconsciously 2 periods had passed, and it was nearing noon. Shugo, shall we go eat together? After the last class of the morning, Okamoto Yukari declined her friend's invitation and approached Nagatani Shugo to invite him to lunch. Sure. Shugo did not reject Okamoto Yukari's invitation. TCH. Ichino's Chizuru took out her bento and looked at the two in front of her. It was evident that Okamoto Yukari had feelings for Nagatani Shugo. Who would have thought that such a gentle and beautiful girl would be interested in him? Although he was handsome, had good grades, and possessed a hidden identity like a superhero from a movie, his personality was somewhat indifferent, arrogant, and self-righteous. It was puzzling why many girls liked this type, but Ichino's Chizuru couldn't appreciate it, as she was often annoyed by Shugo's aloofness. Whenever she asked Shugo about other matters, he always adopted a dismissive attitude, refusing to tell her anything, leaving her to guess. It drove her insane. On the rooftop, there was no one else, only Nagatani Shugo and Okamoto Yukari sitting together with a gentle breeze, making it feel a bit cool. When Nagatani Shugo opened his bento, a fragrant aroma wafted out. Okamoto Yukari sniffed and said, Shugo, your bento smells great. Did your uncle make it? In the past, due to a fortunate coincidence, a clock at home broke. It was a rather important old clock, and no one could fix it. Later, she heard about a clock shop called 9 to 5 where the owner was a master repairer. Okamoto Yukari had visited and unexpectedly ran into Nagatani Shugo at home. Not bad. Nagatani Shugo had always eaten food made by his uncle. Although he excelled in studies and sports, he could only cook instant noodles, which was best left unsaid. What about yours? Did you make it yourself? Nagatani Shugo glanced at Okamoto Yukari's bento, which had both meat and vegetables and smelled good. With its cute presentation, he guessed it must have been made by her. Okamoto Yukari brushed away her hair that was blown by the wind, smiling gently. You figured it out? My parents leave for work early and don't have time, so I make my own bento. Do you want to try it? Saying this, Okamoto Yukari offered Nagatani Shugo a piece of meat from her bento to taste her cooking. Nagatani Shugo looked at the piece of meat in his bento and did not refuse. He picked it up and tasted it, while Okamoto Yukari watched him anxiously, unsure if her cooking would meet his standards. Although it's cold, I can still taste the original flavor of the meat. The seasoning is just right, not too overpowering, and it's quite delicious. After tasting it, Nagatani Shugo provided his honest feedback without any derogatory remarks or embellishments. It was a straightforward impression. Okamoto Yukari beamed with a simple smile. Really? It seems my cooking is quite good to receive such praise from Shugo. Seeing Okamoto Yukari's joyful expression due to his compliment, her smile was the purest and most beautiful side she revealed to Nagatani Shugo. It must be said that Okamoto Yukari deserved to be called the first beauty of the school. She was indeed beautiful, and with her gentle and kind personality, it was no wonder so many people admired her. Suddenly Nagatani Shugo looked up after taking a few bites. Yukari, after you're done, please take my bento back. I have something to attend to and need to leave for a bit. Without waiting for Okamoto Yukari's response, he walked towards the stairs and went downstairs. Shugo. Okamoto Yukari looked puzzled at the direction where Nagatani Shugo left. What happened? They were having a nice meal, and now he suddenly had something to do. She didn't see anyone else calling him. It was truly perplexing. Exiting the campus, Nagatani Shugo rode off on his drive striker to the location he sensed. Nagatani Shugo was unsure what kind of strange person had appeared. Initially, he thought it was an aberrant knight, but now there were mirror monsters and Amazons. Who knew if other strange beings would show up? Causing trouble in this time and space without his consent was unacceptable. Nagatani Shugo arrived at a desolate forest where most of the trees were dead, making it look like an abandoned place. There were no sounds of insects or birds, creating an eerie silence. After storing his drive striker, Nagatani Shugo moved forward following the sensed fluctuations. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Quite a few. From the fluctuations, he sensed Nagatani Shugo detected 5, which was indeed rare. However, even if there were double that number, he would not be afraid and advanced with his hands in his pockets. After walking for 2 minutes, he heard a sound akin to beasts tearing flesh. Looking ahead, he saw several humans wearing matching combat uniforms and 3 Amazons that had already revealed their monstrous forms. Nagatani Shugo's gaze fell on another person who, although appeared human, gave him the impression of being a monster. As for the other one, Nagatani Shugo looked at the young man in white, standing a short distance away, who was also a monster, presumably an Amazon. Sho. A middle-aged man in special combat attire, Shido Makoto, shouted at a mole Amazon. The mole Amazon's enemy was a bat-type Amazon, classified as a strong presence among Amazons, nearly overpowering the mole Amazon. Damn it. The only female, Takai Nozomi, charged at another spider Amazon, blocking their way with a dagger, knowing they needed to eliminate it to help the mole Amazon. Ryuji, are you alright? A man in his 30s sporting a small mustache ran towards his injured teammate Daikuni Ryuji, who was being supported. But Daikuni Ryuji pushed him away and staggered in front of Shirtu Makoto. Seeing that he was already injured, Shirtu hurriedly grabbed him and said, "Hey Ryuji, step back." "How can I step back? I want to fight too." Daikuni Ryuji broke free from Shirtu Makoto and crouched down in pain. "Ryuji, what's wrong?" Noticing the unusual emotion in his teammate, Shirtu Makoto looked at Daikuni Ryuji with concern. Today has truly been unlucky, encountering a ranked bat Amazon and a ranked spider Amazon, which caused significant trauma to his team. Their team consisted of 7 members, one of whom could suppress their wild instincts with drugs, transforming into an Amazon to fight against the man-eating Amazons. Now they were at a disadvantage against the bat Amazon alone. Another member providing support from the back was injured and unable to continue. The team's strongest fighter, Takai Nozomu, was engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the spider Amazon, but had also sustained injuries. From the start, Daikuni Ryuji had been ambushed by the spider Amazon and was injured. Nearly half of the team was already wounded at the beginning of the mission. This battle was proving to be exceptionally challenging. But there was no choice, this was their job. As a civilian military organization, they were originally just ordinary people, but they took on this dangerous profession due to financial hardships. Their specific task was to eliminate Amazons in exchange for substantial rewards, truly risking their lives for money. However, the Amazons were immensely powerful. Although they were equipped with weapons specifically designed to combat Amazons, humans were simply unable to confront them head-on. Fortunately, their team included a non-carnivorous Amazon named Mamoru. As the main charge, Mamoru took the front lines while they provided support, working together to eliminate these Amazons. But now the situation was entirely unfavorable for them, and they could potentially be wiped out here. "I want to fight too," Daikuni Ryuji shouted, gradually losing his sanity. After all, he was also an Amazon. He had concealed this from Shirtu and the others, but now he was uncontrollably craving flesh, feeling ravenous for protein, for human meat. "Oh!" Daikuni Ryuji roared, a plume of smoke erupting from his body, followed by a shockwave that sent Shirtu Makoto and the mustachioed teammate Misaki Kazuki rolling backward a few times. As they looked up, Daikuni Ryuji had transformed into a dragonfly-like Amazon. Ohma Ryuji is also an Amazon. Misaki Kazuki, unable to believe it, adjusted his tilted helmet. He hadn't expected that another teammate besides Mamoru was also an Amazon. This could change the tide of the battle. However, just as Misaki Kazuki thought this, the Amazon transformed from their teammate Daikuni Ryuji began walking towards them. Not good. Ryuji can't control himself. He's already lost his sanity. Step back, don't get close to him. Watching the approaching dragonfly Amazon and recalling Daikuni Ryuji's earlier state, Shirtu Makoto suddenly remembered something and hurriedly urged Misaki Kazuki to retreat. "What?" Misaki Kazuki, scared, quickly backed away and pointed his gun at the approaching figure, but this action only provoked the Dragonfly Amazon. At the same time, the Spider Amazon behind them rushed over, and the Dragonfly Amazon charged forward to engage in a fierce battle with it. Makoto, this. Misaki Kazuki looked at Shirtu Makoto. Shirtu replied, this Amazon is in a chaotic fight. Well, Jun Kazuki Nozomu, this is my first time seeing this. Let's go help Mamoru. Alright. Misaki Kazuki said to the injured Takai Nozomu, let's go help Mamoru. Wait, there's someone. Takai Nozomu nodded but hadn't moved his feet when he noticed someone walking towards them. Nanny. Shirtu Makoto quickly looked over to see a young man in a school uniform walking toward them, who despite the situation had no expression on his face. Transforming into an ordinary person, one would expect even a student to have fled in terror, yet this kid seemed unfazed. Was he foolish? Hey, what are you doing here? Hurry and leave, it's dangerous. But even as Shirtu shouted, the person showed no sign of stopping. Anxiously, Shirtu turned to the remaining three and said, you all go support Mamoru. I'll drive him away and then come back. Okay. Misaki Kazuki, Takai Nozomu, and Jun Hirahara exchanged glances and nodded. However, before they could act, another horn blared. They looked over to see a scruffy, middle-aged man honking the horn of the vehicle that they used to drive out their team. Where did this guy come from? Shirtu Makoto was nearly going mad. A high school student was one thing, but now a middle-aged man had appeared. Were they all so fearless? Eagle Mountain Jean cracked an egg with his Amazon's driver, then swallowed the raw egg before stepping down. He didn't take the extermination team seriously, instead focusing on Tokiwa Shugo, flashing a wicked smile, as he said, kid, this isn't a place for you to play house. You should go back. Don't accidentally end up dead here. Hey, you're the same. What are you doing here? Shirtu Makoto questioned, not understanding why this middle-aged man was still standing there after saying such things to others. Uncle, are you talking about yourself, or do you have confidence in handling this situation? Or are you also one of those creatures? Tokiwa Shugo narrowed his eyes, fixating on the Amazon's driver in Eagle Mountain Jin's hand. The driver had a belt-like design with handles on both sides resembling motorcycle grips, and it appeared to have two egg-shaped eyes on top. Though the Amazon aura surrounding him was not as intense as those present, this man still emanated a similar presence. Nanny. Upon hearing Tokiwa Shugo's words, the extermination team members quickly distanced themselves from Eagle Mountain Jin. Shugo's words held some truth. Anyone calm in this chaotic situation must not be an ordinary person. But with this thought, Shirtu Makoto turned his gaze back to Tokiwa Shugo. This kid, could he also be an Amazon? Goodness, how many Amazons are hidden here? Don't look at me like that. I'm nothing like them. From Shido Shinya's gaze alone, it was clear he had already mistaken Tokiwa Shugo for an Amazon. Takai Nozomu challenged him, different. If you're truly different, then why aren't you afraid? Just an ordinary high school student facing such a situation. Being afraid. Shugo chuckled as if hearing something absurd. I was born a king. Kings inspire fear, not feel it. To them all others tremble, none dare frighten a sovereign. A king? What on earth are you babbling about? Misaki Kanzuya stared blankly at Shugo, utterly bewildered. What nonsensical notion was this boy spouting? A king, a phantom relic in this age. Kings or no kings. If you're not an Amazon, then go home early, drink your milk, and watch television instead of loitering here. Eagles Hanrin offered the remark with benevolent concern, though whether Shugo heeded it was entirely his own affair. He fastened the Amazon's driver to his waist, secured the belt tightly, then gripped the right-hand handle and twisted it clockwise. Alpha, a luminous green eye, reminiscent of a salted duck egg, flared brilliantly upon the device, accompanied by a resonant chime. Nearby, the spider Amazon, growing impatient with their idle chatter, lunged fiercely toward Eagles Hanren. A confident smile flickered across Eagles Hanren's face, as an Amazon hunter donning the belt transformed him into the undisputed apex of this battlefield. Amazons. With that, he released the rotating handle, and in an instant, crimson light erupted from his body, unleashing a concussive shockwave that surged outward 2 meters in every direction. Boom. The blast hurled the spider Amazon, still mid-lunge and nearest to him, skyward, sending it flying 3 meters into the air. The shockwave rippled further, knocking several Purge squad members backward. They tumbled head over heels across the ground 3 or 4 times, yet miraculously escaped injury. Yet Shugo, standing even closer than the squad, remained perfectly still, unmoved by the tremor. Oh. Eagles Hanrin cast a sharp, suspicious glance at Shugo. In theory, even an Amazon in human form should have been overwhelmed by the transformation's resonance. So who exactly was this youth? But he had no time to ponder. The spider Amazon scrambled upright and charged again. Eagles Hanrin pivoted and delivered a thunderous knuckle rap to its skull. What is this guy? What in the world is happening here? Some kind of Amazon uprising. Maehara Atsushi sighed bitterly. The situation had spiraled utterly out of control. Multiple Amazons gathered in one place, all ranked at least Class B, a terrifying convergence beyond imagination. Don't let your guard down. Shido Shinya, ever the seasoned captain, kept his vigilance fixed firmly on Shugo. To their eyes, no one present was ordinary. The Purge squad themselves were warriors forged in Amazon warfare, while everyone else bore the unmistakable mark of Amazon kind. Only Shugo had yet to reveal his true nature, making him the object of Shido's deepest wariness. This guy, an Amazon-themed rider. Shugo studied Eagles Hanrin intently. That device he'd held was undoubtedly a driver, and his transformation bore an 80% resemblance to an Amazon's. Less monstrous perhaps, but no less ominous. His gaze swept across the desiccated trees, their branches now licking with flame. What intrigued him most was the sheer magnitude of Eagle's Han Ren's transformation, a detonation powerful enough to ignite dry timber and hurl an enemy airborne. Truly formidable. Turning away, he ignored both Eagle's Han Ren and the Purge squad alike, and instead fixed his eyes upon the dragonfly Amazon standing apart. Then he drew forth his time driver. Misaki Kanzuya turned to Shido Shinya. Brother Shido, this kid just pulled out something strange. Could he be like that man? Who can say? Let's hold our ground and observe quietly. Shido Shinya too faced this scenario for the first time. If these Amazons turned on each other, so much the better, but if they united against the squad, it would herald utter annihilation. Zi-O. EVOL Black Hole. After securing the time driver, Sougo drew forth both his Zi-O ride watch and the Black Hole ride watch, seized from Avolto himself. He intended to test the Black Hole watch's power, and had no doubt it would exceed expectations. Henshin. Sliding the two watches into their respective slots, Sougo dispensed with elaborate poses. He simply stood, then rotated the driver with one hand. Rider time. Kamen Rider Zi-O. Armor time. Revolution. Black Hole. As silvery bands spun in radiant arcs, Sougo's base form materialized as standard Zi-O, but his upper torso was clad in gleaming white armor echoing Avolto's Black Hole form. Disc-like shoulder guards shimmered like polished porcelain, while a flowing windswept skirt extended from waist to shins. His visor bore twin pink compound eyes, etched elegantly along the lateral curves of his brow, rendering the entire design harmonious, streamlined, and strikingly reminiscent, 70%, of the Black Hole form. After all, this was the Black Hole form, the ultimate evolution of Kamen Rider EVOL, surpassing even its first, second, and third stages. Maihara Atsushi gaped. He transformed, completely unlike any Amazon. No organic metamorphosis, pure cutting-edge armor. This kid. Captain Shido Shinya stared stunned. So that was why he showed no fear. He was no ordinary human either. His transformation relied on technology. Still, they could breathe easier now. If he wasn't an Amazon, he was almost certainly an ally, and judging by his appearance, a formidable one at that. Meanwhile, Waz, who had followed Sougo here, blinked in astonishment. His Majesty the Demon King has acquired the ride watch, and not just any watch, but Avolto's Black Hole form watch. This calls for celebration indeed. At that moment, the dragonfly Amazon charged towards Sougo, just as he prepared to counter, when a voice cut through the air like a blade. Awaya. All turned. A young man strode forward, right hand clutching an open book, left arm outstretched towards Sougo. He is Kamen Rider Zi-O, the sovereign who unites all riders' powers, transcends time itself, and commands knowledge of past and future alike. At this very moment, he wields the strength of a villainous rider, Kamen Rider EVOL's Black Hole form. Kamen Rider Zi-O. Takai Nozomu glanced at the other members of the exorcism group, all of whom shook their heads, as none had heard of such a Kamen Rider. Was he really seemed to be everywhere, huh? Tokiwa Shogo said somewhat helplessly. Although it wasn't necessary to celebrate every transformation, this fellow would surely celebrate whenever he saw his latest form. Perhaps that's just his job. I apologize for the interruption, Your Majesty the Demon King. Please continue. Waz placed his left hand on his chest, smiling as he made way for Tokiwa Shogo. After Waz stepped back, Tokiwa Shogo approached the dragonfly Amazon, who roared with primal ferocity before charging forward. As Tokiwa Shogo watched the dragonfly Amazon leap towards him, he swiftly dodged to the side as the creature crashed to the ground, and upon getting back up, it found Tokiwa Shogo right in front of it. Tokiwa Shogo's right fist struck its abdomen, sending the dragonfly Amazon flying, landing in a heap. It attempted to rise, but Tokiwa Shogo firmly pressed his foot down on it, causing it to struggle helplessly on the ground. Meanwhile, Ohma Zi-O, transformed into Kamen Rider Amazons, concluded his battle by plunging his hand into the spider Amazon's chest, extracting a pulsating black heart, which he crushed with force. The fallen spider Amazon disintegrated into a pile of black residue, completely dead. After easily dispatching the spider Amazon, Ohma Zi-O straightened up and looked toward Tokiwa Shogo, surprised to see that Shogo, while not an Amazon, possessed a driver similar to that of the Amazons. Moreover, his transformation was completely different from that of the Amazons. I didn't expect there to be such a being. If Ohma Zi-O had such technology, he wouldn't have become an Amazon. Finish time. Tokiwa Shogo stepped on the dragonfly Amazon and pressed the button on the Ziku-Driver, as well as the time-space driver, turning it counterclockwise. Not good, he's going to eliminate Ryuji. Seeing Tokiwa Shogo's actions, Shido Makoto sensed something was wrong. Although Ataki Ryuji was an Amazon, he had also been their companion for quite some time. Hey, wait, don't kill him. Hearing Shido Makoto's words, Misaki Kazushi quickly shouted at Tokiwa Shogo. Takai Nozomu also raised his voice, saying he's our ally, he hasn't harmed anyone, stop. However, Tokiwa Shogo would not heed their words. Such man-eating creatures should not exist in this world, and although the dragonfly Amazon hadn't harmed anyone yet, Tokiwa Shogo could tell it had lost its sanity and could retaliate at any moment. Thus, Tokiwa Shogo would not act naively. There was no room for hesitation in his dictionary. If he deemed something wrong, he would ignore others' opinions and press on with his attack. Time break. Tokiwa Shogo merely utilized the power of Zi-O, not the Black Hole Head's power. His right foot gathered energy, and with a forceful stomp, it was as easy as popping a balloon. Boom. An explosion erupted, flames shooting up 10 meters high, and the dragonfly Amazon was obliterated. Ryuji. Nanny. The members of the exorcism group stared incredulously at the pile of black residue on the ground, standing there in a daze. Wow, this kid is quite impressive. The reclusive old Jean whistled, having thought Tokiwa Shogo would hesitate and perhaps spare that Amazon. After all, he was just a high school student, not having experienced much and easily influenced by others, but he unexpectedly executed the dragonfly Amazon, without hesitation, disregarding the exorcism group's words and simply doing what he believed was right. For this boldness, Ohma Jean instantly felt a favorable impression of Tokiwa Shogo. Takai Nozomu glared at Tokiwa Shogo, saying, "Hey, look at what you've done." He wanted to rush forward, but was stopped by Shida Makoto. Tokiwa Shogo, however, remained unfazed, stating, "I just eliminated an Amazon, that's all." Misaki Kazushi gritted his teeth and said, "He's not just an Amazon, he's our teammate." "What does that have to do with me?" "In your eyes, he's a teammate, but to me, he's just an Amazon who attacked me." Tokiwa Shogo felt no need to explain further, turning to head toward the ongoing battle between the Bat Amazon and the Mole Amazon. "Not good, he's going to target Komori." Takai Nozomu exclaimed, realizing that with Tokiwa Shogo's intent to eliminate all Amazons present, Komori was also in danger. "Damn it." Misaki Kazushi roared, raising his special firearm at Tokiwa Shogo, instinctively pulling the trigger. "Idiot." Seeing Misaki Kazushi's action, Shida Makoto felt a wave of panic, thinking how foolish it was to shoot at someone who was a Kamen Rider clad in special armor. Even the dragonfly Amazon transformed from Ataki Ryuji had been taken down in just a few hits. How could he think a gun would work against Tokiwa Shogo? Had he lost his mind? Misaki. Both Takai Nozomu and Maihara Jun looked at Misaki Kazushi in disbelief, realizing he must have been blinded by rage. The specially designed bullet spiraled toward Tokiwa Shogo, but in his Kamen Rider state, Tokiwa Shogo's senses were incredibly sharp. As he sidestepped, his right hand reached out and captured the bullet effortlessly. When Tokiwa Shogo slightly turned around, the air seemed to freeze. Shida Makoto, seeing Tokiwa Shogo turn, instinctively swallowed hard, feeling a wave of pressure surge toward him, and hurriedly made a gesture to halt. "A misunderstanding." "How, that doesn't seem like a misunderstanding to me, it looks more like you shot at me." Tokiwa Shogo teased, pinching the specially designed bullet between his thumb and index finger. "This." Shida Makoto was at a loss for words, unable to think of a rebuttal. In the next moment, Misaki Kazushi beside him let out a horrified scream. "Hey, Misaki." Shida Makoto quickly looked over, only to see blood gushing from Misaki Kazushi's thigh as he collapsed to the ground. "You." Shida Makoto looked again at Tokiwa Shogo, but by then Tokiwa Shogo had already turned and walked away, completely ignoring them, realizing this kid was truly ruthless, even turning against them. It is precisely because he knows that Changpan Zhuangwu is a person of decisive action who never suffers losses and is unfeeling that the other members of the expulsion team dare not act rashly. At first they thought he was an ally, but he almost became an enemy. This kid is someone capable of achieving great things. Ing Shanren observed Changpan Zhuangwu's actions throughout, showing no hesitation. Decisive and cold, such a person is least affected by emotions. Then I should continue my work. Ing Shanren's task, like that of the expulsion team, was to eliminate Amazons. However, he was not affiliated with any organization and received no compensation. He simply wanted to eradicate these man-eating monsters, to annihilate all Amazons, including himself, a half-human, half-Amazon existence. He was a ruthless person who would even kill himself, but only if the Amazon species became extinct would he go that far. Ing Shanren walked up to Changpan Zhuangwu, and the two advanced side by side. He said, "Kid, one for each of us. Which one are you dealing with?" "I want both." Ing Shanren twitched his lips. "Don't be too greedy, at least let me have one." "I'll take the bat." Having said that, Changpan Zhuangwu quickened his pace and approached the Bat Amazon that was violently attacking the Mole Amazon, delivering a kick. The Bat Amazon, being an A-class Amazon, reacted swiftly, using its black wings as a shield to block the attack. However, it underestimated the power of Changpan Zhuangwu's kick. With the black hole form of his armor equipped, his punch strength reached 22.8 tons, and the kick force was 48.3 tons, which, while still not on par with a second-tier warrior, was very close. The overall data of the black hole form was quite impressive, even though it seemed similar to the second-tier combat power. In reality, the second-tier's combat effectiveness was superior due to various bug-level abilities. Moreover, the data in night battles was not reliable on the surface. For instance, the power of a knight's kick could unleash far greater strength than what the data indicated. If you had a knight with a power of 15 tons kicking against someone with a punch strength of 30 tons, the one using the 30-ton fist would surely be the one to fall. Without further ado, with a kick powered by 48 tons striking the Bat Amazon's wings, the once solid shield capable of blocking bullets was instantly pierced through, leaving an imprint on the Bat Amazon. The Bat Amazon was sent flying, crashing through several trees along the way before it finally came to a stop, having dissipated some of its force lying on the ground 50 meters away. The Mole Amazon got up from the ground, looking at Changpan Zhuangwu. In the next moment, a sense of crisis surged in his heart, and he immediately turned around, only to see a red Amazon somewhat resembling an Amazon, but not quite, stepping forward to attack him. The attacker was, of course, the solitary old Run, who mercilessly struck the Mole Amazon, who was already injured from the Bat Amazon's assault. This new blow caused him to collapse to the ground. Not good. Xiao Wang, we need to rescue Xiao Shou. Chun, take Misaki and Xiao Fu to the vehicle and leave as soon as we save Xiao Shou. Hurry. Ji Zhenjun shouted loudly. and then he and Takai Wong quickly ran toward the mole Amazon and Ing Shanren. Though the mole Amazon was still an Amazon, he had always been their companion, and his bond with them was even deeper than that with Daliang Longjia. The mole Amazon had always been on the front lines of battle, saving them multiple times, and being kind and honest. How could they allow him to die here? Takai Wong nodded heavily. The two quickly reached the mole Amazon's side only to see that he was already injured and unable to withstand Ing Shanren. Takai Wong immediately stepped forward with a dagger to stop Ing Shanren's actions. Ing Shanren dodged her dagger attack and stopped, saying, "What do you want?" Takai Long firmly replied, "Xiao Shou is very kind. He fights alongside us against the Amazons, and you cannot kill him. This is really troublesome, move aside." Ing Shanren scratched his back and then violently pushed Takai Wong aside. Even though Takai Long was strong in combat and had learned karate, no amount of strength could match Ing Shanren the masked rider Amazons. "Stop. If you don't, I'll shoot." Ji Jinjin knew that his gun might be ineffective, but it was the only threatening thing he had. Really, one after another Amazons must be exterminated. Ing Shanren also had his own convictions that Amazons should not exist in this world. Even if this mole Amazon appeared to be a good person in the eyes of these people, having never eaten human flesh, that was only temporary. Every Amazon harbors a beast within, once they cross the line, it is too late for regrets. No one can guarantee that Amazons will never eat humans, for the cells within them are destined to feast upon humanity. It is just a matter of time. Damn it. Xiao Shou, run. Seeing that reasoning was futile, Ji Jinjun immediately shouted at the mole Amazon. The mole Amazon glanced at Ji Jinjun, then nodded and turned to run. He knew he was the target now, and being extremely hungry and injured, he certainly couldn't defeat the opponent. Staying would only lead to death. And that being resembling an Amazon had not attacked the expulsion team, continuing to stay would only be a hindrance and cause worry. Ing Shanren wanted to pursue, but Ji Jinjun held onto him tightly, preventing him from advancing. "You really are." Ing Shanren was speechless. Suddenly, a painful scream caught Ing Shanren's attention. He turned to look in the direction of the sound, where a young man was writhing in agony, clutching his body with smoke rising from him. Finally, when the human screams ceased, only the low growls of beasts could be heard. That guy. Ing Shanren was somewhat surprised. As the green Amazon completely lost its rationality, it leaped several dozen meters high. Upon seeing Ing Shanren, it targeted him, as he possessed a scent that was more alluring than the others. TCH. Having shaken off Ji Jinjun, Ing Shanren realized he had no time to pursue the mole Amazon, as there was still a troublesome matter to resolve. Ji Jinjun saw this, and quickly left with Takai Wong. This book has now reached 100,000 words. Thank you to all the readers for your continued support. The author will keep striving to write more. However, dear readers, please give the author a little nudge for updates. Check out the short videos, give a 5-star rating and comments, and if possible, send a small gift. This is the greatest support for the author. Thank you all. On the other side, at the place where Bat Amazon had fallen, Chang'an Zhuangwu stepped forward. Seeing this creature lying on the ground pretending to be dead, Chang'an Zhuangwu found it amusing, but he had to admit this was a bat that could think. As Chang'an Zhuangwu stood beside Bat Amazon, it immediately opened its eyes and clung to Chang'an Zhuangwu's foot, trying to topple him. However, Chang'an Zhuangwu was already on high alert, and no matter how hard Bat Amazon tried, it couldn't budge him an inch. When it lifted its head, Chang'an Zhuangwu punched Bat Amazon in the face, shattering its nose. "Don't touch me with that dark, grimy body," Chang'an Zhuangwu said coldly, then swung his right leg, kicking Bat Amazon high into the sky. Afterward, he pressed the Time King dial, the black hole dial, and the space driver, rotating counterclockwise before returning to the original position. Finish time. Finally, Chang'an Zhuangwu leaped up, enveloped in black hole energy at a height of 10 meters, spun a few times, and kicked towards Amazon. Black hole. After kicking Bat Amazon, a wave of black hole energy carried it down. Chang'an Zhuangwu stood sideways, not even glancing at Bat Amazon, for it was undoubtedly doomed. Using a black hole to end it was an overkill, but Chang'an Zhuangwu still wanted to see the power of this black hole night kick. At this moment, Bat Amazon soared high with a small black hole in its chest, which then transformed into a large black hole, dark energy consuming its body. In the end, Bat Amazon seemed to be sucked into a black hole, vanishing from this world. However, shortly after Bat Amazon disappeared from the empty height of 100 meters, a massive explosion occurred. Even Chang'an Zhuangwu on the ground could feel the tremors from the explosion, the hem of his skirt swaying wildly in the wind. Bat Amazon's entire body had already disappeared, and as the flames and smoke generated from the explosion were drawn into the black hole, it was as if nothing had ever happened. "This black hole night kick is quite powerful," Chang'an Zhuangwu remarked, surprised at the strength of the move. Its visual effects dazzling. Simply put, it was impressive. "Your Majesty, where did you obtain this black hole driver for the Kamen Rider EVOL? Truly deserving of being one of the strongest villainous Kamen Riders." Waz approached Chang'an Zhuangwu, gazing at the Time King black hole armor that Chang'an Zhuangwu donned, and couldn't help but exclaim. This was a driver that had never appeared during the transformation into the Time King before the arrival of the evil, and now it was being used by Chang'an Zhuangwu. Waz was genuinely curious, and the book he held, The Chronicles of the Evil, was becoming increasingly unreliable, leaving him to believe only a fraction of it, as it often presented situations outside the script. He truly wondered whether the old Demon King had made a mistake, or if the time he had crossed into 2018 was off, or whether he had arrived in a different historical past that was not of the same timeline, but rather in other parallel worlds. Do I need to report to you where I got it? Chang'an Zhuangwu cast a glance at Waz, who was sent by the Time Management Bureau to infiltrate him, so there was no need to be polite with him. Waz's question was also a veiled inquiry about how he acquired the black hole driver. I have transcended. Waz lowered his head, falling silent. Never would he have expected this Demon King to be so cautious, revealing not a single piece of information, nor treating him as one of his own, especially given the vast differences from the book in his hands. It truly was a bumpy road ahead. Waz thought to himself he was indeed a person from the Time Management Bureau serving the true king, not the false puppet before him. Yet in Waz's heart, Chang'an Zhuangwu was gradually no longer a puppet, but a tiger that had broken free from control. Especially as the future Time King, Waz truly felt that fearless momentum. Even the true king felt fear towards that puppet which had escaped control. Uncertain whether this individual before him would remain trapped under the king's thumb or break free and shatter that grip, everything remained unknown. Whereas everyone else? Earlier, Chang'an Zhuangwu had not paid attention to the others while dealing with Bad Amazon, but upon returning, he found that Hashiyama Jin and the extermination team had all vanished. Even using the power of the evil to sense, he could detect no sign of any monsters. They had left so quickly, leaving him alone to diligently battle the monsters. Waz explained, Your Majesty, while you dealt with that bat, they all left just now. Kamen Rider Amazons carried off a green Amazon in the end. Carrying off an Amazon. What peculiar preference does he have? Forget it, there's no point in me staying any longer. Chang'an Zhuangwu undid his transformation, stowing away the driver, and such then took out the rider's strong attacker driver, transforming into a motorcycle, and left. As for Waz, he too possessed a kind of superpower, his scarf extending from the collar of his clothing, wrapping around him, and whisking him away like a small whirlwind. Classmates, today we welcome 2 new transfer students to our class. After returning to school, Chang'an Zhuangwu continued with his lessons, and in the afternoon, 2 transfer students arrived in class 1. Chang'an Zhuangwu looked expressionlessly at the 2 transfer students standing on the podium dressed in the uniforms of the Light Forest. Tsukiyomi glanced back at Chang'an Zhuangwu, who was sitting by the window in the back row, then smiled at the students below as he began his self-introduction. Hello, everyone, my name is Tsukiyomi, and I am a new student. Please take good care of me. Mingwanjuan Gates crossed his arms, looking cool, provoking some of the boys in the class to want to fight him. Mingwanjuan Gates, evidently oblivious to the wave of animosity he had drawn, fixed his gaze intently on Chang'an Zhuangwu. Nangong Natsuki looked towards the back row of the class, saying whom the 2 new students can sit in the last row. Chang'an, isn't that guy the one who was injured fighting a monster the day before yesterday? And that girl, how did she end up here? Ichino's Chizuru recalled the 2 individuals as Mingwanjuan Gates and Tsukiyomi entered the classroom, realizing that the guy was indeed the one who transformed into a strange sci-fi armor similar to Chang'an Zhuangwu, got defeated, injured, and spat blood. And that girl who had a slightly round face and wore black stockings was also the one who had fired a gun at the monster's back, then, though she was utterly useless, and had to flee. Their target is me. Chang'an Zhuangwu said nonchalantly, though he wasn't sure why these 2 could come to his class so casually, but without a doubt their aim was him. Looking for you. Are you friends? Quite the opposite. Are they enemies? Ichino's Chizuru was taken aback. They didn't seem like enemies at all. They shared the same tools to battle monsters, both fighting against them. How could they be enemies? Chang'an Zhuangwu did not continue to speak. Explaining further to Ichino's Chizuru would be futile, as an ordinary person would never understand, and it would only be a waste of breath. During this class, Mingguang Academy's Gates remained with his arms crossed, his eyes fixed on Chang'an Zhuangwu. However, Chang'an Zhuangwu was fully aware of Gates' gaze, but chose to ignore it throughout. At that moment, Nangguang Neiyue, who was teaching, suddenly said, Mingguang Academy, student, would you like me to arrange for you to sit beside Chang'an Zhuangwu? Your eyes are almost glued to him. The students below, upon hearing this, immediately turned to look and indeed saw Mingguang Academy's Gates staring intensely at Chang'an Zhuangwu, his expression more fervent than that of someone admiring a beautiful woman. Noticing the gazes of others and Nangguang Neiyue's words, Mingguang Academy's Gates finally withdrew his gaze. Chang'an Zhuangwu remarked, Teacher, I believe he is seriously affecting my studies. Nangguang Neiyue nodded and asked Mingguang Academy, student, can you explain why you are staring at Chang'an Zhuangwu? This. Gates was left speechless, as Chang'an Zhuangwu had spent the entire class with his eyes closed, seemingly asleep. How could that be considered studying? He must have been lost in thought, looking out the window, not staring at Chang'an. Yudu, seeing that Gates was at a loss, quickly stood up to smooth things over. Mingguang Academy's Gates immediately replied, Right, I was looking at the scenery outside. The sun was fine earlier, but now it has turned cloudy. I wasn't specifically looking at the Time King. Time King. Nangguang Neiyue looked at Mingguang Academy's Gates in confusion. What was this Time King he mentioned? Who is the Time King? I don't know, he must be referring to Chang'an Zhuangwu. Could it be that Chang'an Zhuangwu has another nickname, Time King? Previously, Chang'an Zhuangwu mentioned wanting to be a king. Perhaps they know each other, and this nickname is indeed real. The other students began to whisper among themselves. Time King. Xiaomu Zeng Xueli gazed at Chang'an Zhuangwu. Time King, the ruler of time. Why does Chang'an Zhuangwu have such a title? It was perplexing. I was referring to Chang'an Zhuangwu. He had spoken too quickly, not realizing this was a public space, and had inadvertently called Chang'an Zhuangwu Time King out loud. It was too late to change it now. Did he think everyone else was deaf? However, aside from Yudu and Ichino's Chizuru, who were aware of Chang'an Zhuangwu's other identity, the others had no clue and took it as a mere whimsical nickname. Since that's the case, now that we've finished discussing the weather, let's focus on the lesson. Nangguang Neiyue concluded and resumed teaching. Changpan Zhuangwu glanced at Gates, who again looked back only to see Changpan Zhuangwu smirking, his right hand raised with a middle finger, seemingly provoking Mingguang Academy's Gates. Time King. Stimulated by Changpan Zhuangwu's gesture, the impulsive Mingguang Academy's Gates could not help but stand up and shout. Mingguang Academy student, if you do not wish to attend class, you may stand outside the classroom. Nangguang Neiyu's expression soured slightly. This new transfer student truly did not regard himself highly. This was only the first class, and he was already so reckless. What would happen next? Gates. Yudu slapped his forehead, feeling that bringing this guy along would lead to trouble. He truly had a short fuse and showed no restraint whatsoever. If he shouted like this on the street, no one would pay attention. But here in class, such a shout would definitely attract attention. It was also her fault for not advising Mingguang Academy's Gates more. Humph. Mingguang Academy's Gates glared at Changpan Zhuangwu and then stood up, walking out to stand by the door. Is this kid really that foolish? Nangguang Neiyue had merely expressed an opinion, as she truly did not expect Mingguang Academy's Gates to walk out and stand by himself. He really does seem like an enemy. Ichino's Chizuru commented from the back. She had also seen Changpan Zhuangwu's provocative gesture, but did not expect that the one named Mingguang Academy's Gates would have such a hot temper, truly a powder keg. The afternoon classes ended. Those who were to go home did, so while others headed to clubs. Changpan Zhuangwu had no club to join. He was part of the return home club, so he left after class. Gates and Yudu had come here to monitor whether Changpan Zhuangwu possessed the potential to become a demon king that could bring about the apocalypse, not to attend school. Thus they naturally would not join any clubs, but followed Changpan Zhuangwu out. Yudu watched as Changpan Zhuangwu left the classroom and walked downstairs, saying to Gates, let's see what the Time King does after school. Gates, let's hide well and not let him notice us. I know that already. Mingguang Academy's Gates replied coldly, and the two followed Changpan Zhuangwu from a distance. Since most students at school chose to join clubs, only a small fraction opted for the return home club. Although it was a small portion, with more than 3,000 students in the school, about 1/10 or so would choose to go home, so there were quite a number of people on the way home after school. Changpan Zhuangwu was naturally one of them. Compared to others who walked in groups, he walked alone, making him seem a bit solitary. Upon exiting the school gate, students dispersed at various intersections. Changpan Sr. A gentle voice called out from behind Changpan Zhuangwu. Changpan Zhuangwu turned to see a beautiful girl with skin as smooth as jade and long black hair, standing behind him, holding her bag in front of her with both hands, gazing at him with soft eyes. You are Gue Yanyi, right? Changpan Zhuangwu recalled the name of this girl whom he had encountered on the train after school yesterday. Yes, Senior remembers me, Gue, Yanyi said, revealing a genuine smile upon hearing her name called by Changpan Zhuangwu. I'm not one to have a poor memory, it's only been a day, so I won't forget. Changpan Zhuangwu continued walking while Gue Yanyi quickened her pace to walk alongside him. Are you going home, Changpan Senior? Yes. Gue Yanyi seemed curious and said, as a third-year senior, aren't you participating in any club activities? I'm not interested in those child's play clubs, so there's no need to join. It's just a waste of time. While club activities might be exciting and novel for other students, to Changpan Zhuangwu they were rather trivial. Such activities posed no challenge for him. Moreover, in the second half of his first year at the principal's invitation, Changpan Zhuangwu had taken on the role of student council president. Although it came with considerable power, it was quite troublesome, so he voluntarily stepped down after half a month, finding it much easier to be an ordinary student. What about you? As a first-year student, you would generally join a club to meet more friends and experience high school life, right? Me, Gue Yanyi fell silent for a moment and continued, because I have a younger sister at home. My parents come back late due to work, and I also need to pick up my elementary school sister, so I won't join the club. It seems like you're quite the hardworking sister, but you genuinely care for your sister and harbor no complaints towards your parents, sacrificing your own time to support others. You are very kind-hearted. Changpan Zhuangwu looked at Gue Yanyi in surprise. Although he knew she had a gentle personality, he didn't expect her to consider others in every aspect, even her own family. If it were someone with a more assertive personality, they would have already argued with their parents, wondering why they should sacrifice their own time to take care of their sister, especially since they just started high school. Don't they realize that high school life is one of the most memorable times in life? And so on. However, Gue Yanyi had no complaints about this matter. Her heart genuinely resembled that of an angel with a strong capacity for tolerance. Yet being too kind could lead to receiving unequal treatment, making others believe she is easy to bully. Often such extreme kindness combined with an introverted personality might, when pushed to the limit, result in some unexpected actions, but the probability of that happening is quite low. Those two. A displeased Ito Makoto stared at the two individuals chatting and walking ahead about 30 meters away from Changpan Zhuangwu and Gue Yanyi. Today he had deliberately positioned himself outside the classroom where Gue Yanyi was. After seeing her exit, he pretended to run into her to strike up a conversation. Although Gue Yanyi merely smiled at him and exchanged a few words before leaving, it already made Ito Makoto very happy today. After all, it was a gradual process. However, seeing Changpan Zhuangwu now made him feel quite bad. Recalling the embarrassing scene from yesterday and comparing it to Changpan Zhuangwu's successful heroic rescue of a damsel in distress, which earned him praise, made him feel very unbalanced inside. Now seeing Changpan Zhuangwu, his own goddess Gue Yanyi, still chatting happily with him, a smile plastered on her face, made Ito Makoto feel as if he were surrounded by a field of verdant grass. Changban Zhuangwu. Ito Makoto clenched his fists. As a new student at Light Forest, he had learned from others as well as from his own searches on the school's online platform that Changban Zhuangwu was an exceptionally outstanding individual, nearly known by everyone in the school. Yet he was also a cold and aloof person. He couldn't understand what others found appealing about him. He probably was just a brooding type relying on his achievements and looks to cultivate that persona to attract attention while secretly engaging in morally questionable actions. Ito Makoto couldn't help but think maliciously. Behind him, two shadows seemed to be lurking like stalkers observing Changban Zhuangwu. I never expected that the Demon King would actually have a good conversation with a girl, Tsukuyami said, observing Changban Zhuangwu through binoculars. She found it somewhat surreal to see him chatting while walking with a girl. In her eyes, Changban Zhuangwu was a solitary person. His overwhelmingly strong personality seemed incapable of forming friendships. They say he's a Demon King, so he must be attracted to her beauty. Mingguang Institute Gates snorted. Attracted to her beauty. Tsukuyami looked up at Gates beside her, then focused her binoculars on Gui Yanyi. To be fair, she was indeed very beautiful, exuding a naturally fragile aura. She could believe that others might be attracted to beauty, but she was certain that Changban Zhuangwu would not be. With Changban Zhuangwu's personality, if he did not recognize someone, even if the most beautiful woman in the world threw herself at him, he would push her away, without hesitation, and tell her to get lost. Indeed, he was such a straight-laced man. As the Demon King born to rule, he would not let the colorful distractions before him cloud his judgment. Afterward, Changban Zhuangwu and the girl concluded their conversation. On the train today, Ito Makoto kept a distance from them, but his gaze remained fixated on Gui Yanyi. Originally, he should have joined a club, but he chose to join the returning home club just to catch more glimpses of Gui Yanyi, indulging his eye for her. Moreover, since Changban Zhuangwu was also on the train, he didn't dare to approach her. After getting off the train, Changban Zhuangwu walked on the way home, but gradually slowed down and eventually stopped by the roadside. Turning around, he saw two figures clumsily hiding. These two weren't professional stalkers. Did they really think Changban Zhuangwu wouldn't notice? Come out, there's no need to hide. With your poor tracking skills, you might as well just walk out openly. Upon hearing this, Tsukuyami and Mingguang Institute Gates stepped out from the side. Tsukuyami asked, "When did you notice us?" Changban Zhuangwu replied, "From the moment you entered my classroom. After I left, I knew you had this intention. So there was no need to think too much. I knew you would act this way. Speak up. What do you want by following me?" Mingguang Institute Gates bluntly stated, "We followed you to see what actions a Demon King like you would take on the way home from school." Changban Zhuangwu chuckled, "What actions? You don't think I would randomly kill someone, do you? I'm not that kind of maniac. Why would you think I could do such things?" Although Changban Zhuangwu had claimed to be a Demon King, he had never killed a common person. He had eliminated numerous monsters, though. Mingguang Institute Gates retorted, "Don't you know that yourself?" Mingguang Institute Gates, calling you impulsive and passionate would be a compliment. Calling you an idiot would be more accurate. What did you just say?" Mingguang Institute Gates felt very displeased by Changban Zhuangwu's words and tightened his fists, appearing ready to attack. In front of someone stronger than you, especially one who is an unwavering enemy, acting recklessly and constantly provoking without recognizing the situation is nothing but foolish. Do you really think I would show you mercy again? Changban Zhuangwu's eyes narrowed slightly, and an aura of a king unconsciously radiated from him, tightening Tsukuyami and Gates' nerves. Tsukuyami appeared to have some sense, but Mingguang Institute Gates was consistently on the edge of self-destruction, repeatedly provoking Changban Zhuangwu. Did he really think Changban Zhuangwu wouldn't kill? Originally, this guy had come with the intention of eliminating him with clear goals and determination, but after being unable to defeat Changban Zhuangwu, he left with Tsukuyami. At that time, Changban Zhuangwu had given him a chance and let him go. If he had truly wanted to keep Gates, he wouldn't have been able to escape. Then during the encounter with the aberrant build after Mingguang Institute Gates was injured, Changban Zhuangwu couldn't be bothered to finish off an injured person and didn't hold any grudges. Now he had returned, first staring at him in class, and then still unwilling to back down, making a real effort to provoke him. Who needs your mercy? Mingguang Academy Gui's looked at Shirzwan Tsubaki with a hostile gaze. He specifically came here to eliminate Shirzwan Tsubaki, but had been delayed due to the opponent's strength. However, that did not mean he was afraid. In the future, during the era ruled by the Demon King, he was not afraid, and he still resisted against the Demon King. Now this was not even the real Shirzwan Tsubaki of the Demon King, so he had even less reason to be afraid. Gui's. Tsukuyami stepped forward to dissuade Gui's, but Gui's expression was serious as he said to Tsukuyami, "Don't worry about it, this is my issue with the King of Time. I said I would defeat him, and I will." "Defeat me? Hee." Shirzwan Tsubaki chuckled, continuing, "I wonder where you get the confidence to say you will defeat me. After witnessing the second stage power of the King of Time, you still have such confidence. Should I say you are brave, or just a complete fool?" The second stage of the King of Time. Gui's from the Mingguang Academy naturally knew of the power of Shirzwan Tsubaki's second stage King of Time, causing his heart to sink. "Even if you have the second stage King of Time, I am not afraid." Gui's took out the driver and the rider watch. Mingguang Academy Gui's held the space-time driver with both hands and shouted, "Henshin. Rider time. Kamen Rider Gui's. I won't even need the second stage to deal with you. Zi-O. Henshin. Rider time. Kamen Rider Zi-O." Shirzwan Tsubaki transformed as well. The transformation of the two took place right on the street, completely disregarding the feelings of the bystanders, causing those onlookers to gasp in shock. Nanny, what is this technology? This must be special effects. Special effects only exist on TV, right? How are they doing this in reality? Oh my god, I just saw these two young men, and the atmosphere on the street fell off, but I didn't think much of it. Now what's going on? They've actually donned armor. Does no one want to ask how they put that armor on? It seems like it automatically wrapped around them. The pedestrians by the roadside buzzed with discussion, some even taking out their phones to photograph the already transformed Shirzwan Tsubaki and Mingguang Academy Guais. So many people have seen this. Tsukuyumi stood aside watching the crowd gather, her brows slightly furrowed. Guais looked at Shirzwan Tsubaki, especially at the nearly identical face to that of the Demon King, with 2 pointers on his head and characters around his eyes, differing only in color, yet still 90% similar, causing him to rush out uncontrollably. With such speed, the distance between the two was minimal, and in a single step, he was in front of Shirzwan Tsubaki, launching his fist. Shirzwan Tsubaki remained expressionless beneath his mask, pulling back to evade as Guais' attack approached. Then Guais advanced again, launching attacks 1, 2, 3, 6, 10 times. Mingguang Academy Guais attacked 10 times in succession, punches and kicks, but what drove him mad was that all of his attacks were evaded by Shirzwan Tsubaki. How could this happen? I can't hit him. Guais looked at his fist, somewhat furious. Despite so many attempts, he couldn't land a single blow on Shirzwan Tsubaki. They had all been dodged. This probability was nearly non-existent, yet it had happened. What on earth was going on? Why is it that all of Guais' attacks are being dodged, as if the King of Time has already predicted his attacks? Tsukuyumi watched keenly from the side. It seemed that when Guais attacked Shirzwan, Tsubaki knew where Guais' attacks would land, allowing him to dodge. In fact, Tsukuyumi was quite right. Shirzwan Tsubaki had indeed predicted Guais' attacks. Did he really think those 2 pointers on Shirzwan Tsubaki's head were just for decoration? Those 2 pointers on his head each had their functions. One for capturing temporal information to predict enemy attacks, and the timing to evade. The minute hand measured the distance between himself and the enemy along with shooting attack impact points. These functions could be utilized from the Demon King down to ordinary forms as long as those 2 pointers were present, for they were the core abilities of the King of Time. The little Demon King in the show could not flexibly utilize his abilities at all, merely charging forward, which was why the King of Time was played and defeated by others. Even in the second stage, the King of Time could only predict the enemy's major attacks from a distance. In reality, the 2 pointers on his head were the crucial abilities to suppress enemies and secure an advantage from the start. During their first battle, Shirzwan Tsubaki did not use them because he wanted to see how strong Guais, who came from the future, truly was, but he was disappointed. It was just average. Damn it. Guais rushed forward. Shirzwan Tsubaki had already utilized data from the minute hand sensor to deduce Guais' next attack point. He would punch at his face. In the next moment, Guais indeed struck towards Shirzwan Tsubaki's face. Shirzwan Tsubaki knew and was ready for his action. No longer dodging, he reached out with his right hand, grabbing Guais' wrist and halting it just a few centimeters from his face. Then Shirzwan Tsubaki channeled his leg strength, kicking forward and landing a blow to Guais' abdomen, producing a burst of special effects. Bang! Guais was sent flying backward 20 meters, crashing against someone else's house, unable to withstand the force of Mingguang Academy Guais. The corner of the wall collapsed. Those watching from the sidelines stood with their mouths agape, dumbfounded, as they watched Mingguang Academy Guais fly so far. After a few seconds, Mingguang Academy Guais staggered out from the rubble, leaving everyone speechless. Oh my god, this isn't just some recording or a normal fight. That kick had more power than a giant truck. How did he survive being thrown so far? Could it really be an alien invasion? Run. If we get caught up in this, there won't even be a place to cry. At that moment, the bystanders finally realized the severity of the situation and fled in terror, quickly leaving the area empty. Meanwhile, Shirzwan Tsubaki paid no attention to the bystanders. Their presence or absence was of no concern to him. His eyes were fixed on Guais in front of him. Looking at the calm and unbothered expression before him, Mingguang Academy Guais shouted, "King of Time, I will definitely take you down." Shirzwan Tsubaki spread his arms, taunting, "If you can do it, then come on." Guais stood once more before Shirzwan Tsubaki. Though covered in dust, it did not conceal the vengeance in his heart. He took out a rider watch, activated it, and placed it in the slot on the left side of the space-time driver. Ghost. Rider time. Kamen Rider Guais. Armor time. Eyes open. Ghost. Various armor components of Kamen Rider Geist manifested beside Mingguang Academy Guais and then adhered to him, completing the armor enhancement. This form was the Ghost armor form. His overall data was comprehensively enhanced, and he also gained the ability to summon the ghosts to assist in battle. And that was exactly how Guais used it, summoning 4 ghosts to fly towards Shirzwan Tsubaki. The time limit sword manifested from the time-space drive in front of Shokan Zhuangwu. With a firm grip on the hilt, he swiftly employed his powerful sword technique to dispel 4 cloaked phantoms. At that moment, Gates had also arrived in front of Shokan Zhuangwu, taking advantage of Shokan Zhuangwu's moment of distraction after defeating the phantoms to deliver a kick to his side. Empowered by the ghost armor, Gates' kick was significantly stronger than in his normal form. Shokan Zhuangwu, having just swung his sword to strike down one of the phantoms, had no time to evade. However quick-witted as he was at the moment of impact, he managed to position his sword horizontally at his side. Though he couldn't completely avoid the blow, he reduced much of the force with the blade. Despite this, the force of the kick, which reached 23 tons, sent Shokan Zhuangwu airborne, propelling him backward half a meter off the ground and causing him to slide back a few meters before finally landing. His final footfall struck the ground, heavily shattering the surface to dissipate the remaining force, halting his retreat as the time limit sword emitted a buzzing sound. Not bad for power, Shokan Zhuangwu praised, feeling a slight numbness in his arm from the impact of the kick. You bastard. To have my full force kick neutralized like this, it's not just that I caused no harm, but I even received a condescending compliment from Shokan Zhuangwu. It's quite disheartening. This left Gates somewhat dispirited. He wanted to defeat the Time King, but his opponent's strength far exceeded his capabilities. Although he was mentally prepared, facing Shokan Zhuangwu again brought a sense of helplessness, causing him to clench his fists without knowing how to proceed. Observing Gates from the Mingguang Academy, standing idly by, Shokan Zhuangwu wouldn't allow him to dawdle. In just a few steps he approached Gates, his fist launching forward like a cannonball. Gates hurriedly crossed his arms in front of him, but Shokan Zhuangwu's punch, fueled by the strength of his entire body, was far beyond the basic data's power. The punch struck Gates' crossed arms with a heavy sound accompanied by a pink attack effect that burst forth. Gates' body was instantly propelled backward, his back sliding against the ground as sparks flew, skidding 5 meters before coming to a halt. Were it not for the enhancement of the ghost armor, he would have likely skidded even further. Hiss! This is the true Time King, the future ruler. Even now he already demonstrates the power of a king. Yudu gritted his teeth, worried for Gates from the Mingguang Academy. In his base form he was no match for the Time King, and despite using the power of the legendary knight Kamen Rider Ghost, he still found himself at a disadvantage. This gap was not due to Gates being too weak. As a member of the resistance he had undergone extensive training. Though impulsive, his skills were certainly not lacking. Yet before Shokan Zhuangwu he found himself completely at a disadvantage. It could only be said that this king was truly powerful. Damn it, if that's the case I'll use my final move to determine the outcome. Gates rose from the ground, shaking off the tingling sensation in his arm. Facing his opponent head-on wasn't an option, which had greatly shaken his confidence, but it was clearly not the time to give up. He could only resort to his ultimate technique to end the battle. With the enhancement of Ghost's power, his strength would surely surpass that of the Time King. This was his last chance. With this in mind, Gates took action, spreading his legs apart. He first pressed the 2 buttons on his belt, then struck the top button of the time-space drive with his right fist, tilting it. Finally, he held the drive with both hands and spun it counterclockwise 360 degrees. Finish time. Ghost. Omega. Time burst. Gates leaped high into the air, soaring above all nearby buildings. 4 cloaked phantoms emerged from the drive, swirling rapidly around his right foot, transforming into streams of colorful energy that gathered at Gates' right foot before descending towards Shokan Zhuangwu. Shokan Zhuangwu, however, did not merely stand by. He took the Time King driver from his waist, pressed the button on top, and activated his ultimate technique on the time limit sword. Finish time. Zi-O. Giri slash. With the time limit sword in hand, Shokan Zhuangwu leaped into the air as well. Unlike Gates, who had initially taken the high ground, Shokan Zhuangwu approached from below, aiming to cleave at Gates. The final strike to decide the victor. From a short distance away, the 3-time thieves Swirless Wooer and Aura watched intently. They had been observing since the beginning of the battle between Shokan Zhuangwu and Gates. They hadn't expected this little demon to be so strong, able to withstand Gates' enhanced armored form even in his base state. A typical case of the weak overcoming the strong. Though he was a young Time King, he was still a demon king. However, now Shokan Zhuangwu's sword ultimate technique did not bode well for Aura and the others. While powerful, it was still inferior to the knight's kick. What will the outcome be? Will Gates emerge victorious, or will the Demon King win? One cannot help but anticipate. As Gates and Shokan Zhuangwu met midair, their finishing moves were about to collide, creating a shockwave that erupted from their center, causing the branches on either side of the road to crackle and the leaves to fall with one green leaf, even sliced in half. Shokan Zhuangwu's sword struck the bottom of Gates' foot, while Gates' power was unable to withstand the force of the blade. After a 2-second stalemate, Shokan Zhuangwu felt the resistance on his arm growing stronger. The time limit sword's ultimate technique could not surpass the night kick, especially against the armored and evolved Gates. Shokan Zhuangwu released his grip on the time limit sword, using the momentum from his previous ascent to continue upward. As he passed by Gates, he stepped on Gates' shoulder to maintain his levitation and gain height. Without the support of Shokan Zhuangwu's strength, Gates fell directly downward, landing with a kick on the ground. Fortunately, he had restrained much of his power, resulting in a cracked surface rather than a large pit. The time limit sword dropped straight down, slicing through the ground as easily as cutting tofu, embedding itself beside Gates. Time King. After Mingguang Academy Gates landed, he immediately turned his head. When Shogun Zogo stepped on him after releasing the time limit sword, he sensed trouble in his heart. Upon turning, he saw Shogun Zogo hovering 20 meters away, rotating the time-space driver counterclockwise by 360. This guy, is he about to? Mingguang Academy Gates was greatly alarmed. Before he could take any action, he saw a circle of pink kick symbols surrounding him, making him exclaim in dread, realizing it was bad, but there was no chance left now. Finish time. Time break. Shogun Zogo looked at Mingguang Academy Gates surrounded by pink symbols and shouted as he kicked down fiercely from above. The symbols encircling Mingguang Academy Gates instantly gathered at Shogun Zogo's feet. In less than a second, Shogun Zogo appeared before Mingguang Academy gates, who had no time to dodge or defend and was directly hit by the knight's kick. Boom. A towering explosion of flames erupted with Shogun Zogo's back facing the fiery blast. It's over. Mingguang Academy gates is indeed weak. He didn't even touch a hair of the Time King. The trio of Time Raiders, observing from the shadows disdainfully, curled his lips and said. Aura, combing her hair, remarked, who told him to choose the wrong opponent? Even without using second-tier powers, the Time King can completely defeat him. What a waste. Suarez remained silent. It was normal for Mingguang Academy gates to be unable to defeat Shogun Zogo in this timeline. However, it was indeed unexpected that he was defeated by the basic form of Kamen Rider Guai's ghost. I thought they would at least injure each other, yet Shogun Zogo didn't even touch him. It seems Gates ultimately can't defeat the Demon King. At that moment, a voice that didn't belong to the three of them rang out, drawing their attention. Waz, eh? Suarez squinted upon seeing the newcomer. Aura looked at Waz and said, what brings you here, Waz? Aren't you afraid your Demon King might think you're one of us? They all recognized Waz, as he had interacted with them before, and not just once. Waz chuckled. Haha, even if the Demon King knows he won't mind, after all, he doesn't trust me that much in his heart. Suarez calmly replied, that only means you haven't worked hard enough. Yuar frowned and asked, Waz, what do you want from us? What I want to say is you wish to gain the power of the Demon King as the Time King, but from the very beginning the Demon King has never feared the aberrant knights you created. I hope you work hard enough to provide the Demon King with more sharpening stones to motivate him to keep moving forward. Otherwise, if your opponents are too weak, the Demon King's ambition to become the Time King will be far from reach. Waz, this is our business, stay out of it. We're leaving. Suarez glanced at Aura and Yuar, and the three of them vanished. Waz coldly watched the direction in which the three departed. Suarez has been rather lazy lately. As a member of the Temporal Management Bureau and a close aide to its leader, he naturally knew that Suarez was merely a pawn of the leader. Otherwise, Waz wouldn't have interacted with Suarez. While Suarez mocked Aura and Yuar for being pawns, he did not realize he was also a piece in someone else's game. Returning to Shogun Zogo's side after the flames dissipated, Shogun Zogo turned and strode toward the epicenter of the explosion with an aura of invincibility. At this moment, Mingguang Academy gates lay in the center of the explosion, covered in dust. His night system forcibly deactivated, blood at the corner of his mouth, severely injured. Shogun Zogo's kick had left him unable to stand, and his eyes began to roll back. Time King. Mingguang Academy gates gritted his teeth, staring at the unhurriedly approaching Shogun Zogo, propping himself up on the ground to lift his upper body slightly. His trembling body, along with his increasingly blurred consciousness, caused his eyes to roll back, almost losing consciousness. Yet his unwillingness kept him from fainting. Shogun Zogo approached Mingguang Academy gates, looking at him as he propped himself up. He stepped on Gates' chest, pressing him to the ground. Mingguang Academy gates was struck heavily in the chest again, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his pale face as if life was at its end. Shogun Zogo, stepping on Mingguang Academy gates, leaned down to pick up the drive and Ghost-Driver watches that fell beside him. With his right arm resting on Gates' knee, he exuded the demeanor of a Demon King and said, I told you you can never defeat me. With your feeble strength, even practicing for another 10,000 years wouldn't make you my opponent. You bastard. Gates' eyes were almost shooting fire, and Shogun Zogo's words made his chest feel tight. My. Suddenly, a gigantic fist comparable to half of Shogun Zogo's body struck, sending the unprepared Shogun Zogo flying. After flying several meters, Shogun Zogo supported himself with his right hand on the ground, executing a handstand in midair before bending his body to land on his feet, stabilizing himself after stepping back 2 paces. Time-Space Demon Machine. Shogun Zogo wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, staring at the machine that had just punched him. The Time-Space Demon Machine knelt on one knee, then the hatch opened and Tsukuyami emerged from within, taking the already severely injured Mingguang Academy gates with her. The Time-Space Demon Machine stood upright, and a voice came from inside. Tsukuyami said, Time King, you shouldn't be the kind of Demon King who kills without blinking. For up until now, I've never seen you bully the weak. Perhaps you can still become a sage using your powerful strength to defeat the aberrants. She hoped to influence Shogun Zogo with her words, urging him not to take extreme actions, and until now Shogun Zogo indeed hadn't harmed anyone. Demon King. Sage. Shogun Zogo replied unhurriedly, no matter what others say, whether they call me a Demon King or a devil, I will only follow my heart where my heart desires and my body goes. My future will only be chosen by me, unrelated to the past and future, for I am the one who truly makes the decisions now. Tsukuyami inside the Time-Space Demon Machine looked deeply at Shogun Zogo, switched the robot mode to flight mode, and took Mingguang Academy gates away. Waz quietly approached Shogun Zogo, watching the direction in which the demon machine flew away, shaking his head. I hope Gates can become a little clearer this time. If Tsukuyami hadn't intervened, would the Demon King have truly intended to eliminate Gates? Shogun Zogo's body flashed with white light as the Knight's system disengaged, and he walked forward with his hands in his pockets. I'm getting impatient with that guy's interference, and eliminating someone who constantly wants my life is quite normal, right? Shogun Zogo turned back and glanced at Waz. The killing intent and ferocity in his eyes startled Waz. Given this situation, Shogun Zogo was not lying. If it weren't for Tsukuyami stopping him with the Time-Space Demon Machine, he would have killed Gates. Then Tokiwa Sougo turned back, the murderous intent in his eyes vanished, and he resumed his usual impassive, coldly aloof demeanor. He had indeed harbored lethal intent just moments before. In other timelines, Maikao and Gates might have been a comrade, or even a rival, to other versions of Tokiwa Sougo forging camaraderie through rivalry and battle. But for him no such bonds were necessary. Maikao and Gates meanwhile relentlessly provoked him, boasting recklessly despite his meager strength little more than an impulsive fool. The path Tokiwa Sougo walked was not one of easy camaraderie or lighthearted banter. Even before his transmigration, he had lived in solitude. His temperament bore almost no change from that era. At his former university, he had long reigned unchallenged at the summit, arrogant, self-assured, utterly friendless, and untouchable by peers. This was no persona adopted after becoming Tokiwa Sougo, rather it was his innate nature, now tempered, refined, and inwardly restrained. Should Maikao and Gates survive this encounter, he would surely return, still clamoring to vanquish the Demon King and claim vengeance, still dreaming of playing the savior. When that day came, Tokiwa Sougo would show no mercy, ending him, definitively reducing him to a negative existence. Meanwhile, inside a hospital, Yurito had brought Maikao and Gates to the nation's finest medical facility and secured its most advanced treatment. Thanks to the potent futuristic medicine she carried, his condition had markedly improved from near death. That accursed Time King. I will surely. He broke off abruptly. How many times had he uttered those very words? Yet each time they rang hollow, echoing only defeat. In their first confrontation, he had heeded Yurito's counsel and withdrawn, refusing to press the fight to its fatal conclusion with Tokiwa Sougo. Even then, during their brief exchange, Maikao and Gates had sensed the chasm between them. He was no match. Yet deep down he refused to admit it, and ever since retreating alongside Yurito he had wrestled with quiet self-doubt. Today, facing the base-form Time King, even after donning the legendary ghost armor enhancement, he suffered utter, humiliating defeat. Not a single blow landed upon Tokiwa Sougo, not even a scratch. In contrast, had Yurito not intervened, Sougo's lethal intent would have claimed him without mercy. Gates, let it go? Let's return to 2068. This era was never meant for us. Yurito spoke softly, her voice heavy with dejection. Tokiwa Sougo was simply too formidable. Without even ascending to his second form, he had left Maikao and Gates utterly disoriented, nearly dead. What purpose remained in lingering here? No, I will not leave. The Time King is monstrous. I must destroy him and become the savior. Otherwise, this era's future will merely repeat our own suffering. If we cannot overcome the Time King, now how could we ever stand against the Ohma Zi-O? Maikao and Gates declared his resolve, not to die here, but to triumph over Tokiwa Sougo of this age. Yurito rose, her voice trembling with urgency. But what good is your current state? A reckless conviction alone cannot fell the Time King. Today's battle stands as irrefutable proof. Though I cannot defeat him now, that does not mean I shall fail again. I will seek the means to overcome him. Maikao and Gates affirmed his vow. Once healed, he would embark on his quest, and upon his return the Time King's reign would end forever. Gates. Yurito frowned, studying him closely. Though impulsive before, he had never been this consumed. Clearly, Tokiwa Sougo's crushing victory had carved deep scars upon his psyche. A spiritual affliction, a demon of obsession. Only victory over the Time King could exorcise it. The next day, the two new transfer students failed to appear. Maikao and Gates was absent while Yurito returned to class as usual. Tokiwa Sougo paid her no heed. So long as she retained her wits, he saw no reason to act against her. Yurito's continued presence signaled that Gates had not yet departed, confirming Sougo's earlier suspicion. The man refused to retreat in disgrace. Their next encounter would be inevitable, and final a clash unto death. Life in the classroom moved on regardless. A few murmurs sufficed before the matter faded into silence. By afternoon, restlessness stirred among the students. Tonight's after-school activities were cancelled, replaced by the annual freshman welcome ceremony. At last the final bell rang. The classroom erupted in cheers as students streamed out in clusters toward the school's grand auditorium. The auditorium, normally reserved for opening ceremonies and all-school assemblies, also hosted major events like tonight's welcome ceremony, held there annually without exception. "Sougo, I heard from Miss Suki that you're performing tonight," asked Kominazaki Shelley after class, her curiosity piqued. "What? Sougo's actually performing? Hard to imagine what he'd possibly do. A top-tier scholar and a cold, commanding figure stepping onto stage. Honestly, it feels like planetary collision." Students still lingering in the room exchanged stunned glances, as if privy to a secret too astonishing to believe. A perennial academic prodigy and icon of icy charisma, ascending the stage to perform. It defied all logic, as though the sun had risen in the west. No one could fathom what Tokiwa Sougo might perform. Surely not dancing, nor singing sentimental ballads. Speculation spiraled wildly. The Time King is performing. Yurito blinked in disbelief. Truly unimaginable. Tokiwa Sougo replied flatly, "That old woman added my name without consulting me." Nods followed. This explanation felt perfectly consistent. Had Sougo volunteered himself, the reversal would have been jarring indeed. Kominazaki Shelley covered her mouth, stifling a giggle. "If Miss Suki heard you call her that, she'd declare eternal war on you." Sougo scoffed. "She dared impose her will without consent. Why should I fear her?" "Well then, shall we head over together?" "Let's go." They left the classroom side by side, walking toward the auditorium. Crossing the courtyard, they encountered the Nakano quintuplets, also making their way to the auditorium. Senior Tokiwa hello, called Nakano Ichika stepping forward. She then turned to Kominazaki Shelley and said, and this must be Senior Kominazaki, the so-called Child of Light, famed alongside Senior Tokiwa. Kominazaki Shelley responded with poised grace, Child of Light is merely an ornamental title, empty of substance. And you are? Nice to meet you, we are quintuplet sisters. I am Nakano Ichika, and these are my sisters Nakano Nino, Nakano Miku, Nakano Yatsuba, and Nakano Itsuki. The other four then greeted in turn. Nakatomi Yukari smiled and said, hello, do you know Zhuangwu? It was Itsuki who introduced us. We met the famous senpai Tokawaji yesterday morning, so as soon as we saw the senpai just now we came over to say hello. Oh, I see. You are also going to the auditorium, right? Let's go together. Nakatomi Yukari smiled and invited them. They could be considered friends of Tokawaji Zhuangwu, and since they initiated the greeting, it was perfectly normal to invite them along. Then let's go together. Nakano Nino replied with a smile, sensing Nakatomi Yukari's kindness. As for Tokawaji Zhuangwu, he remained silent while the girls chatted. Upon arriving at the auditorium, many people were already seated. Since the venue was large enough to accommodate everyone from the school, it was common for events requiring full participation to take place here. We will find our seats first, senior sister, and senior we will meet again when we have the chance. For such events, there was no strict seating arrangement for each class, allowing for much freedom, so it was typical for acquaintances to sit together in groups. Tokawaji Zhuangwu and Nakatomi Yukari sat at the side. Zhuangwu, aren't you going to perform on stage? Don't you need to prepare backstage? Nakatomi Yukari asked. After sitting down, Tokawaji Zhuangwu leaned back in his chair and replied, there's no need to prepare. I will just go on stage when it's my turn. You really are composed. For an outstanding person, confidence brings composure. Indeed, Zhuangwu, you can be considered the most exceptional among high school students. Not just in high school, even in university, I am superior to any college student now. Tokawaji Zhuangwu continued, as the school's flower, you will also go on stage, right? Yes, I will perform as well. I will be singing. As a popular figure in school, and being a beautiful girl, Nakatomi Yukari's popularity undoubtedly surpassed Tokawaji Zhuangwu's. She was not only beautiful, but also kind and gentle in her interactions. Her singing was also very pleasant, not inferior to those of famous singers. As time approached, the auditorium was nearly filled with students. The lights below went out completely, leaving only the stage lights illuminating the area. After an introduction by the students, the welcome party officially began with performances by second and third year students. Though called performances, they were merely amateur, not professional. Tokawaji Zhuangwu had been resting with his eyes closed since the beginning. As time slowly passed, an hour went by in the joyful atmosphere, and soon it was time for Nakatomi Yukari to perform. 10 minutes earlier, Nakatomi Yukari had gone backstage to change into a beautiful outfit specifically for singing. As a girl, her desire to look pretty was natural, and she was no exception. On stage, dressed in a white dress with white stockings up to her thighs, and sporting a charming smile, Nakatomi Yukari instantly captivated a large number of boys. Even the girls had to admit Nakatomi Yukari's beauty, especially her sincere smile, which bore no trace of pretense and endeared her to everyone. From the moment Nakatomi Yukari stepped on stage, she was the absolute goddess of the school, without a doubt. The cheers from the crowd were more fervent than during the previous student performances, indicating her immense popularity. It's really loud. Tokawaji Zhuangwu felt like his ears were about to burst from the noise. Nakatomi Yukari waved and greeted the students present, showing no sign of nervousness, remaining completely composed. I didn't expect her to be so beautiful. In the audience, the ever-conventional Ichino's Chizuru stared at Nakatomi Yukari. She had always been pretty, but now dressed like this, she perfectly highlighted her charm. It's no wonder she was so popular. Ichino's Chizuru herself was not bad. Even without trying to look unattractive, she would attract attention wherever she went. Otherwise, she wouldn't be rated as in class beauty. Compared to Nakatomi Yukari, she was equally impressive, and after changing into her beautiful outfit, she was even more striking. However, the thought of such a beauty being interested in the cold, straight-laced Tokawaji Zhuangwu truly made her path seem treacherous. If it were any other boy, it wouldn't be so difficult. I really don't understand what she sees in him. On stage, after introducing herself and the song she was about to sing, Nakatomi Yukari picked up the microphone after a backing track was played backstage and began to sing a song about a missed love. Her voice was melodious and enchanting, akin to a legendary celestial sound. She seemed to be immersed in the lyrics, pouring her heart into the song, while everyone listened quietly, captivated by her voice. While singing, Nakatomi Yukari occasionally glanced at Tokawaji Zhuangwu, who was also looking her way, nodding and smiling slightly, which was quite charming. 3 minutes later, as the song ended, Nakatomi Yukari bowed her head and thanked the students below before waving and stepping off the stage. The students below were left wanting more, hoping for Nakatomi Yukari to sing another song. However, this was not her solo concert, so it was impossible for her to perform again. Nakatomi Yukari's song has finished. It should be over now. Yes, she is the light of our school. She should be the final act, so it must be over now. Just as many people thought this, a senior high school female host on stage spoke. Did everyone think this was the end? Our Hikari no Mori High School has more than just one light of our school, Nakatama-san. Well, that's true. As the face of Hikari no Mori, there are two outstanding students granted the title of light of our school. One is Nakatomi Yukari, and the other is Tokawaji Zhuangwu. Right? Does this mean that Tokawaji Zhuangwu, one of the lights, will also take the stage? What an unexpected scene. Although Tokawaji Zhuangwu is indeed a celebrity in the school, he has never participated in any school celebration events. Indeed, anyone who knows Tokawaji Zhuangwu understands his aloof nature and how he does not care about anything. Getting him to participate in an event is harder than climbing to the heavens. But the host said this could it be. The host continued, "It seems everyone has guessed correctly. Yes, our other light of school, Tokawaji Zhuangwu. I'm sure everyone has heard of his name, and it truly surprises us. Perhaps he wants to give the new students a surprise in his final year at this high school. Now let us welcome Tokawaji Zhuangwu to the stage for his performance, Full Force." The host had decent eloquence, but the idea of a final year student singing a song for the first year students was utterly ridiculous. Chang'an Zhuangwu was coerced onto the stage by his own homeroom teacher, and there was no surprise for the freshmen at all. Such nonsense. Indeed, hosting is not a role just anyone can assume. Chang'an Zhuangwu stood up and walked down the steps from his seat. Earlier, when Kamuzu Yukari went backstage to prepare, Chang'an Zhuangwu had already given her the USB drive with the accompaniment melody he had produced, so he didn't need to go backstage and could head straight to the stage. A beam of light illuminated Chang'an Zhuangwu as he descended the steps from his seat. Full Force. What song is this? I don't know, I've never heard of it. Let me search online. I've searched already, it seems there's no song called Full Force on the internet. None. Could it be an original? No way. Who knows what kind of wind blew this? This person who is usually oblivious to the world can actually sing. I'm utterly astounded. I wonder how well he sings. Let's listen and find out. The crowd murmured to one another, especially the third-year students of the same grade as Chang'an Zhuangwu. They exchanged glances, completely unable to imagine that Chang'an Zhuangwu could sing. Hey, I didn't expect he could sing. That's pretty impressive. Nakanos Nino licked her lips, her gaze fixed on Chang'an Zhuangwu, who was illuminated by the spotlight. He was so handsome, ranked first in academics, and it was said that his athletic performance was exceptional as well. Now he could even sing. How outstanding could he be? Nakanos Nino couldn't help but become a bit infatuated. She liked handsome guys, and so far Chang'an Zhuangwu was the most handsome and capable guy she had ever met. Of course, even though Nakanos Nino was somewhat superficial, her values were still sound. If she discovered any character flaws in someone she interacted with or anything else, she would unhesitatingly withdraw, no matter how handsome they were. In her previous schools, due to her outstanding appearance and sociability, Nakanos Nino was quite popular and received many confessions from boys, including many handsome ones. However, she smiled and turned them down, not for any other reason, but because she didn't know them well. Those who confessed were only attracted to her looks. Nakanos Nino always rejected anyone without any foundation or emotional connection. However, she hadn't interacted much with Chang'an Zhuangwu yet, and she wasn't clear about his character. But based solely on his looks, her initial favorability toward him had already surpassed 70. On stage, Chang'an Zhuangwu took the host's microphone and calmly addressed the sea of dark heads before him. "My name is Chang'an Zhuangwu, a person born to be a king. This song, Full Force, does not exist in this world. You can consider it my original work. This song will be the most passionate one you hear." Indeed, the song Chang'an Zhuangwu was about to sing was the execution song from Kamen Rider game, along with the theme song from Kamen Rider Build, which were his two favorite Rider songs. With a snap of his right hand, the surrounding lights dimmed, and the pre-prepared music began to play. After an exhilarating introduction, Chang'an Zhuangwu brought the microphone to his mouth, and the moment he started to sing, everyone was involuntarily drawn in. In an ordinary landscape, suddenly another self emerges slowly. There's no time for confusion, nor is it an afternoon dream. The moment we meet, tragedy has already occurred. You are unique, no one can replace you. You are a special existence. When fighting, do not be confused. At this moment, Chang'an Zhuangwu paused slightly, while everyone in the audience had already stopped talking, their eyes fixed on him. It was as if their ears were pregnant with anticipation, knowing that the real climax was yet to come. This was completely different from the song sung by Kamuzu Yukari, who sang about unattainable love, whereas Chang'an Zhuangwu was like an unknown hero's story. Most importantly, this seemed to be Chang'an Zhuangwu's original work. Full force, go all out is faster than yesterday, that is the condition. Always cast aside your limits. Full force, no matter when, embodies a powerful confidence. Erupting from the body, everything will become strength. Until a climax segment ended, the audience finally had a moment to catch their breath, yet they couldn't utter a word, eagerly anticipating Chang'an Zhuangwu's next performance. Hey, no way. What is this inexplicable intensity? Yet from these lyrics, you can feel the character in the song has no confusion about battle, has no limits, only that powerful confidence. Originally, the students had not thought highly of Chang'an Zhuangwu's song, but now they were completely immersed in it. The melody and the adrenaline-boosting lyrics made everyone ready, their bodies focusing on Chang'an Zhuangwu. Initially, they thought Chang'an Zhuangwu's so-called original song would be some love song or something similar, hidden in the dark corners of the city, a secret not spoken of. The machine that breaks through the waves will continue to move forward in the endless darkness for the sake of battle. If full force is faster than anyone and you want to meet tomorrow, only your own footprints will remain. Whenever full force believes in its own strength, the impossible can become possible. Then everything will be in your hands. When Chang'an Zhuangwu's final words fell, the venue fell into silence. Only after the music completely ended did everyone stand up and applaud, using their actions to affirm that Chang'an Zhuangwu's song was indeed melodious and passionate. It inexplicably made the audience envision a hidden hero battling against unknown creatures lurking in the shadows, striving to be stronger than their yesterday's self. For that hero's enemies were growing stronger, and only by being stronger than yesterday could they protect the countless lights behind them. Among the audience, only Ichino's Chizuru knew that Chang'an Zhuangwu harbored a hidden identity, her mouth slightly agape as she stared blankly at him. Is this song about himself? Ichino's Chizuru had seen Chang'an Zhuangwu battle against an ugly figure that could leap dozens of meters and shoot fireballs. Although Chang'an Zhuangwu had decisively defeated him, there was still an unfortunate individual who was beaten terribly due to lack of strength. If Chang'an Zhuangwu ever relaxed, and the enemy grew stronger, he would ultimately be ruthlessly defeated. Thus, as the lyrics said, going all out is faster than yesterday. Only by being faster and stronger than yesterday can one meet the continuously emerging new enemies and challenges. If one stands still, they will only face ruthless defeat. In an instant, Ichino's Chika gazed intently at Tokawaki Shugo. This guy appeared aloof, but he was just a high school student burdened with responsibilities that even adults struggled to bear, risking his life to fight against unknown monsters. At first, Ichino's Chika felt little upon discovering Tokawaki Shugo's hidden identity, but now after listening to the song that Tokawaki Shugo adapted from his own experiences, she was deeply moved. After finishing his song, Tokawaki Shugo left the stage immediately, while Kogasu Yukari, who had been backstage, changed back into her school uniform and followed him. Kogasu Yukari said, "Shugo, your song is even better than mine, and the lyrics are quite good too." Tokawaki Shugo replied, "Thank you for the compliment." Kogasu Yukari recalled Tokawaki Shugo's song and continued, "But does your original song hold any deeper meaning? It feels as if the lyrics convey a sense that without fighting one cannot survive, one must constantly strive to grow stronger to better protect oneself and others." Original. Tokawaki Shugo silently scoffed. He was merely a transporter of ideas. However, since such things did not exist in this world, he could only comfort himself by claiming it was original. It doesn't hold any deep meaning, but the fact that you can discern those ideas shows you were listening seriously. I just created it based on the nameless heroes and evil forces I saw in movies. Tokawaki Shugo rambled on. Of course, he wouldn't reveal that he was a Kamen Rider battling against enemies. Even if he did, others wouldn't believe him, nor would they understand what a Kamen Rider was. Only when someone sees it with their own eyes will they believe it. Of course, Tokawaki Shugo wasn't bored enough to make someone believe he was a Kamen Rider by transforming. That would be a ridiculous act of showing off and leaving others dumbfounded. I see the heroes in those movies are indeed admirable. Even though no one knows to thank them for what they do, they endure injuries alone for the sake of societal peace. In reality, aren't there people like that as well? Kogasu Yukari spoke with a hint of sadness, feeling only admiration for those heroes, yet unable to do anything herself. She could only silently pray in her heart. This girl really has a rich inner world. Tokawaki Shugo noticed the change in Kogasu Yukari's expression, realizing she had become immersed in her emotions. She truly was a sentimental person, which could also be a flaw of kind-hearted individuals. After parting ways with Kogasu Yukari, Tokawaki Shugo was the first to leave the campus and head home. The second to leave was Tsukiyomi, who cautiously followed Tokawaki Shugo. When Tokawaki Shugo turned around, Tsukiyomi awkwardly sought cover to hide. "Stop hiding, I can see you," Tokawaki Shugo said, speechless. Clearly not a professional, yet trying to play it stealth, her skills were simply laughable. Hearing Tokawaki Shugo's words, Tsukiyomi stepped out from the side. "Time King, what do you want?" Tsukiyomi felt somewhat intimidated facing Tokawaki Shugo alone, and looking at his not-so-cold expression made her feel nervous. Tokawaki Shugo scrutinized her and said, "Why are you so tense? As long as you don't do anything foolish, I won't do anything to you. How's the condition of Gates from the Light Institute? After you rescued him, he shouldn't be dead, right? Given Gates' condition yesterday, he would have died without treatment in half an hour. But since Tsukiyomi rescued him within minutes, he must have received treatment, so he certainly wouldn't be dead." Although Tsukiyomi felt some fear towards Tokawaki Shugo, she stubbornly replied, "Gates won't die. Time King, don't get too complacent. He is looking for a way to defeat you." She believed that Gates from the Light Institute would indeed become stronger and eventually defeat Tokawaki Shugo. After witnessing Gates severely injured by Tokawaki Shugo yesterday, Tsukiyomi had already accepted that Tokawaki Shugo would be the Demon King of her timeline. Now she just hoped that Gates from the Light Institute could gain the strength to defeat the Time King. As for how to obtain it, Tsukiyomi didn't know, nor did Gates, but it was better than staying here and accomplishing nothing. Finding a way to defeat me. That's quite the boring joke. Tell him not to rush, take his time. He'll be waiting for his next challenge, but next time he won't be as lucky as yesterday. Having said that, Tokawaki Shugo turned and left, no longer paying attention to Tsukiyomi. Even he felt like the villain after what he just said. However, Tokawaki Shugo never considered himself a good person, and as for being a villain, he didn't think of himself as a bad person either. He was somewhat of a morally ambiguous person, self-centered. As long as no one provoked him, he wouldn't take the initiative to cause trouble and wouldn't engage in absurd acts of world destruction. He was also an Earthling, having lived on Earth since childhood. The thought of destroying the Earth was out of the question. If he destroyed it, how would he enjoy this lively world in the future? Where would he go to savor delicious food? The existence of the world made life exciting. This was his world, and if someone dared to ruin it, he might just beat that person to a pulp. After returning home, he began to eat shortly after. At the dining table, Tokawaki Shinichiro said to Tokawaki Shugo, "Shugo, your girlfriend hasn't come by for several days. How has your time together been?" Tokawaki Shugo was taken aback and replied, "We've been getting along well. Why do you suddenly ask this?" Tokiwaki Shinichiro said, "It's nothing, I just think you should treat her well. Chika is not only gentle and kind, but also very beautiful and thoughtful. You must have had good luck to find such a girlfriend, so don't neglect her, or she might run off with another man, and that would be a loss." "Am I really that bad? What do you mean by having good luck?" Tokiwaki Shugo said speechlessly. "Is Ichino's Chika really that great?" Aside from her decent appearance, Tokiwaki Shugo didn't think she was particularly special. All that so-called gentleness and kindness was just an act for goodness sake. In any case, make sure to seize the opportunity. Tomorrow and the day after are perfect days off. You can invite her to watch a movie, go shopping, and engage in necessary dating activities to strengthen your bond. Don't delay it, over time the feelings will fade. Tokiwaki Shinichiro kept talking, but seeing Tokiwaki Shugo with his head down eating, he became furious. "Hey brat, did you hear what your uncle said?" Tokiwaki Shugo quickly replied, I heard. But uncle, you seem to understand a lot. Why not find me an aunt?" Tokiwaki Shinichiro was at a loss for words, momentarily unable to respond. In a dilapidated abandoned building, a 16-year-old high school student sat on the ground, tears streaming down his face as he looked around in horror at the bloody severed limbs and the pool of blood beneath him, a foul odor emanating from a yellow stain at his feet. In front of the boy stood a tall, alluring woman in her 30s. The boy's name was Ito Makoto, and he was filled with regret for being so lustful for following this woman to such a terrifying scene. Originally, after watching the freshman welcome party, Ito Makoto returned to the classroom to clean up before heading home as usual on the train. However, on the train, he saw this beautiful and seductive woman, causing his heart to race. Given his weak and shy nature, he normally wouldn't dare to talk to such a stunning woman, as Ito Makoto was well aware of his own shortcomings. To his surprise, the woman took the initiative to approach him, complimenting his looks. This completely broke Ito Makoto's defenses. He became flustered and didn't think about why such good fortune had suddenly fallen into his lap, believing instead in his own charm, and that he could attract such a beautiful woman. Thus he followed her into the abandoned house, thinking it was perfectly normal to be here, as they were doing something that shouldn't be seen by others. Expecting something indescribable to happen, Ito Makoto followed the woman upstairs, his face filled with an innocent eagerness. But what happened next shocked him to the core. On the second floor there were various dismembered body parts and dried black blood. As he looked ahead, the alluring silhouette before him morphed into something grotesque and hideous, turning to reveal a head resembling that of a cobra. Yet after just a few seconds in this monstrous form, she reverted back to her seductive beauty. When Ito Makoto saw her lick her dried lips, he was paralyzed with fear, realizing that she was a man-eating monster. Indeed, the woman before Ito Makoto was a cannibalistic Amazon, and this was her lair. As a man-eater, she often lured animals that only thought with their lower bodies on the train, bringing them here to devour. Her Amazon type was that of a cobra. Ito Makoto was her target for the day. Clearly, he could not resist temptation, being one of those animals that thought only with their lower bodies, foolishly following her here, thinking he was in for a romantic encounter, only to realize that it was a deadly trap. He had thought he could finally lose his virginity, but now. The beautiful woman approached Ito Makoto with a seductive sway, tauntingly saying, "Hee, I love seeing the terrified expressions of those facing death. This is the inherent nature of humans, afraid of dying. You wish for my company. You should take a good look in the mirror first. Your body will serve as my dinner without any courtesy." With that, a swirl of white smoke enveloped her, and as the smoke dispersed, she transformed into a cobra Amazon, lunging forward. Her massive fangs tore into the muscle of Ito Makoto's left arm, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream. A chunk of flesh ripped away, the pain searing through him. "Help! Help me! Don't eat me! I'm sorry, I was wrong to have such foolish desires." Ito Makoto looked at the cobra Amazon, who was chewing on his flesh, feeling a wave of nausea. With an unknown surge of strength, he gritted his teeth against the pain in his arm and attempted to stand up and escape, but the cobra Amazon merely sneered, licking the sweet blood from her lips, and pounced on her meal. "Are there more weirdos around? Can't I even have a moment of peace after eating?" Tokiwa Zogo, who had just returned upstairs after finishing his meal, sensed the disturbance caused by the weirdos and changed into his casual jacket before heading downstairs. "Uncle, I have to go out for a bit." "Zogo, it's already night. Where are you going in such a hurry?" Tokiwa Shinichiro called after him, but he saw that Tokiwa Zogo had already driven away on his motorcycle. "Riding so fast, I wonder what he's up to." Tokiwa Shinichiro muttered before entering the house, but immediately stepped back out. Zogo was riding a motorcycle just now. That kid. Does he even have a license to ride? If he gets caught, it'll be trouble. Following the sense disturbance from the weirdos, Tokiwa Zogo arrived at the entrance of a desolate abandoned house, removing his helmet, as a strong, nauseating smell of blood wafted from inside. Just the smell made him feel quite uncomfortable, considering he had just eaten. With such a strong scent of blood, this couldn't be a murder scene. The disturbance from the weirdos came from here, indicating they were inside. Only cannibalistic creatures like the Amazons left such a deep impression on Tokiwa Zogo, as he couldn't think of any other weirdos as vicious. It hurts. Don't eat me. Wah." From upstairs came a heart-wrenching scream. Tokiwa Zogo immediately entered the house. Inside, he felt nothing on the first floor, just dust and useless debris. Reaching the staircase, he dashed upstairs. As soon as he entered the second floor, he was greeted by an extremely gruesome sight. Any ordinary person would turn pale and vomit at the sight, and even Tokiwa Zogo frowned, unable to describe what lay before him. A high school student lay on the ground screaming desperately, blood pouring from his mouth, his entire body, drenched in red tears having long since dried up. A woman dressed in gaudy attire was actually gnawing at his innards, a sight so brutal that it was beyond comprehension, and the high school student remained conscious, forced to watch himself being devoured alive. At that moment, Ito Makoto weakly turned his head, his gaze catching Tokiwa Zogo's arrival. His mind was blank. All he wanted was to survive, and he couldn't even recognize Tokiwa Zogo, only a desperate will to live as he painfully raised his half-severed left arm, weakly uttering a plea. I don't want to die. Please help me. Looking at Ito Makoto, who was calling for help, Tokiwa Zogo recognized him despite his pale dough-like complexion. This was the guy who had forced his way to defend Kei and had been scolded like a bear. Though Ito Makoto was pleading for help, Tokiwa Zogo knew, without even looking, that he was beyond saving. His arm was broken and his innards were being devoured. Such damage couldn't even be classified as injuries. Even in 2068, it would be unhealable. The woman stood up, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. Who are you? You come right to my door. One is not enough, and you're much more handsome than this guy. You must be delicious. As she spoke, the woman revealed a devilish smile, thinking Tokiwa Zogo had stumbled upon the scene drawn by Ito Makoto's screams. She had already regarded Tokiwa Zogo as her next prey, thinking him even more delicious than the one she had just eaten, a true bonus. You are an Amazon. Who are you to know that I am an Amazon? The woman frowned, her gaze fixed on Tokiwa Zogo. This guy had no aura of kindred spirits, so it was certain he was not an Amazon. Yet the rich fragrance emanating from him unmistakably marked him as human. However, he could state his identity as an Amazon without the slightest hint of fear, leaving the woman uncertain about Tokiwa Zogo's true nature. Tokiwa Zogo produced a time drive, declaring, I am merely a passing Kamen Rider. Kamen Rider. What is that? Never mind who you are, just become my meal. A plume of white smoke emanated from the woman, transforming her into an Amazon monster with a cobra head. Zi-O. Tokiwa Zogo inserted the Zi-O dial into the driver and forcefully pushed it down with one hand, shouting, Henshin. Rider time. Kamen Rider Zi-O. From the inner circle of the large clock behind Tokiwa Zogo, pink characters swiftly flew out, colliding with the charging Cobra Amazon and halting her advance. At the same time, Tokiwa Zogo stepped forward, his right fist crashing into the face of the Cobra Amazon like a cannonball. The pink characters embedded themselves in the right side of Tokiwa Zogo's eye, while the Cobra Amazon was sent flying, dust swirling in her wake. Barely conscious, Ito Makoto caught a glimpse of the pink characters radiating a brilliant glow from Tokiwa Zogo's eye amidst the thick dust. This, Ito Makoto could only see through a narrow slit, as he was utterly drained of energy and felt detached from his own body. However, upon witnessing this enigmatic armored figure, he hoped he might be rescued. In Ito Makoto's view, as long as he wasn't dead, yet he could still hold on to life. What he didn't realize was that he was merely a flicker of consciousness, and the hope of survival was 1,000 times impossible. The Cobra Amazon stood up incredulously, sizing up Tokiwa Zogo. What was wrong with this guy? Although he was not an Amazon, he could transform, and that punch to her face had hurt quite a bit. Tokiwa Zogo paid no mind to her thoughts and walked straight towards the Cobra Amazon. The Amazon, displeased, let out a sound of protest. After all, she was the hunter, and this brat was merely prey, yet he acted so arrogantly. Letting out a roar, her neck suddenly elongated while her body remained in place, her head lunging at Tokiwa Zogo. Tokiwa Zogo squinted his eyes and swiftly rolled to the right to evade. The Cobra Amazon's fangs struck the ground, creating a hole in the earth. After missing, she immediately retracted her head back to her shoulders, her serpentine eyes scrutinizing Tokiwa Zogo. Tokiwa Zogo rose to his feet and glanced at the shattered ground, the corrosive scent lingering in the air, indicating that this creature could release venom. I don't have time to play with. Tokiwa Zogo coldly regarded the advancing Cobra Amazon, stepping forward to close the distance and tightening his right hand before delivering another punch to her scaly face. The blow sent her staggering to the left before she came to a halt, only to turn and see yet another punch flying towards her. However, the Cobra Amazon was no pushover. She swiftly turned and lashed out her tail from behind the thick appendage, striking Tokiwa Zogo's waist and sending him flying. After sliding 3 meters along the ground, Tokiwa Zogo planted his feet firmly to stop, while the Cobra Amazon's vertical pupils locked onto him. She then opened her large mouth, revealing 2 sharp fangs, and spat out corrosive venom. The potency of her venom was such that even the thickest steel could be easily corroded. As the venom surged towards him, Tokiwa Zogo calmly tilted his head to dodge the liquid splattering onto the ground behind him, leaving a trail of corrosion. Seeing Tokiwa Zogo evade, the Cobra Amazon spat out venom once more. It should have been a sure hit, but Tokiwa Zogo narrowly dodged it by a hair's breadth. Realizing her venom wouldn't hit, the Cobra Amazon leapt into the air, her entire body lunging towards Tokiwa Zogo. Yet Tokiwa Zogo remained unfazed. Drawing the time limit sword, he glanced at the descending Cobra Amazon, sprinted a couple of steps forward, bent backward, and slashed upwards as she fell, striking her in the chest. The Cobra Amazon not only failed to land a hit on Tokiwa Zogo, but ended up getting slashed herself, black blood gushing forth as she crashed to the ground. After the sword struck down the Cobra Amazon, Tokiwa Zogo stood upright again, now facing away from her, showing no intent to turn around. Damn it! The Cobra Amazon glared at Tokiwa Zogo's arrogant demeanor, feeling quite displeased. She leapt once more towards him, but he simply stepped to the right. With his free left hand, he swung back a punch accurately striking the Cobra Amazon's feet that had left the ground, causing her to lose balance and crash right in front of Tokiwa Zi-O. After all, this Cobra Amazon had little actual combat experience. She was merely a monster that lured ordinary people for a meal, not one that fought against formidable foes. Most Amazons were like this, relying primarily on instinct in battle. Thus, Tokiwa Zi-O had no trouble dealing with her, and the entire fight lasted no more than 2 minutes. Finish time. Tokiwa Zi-O coldly gazed at the fallen enemy, pressing the button on the driver, intending to deliver the final blow to the Cobra Amazon. The Cobra Amazon struggled to rise, and upon seeing Tokiwa Zi-O's demeanor, she understood he was about to unleash a powerful attack, her heart racing. Initially, she had considered Tokiwa Zi-O her prey, but he could transform and possessed far greater combat skills than her, who was just an amateur. Realizing he intended to finish her off, the Cobra's pupils constricted. She immediately transformed back into her human form, her pale skin marred by several wounds inflicted by Tokiwa Zi-O's time-limit sword. At this moment, she knelt before Tokiwa Zi-O, presenting a feeble and alluring appearance. Please don't kill me. I just want to survive. If I don't eat meat, I will starve to death. I beg you, don't kill me. I can let you do anything. As she spoke, the woman tugged at her clothing, but Changban Zhuangwu remained unmoved. Time break. Changban Zhuangwu delivered a side kick to the woman's neck, a surge of immense energy coursing through her, causing her to kneel and ultimately explode, leaving a pool of black viscous liquid and a red glowing arm ring behind. Changban Zhuangwu calmly retracted his foot. This Amazon on the brink of death still attempted to seduce him into sparing her life. Such a delusion. Changban Zhuangwu had always been merciless toward creatures that were not human, especially when they were man-eating monsters that appeared human but had cells unlike those of humans. Faced with such beings, even if they seemed pitiful, he would decisively and ruthlessly eliminate them. After dispatching the Cobra Amazon, Changban Zhuangwu turned his attention to Ito Makoto. To be honest, Ito's current appearance was quite terrifying enough to frighten an ordinary person into fainting. The Cobra Amazon had no intention of killing Ito Makoto immediately to eat him. Rather, she preferred to consume him alive, probably for the sake of freshness, which was rather perverse. At this moment, although Ito Makoto would not die immediately, he was already beyond saving. Help! I can still be saved. Seeing Changban Zhuangwu eliminate the monster, Ito Makoto displayed a glimmer of hope, somehow finding the strength to utter several sentences. With that man-eating monster dead, he thought he could be saved. Little did he know that his own organs were severely damaged beyond recovery. He could only painfully await his demise. Changban Zhuangwu observed Ito Makoto's state with a sigh, pulling out the time-limit gun and aiming it at him. Rather than let him suffer in agony waiting for death, it was better to provide him with a swift end. Ito Makoto's eyes widened in shock at the sight. What was going on? He clearly wasn't dead, yet someone was aiming a gun at him. This guy was just like that monster, a ruthless killer. In terror, Ito Makoto exclaimed, "Don't do this. You are committing murder." Changban Zhuangwu did not respond and simply pulled the trigger, shooting him in the forehead. Biayu, Baka. Finally, a black hole appeared in Ito Makoto's forehead as he stared at Changban Zhuangwu with a look of disbelief, his head tilting as he succumbed to death. Changban Zhuangwu had also liberated him. Dying early meant less suffering, or rather dying sooner meant suffering less. In his condition, waiting a few more minutes to die naturally would be a lengthy and torturous affair. Changban Zhuangwu merely expedited his suffering. A wise man would have thanked him for ending his pain. However, Ito Makoto was clearly not a wise man. Even in being liberated, he still cursed, truly an ungrateful wretch. After the transformation, Changban Zhuangwu left the scene. 2 minutes after his departure, the extermination team that had previously encountered him arrived. Captain Shirtu Makoto, holding a specialized handgun, warned his team members gravely the Amazon's reactions originated from here. Stay alert. Although the Amazon might not be strong for Changban Zhuangwu, each one posed a formidable challenge for the extermination team, necessitating their utmost focus, otherwise they could lose their lives. The members of the extermination team nodded, then quietly proceeded inside. However, the first floor was empty, and they ultimately focused on the second floor. They'll take the lead here. The small defender, an Amazon, declared. Being an Amazon, his physical abilities were considerably superior to those of ordinary people. Even after sustaining fatal injuries, he could still be saved, unlike the other members of the extermination team, so he stepped forward. Shirtu Makoto nodded. This was a good choice. The small defender then stepped onto the stairs while the others lined up behind him, weapons prepared, waiting to unleash their firepower as soon as they spotted an Amazon. No one here. The small defender reached the top of the last step, but found no one present. Impossible, there must be someone. They might be hiding. Everyone stay alert. Shirtu Makoto whispered, then slowly moved forward, but in the end he indeed saw no one. What is that? Takai Mitsu, holding a dagger, suddenly spotted a black mass and hurried towards it. He then discovered the black substance left behind by the slain Cobra Amazon along with an arm ring. Someone has already taken it down. Takai Mitsu picked up the red arm ring from the black viscous substance. Each Amazon possesses such an arm ring. A blue one indicates they haven't yet begun to eat humans, while a red one signifies that they can no longer suppress their hunger and are about to start. This allows the search team to locate them. They would then report to the extermination team, which is Shirtu Makoto's squad, to take them down. However, they had arrived too late. This Amazon had already been eliminated. They were actually taken down by someone. Could it be? Shirtu Makoto was certain it was the Red Amazon he had seen a few days prior, or perhaps that high school student. Aside from these two, there shouldn't be anyone else. Makoto, there's another victim here. Misaki Kazuhiko pointed to a corpse not far away. Everyone looked over to see Ito Makoto lying in a pool of blood, a horrifying sight, with his eyes wide open, clearly unable to close them in death. Wait, it seems like there's a gunshot wound on his forehead. Maehara Jun approached Ito Makoto's side and examined his forehead closely. A dark hole was evident, and when he lifted Ito's head, he noticed the ground beneath had also been punctured. What kind of weapon is this? Its power is incredible. Maehara Jun looked at the hole in the ground left by the shot. Even their specialized bullets didn't possess such power. Not only did it penetrate the skull, but it also pierced through the ground. It seems this kid hadn't been completely killed by the Amazon, so the one who took down the Amazon ended his life to spare him further suffering. Alright, let's call in the cleanup team to clear this place. With a command from Shirtu Makoto, the group began to retreat, while Maehara Jun took the time to search downstairs for the bullet that had pierced Ito Makoto's forehead. However, no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find where the bullet had gone. It was truly strange. On Saturday, Chang'an Zhuangwu woke up at 9 o'clock, and instead of wearing his school uniform, he changed into his own clothes, donning a blue jacket that instantly made him look incredibly stylish. Pulling back the curtains and opening the window, Chang'an Zhuangwu took a deep breath. The sun lingered in the east, casting a warm glow upon him. The weather seems nice. They said it would rain last night, but I don't know if that's true or not. Chang'an Zhuangwu went downstairs, washed his face, brushed his teeth, had breakfast, and then headed out. Upon arriving at a large shopping mall, Chang'an Zhuangwu pushed a shopping cart as he picked up the items he needed. Toothpaste is running low by a tube. Oh, chipsum. Let's get a bag, a few bottles of Bali mineral water, and some Yanglechuo. Chang'an Zhuangwu bought what caught his eye, then went to the clothing department to see if there were any suitable clothes. So many days have passed, and aside from one anomalous build, there hasn't been any other activity. That group is surprisingly quiet now. Chang'an Zhuangwu pondered the matter of the tribulation transcendence. It has been several days since the build incident, and no anomalous nights have appeared. Could it be that his performance exceeded their expectations, prompting them to lie low? Forget about it. If they are coming, they will come naturally. I can't just think about them and expect action. It's the weekend. Oh, I should just relax. Chang'an Zhuangwu strolled through the large shopping mall. It has 5 floors, each quite spacious. Today is a day off, so there are many people, but it doesn't feel crowded. Suddenly, Chang'an Zhuangwu saw a woman dressed as a bunny girl standing with one hand on her hip. Just from her silhouette, it was evident that she had an excellent figure. However, one cannot be certain from just the profile, as this era is filled with shadow killers. Even if she is a shadow killer with those black silk legs, it's hard to believe that no one is paying her any attention. Indeed, about 20 to 30 meters in front of Chang'an Zhuangwu, the woman in the bunny girl outfit stood there, yet no one was surrounding her. Not even a single glance from the passers-by. This situation is nearly impossible. A woman dressed like that entering such a formal mall should have attracted attention, yet she wasn't stopped by security, and the people around her ignored her as if she didn't exist. Not understanding the situation, Chang'an Zhuangwu chose not to concern himself with her. He pushed his shopping cart past the woman just like everyone else. He didn't turn his head to see what she looked like. After all, it had nothing to do with him. Oh. As Chang'an Zhuangwu walked past the bunny girl, she turned around just in time to see his profile. She then turned back, gazing at his back, and followed him. That person must be Chang'an Zhuangwu from my class. Oh, I can't believe I see him here. However, like everyone else, he can't see me. The bunny girl was none other than the beautiful girl from Chang'an Zhuangwu's class, Sakurajima Mai. Sakurajima Mai has a peculiar condition where she becomes invisible to others for certain periods. Yes, just like now, she feels like a transparent person, completely overlooked. Even dressed so provocatively, no one glanced at her. Indeed, at this moment, she felt as though she simply didn't exist. This made Sakurajima Mai sigh, as she herself did not understand why this was happening. This condition had started recently, sometimes after school, when she walked down the street no one could see her. But now it seemed to have become more severe. This morning, she couldn't even be noticed, which troubled her greatly. No one wants to be forgotten or invisible. Whenever a lonely individual wanders the streets buying things and being ignored by others, it feels as though the world has abandoned them. That sensation is truly despairing. That is why Sakurajima Mai wore the bunny girl outfit in this mall. She merely wanted to see if anyone could see her, but to her disappointment, in such a large mall with thousands of people, not a single person noticed her, which was a significant blow to her. If she were someone with a weaker mindset, she would have been crushed by now. Yet Sakurajima Mai stood here naturally, which only indicates that her inner strength is formidable. She is not someone who easily succumbs to despair. Coming beside Chang'an Zhuangwu, she curiously examined him, then crossed her arms, nodding and saying, "He is quite handsome, but his personality is rather strange. He can clearly top the grade, but wants to be a king. I wonder what he is." Initially thinking to ignore her, Chang'an Zhuangwu was taken aback when she followed him and commented on him. He couldn't let that slide and responded, "Sorry, I'm not aiming to be a king, but rather the king of knights, because I was born to be a king." At that moment, Sakurajima Mai stood there in shock, staring blankly at Chang'an Zhuangwu. "You can hear what I'm saying?" Sakurajima Mai was astonished as she locked eyes with Chang'an Zhuangwu. Did he just respond to me? Clearly she was in a state of being unseen, unheard, and untouched. Yet at that moment, Chang'an Zhuangwu had spoken to her, filling her heart with excitement, though her face remained expressionless. Chang'an Zhuangwu raised an eyebrow and said, "Why can't I hear you? Are you that special?" I am indeed very special. Sakurajima Mai nodded seriously and began to explain her inability to be seen by others. If it were someone else, she certainly wouldn't have spoken up because others wouldn't believe her. From a normal person's perspective, saying that one becomes invisible at certain times sounds like boasting and is simply unbelievable. Thus, Sakurajima Mai didn't even consider telling anyone else bearing this loneliness alone. But now someone could actually see her, so she decided to share her suppressed feelings with another person. Listening to Sakurajima Mai, Chang'an Zhuangwu looked her up and down in astonishment. You actually have such a special experience. Chang'an Zhuangwu truly never expected that there would be someone in this world with such a unique condition to be completely unseen and unheard, which is even more powerful than invisibility. Invisibility merely allows one to go unseen, whereas Sakurajima Mei's condition means that others cannot even sense her voice or touch. This was Chang'an Zhuangwu's first encounter with such a phenomenon, and he had never heard of it before. There probably aren't any records of such cases in this world. Do you believe it? Why wouldn't I believe it? I thought you might not believe me at all. I was planning to use a passerby as an example for you. Sakura Island Mai still pondered how Tokiwa Sougo could believe her after just one demonstration. She thought about shouting to a passerby to see if he could hear her, but unexpectedly Tokiwa Sougo believed her after just repeating it once. From the moment you stood there in that outfit, I suspected you might be transparent and visible to others. Then why are you ignoring me? Sakura Island Mai asked in confusion. Since he could see her, and even noticed her outfit which was so out of place, he calmly walked past her. If she hadn't seen Tokiwa Sougo out of curiosity, she would have never known that someone could still see her in this state. Tokiwa Sougo replied matter-of-factly, you're not my wife, so why should I pay attention to you? We aren't familiar, are we? Sakura Island Mai did not expect Tokiwa Sougo's response to be like that. Was he trying to kill the conversation? Okay, maybe I was overthinking. By the way, you just said you are not a king, but the king of knights. What does that mean? Sakura Island Mai said curiously with her hands behind her back. She felt quite good now because someone could see her, and she finally expressed her repressed feelings, feeling much lighter. Extending his right index finger confidently, he declared, I am the king of all Kamen Riders representing the realm of knights, O Kamen Rider Kyuda. Kamen Rider. What is that? I've never heard of it. By the way, is the song you sang last night related to this Kamen Rider? Sakura Island Mai suddenly recalled the last song performed by Tokiwa Sougo during the welcome party, where he was the final act. Tokiwa Sougo mentioned King's Knights and Kamen Riders, all of which seemed rather extraordinary. Just as Tokiwa Sougo trusted Sakura Island Mai, she too did not let him ramble on. After all, she was not an ordinary girl. In terms of temperament, she was quite aligned with Tokiwa Sougo. Her ability to remain calm and composed while wearing a bunny girl outfit in a scenario where she was invisible to others speaks volumes about her exceptional character. Had it been someone else, they would have long been in despair, crying out for their mother. After all, not everyone could endure this. The mental strain would be overwhelming. Tokiwa Sougo unexpectedly glanced at the beautiful bunny girl before him and said, oh, you have quite an imagination. But speaking of which, aren't you cold dressed like that? Clearly, Tokiwa Sougo did not want to delve further into the topic of Kamen Riders, as elaborating would be futile for those who didn't understand. It is a bit chilly. It seems that apart from you, no one else can see me. I'll change back into my own clothes shortly. After all, it was still spring. Everyone else was bundled up in coats, while Sakura Island Mai had chosen to wear a bunny girl outfit just to see if anyone would notice her in this state. She didn't expect to actually catch someone's attention, even if it was her own doing. That young man can't be seriously ill, can he? How pitiful talking to himself like that. I wonder how his parents can let him out alone to shop. Sakura Island Mai turned her head. There were quite a few passers-by looking at them with strange expressions, or more accurately at Tokiwa Sougo, since others could not see Sakura Island Mai. Thus Tokiwa Sougo, who was conversing with Sakura Island Mai, appeared to the onlookers as if he were talking to himself. Tokiwa Sougo also heard the comments from the passers-by and cast a glance. An unusual aura emanated from him, pressing down on the crowd, causing them to feel an unexplainable surge of pressure. This pressure made the onlookers perceive Tokiwa Sougo as someone lofty and imposing. Soon nobody spoke further and hurriedly distanced themselves. What happened to them? Sakura Island Mai was puzzled by the pressure felt by the passers-by. Just moments ago they had mocked Tokiwa Sougo for talking to himself, but now they had all left visibly changed. Who knows? Tokiwa Sougo said lightly. He hadn't intended to engage with the passers-by, but as their comments grew increasingly harsh, even mentioning his parents, he released his aura to intimidate them. Before long, Tokiwa Sougo finished his shopping, and Sakura Island Mai followed him out after changing back into her own clothes. He placed a large bag of purchased items on the driver's seat of his motorcycle. As he sat down, a person joined him in the back seat. Tokiwa Sougo looked into the rearview mirror and said to Sakura Island Mai behind him, hey, I'm heading home. Why are you in my car? Sakura Island Mai's expression remained unchanged as she replied, I'm coming with you. What do you want to do by coming with me? Tokiwa Sougo watched Sakura Island Mai warily. Surely she did not have any ulterior motives towards him, did she? Sakura Island Mai flipped her long hair and said, I want to know where you live so that next time I can come find you when I'm invisible again to chat and ease my mind. Since only Tokiwa Sougo could see her now, Sakura Island Mai did not want to miss this opportunity. Moreover, she was the kind of person who did not sweat the small stuff and felt no embarrassment. Tokiwa Sougo put on his helmet and started the motorcycle, saying, you're quite bold. Can I refuse? Sakura Island Mai was calm as she replied, would you refuse a seriously ill patient? If you think that would make you happy, I don't mind. Tokiwa Sougo found himself at a loss for words. Although he referred to himself as a demon king, he had never truly acted like one. In battles with Mingguang Academy's Gates, he even nearly took him down because Gates had provoked him excessively. He had already held back twice. If he didn't care for his own life, what could he do? He also killed Ito Makoto simply because he was on the verge of death, ending his suffering sooner. Tokiwa Sougo had always dealt with those who provoked him. In their eyes, he was a demon king, a devil. But in the eyes of others, Tokiwa Sougo was merely cold and somewhat aloof. He had not reached the stage of taking pleasure in the death of ordinary people, nor was he someone who wouldn't help those in need. Tokiwa Sougo chose not to speak further, starting the motorcycle and accelerating away. Are you really not afraid of anything by recklessly following me? What could happen? If you didn't even accept the obvious advances of Kamikawa Yukari, would I fear your lustful intentions? Having been classmates with Tokiwa Sougo for 2 years despite not having much interaction, it was impossible for Sakura Island Mai to be oblivious to him. Naturally, she had seen his interactions with Kamikawa Yukari. Even with Kamikawa Yukari's clear advances, Tokiwa Sougo remained indifferent, indicating he was not swayed by beauty. Moreover, Tokiwa Sougo's demeanor, which kept others at bay, and his unique aura made Sakura Island Mai realize that he was a person of principle. In 2016, at the St. Capital University affiliated hospital, an athlete with severe injuries to his leg, his face shadowed with despair, was descending the stairs, gripping the handrail tightly. Originally, he was a champion hurdler, but during a recent competition, he was interfered with by an opponent and ended up severely injuring his right foot. Even in the highest peak hospital in the country, the St. Capital University affiliated hospital, which had numerous renowned doctors, recovery would still take several years. For an athlete, this was a tremendous blow, as their physical strength is at its peak at a young age. Taking years to recover could mean the end of their sports career. This left the athlete feeling extremely unwilling to accept his fate. He had always trained hard and maintained good physical condition, achieving championship status with a bright future ahead. But because of that foul play by the opponent, he suffered a serious leg injury, completely ruining his life. How could he accept that? Suddenly, a warm voice called out from the stairs, "Hey, Kinjiro, how are you? Let me help you." Kinjiro looked up to see a young man in a white coat approaching. Kinjiro forced a bitter smile and replied, "It's Yamatsu, I'm fine. I just want to practice more so I can recover faster." This young man was a kind-hearted doctor he had encountered while moving around the hospital. Although he was an intern in pediatrics, he was well-liked. Yamatsu replied with realization, "I see. Then I wish you a speedy recovery, but I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." "Okay, you go ahead and be busy." Kinjiro smiled, then watched Yamatsu's retreating figure before resuming his rehabilitation exercises. Just as he began to move, he noticed that all the surrounding passers-by had completely frozen in place. In a state of panic, Kinjiro thought, What is happening? Was he dreaming? Why was everyone else motionless while he could still move and think? This was too bizarre. Suddenly, the distinct sound of high heels echoed as they approached. Kinjiro looked in the direction of the sound to see a stunningly beautiful woman walking down the stairs with a captivating smile. This beautiful woman was Aura, who passed by Yamatsu and glanced at him while holding an unusual rider's dial. Kamen Rider Zi-O, it's time for a change. Indeed, this woman was Aura, who after a few days post her failure with UR began to choose the Kamen Rider she would support as her king. Although there was a risk of being eliminated by the time, King Suarez had said to continue choosing the exceptional riders capable of becoming kings even if they were destroyed by the time king. After all, their purpose for coming here was to create a powerful exceptional rider and seize the power of the time king on the day of calamity through the rider they found and supported. So even if the time king possessed formidable second-tier power, they would continue to create exceptional riders, and Aura was determined to choose one. Her target was the injured athlete, as such individuals possess a strong desire, making them easier to control. Who are you? Kinjiro did not admire Aura's beauty. Instead, he felt she was a beautiful, yet deadly creature. In this moment, only they could move while he clearly could not. Only this smiling woman could maintain her composure in such a situation, confirming she was the source of this strange ability to stop others. Aura leaned against the wall, gazing at Kinjiro, and said, "As an athlete having your career cut short by a deliberate foul, you must feel quite unwilling to accept it." Kinjiro clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Indeed, his sports career had ended like this, and no one would be willing to accept it. Aura then took out the Exade Rider's dial, enticing him. "I have a power that can restore your body to its original state, even stronger than before, achieving superhuman effects. Are you interested?" "What did you say?" "You have that ability." Kinjiro was stunned, his breath quickening. If it could truly restore him even stronger than before, how could he not be interested? "Do I need to deceive you? Look around at those who have been stopped. Do you think I'm lying?" Aura knew that by Kinjiro's response, she had successfully lured him in, as humans could not resist such temptation. Especially someone who had lost their dreams and was on the verge of collapse. The power of the exceptional Exade was his last straw. How could he not grasp it tightly? Kinjiro looked at his right leg and the people around him who were frozen in time. Without further hesitation, he declared, "I want that power." "Very well, the contract is successful." Aura flashed a charming and kind smile, moving behind Kinjiro to insert the Exade Rider's dial into his body. Exade. Once the dial entered Kinjiro's body, it immediately transformed into a grotesque and hideous form of the exceptional Exade. Huh. Aura chuckled lightly and vanished in an instant while time around them resumed its flow. "Oh, a monster. When someone saw the form of the exceptional Exade, they immediately screamed, for the exceptional riders were unlike the genuine Kamen Riders and appeared extremely distorted and bizarre, which was indeed monstrous in the eyes of ordinary people. The exceptional Exade glanced at its hands, realizing it was not welcome, and immediately fled at a speed no ordinary person's eyes could follow. Meanwhile, Yamatsu, who was going upstairs, felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing the exceptional rider, but then a sudden headache hit, leaving him unable to recall where that familiarity came from. Because all memories of riders had vanished from his mind, not just him. When the exceptional rider appeared, all Kamen Rider changers of that era would not know their identities, living as ordinary people. Returning to the present, Tokiwa Shogo was driving the ride striker, transporting the determined Mai Sakura, who insisted on accompanying him home. Suddenly, while focusing on the road, Tokiwa sensed a surge of power from the calamity. Without hesitation, he turned the steering wheel to the left. "Hey Tokiwa, didn't you say you were going home? Why are we at the hospital?" But this fellow can't be so kind-hearted. Even if he were, no one would believe it, and would only consider them insane. Wait, something feels off about the atmosphere in this hospital. The Sacred Capital University-affiliated hospital, which I have heard of, is quite a strong hospital nationally. Under normal circumstances, a large hospital would be bustling with people, but now it seems a bit desolate. Upon entering, there isn't a soul in sight. What is happening here? Feeling an ominous premonition, Sakura Island Mai leaned closer to Tokiwa Sogo. Such a chilling and illogical situation truly sent shivers down her spine. Tokiwa Sogo did not answer her, instead instructing her to stay close and not wander off as he moved deeper inside. Confused, Sakura Island Mai could only follow Tokiwa Sogo's words. Although she felt uneasy, she had no choice but to trust him. Judging by his calm demeanor, he must know what was happening. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suddenly turned around to come to this hospital without anyone notifying him, especially with such bizarre events occurring. How did he know something was happening at this hospital? Sakura Island Mai didn't inquire further, merely following silently behind Tokiwa Sogo. However, on second thought, she should still be in a state where she cannot be seen. There was no need to feel so timid. Just as Sakura Island Mai was thinking this, a terrified voice echoed from the outskirts of the hospital, growing closer. A middle-aged man in a white coat was running towards Tokiwa Sogo, clearly in a state of panic. Behind him, a 2-meter-tall, grotesque entity, resembling a collapsing virus, pursued him mockingly. "Run!" When the middle-aged man saw Tokiwa Sogo, he shouted for him to flee. He was likely a newly admitted patient, but this was clearly not the time for medical treatment, as just over 10 minutes ago this hospital was attacked by the suddenly appearing monster, resulting in many casualties, and there were still others being attacked. Yet the handsome young man in front showed no reaction, as if he were stunned by fear. The middle-aged man sighed. He could not afford to care for others, and sprinted past Tokiwa Sogo. The hideous collapsing virus entity, upon seeing Tokiwa Sogo, emitted a mocking sound and launched an attack against him. "Watch out!" Standing behind Tokiwa Sogo, Sakura Island Mai quickly called out a warning. She had momentarily frozen upon seeing the collapsing virus entity. Though her temperament was generally good, that was only in comparison to other matters. But now this 2-meter-tall monster, along with the fleeing doctor and the ghostly atmosphere of the hospital, was all too abnormal. It completely shattered Sakura Island Mai's worldview. Having lived as an ordinary person for 18 years, she had never seen anything like this. Its appearance, so hideous and terrifying that when she saw this creature attacking Tokiwa Sogo, she snapped back to reality and shouted. She thought that Tokiwa Sogo, who stood firm and did not evade, must have been petrified with fear as well. Just as the fist of the collapsing virus entity was about to strike Tokiwa Sogo's forehead, a hand of moderate size grasped the entity's wrist. As the collapsing virus entity felt astonished, Tokiwa Sogo kicked it in the chest, a golden aura expanding forth, and the collapsing virus entity disintegrated as it was sent flying. "What?" Behind him, Sakura Island Mai widened her eyes, staring at Tokiwa Sogo's back in disbelief. What had just happened? He kicked away the monster that was chasing the middle-aged doctor with just one blow, and what was that visible golden airflow? Was there a special effect in reality? What was that just now? Tokiwa Sogo looked at his own fist in surprise. He had activated the power of the fateful encounter to enhance his attack. Originally, Tokiwa Sogo thought it would be quite impressive to knock the opponent back a few meters, yet he was surprised that the entity had simply vanished. This is the power of the fateful encounter. Has it begun to rise as I continue to fight? Tokiwa Sogo's explanation made sense, as the strength he displayed exceeded his expectations. Before he even acquired the driver, Tokiwa Sogo had started gradually developing the power of the fateful encounter within him, but over the years, due to not having fought any enemies, his self-study was useful, but certainly not as effective as real combat. Fully developing the power of the fateful encounter would be akin to gaining experience points. During those years of training, the experience he gained was no more than 10%, but with battles against Kamen Rider Gui's, the Mirror Monsters, Amazon, and a series of others, the power of the fateful encounter within him began to steadily increase. The power of the fateful encounter was the main factor in Tokiwa Sogo becoming a king in existence that could not be ignored. This is why the future fateful encounter king is so powerful, and why Swarista dares not attack him. It is precisely because the experience value of the power of the fateful encounter within the old Demon King, though not 100, is still over 90. The reason why the old Demon King's data is a question mark, while the young Demon King's transformed fateful encounter data is not particularly high, is largely due to the power of the fateful encounter. Just like experience points in a game, the power of the fateful encounter may increase rapidly in the early stages, but it becomes increasingly difficult to enhance in the later stages. Moreover, the more the power of the fateful encounter is developed, the stronger one's abilities upon transformation. The strength of the fateful encounter king is also divided into tiers. The old Demon King, who has already transformed into the fateful encounter king, possesses immeasurable power, which is why Swarista was so pleased to absorb the energy of the young Demon King right after his transformation. He believed that the young Demon King's power of the fateful encounter was far inferior to that of the old Demon King and expected to gain the energy of the young Demon King after his transformation, but he miscalculated, as even the young Demon King, whose fateful encounter power was not much, was still the weakest among all fateful encounter kings across all time and space. However, he was not something that a mere Swarista could withstand. He remained the pinnacle of all riders, hence Swarista was eliminated in one kick. In summary, the power of the fateful encounter is akin to an experience bar. The more experience points Tokiwa Sougo accumulates, the stronger he becomes. Between a fateful encounter king with 70 power and one with 90, the difference is clear. The weakest fateful encounter, namely the fateful encounter king, transformed from the child version of Sougo, was weakened to a low point due to overuse of his power of the fateful encounter. Though ultimately defeated, his final performance was still impressive, perfectly withstanding K21's Decade Rider kick. Then, with one strike, he eliminated the opponent without even using his finishing move. This is also why Tokiwa Sougo claims to be born a king and destined to become one, for the power of the fateful encounter belongs solely to the individual known as Tokiwa Sougo. Possessing the power of the fateful encounter, Tokiwa Sougo inherently has a plethora of abilities akin to bugs, not to mention that he will eventually become the strongest rider, the fateful encounter king. Regarding the increase of his Ohma power, Nagahira Sougo felt quite pleased within. Perhaps once his Ohma power reaches a certain level, he could directly become the Ohma King, and the journey to gather the dials would merely serve as a sharpening stone on his path, or rather a transitional phase of the sovereign form. With this in mind, Nagahira Sougo naturally continued to collect the dials, as he intended to unlock all forms that belonged to him: second stage, Sovereign, Ohma and Ohma King. Perhaps as long as his Ohma power was strong enough, he could take on some of the lower power Ohma Kings, such as defeating Wang Xiaoming in his strongest form, only to later be defeated by the Ohma Saint's Blade form. Of course, this was merely a thought. Even a weakened true Ohma King is undeniably the King of Knights. Not dwelling any longer on these thoughts, Nagahira Sougo moved forward, dismissing the previous encounter as merely a minor adversary. The real monsters were still behind. Nagahira Sougo made his way to the garden behind the hospital, which was supposed to be a place for patients to rest and breathe fresh air, a respite from the tedium of staying in the hospital. At that moment, a white-coat intern cried out in pain, rolling from a distance to land in front of Nagahira Sougo. Kinjiro, how did you end up like this? The Kinjiro I know is not like this. Bose-Aimu staggered to his feet, unable to accept the transformation of the atypical X-Aid that had just ignored his advice and attacked him. That's right, Ohma King. On the top floor of the hospital, Aura uncrossed her arms, not particularly surprised by Nagahira Sougo's arrival, but she hadn't expected him to arrive so swiftly, unsure of where he had received the news. However, with Ohma King, for Aura, who could traverse time creating an atypical night, took only a moment as she returned to this time after giving the driving dial to Kinjiro. In contrast, Kinjiro had held his power since 2016, and no one cared about what he had done in those 2 years. When Aura returned to this time, the atypical X-Aid had already begun to attack the people in the hospital. Ohma King, let me see how you transform. Aura felt a bit of anticipation, as she had never truly witnessed the Ohma King, let alone the Ohma King in action. She and Uru had only heard of the existence of the Ohma King, never having seen it with their own eyes. Given the nature of the Dark Overlord, it would be tantamount to seeking death for them to attempt to confront him with their meager strength. Even before getting close, he could obliterate them with a mere wave of his hand. Thus, all information regarding the Dark Overlord was gleaned from Swaru, who spoke of the Ohma King's overwhelming power, capable of destroying worlds and altering time and space. Below, the atypical X-Aid regressed into the human form of Kinjiro, his expression cold as he gazed at Bose-Aimu, speaking with an emotionless tone. What do you know about me? Bose-Aimu, do you think that showing a few smiles can heal everything? The suffering I've endured is beyond what a good little boy like you could understand. If you don't want to die, don't stand in my way. After saying this, Kinjiro transformed back into the atypical X-Aid, striking his right hand against the side, causing a large corner of the adjacent building to shatter. In truth, he still held a sliver of affection for Bose-Aimu, as the little angel was not merely a nuisance, otherwise the atypical X-Aid would have eliminated him long ago. Being swayed by power and indulging in one's inner evil has become a common occurrence. Who are you? Bose-Aimu heard a voice behind him and turned to see Nagahira Sougo. Why wasn't this person running away? He had stayed behind to persuade Kinjiro to put down his weapon, yet this individual, still a high school student, remained calm enough to speak in such a situation. All Kings of Knights, Nagahira Sougo, do you go by Bose-Aimu? Nagahira Sougo looked at the doctor, who had a stethoscope hanging around his neck. Yes, I am Bose-Aimu. Bose-Aimu nodded. Do you have something similar to this in your possession? Nagahira Sougo hadn't expected to meet Bose-Aimu so quickly in his own world, but he wondered whether this guy possessed a knight's dial, and if it was anything like Kiryubata's, leaving him somewhat uncertain. I think I remember having something similar on me. Bose Aimu replied, pulling it out of his pocket. Seeing the X8 driving dial in Bose Aimu's hand, Nagahira Zogo was somewhat surprised. Bose Aimu actually had it, which was quite different from the last encounter with Kiryubata. Could it be that the future Nagahira Zogo selectively gave it away, providing a dial when he remembered, but skipping over it when he didn't? May I ask what this is used for? Bose Aimu asked with curiosity. Nagahira Zogo extended his right hand. You can't use it, only I can. Hand it over to me. This? Bose Aimu hesitated. To him, Nagahira Zogo was merely an unknown figure, and it was unreasonable to hand over something he had kept for 2 years. Rest assured, I won't take your things for free. This atypical knight is someone you know, right? He has already lost his way due to this power, or rather this atypical power, inherently leads one into darkness. I can help him return to his original state. Although the power of the atypical knight can transform others to possess strength comparable to regular Kamen Riders, it is ultimately an external force forcibly implanted within by the time thief. Given enough time, negative energy will undoubtedly invade the mind, turning the atypical knight into nothing more than a tool for destruction obedient to the time thief. Indeed, the time thief required such tools that lacked independent thought and would simply obey their commands. Nagahira, you can't be serious. You want to fight this monster? Clearly this guy is not of the same. Sakurajima, my listening from behind, was taken aback. The punch from the atypical X8 had shattered the corner of the wall. Such power impacting a person would surely result in internal injuries akin to a car colliding head-on. Nagahira Zogo glanced at Sakurajima with calm confidence. I know, but he and I are not on the same level. Who exactly are you? Initially, Sakurajima found it strange that no one else could see him, only Nagahira Zogo could. After witnessing, who are you talking to? Bose Aimu looked around, noting that only he and Nagahira Zogo were present, and that Nagahira Zogo's earlier remarks were clearly not directed at him. Nagahira Zogo replied, it's nothing, just what I said earlier. Bose Aimu frowned. You mentioned restoring him. How do you intend to achieve that? Nagahira Zogo responded matter-of-factly, naturally, by making him kneel. What are you suggesting, defeating him? That's impossible. Kinjira's current power far exceeds what we mere humans can contend with. You cannot possibly defeat him. The moment Shogo Kamba spoke, Idoko Bose immediately countered, having just experienced the overwhelming power of the X8. In his presence, I felt as helpless as an infant. What could this person possibly do? Shogo Kamba took the X8 driver from Idoko Bose, stepped forward, and took out the time-space driver, saying, you are you, and I am I. Do not impose your concept upon me. I am not like you, for the path of man is the path of man, while the path of a king follows the path of transcending humanity. Idoko Bose felt a mix of emotions, but chose to trust Shogo Kamba. Since you are so confident, I'll leave it to you, but if you encounter danger, please don't force yourself. Shogo Kamba turned back, saying, danger? Forcing oneself? Those words have never appeared in my presence. Shogo Kamba took out his Zi-O driver and placed it into the time-space driver. Henshin. Rider time. Kamen Rider Zi-O. Shogo Kamba did not use the second phase. He felt his power had significantly increased with the Ohma Zi-O energy, sensing that even without the second phase, he could defeat the otherworldly knight with his base form. What is this? Idoko Bose's eyes widened as he gazed at the transformed Shogo Kamba. As the transformation was called out and the effects unfolded, a fleeting memory crossed his mind that seemed not to exist. He transformed. Sakurajima, who had never encountered such things, was utterly astonished. What just happened? A silver clock larger than a person appeared behind Shogo Kamba, accompanied by sound effects and an automatically generated set of armor. This was something Sakurajima had never witnessed before, the shock comparable to when she first saw Chizuru Ichinos. They were merely ordinary humans outside the realm of knights, albeit with beauty unmatched by ordinary people, yet inside they remained just ordinary. Witnessing such an utterly unscientific phenomenon, the level of shock surpassed that of watching special effects in theaters, enough for them to reminisce for a lifetime. The otherworldly X8 had not expected the sudden arrival to be able to transform, seeing the impressive armor he donned. Yet his own appearance was so grotesque that it could scare off adults, illustrating just how far beyond the limit he was. But this was no longer a significant issue. What truly mattered was that this person had come to cause trouble, so he could not be blamed for being rude. The otherworldly X8 activated his powers, summoning 8 crumbling source viruses, each wielding weapons, charging ahead without needing instruction from X8. Oh, he can summon minions. Oh, I underestimated you. Then I shall do the same. Shogo Kamba took out the build driver, pressing the button without releasing it. Build. A golden aura coalesced before Shogo Kamba, forming a red and blue Kamen Rider build. This was the ability of the rider driver. Initially, Shogo Kamba believed it could only enhance armor, but when his Ohma Zi-O energy broke through, he naturally thought of activating the driver with it. The rider driver could do more than just enhance armor. It could generate a corresponding Kamen Rider entity. Although not the original user, it was an energy manifestation possessing the combat consciousness of Kamen Rider build. After all, these rider drivers concentrated all the powers of the respective knight. They were not merely for armor enhancement. Summoning the energy body of the Kamen Rider to assist in battle was one of its functions. However, it seemed this ability could only be used when one possessed a certain amount of Ohma Zi-O energy. For example, Shogo Kamba could not summon the energy body of Kamen Rider Evol in his black hole form. Because the black hole form was too powerful, Shogo Kamba current Onmyoji energy was insufficient for such a summon. Even Mikagami Gates, who previously possessed the Rider Driver, could not utilize this function as if it was specifically designed for Shogo Kamba. Truly, as a king, the treatment is unparalleled. The summoned Kamen Rider build energy body slid its right index and middle fingers together upwards across its eyes, then charged towards the incoming crumbling source viruses. Watching Kamen Rider build engage in combat with the 8 crumbling source viruses, Shogo Kamba nodded in satisfaction. This was how a king should be. Though he could not rival the Supreme and the Onmyo, he could now act as a summoner, calling forth Kamen Riders to assist in battle. This feeling was quite pleasant. I summoned Kamen Rider build. On the rooftop of the hospital, Aura frowned puzzled as she watched build combat the crumbling source viruses. What was going on? The Time King could actually summon build to assist him in battle. What's so strange about it? It's normal for His Majesty the Demon King to summon his subordinates to pledge loyalty to him. Wa sat in a corner looking down, his right hand never leaving the book of Onmyoji Chronicles. Though he could no longer view it as a script for the future in this world, it still had some utility. This is what's abnormal, isn't it? Aura, without looking at Wa's, continued, you saw it too. The Time King is merely in his base form. He hasn't even used the second phase, yet can summon other knights through the Kamen Rider Driver. This is clearly abnormal. Waz calmly replied, this only indicates that His Majesty the Demon King's strength is rapidly increasing. Isn't that a good thing? Humph. What about Suolus? I haven't seen him around these days. Who knows? He never tells us what he's up to. I see. The two then fell silent, continuing to observe the battle below. Kamen Rider build was indeed worthy of the title. Even though he was not transformed by the original, he still possessed the original's combat consciousness. Thus, dealing with the minion crumbling source viruses was quite effortless. Before long, the crumbling source viruses were entirely eradicated by Kamen Rider build. Finally, when Kamen Rider build faced the otherworldly Exade, he transformed into a beam of golden light and vanished. It was not an act of leaving voluntarily, rather Shogo Kamba recalled him. Build had stolen the spotlight long enough. Now it was his stage. The Exade did not anticipate that Shogun Zogo could also summon a subordinate, especially one whose strength surpassed his own. The 8 against 1 not only failed to injure the opponent, but he himself was completely defeated, which was utterly humiliating. Shogun Zogo stood his ground, without moving, while the Exade couldn't contain himself and charged at Shogun Zogo to launch an attack. Calmly standing in place, Shogun Zogo stepped forward as the opponent's attack approached, deflecting the blow with his left hand. In close proximity, he swiftly struck the Exade on the nose. The Exade instinctively covered his nose as he stumbled back 2 steps. Seeing Shogun Zogo leisurely following him, the Exade swung his fist towards him, but his punch missed and was instead caught tightly by Shogun Zogo's right hand. With such a feeble punch, you think you can learn to fight? Go practice for a few years before coming back. Easily catching the Exade's punch, Shogun Zogo dismissed it with disdain, then twisted his arm outward, exposing his front. Shogun Zogo then delivered a powerful blow forward. The Exade felt as if his body had been struck by a heavy truck traveling at full speed. He could no longer control his body, which flew backward, crashing directly into a wall, creating a massive spiderweb-like crack in the surface. The pain had him rolling on the ground. Shogun Zogo approached the Exade, but the Exade immediately rolled to the side, evading Shogun Zogo's attack. Then, lying on the ground, he quickly kicked towards Shogun Zogo's legs. In response to the incoming attack, Shogun Zogo lifted his right foot, successfully dodging the Exade's strike. Damn! Seeing that such a close attack could be avoided, the Exade felt like his reaction speed was extraordinary, but he had no time to ponder, as Shogun Zogo was already hastily approaching. In a rush, the Exade swung his fist at Shogun Zogo's head. However, Shogun Zogo swiftly sidestepped, easily evading the attack. The Exade attempted to strike 4 times, all of which were effortlessly dodged by Shogun Zogo, leaving the attacker feeling utterly frustrated. Facing the Exade's 5th attack, Shogun Zogo deflected his fist with his left hand and swung his right fist violently into the Exade's chest, following up as the Exade staggered back. Bang! 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 With 1 punch, 2 punches, and on the 3rd punch aimed at the Exade's face. When the Exade attempted to block with his hand, Shogun Zogo's fist halted just 10 centimeters from the Exade's face. When the Exade realized the attack had not yet landed, he moved his arm away, only to see the fist lingering in front of him. At that moment, Shogun Zogo changed his tactic, delivering an uppercut to the Exade's chin, sending him crashing heavily to the ground. So impressive. My Sakurajima watched intently as Shogun Zogo transformed into the Kamen Rider Zi-O, while the defeated Exade, lying on the ground, seemed like a mere shadow of a warrior. The combat abilities of the two were not even in the same league. Shogun Zogo's battle was dominated by absolute skill, timing his defenses perfectly against the enemy's attacks and retaliating, thereby gaining the upper hand. Such a fighting style was clearly not achievable without prior training. Yes, so impressive. Aimu Hoshino nodded in agreement at the voice he heard nearby. Even he, a pediatrician, could see how formidable Shogun Zogo was. The Exade was utterly suppressed and had no power to resist, akin to a seasoned fighter battling against a gamer who spent all day playing visual novels. Merely overwhelming. At that moment, Shogun Zogo's combat skills were just like that. The moment he reflexively responded to the person speaking, Aimu Hoshino realized he hadn't noticed anyone around just a moment ago. He turned to see a beautiful girl standing beside him, which was quite a pleasant sight. Had it been an ugly person, he might have been startled. Excuse me, who are you? Ohma Zi-O asked curiously how this girl appeared here having heard no footsteps. Moreover, seeing such a scene that ordinary people could hardly accept, she could still stand here expressionless. She must have a very strong heart. Mai Sakurajima turned her head left and right, confirming that Ohma Zi-O was speaking to her. She pointed to herself and said, "You can see me, eh? Shouldn't I see you?" Ohma Zi-O was somewhat confused by Mai Sakurajima, wondering what she meant. Did she expect him to pretend not to see her? Should he play along? Mai Sakurajima shook her head, looking at Shobun Zogo. "No, I came here with him." The fact that Ohma Zi-O could now see her meant the period during which he was invisible had passed roughly around an hour. This indicated that he would not be seen by anyone within that hour. Ohma Zi-O nodded. "You must be his girlfriend. Who exactly is he that he can transform?" "I'm not his girlfriend, just a classmate." "As for who he is, didn't he say before? Born to be a king, Shobun Zogo." Hearing this unreliable self-introduction is why Ohma Zi-O chose to ask Mai Sakurajima again, but to his surprise her answer was also similar. "Is there really someone born to be a king?" Ohma Zi-O asked in confusion. Although Shobun Zogo had the ability to transform, it might be due to the device at his waist. Perhaps others also possess such devices, so claiming to be born to be a king seemed too presumptuous. However, Ohma Zi-O suddenly recalled that Shobun Zogo seemed to have summoned other similar subordinates to battle against the Exade's minions earlier. How could this be explained? Unable to figure it out, Ohma Zi-O shook his head, deciding not to think about it any further. Even if Shobun Zogo was born to be a king, it had nothing to do with him. What he needed to do was focus on his work as a doctor, saving patients and bringing smiles to their faces. That was Ohma Zi-O's dream. Mai Sakurajima replied with indifference, "Perhaps there are, after all the world is so vast. You and I are just ordinary people, and before witnessing such scenes, who would dare believe that someone could transform?" "You have a point." Ohma Zi-O nodded in agreement. If he hadn't seen such a miraculous scene today, he wouldn't have believed it even if someone told him. So even if he hadn't seen it and chose not to believe it, didn't mean it wasn't real. The Exade staggered backward a few steps after getting up, struggling to regain his balance. Finally steadying himself against the wall, he was unwilling to accept that he couldn't defeat Tokime Shogo and activated his exclusive energy, the game field belonging to this type of knight. In an instant, the scene of the hospital garden transformed into a vast square filled with unevenly distributed black boxes. Has the environment changed? Tokime Shogo glanced around, noting that the hospital was completely out of sight, and this was indeed real, not an illusion. But even if the environment has changed, what of it? Your odds of winning haven't increased in the slightest. As he spoke, Tokime Shogo advanced while Exade retreated a few steps before suddenly darting to the left. He approached a wooden box and shattered it, finding nothing inside, then ran to another box to smash it, but still found nothing. Is this guy looking for enhancement items? Tokime Shogo seemed to recall that Kamen Rider Exade was a game-type rider, and the boxes in the game field had a chance of containing enhancement items such as increasing speed, attack power, jump height, and so on. So this is his plan. Knowing he can't win, he's trying to leverage the advantages of his own field to enhance his strength and increase his odds. It's indeed a strategy, but does he think I'm just a wooden man standing by while he does this? Tokime Shogo was confident. Even if Exade used all the enhancement items available here, it wouldn't have a significant effect on him, and he wouldn't do something as foolish as watching his opponent continuously strengthen. At a speed surpassing 5 seconds per 100 meters, Tokime Shogo quickly reached Exade's back, just as Exade, after breaking a box, obtained an attack power enhancement item. After absorbing the item into his body, he noticed Tokime Shogo was coming and immediately prepared for battle, jumping and throwing a punch at him. Tokime Shogo instantly halted, forcefully stomping the ground, with his right foot shattering it, then spun around, evading with a movement that humans simply could not achieve. Exade's fist passed by Tokime Shogo's chest with almost a difference in force density. Bang! A tremendous sound echoed as the ground was struck by Exade's fist, creating a hole, sending dust soaring into the air, and after punching through the ground, Exade chose to push off with both hands and flip up. But in the next moment, after turning, Tokime Shogo kicked Exade in the rear, sending him flying, and he finally skidded to a stop on the ground, scraping off a layer of dirt with his face. "I won't waste any more time with you. This final move will finish you." Finish time. Time break. After activating his ultimate skill, Tokime Shogo leaped high, aiming his right foot at Exade for a flying kick. Just as Exade was awkwardly getting up, he looked up at the descending kick and saw a foot inscribed with glowing pink characters coming down with no chance to dodge. In less than a second, Tokime Shogo was behind Exade, back to back with him. In the next moment, arcs of electricity flickered over Exade, followed by a blaze of fire, and then a massive explosion erupted. "I won." Seeing Tokime Shogo victorious, there was a rare change on Sakura Island Mei's face after Exade exploded. The battle situation changed rapidly. Even if one had just gained the upper hand until the fight was completely over, anything could happen, which is why only after the battle truly ended could one breathe a sigh of relief. Just as Exade activated his game field, she and Bozeimu were not far away, which also dragged them into the game field. After Exade was defeated, the game field disappeared, returning to the location of the hospital, where a man lay unconscious on the ground, and Exade's dial could no longer withstand Tokime Shogo's power and exploded. Seeing this, Tokime Shogo also reverted from his transformation, realizing he was right. Even in his base form, with the power of the Demon King, he could take down the Exade. This power of the Demon King truly was a dimensional-level bug ability. While it was indeed impossible to be born a king, it could certainly lead to becoming one step by step, with absolute strength achieving the strongest. Ignoring the fallen Kenjiro as this was indeed a hospital, he approached Sakura Island Mai and Bose-Aimu, looking at Bose-Aimu and saying, "Your memory has been restored, right?" "Yes, thank you." Bose-Aimu replied with a bright smile. After Xade was defeated, his memories of being a Kamen Rider instantly returned. However, what he was grateful for was not that Tokime Shogo had restored his memory, but rather for defeating Xade, allowing Kenjiro to recover and not be influenced by Xade's powers to act recklessly. "Then I will take your power." Tokime Shogo displayed the Ziku-Driver in his hand. Bose-Aimu glanced at the Ziku-Driver in Tokime Shogo's hand without any reluctance, showing a relaxed smile. "Then I'll leave it to you, future king." Although Bose-Aimu did not know Tokime Shogo, well, he could sense that Tokime Shogo was not someone driven by malice. Moreover, this power of his seemed to have fulfilled its mission. The driver it had transformed into was meant for its rightful king. Tokime Shogo smiled brightly without saying much, directly moving forward, while Sakura Island Mai curiously glanced at Bose-Aimu and followed Tokime Shogo. Bose-Aimu took a deep breath and jogged over to Kenjiro. What just happened to him? He suddenly seemed a bit different, and what did you mean by memory restoration? Walking out of the hospital, Sakura Island Mai asked with some confusion. With nothing else to do, Tokime Shogo began to explain. Bose-Aimu Kamen Rider Xade, but because someone interfered with history, he lost his memories of being active as a Kamen Rider. After I defeated that Xade, his memories were restored along with it. However, what puzzled Tokime Shogo was that Kiryu Soda was completely different from Bose-Aimu. Not only did he not have a driver, but after the Xade was defeated, he also didn't regain his memory, which was indeed quite strange. So this is how it is, but what is a Kamen Rider? Mai Sakurajima had never heard of Kamen Riders before. This was her first encounter. From what she could see today, it seemed like humans were using special armor to fight against monsters, much like in the movies. Kamen Rider. Sougo Tokiwa recalled the feelings he had when he first watched the riders, saying, "A Kamen Rider is someone who, even if no one knows who they are, quietly protects the weak." Bearing everything alone, fully aware that this would not bring any benefit to his life, and could even lead to injury or death, yet he persists. Deep within his heart lies an unwavering belief. It doesn't matter if it's lonely or painful, being able to fight for humanity is already enough. He does not seek personal fame or fortune regardless of the means, but only possesses a genuine heart that strives to protect the smiles of humanity. As a fellow Kamen Rider, Sougo Tokiwa holds great admiration for these predecessors. Although their styles differ, his personality appears more reckless and enigmatic compared to them, and he also refers to himself as the Demon King, acting both justly and unjustly. Yet deep inside he yearns for peace, which is completely contrary to what Kaiba Gates and Tsukuyomi claim about turning the world into an apocalypse. Even when misunderstood and criticized, Sougo Tokiwa does not seek to justify or rebut. The indifferent gazes of the world do not concern him. He has his own path to walk, and even if he is alone and misunderstood by everyone, he remains steadfast, for what they see is merely the surface. So this is what a Kamen Rider is, burdened with a fate entirely different from ordinary people. After watching your battle, I understand now. The song you sang last night was meant for Kamen Riders, sung for yourself. Mai Sakurajima felt an indescribable emotion within her heart. She still remembers the lyrics of that song, strong and confident, battling enemies in the endless darkness for the sake of humanity's tomorrow, and her own constantly pushing beyond her limits to survive. Although Sougo Tokiwa defeated his opponent with overwhelming strength in this battle, such enemies are unlikely to be the only ones, and even stronger foes will emerge like mushrooms after rain. As a Kamen Rider continuously battling such foes, Mai Sakurajima suddenly realized that not being seen by others wasn't such a misfortune after all. Though she sometimes curses the heavens for her unique situation, she realizes that compared to Sougo Tokiwa, who must fight monsters and risk injury or death, her situation seems quite fortunate. She doesn't have to fight any monsters, nor worry about stronger ones appearing next time, or her abilities being insufficient leading to injury or death. That is already quite good. Looking at Sougo Tokiwa now, he has no complaints, embracing his fate with confidence, shining brightly, living even more splendidly. Perhaps that's true. Sougo Tokiwa mounted his assault rider, donned his helmet, and looked at Mai Sakurajima standing beside him, playfully smiling. "Now that you know about my special identity, do you still wish to follow me?" Sougo Tokiwa thought that Mai Sakurajima must be feeling fear about his world. After all, someone who can transform and fight such monsters would typically keep their distance. If one were to inadvertently get involved, it could only bring danger to oneself. However, he underestimated Mai Sakurajima, who without a second thought directly sat on his motorcycle. After sitting down, Mai Sakurajima lightly parted her lips. "What special identity do you have? Aren't you still just Sougo Tokiwa, the confident one with few friends who doesn't care about others' gazes?" Sougo Tokiwa was slightly surprised. A fleeting smile crossed his lips as he said, "Oh, although we just met today, you give me a quite special feeling. My name is Sougo Tokiwa." Mai Sakurajima. Back at home, Sougo Tokiwa and Mai Sakurajima walked into the yard where they saw a rather vintage-looking house. In front of the house was a sign that read 9 to 5 o'clock repair shop, with a line at the top stating that there were rooms for rent upstairs. Mai Sakurajima took a closer look and then asked, "Is this your home?" "Yeah." Sougo Tokiwa nodded, carrying the items he had bought. and opened the door. Seeing Shogo Junichiro fiddling with clocks inside, he said, "Uncle, I'm back." Shogo Junichiro looked curiously at the large bag in Shogo Tokiwa's hand, saying, "Tokiwa is back. What did you buy in that big bag?" "Just some supplies, and I also bought a piece of clothing." "I see. Excuse me." At this time, my Sakurajima followed Shogo Tokiwa in and politely greeted him. "Welcome. May I ask if you need a clock repaired, or?" Upon seeing the unfamiliar my Sakurajima, Shogo Junichiro displayed his professional demeanor and immediately inquired whether she needed a clock repaired. My Sakurajima shook her head. "Know him just with Tokiwa? Are you his grandfather?" "Oh, I'm his great-uncle." "Since you're with Tokiwa, who are you?" Shogo Junichiro's expression froze for a moment. If it weren't for Chizuru Ichino's showing up earlier, he might have been pleased that Shogo Tokiwa had finally opened up, able to bring a girl home. But now he didn't think so. After all, Shogo Tokiwa already had a girlfriend. He wouldn't be two-timing, would he? "I'm his classmate." "Oh, so you're classmates? Then come in quickly and don't stand at the door. This brat has friends now, he's really growing up." Shogo Junichiro quickly invited my Sakurajima in. After all, aside from Chizuru Ichino's from the last time, Shogo Tokiwa had never had any friends since he was taken in, let alone bringing someone home. Hearing Shogo Junichiro's words, my Sakurajima was not surprised. If someone with Shogo Tokiwa's aloof aura could make friends, she would find it strange. After all, ordinary people cannot understand, and being alone isn't so bad, it means fewer ties. "Are you in the same class as Tokiwa, or just classmates?" "Am my Sakurajima a classmate of Shogo Tokiwa?" "Oh, so you're actually in the same class. That's even better." Shogo Junichiro smiled happily, glad that Shogo Tokiwa could find friends in class. Shogo Tokiwa noticed the lively conversation between the two and took his purchases upstairs. My Sakurajima asked, "Uncle Tokiwa, do you still have rooms for rent?" Shogo Junichiro replied, "Just call me uncle. I still have a few rooms upstairs. Or are you planning to rent one?" "Yeah, I am considering that." "That's great. Since you and Shogo Tokiwa are classmates and friends, renting here would be." Suddenly Shogo Junichiro stopped speaking, for he thought of Shizuku Ichino's, Shogo Tokiwa's girlfriend. If she found out there was another girl living here, would there be conflict between them? "Uncle, what's wrong?" Seeing Tokuwaguchi Shunichiro suddenly stop Sakurajima, I couldn't help but look at him. Tokuwaguchi Shunichiro chuckled. "Oh, it's nothing. If you want to rent, you can go upstairs to take a look. Anyway, Zhuangwu is also upstairs. His room is the first one on the left at the staircase." "Alright, I'll head up first." "Go ahead." Watching Sakurajima go upstairs, Tokuwaguchi Shunichiro's expression turned a bit melancholic. If Ichino's Chizuru misunderstood the situation, it would be troublesome. However, since Sakurajima was Zuang's classmate and friend, he couldn't refuse her request to rent. When the time comes, he could explain that she was just a tenant, but it might still raise suspicion from Ichino's Chizuru. Forget it, let the young people handle their own matters. He is an old man, shouldn't meddle unnecessarily. Sakurajima arrived upstairs and saw Tokuwaguchi Zuang's room, but she didn't go in. Instead, she looked at other rooms. In addition to Tokuwaguchi Zuang's room, there were 3 other rooms upstairs. Sakurajima inspected them one by one. They were very clean with no clutter, and the space was quite ample. The beds, desk, and chairs were all well-equipped, and they felt more homely compared to her rented apartment. Arriving at Tokuwaguchi Zuang's side, she knocked on the door. Tokuwaguchi Zhuangwu naturally knew who it was, and told Sakurajima to let herself in. "Your room is quite simple." Sakurajima's first impression of Tokuwaguchi Zhuangwu was that it lacked any decorations or posters. The floor was spotless, and there was only a laptop on the desk. Aside from that, there wasn't much else. Oh, and there were some items she had just bought at the mall placed over there. Tokuwaguchi Zhuangwu replied, "Why not? A room is just a place to rest. There's no need to make it flashy. The more things there are, the more cluttered it becomes." Sakurajima said, "Well, I've already told your uncle that I plan to rent a room here." "Rent a room? Don't you live at home?" "I rented an apartment all by myself, and it's about to expire in 2 days. I was planning to renew it, but now I don't want to. It's better to stay here with you." Sakurajima rarely smiled and continued, "Even if I cannot be seen by others again, as long as you can see me, I won't feel lonely." Tokuwaguchi Zhuangwu understood and nodded. "So that's how it is. You're using me to comfort yourself." Sakurajima showed a smug expression and said, "Who told you that you can see me? You can't escape from this." Tokuwaguchi Zhuangwu couldn't help but retort, "Don't you think your words are a bit juvenile?" Sakurajima refused to comment and said, "Am I? But I'm not as juvenile as you, my king." After finishing their chat, Sakurajima walked down and found Tokuwaguchi Shunichiro. "Uncle, I want to rent here. Is that okay?" "No problem. Your Zuang was classmate, so I'll give you a discount." Then without hesitation, Sakurajima promptly paid the rent and also gave the meal fee, saying to include her when they eat. After that, she went back alone and would come to move in the afternoon. After Sakurajima left, Tokuwaguchi Shunichiro said to Tokuwaguchi Zhuangwu, "Zhuangwu, you can explain the situation to Chizuru." "Explain what?" Tokuwaguchi Zhuangwu blinked a couple of times, puzzled about what he had to explain to Ichino's Chizuru, feeling somewhat out of sync with his uncle's train of thought. Seeing Tokuwaguchi Zuang's confused expression, Shunichiro sighed. "Of course it's about your friend renting here. If your girlfriend Chizuru finds out, she might make a fuss. Think about it, a girl who is not inferior to her living in your house. How would she react? For the sake of your relationship, it's better to clarify things first to avoid misunderstandings." "Oh, so that's what you meant. Don't worry, uncle. It's fine as she won't misunderstand." Tokuwaguchi Zhuangwu thought it was some serious matter, but it turned out Shunichiro was just worried about Ichino's Chizuru misunderstanding. There was no need for concern at all, as there was no romantic involvement between them. It was merely a transaction. There's no reason for misunderstandings. Of course, he could not tell his uncle about this, so he just needed to make Shunichiro believe he had a girlfriend, and everything else was unimportant. No misunderstandings. Is your relationship that solid? Forget it. Since you were so confident, I want metal. Tomorrow is Sunday, though I haven't seen you and Shizuru together much lately. You come back after school but Saturday today, and you didn't go to see her. How about you go out on a date tomorrow, and come back for dinner at night? Tomorrow that works. Tokawaguchi Zhuangwu thought it seemed like tomorrow would be Ichino's Chizuru's last day of renting, so it looked like he would need to extend for another week. Then it's settled. After Tokawaguchi Zhuangwu agreed, Tokawaguchi Shunichiro smiled in satisfaction and continued with his own work. In the afternoon, Sakurajima Mai arrived at the clock shop as promised, bringing her luggage to move into the room next to Tokawaguchi Zhuangwu. Tokawaguchi Zhuangwu familiarized her with the bathroom and bathing arrangements, setting their separate bathing times, and then they each went about their own activities. Meanwhile, Suarez, who had vanished from Tokawaguchi Zhuangwu's timeline, appeared in the 2000s. Outside an abandoned factory, a rhinoceros beetle monster was thoroughly defeating a Kamen Rider who was none other than Kamen Rider Kuga, known as the Heisei Big Brother. You think you can defeat me with such little strength? You must be joking. Without a scratch from the blow of the sensational universal kick, the rhinoceros beetle didn't have a single ripple of emotion. Just now, Kuga's kick was powerful, though any other Garanji might not have been able to withstand it, but it couldn't harm him at all. Who is he? He is the strongest Garanji of the Ga group, and he even believes he can challenge the Garanji King Dagobah. A mere human warrior wanting to harm him is simply a fool's dream. Watch closely, this is how you attack. The rhinoceros beetle Garanji took a few steps back, his chest turning golden and shining all over before rushing forward and leaping right foot aimed at Kamen Rider Kuga. Nanny! Kamen Rider Kuga was extremely surprised that this guy also had golden abilities. But he had no time to think as the rhinoceros beetle Garanji's attack was right in front of him. There was no time to evade, so he simply braced himself for impact. But the power of the rhinoceros beetle Garanji's kick was 70 tons, while Kamen Rider Kuga's punch was practically asking for punishment. And indeed, Kamen Rider Kuga was unsurprisingly kicked away, and with that force he would either die or be gravely injured. However, just as Kamen Rider Kuga was flying backward and about to land, time stopped. Kuga hung in the air, unable to fall, while everything around him froze in place. What is this? Even the formidable Garanji 46, Ugugitalaba, felt a jolt in his heart upon witnessing this scene. Indeed worthy of being the strongest Garanji general. To be able to defeat Kamen Rider Kuga so comprehensively, this strength is indeed impressive. As the rhinoceros beetle Garanji was feeling quite unfamiliar, and wary Suarez walked out from the side. You made the scene happen. Who are you? Looking at Siwaluzi, Dujioxian Galanji felt no apprehension. He was supremely confident in his power, convinced he was the strongest. Even Dagobah would ultimately fall to him. He saw himself as the final darkness, untroubled by any foe that might appear. Sure, Jie Siwaluzi. I do not know you. What do you want? Dujioxian Galanji snapped, having never heard of a Sure Jieja. Siwaluzi paid no mind to the tone of men who undertake great deeds do not fuss over small matters. I know that with your strength dealing with the present Kong would be effortless. Are you interested in encountering even stronger humans? Stronger humans? Huh. Apart from Kong, who among humans could be stronger? You. With that he steeled his gaze and lifted his foot ready to charge at Siwaluzi. But after only a few steps his body stopped as if by some involuntary hand he could not move. It was as though he no longer felt his limbs, only his consciousness remained. What have you done to me? He had paid little heed at first, but when it truly befell him, Dujioxian Galanji was genuinely shocked. He felt like nothing more than a target while his enemy cavorted before him. The sensation was humiliating and unbearable. Siwaluzi stood before Dujioxian Galanji. Nothing much, only to calm you down. After all, I am not your enemy. Not an enemy. Then what is your purpose? Dujioxian Galanji watched Siwaluzi warily. He had not expected this man to possess such formidable ability, able to halt everything around him. Even Dagobah would be unable to move under such circumstances. Siwaluzi's lips tilted. I want to make a bargain. I can help you increase your power to defeat Dagobah, and in return I need you to deal with a certain man for me. You can increase my power. Dujioxian Galanji doubted it. In his world, strength was earned through one's own efforts, not handed over by others. Naturally, Dujioxian Galanji scoffed. Even if what you say were true, I am strong enough. I do not need another's power to defeat Dagobah. Do you truly believe that? You should know better than anyone how formidable Dagobah is. You are strong, but why is he the king while you are a general? Will Dagobah stand still while you grow stronger? With relentless words, Siwaluzi continued to unsettle Dujioxian Galanji, gradually shaking his inner certainty. As for enhancing your strength, take for example the ability to stop time. I can grant that to you. Once you possess a time stop ability, who would still be your rival? Time stop. A tremor passed through Dujioxian Galanji. So the state he had been in was indeed one where time itself had been halted. Such a power truly defied the heavens. Having spoken enough, Siwaluzi judged the moment ripe and released Dujioxian Galanji from the time stop. You claim there are humans stronger than Kongwa. I was beginning to find things dull. Humans stronger than Kongwa. Now that is intriguing. Dujioxian Galanji's gaze fell upon the suspended frozen Kongwa. Hearing those words, Siwaluzi smiled. Indeed, no one could resist the pull of curiosity. As for granting Dujiaxi and Galanji the times-top ability that would have to wait until they had survived Shirwang. This Galanji was undeniably powerful. He could take Kong Wa's current strongest rider kick Hiden. But against Shirwang, he might not be so domineering. In short, the Galanji Siwaluzi had recruited was merely a whetstone on Changpan Zuangwa's path to kingship. Even if Galanji truly managed to beat Shirwang, the ideal scenario would be for someone to use time-stop to pause the moment, let Shirwang withdraw, and then later through toil and growth overcome Dujiaxi and Galanji. That would be the perfect script. Then Siwaluzi took Dujiaxi and Galanji away from the year 2000 and arrived in 2018. Siwaluzi, where have you been? When Siwaluzi came to Aula and Wuer's place, a Wuer complained. Siwaluzi truly looked down on others. Though they were partners, and Wuer and Aula always informed each other, when leaving Siwaluzi had vanished without a word. Siwaluzi replied coldly, well, is something the matter? Aula, arms crossed, and leaning on the table said, I built an anomalous exade, but it was defeated by Shirwang. Isn't that to be expected? An anomalous build must be prepared for defeat. Siwaluzi had expected something worse. It was merely an anomalous rider being taken out. There was no need for such alarm. Aula grew serious. No, this is different. Shirwang has acquired the build's power. He can use the build to command and summon builds into battle. In the end, he defeated the anomalous exade without even shifting into his second form. Oh, Shirwang's Fengma power has increased. Siwaluzi thought. Only when Changpan Zuangwa's Fengma power swelled would his destructive force intensify. Even Changpan Zuangwa's base form is not static. As his Fengma power strengthens, Shirwang's armor will grow ever more potent. Other Kamen Riders do not see their systems strengthen merely because their transformations grow stronger. Only Shirwang's Fengma power can affect the intensity of the rider system because he is the most exceptional existence. The stronger Shirwang becomes, the sooner the Fengma day will arrive. There is no need to worry. When the Fengma day comes, we will naturally take what we seek. Siwaluzi was confident the earlier the Fengma day came, the sooner he would obtain the greatest power. The Fengma day he spoke of was not a fixed date, but the day Changpan Zhuangwu attains ultimate power and becomes the Fengma Shirwang. Who is he? Wuer suddenly noticed the man behind Siwaluzi, a middle-aged figure in uniform with a stern expression. He is a strong warrior I brought from the year 2000. Siwaluzi did not elaborate to Wuer and Aula. Explaining would waste time. They only needed to create anomalous riders. Siwaluzi, where is this so-called strong man? I will go and kill him now. Dujiaxi and Galanji said coldly. He was a battle fiend who relished fighting the powerful. The Kongwu they had just faced had left him disappointed that one's strength fell far short of the Kongwu of old. Siwaluzi smiled darkly. No hurry. Do you not enjoy the killing game? Just kill, and you will draw him out. Oh, when it came to killing, Galanji was first-rate. Though most of his slayings had been for sport, now that they sought to lure out a stronger opponent, killing was entirely acceptable. Very well. Dujiaxi and Galanji turned and left. If someone could truly be stronger than Kong, he found himself eager to see how formidable that person might be. In the evening, after a 9-to-5 workday, Tokuwaki Shinichiro had finished preparing dinner. With the addition of the tenant Sakurajima, Mahi naturally set an extra pair of chopsticks and bowls. There were 5 dishes, a mix of meat and vegetables. 3 people dining on 5 dishes was more than sufficient. Uncle, your cooking is so delicious. Have you ever been a chef before? Sakurajima Mai enjoyed the meal prepared by Tokuwaki Shinichiro. She had only tasted such culinary skills at restaurants. Even though it was just home-cooked food, it was incredibly flavorful, a taste that one could not replicate without serious study. Tokuwaki Shinichiro flattered chuckled. It's nothing special, just that I've cooked a lot and seen a lot, so naturally I can cook well. If it's delicious, eat more, don't be polite. Okay, said Mai. This feels like deja vu. Tokuwaki Zugo listened to their conversation, feeling it was somewhat familiar, recalling a similar exchange he had overheard between Ichino's Chizuru and his uncle. However, this was also because Tokuwaki Shinichiro's cooking was indeed delicious, and Tokuwaki Zugo felt the same. While eating, Tokuwaki Shinichiro casually asked, Mai, you're so beautiful. Ooh, do you have a boyfriend now? Sakurajima Mai replied, not yet. I want to finish my studies first, then focus on my career. Only after that will I start thinking about such things. I see. It seems your goals are quite clear. Indeed, at your age, while many have boyfriends, there are also many who want to finish their studies first. That's good. After all, studying comes first. Only with good grades can one secure a good job in the future. Uncle, this seems different from when you talked to me. Tokuwaki Zugo clearly remembered how his uncle had urged him to find a girlfriend earlier, even though he was in his crucial final year of high school. However, Tokuwaki Shinichiro retorted, you can't compare. Mai is so beautiful, there will be many people wanting to pursue her. You, on the other hand, have such high standards. This isn't acceptable, that isn't acceptable. I feel anxious for you. Besides, with your grades, being first in class is a given right. Tokuwaki Zugo had no words to say, so he lowered his head to continue eating. A few minutes later, a girl in white clothes and black stockings arrived at the 9-to-5. She hesitated for a few seconds, looking at the lit interior before ultimately walking in. Zi-O, something's wrong. Upon entering the house, she saw Tokuwaki Zugo eating and immediately spoke up. Tokuwaki Shinichiro looked at the sudden arrival of Tsukuyumi, puzzled, and asked, Hey, what are you looking for? We don't have anything called chicken here. Sorry, I'm looking for Tokuwaki Zugo, Tsukuyumi said with a forced smile, then fixed her gaze on Tokuwaki Zugo. Tokuwaki Shinichiro said, Zugo, this is your friend. She came to find you. I don't have such impolite friends. Tokiwa Zi-O picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth, then stood up to look at Tsukuyumi. He didn't speak immediately as his uncle was still present, so he walked outside with Tsukuyumi following. Standing behind Tokiwa Zi-O, Tsukuyumi said awkwardly, "I'm sorry for barging in without knocking, the situation was urgent." Tokiwa Zi-O looked up at the inconspicuous moon in the sky and said, "What is it? I don't recall us being that close for you to come to my house." "Hey race, the thing, a monster has appeared in the distance. It doesn't seem like an abnormal night, but it's more vicious than one indiscriminately killing people on the streets." If it weren't for the absence of Kamen Rider Gates, Tsukuyumi wouldn't have sought out Tokiwa Zi-O. But now that Gates was missing, she had no choice but to come to him. "Oh, so you're asking for my help. Weren't you saying I was a fearsome demon lord? Now the righteous messenger you are comes to ask the demon lord for help. Isn't that a bit amusing?" Tsukuyumi looked at Tokiwa Zi-O's back seriously and said, "In the future you will indeed be a demon lord, but right now you are not a demon lord because you haven't done what a demon lord should do. Right now you're just a cold exterior with a warm heart, not a fearsome demon lord." Cold exterior with a warm heart. I don't recall being warm-hearted at all. As he spoke, Tokiwa Zi-O used his powers to sense his surroundings, but detected no presence of monsters nearby. Was it because they were too far away? Although Tokiwa Zi-O could sense monsters and abnormal nights, there was a limit to the range, and it didn't cover the entire city. "I know you won't listen to anyone, only follow your own thoughts, so I won't force you. The location is on XXX Street. Oh, I've brought the message. If you don't go to fight, there's nothing I can do." With that, Tsukuyumi turned to leave. Although her words had a slightly provoking tone, she knew that staying longer would only increase Tokiwa Zi-O's resentment. Tokiwa Zi-O watched Tsukuyumi's departing figure, then entered to grab his coat. After exchanging a few words with Tokiwa Shinichiro, he left. Meanwhile, Tsukuyumi hiding in a corner near the 9-5 sighed with relief as she saw Tokiwa Zi-O leave. Indeed, although she didn't know why the future Time King would become so fearsome, at least the current Time King wouldn't allow any monsters to wreak havoc. Not an abnormal knight, but a monster. Tsukuyumi didn't specify whether it was a mirror monster or an Amazon. Could it be a different species of monsters appearing? Tokiwa Zi-O knew that Tsukuyumi had seen both mirror monsters and Amazons, but she didn't clarify which type. It was merely referring to them as monsters. He decided not to dwell on it. He would only find out by going. On the street where Tokiwa Zi-O was heading, several corpses lay by the roadside. At a glance, there were at least 30 to 40 people, all unfortunate passers-by, who had been chosen by the stag beetle Gurenki as victims. Lame, not a single one worth fighting. I hope the human that Swaruzi mentioned can entertain me a bit. Just as Gurenki finished speaking, a motorcycle's buzzing sound came from afar. He turned to look, and a bright light shone towards him, making it impossible for him to see momentarily. In the next moment, Tokiwa Zi-O, riding a powerful motorcycle, sped towards Gurenki, crashing into him. As they neared, Gurenki raised a hand to block the front of the motorcycle, taking an involuntary step back, forcing the motorcycle to stop. Immediately, Tokiwa Zi-O maneuvered the motorcycle, swinging the back end around, causing the rear wheel to spin rapidly against Gurenki's face, forcing him back 2 steps. After wiping his face with his arm, the ancient king of the unicorn beetle Gulanji looked back at the motorcycle and saw a young man standing there, even younger than the transformed Kongo. Gulanji sized up Tokiwa Shogo and asked, "You are the human who is stronger than Kongo. Kongo, what kind of weirdo are you?" This weirdo, who could utter Kongo's name, was the very first Heisei Kamen Rider Kongo, and only the monsters that corresponded to Kongo would know of him. Gulanji proudly declared, "I am the strongest ancient king of the Gu group, the king of destruction, Gugidaraba, the king of destruction." The strongest ancient king of the Gu group has a rather intimidating title, and it seems you've specifically come to find me. Just now Gulanji opened his mouth to say that Tokiwa Shogo was a human stronger than Kongo, clearly indicating that he had come specifically to find him. "I just heard that there are stronger humans here, so I came to see if you are really that strong. I see you came here to die at my hands and add to my battle record. I quite like your kind of reckless attitude." Henshin. Tokiwa Shogo took out the driver and the ride watch, and without much hesitation transformed directly. "Rider time. Kamen Rider Zi-O. Zi-O, so your name is Time King, huh? Haha, you even bear the title of a king. Let's see what you're truly made of." Gulanji removed a dozen black fang-like devices hanging from his chest, which transformed into a gun in his hands, and then fired a powerful energy bullet from the barrel. Tokiwa Shogo immediately turned 180 degrees to dodge, holding the time limit gun in his right hand, and then fired. The energy bullet released from the limit gun flew towards Gulanji, who did not even attempt to evade, and took the shot with his body. The energy bullet exploded upon impact, but Gulanji remained completely still, his physical defense immune to Tokiwa Shogo's ordinary gunfire. This guy? Tokiwa Shogo was slightly surprised. He had never encountered anyone who could withstand a hit from the time limit gun without flinching, even though it was no ordinary attack. Heh. Gulanji let out a cold laugh, almost mocking, before firing another bullet from his weapon. Tokiwa Shogo aimed his gun at the attack launched by Gulanji. However, the power of Gulanji's energy bullet surpassed Tokiwa Shogo's, directly shattering his energy bullet and striking him in the chest. A burst of sparks erupted from Tokiwa Shogo's chest as he staggered back 2 steps, feeling a scorching pain, as if he had been struck hard. "It seems I underestimated you." The expression beneath Tokiwa Shogo's mask grew serious. This ancient king's weapon was surprisingly more powerful than his own. Not only did it shatter his energy bullet, but it also struck him with such force that he could not take it lightly. Gu Langji replied, I overestimated you. I thought you would be stronger, but you were just average. It was just one shot. Don't speak too confidently. Save those words for when you defeat me. Tokiwa Shogo switched his gun to sword mode. Since his gun wasn't powerful enough, he would change to a sword, which had a far sharper edge. While the bullets fired from the gun could inflict some damage, they were merely for range support. Gu Langji knew that merely lacking the power of firearms was insufficient to determine Tokiwa Shogo's capability. He coldly said, come on. As soon as Gu Langji's voice fell, Tokiwa Shogo dashed towards him with his sword, while Gu Langji continued to fire energy bullets at Tokiwa Shogo. Why would he give up such an advantage? Facing the energy bullets flying towards him, Tokiwa Shogo bent down and twisted his body, performing movements that a human could not achieve. His pink compound eyes could clearly see the energy bullet flying past him, just 3 centimeters above his eyes, continuing forward without stopping. Bang! Another energy bullet was fired and Tokiwa Shogo slightly raised his eyes, deflecting it to the right with the blade of the time limit sword. In the next moment, Tokiwa Shogo swung his sword down towards Gu Langji's head. Gu Langji did not hesitate and used his firearm to block the attack. Bang! A dull sound echoed as Tokiwa Shogo's sword was blocked, failing to strike Gu Langji's head. However, Tokiwa Shogo immediately kicked Gu Langji in the waist, pushing him back a step, then cleaved down at Gu Langji's chest with his sword. Gu Langji was not one-sidedly attacked. As the sword struck him, his gun hit Tokiwa Shogo's chest, and both retreated several steps. So far, not bad. I hope you won't disappoint me next. Gu Langji felt a bit of anticipation. The way Tokiwa Shogo dodged 2 energy bullets earlier was quite impressive. The last 2 strikes indicated that this opponent had rich combat experience, agile movements, and a keen mind, making him an interesting rival. Throwing away his gun, Gu Langji once again pulled a black object resembling an animal's fang from his chest, which transformed into a sword in his hands. You have quite a few abilities. Tokiwa Shogo raised an eyebrow, realizing that this weirdo was not comparable to the monsters he had encountered before. Those earlier monsters were merely average, but this one was the strongest he had faced so far, possessing formidable strength and intellect not inferior to that of a human. Holding the sword, Gu Langji approached Tokiwa Shogo step by step. Tokiwa Shogo stood ready. As Gu Langji reached him, Tokiwa Shogo utilized the pointer on his head to predict Gu Langji's next attack method and target location. In the next instant, just as Tokiwa Shogo had deduced, Gu Langji gripped the sword hilt with both hands and swung from his right side towards Tokiwa Shogo. However, Tokiwa Shogo was even faster. A sharp glimmer flashed under the moonlight as he executed a draw-cut attack, striking Gu Langji's waist while passing by him and standing behind him. Gu Langji reacted the moment he was attacked, and the next second, he swung his sword towards Tokiwa Shogo behind him. Tokiwa Shogo immediately turned around, gripping the sword hilt with his right hand and pressing down on the blade with his left. Bang! The sound of weapons clashing created a shower of sparks, and Tokiwa Shogo slid back 2 steps. This power! Changban Zhuangwu underestimated the might of the strongest Gu Langji from the Gu group. Just receiving the opponent's sword caused his arms to tremble, and he felt a sharp pain in the tiger's mouth of his right hand. This strength far exceeded his expectations. Moreover, despite unleashing his full strength in that sword strike, he only managed to leave a small mark on the waist of the Gu Langji. There was no time for further thought as the opponent's attack came again. Changban Zhuangwu chose not to engage directly, instead opting to evade by tilting his head sharply to the right. He felt the fierce wind generated from the sword's swing nearly brushing against his right shoulder, and ear, indicating just how powerful the Gu Langji's attack was. This situation couldn't continue. The power of the Gu Langji was far greater than Changban Zhuangwu had anticipated. His basic form simply couldn't match up, so he needed to switch to the second stage. However, the Gu Langji was pressing in closely, and Changban Zhuangwu found it difficult to draw back and utilize the second stage. As he fought against the Gu Langji, Tsukuyami arrived, almost simultaneously activating the time-space magic device. She watched the battle, feeling increasingly tense, even though the combatants were not her own. What is that strange person? How can they be so powerful, able to suppress the Time King? From the onset of the fight between Changban Zhuangwu and the Gu Langji, it was clear that Changban Zhuangwu was at a disadvantage, forced to retreat under the opponent's relentless assault, while seeking opportunities to counterattack. If even Changban Zhuangwu is struggling this much, according to Tsukuyomi's thoughts, if Gates were here, he would probably be dispatched. But seeing even the Time King being suppressed, Gates might very well fall to that strange person. Now Tsukuyomi pondered. It seemed Gates from the Mingguang Academy had never achieved a proper victory. Whether in the present or the future, he faced constant defeats. This made her sigh, wondering why his fellow Kamen Riders their gaps were so vast. That strange person is Gu Langji, known as Unknown Life Form No. 46 during the era of Kamen Rider Kuga in the year 2000. The sudden voice startled Tsukuyomi, and she turned around to find was appearing before her. This guy really had a knack for appearing out of nowhere. Anyone with a weak heart would be scared to death. Did you say this strange person is called Gu Langji? Tsukuyomi asked, curiously, noting that despite was being from 2068 like them, he seemed like a walking encyclopedia, well-versed in the history of Kamen Riders and their enemies. Waz continued, it's not that he is called Gu Langji, but rather his species is Gu Langji. They were the main enemies of Kamen Rider Kuga in the year 2000. This strongest Gu Langji from the Gu group once easily defeated Kuga and left him on the brink of collapse, though he was ultimately defeated by a stronger form of Kuga after his evolution. So strong he easily defeated the legendary Kamen Rider Kuga. Tsukuyomi's mouth gaped slightly in disbelief, realizing that the first Kamen Rider of the Heisei era had once been defeated by that strange Galanji, and so easily at that. It was simply incredible. Indeed, he possesses numerous titles, such as General and King of Destruction, with strength second only to the Galanji King. Waz observed the ongoing battle and shook his head. Though the Demon King is formidable, his basic form cannot match that of the General. The data disparity is too great. However, if it were the second stage, then the odds of victory would be over 80%. The second stage, but observing the Galanji's relentless assault, it was clear that he showed no mercy to the Time King. Tsukuyomi felt a chill as she watched the Galanji continuously swing his sword at Changban Zhuangwu. Changban Zhuangwu had no choice but to avoid direct confrontation, knowing he could only dodge the incoming strikes. With the immense power of the Galanji, he could force Changban Zhuangwu back several steps. What's wrong? Is this the extent of your power? You shouldn't be given how responsive you were just now. You must be capable of more. As he spoke, the Galanji swung upward, knocking Changban Zhuangwu's time limit sword aside before making another horizontal slash. As soon as Changban Zhuangwu's sword slipped from his grasp, he saw the Galanji's sword coming down and quickly leaped into the air to evade. The Galanji's sword struck, but hit nothing. Changban Zhuangwu's figure had vanished from sight. Turning to look to the right, he saw Changban Zhuangwu standing on his sword, and then he arched backward and jumped out. If all you can do is evade, then this is quite dull. The Galanji grew increasingly frustrated. Changban Zhuangwu was as slippery as an eel, with 90% of his attacks evaded and the rest blocked. This left him feeling stifled. Despite his overwhelming strength, he couldn't land a hit due to the opponent's agility. Changban Zhuangwu drew out the second stage dial and said being able to adeptly evade an enemy's attack is a form of combat as well. This not only wears down the enemy's stamina, but also frustrates them into making mistakes, all while ensuring your own safety. Don't you understand this? The Galanji did not respond to Changban Zhuangwu, but instead focused on the second stage dial in his hand. Since the basic form can't match you, I'll enhance my form and fight you instead. Zi-O 2. Rider time. Kamen Rider. Night. Zi-O 2. As Changban Zhuangwu switched to the second stage driver, he transformed into Time King 2 amidst dazzling special effects and sound effects. A change in form. All show and no substance. The Galanji sneered. He had seen such transformations before. Wasn't Kuga like that? Changing forms back and forth only to be easily defeated in the end, rendering it entirely ineffective. In the face of absolute strength, even if you had 100 forms, you could never be a match. Changban Zhuangwu replied lightly, whether it's showy or not, why don't you try it and see for yourself? Oh, you're so confident. Then let me see if your change in form truly enhances your strength. The Galanji advanced, slashing down, but in the next moment the strongest ultimate sword was in Changban Zhuangwu's grasp, and with a more violent motion, he directly cleaved through the Galanji's sword. Nanny. The Galanji stepped back, looking at the broken sword in his hand, which was still smoking, with an expression of disbelief. What just happened? The person who couldn't withstand a single strike from him moments ago, after merely changing form, was able to break his sword in one hit. It was utterly incomprehensible. Changban Zhuangwu felt no surprise at being able to break the Galanji's sword, as the power of the second stage was inherently far superior to the basic form. Moreover, with the strongest ultimate sword, a weapon sharp enough to cleave mountains with a single swing, breaking the opponent's weapon was hardly a challenge. As Tokuwa took a step forward, the stag beetle Garanji instinctively stepped back. Seeing the movement of Garanji, Tokuwa spoke in a low tone. What's this? Are you afraid now, the King of Destruction? With just a slight enhancement, you've become so arrogant. Don't get too proud too soon. The golden energy erupted from Garanji's body, and there was gold on his chest as well. Though the change wasn't drastic, it was indeed an improvement. Just a moment ago you looked down on transformed forms, and now you've transformed yourself. How amusing. Enough nonsense. I will completely defeat you, and then it will be Dagoba. Garanji shouted loudly and charged towards Tokuwa, who also retracted his strongest sword and began to fight Garanji barehanded. Facing Garanji's incoming right leg, Tokuwa grabbed his ankle with both hands and spun around rapidly at 360. Garanji had no chance to react. Once caught by the ankle, his entire body spun along with Tokuwa, and after a full 360 rotation, he fell directly to the ground. Tokuwa approached and delivered a kick to the down Garanji akin to kicking a soccer ball. Though Garanji lay on the ground, upon seeing the incoming foot, he immediately crossed his arms in front of himself. Yet he still felt a powerful force, and his body was sent flying backward, landing in a prone position. After being sent flying over 10 meters, he bounced once on the ground before finally coming to a stop. Tokuwa stepped forward, watching Garanji stagger to his feet, and said, "You have no chance left except reality." "Impossible. I am the strongest Garanji of the Go group. How dare a mere temporary being declare that I have no chance? You're asking for death." Garanji had already begun to lose his sanity. However, it was understandable. From the very beginning, he had clearly held the absolute upper hand, while Tokuwa could only passively evade. But after his opponent changed form, the tables turned dramatically. What was once his guaranteed advantage had turned into utter helplessness in the blink of an eye, a change that no one could accept. Faced with Garanji's attacks, Tokiwa Zi-O dealt with them effortlessly, breaking through each strike with ease. After swatting away a punch that came again, the force of Tokiwa Zi-O sent Garanji's body moving several steps to the right. His strength was far inferior to Tokiwa Zi-O's. Weren't you just very arrogant? How come you look like this now? You? Garanji roared angrily, unwilling to give up and wanting to attack once more, but as he swung his right arm, Tokiwa Zi-O bent his upper body, passing beneath Garanji's arm, while delivering an upward punch to his abdomen, positioning himself behind Garanji. Garanji immediately clutched his abdomen, bending his body down. Turning around, he saw Tokiwa Zi-O with his back to him, a posture that seemed to look down upon everything, which completely infuriated Garanji. Who was he? He was the king of destruction, a general, the strongest Garanji. How could he be so underestimated? Huh. Garanji continued his attack towards the back of Tokiwa Zi-O, aiming a kick at his right shoulder. However, Tokiwa Zi-O extended his arm to block the right side, firmly deflecting the strike. Then he immediately turned and struck Garanji's face with his left elbow, sending him flying and kicking up a cloud of dust. I am the strongest Garanji. Sakyu. Though Tokiwa Zi-O was unaware of the true strength of the Garanji King Tokiwa, even with his limited understanding, he knew that the true king's power was far beyond that of this Garanji, capable of defeating him with a single hand. And indeed it was true. To put it bluntly, this so-called General Garanji, even when combined with all other Garanji, would not be able to kill Tokiwa and would instead face complete annihilation. One wonders where this Garanji got his confidence from, still shouting Sakyu, a fool with no self-awareness. Rider finish time. Tokiwa Zi-O did not waste time with further banter, directly unleashing his finishing move as his opponent had no means to resist against the second tier. Garanji also stood up, knowing that Tokiwa Zi-O was about to deliver the final blow, and he was betting everything on this last kick. The two faced each other from a distance, Tokiwa Zi-O on the left and Garanji on the right. After locking eyes for 2 seconds, they jumped simultaneously. Although Tokiwa Zi-O could have jumped over 20 meters higher, he gave Garanji the opportunity to kick him hidden. Twice time break. Huh. In an instant, the two figures collided midair, and the next moment, they passed each other, landing steadily on the ground back to back several meters apart. A flash of light emanated from Tokiwa Zi-O as he removed his knight armor and stepped forward toward the driving assailant. Behind Tokiwa Zi-O, Garanji was engulfed in blue lightning, and then his entire body exploded with a thunderous boom, lighting up the entire street at night. At that moment, Tokiwa Zi-O rode off on his motorcycle, leaving the scene. On the other side, after the battle ended, Tsukuyami looked at Waz and asked, "Wasn't there only an 80% chance of winning?" About that, Waz replied awkwardly. He said that the King of Time at the second tier had an 80% chance of winning, which meant that Garanji had a 20% chance of victory. But now the reality was that Garanji had no means to counter against the second tier and was easily defeated with no chance of victory whatsoever. The moon is exceptionally beautiful tonight. I'll go admire it now. With that, Waz quickly left the scene. Tsukuyami watched Waz's retreating figure and thought, this guy miscalculates even the battles of the King of Time and claims to be his retainer. He's not dedicated at all. On a rooftop, Swaruz turned, realizing that he had overestimated this Garanji. Faced with the second-tier King of Time, he could only be subjected to one-sided beatings, utterly useless. It seemed he needed to look for stronger enemies, perhaps other kings. After the battle, Tokiwa Zi-O returned home, transformed the driving assailant back into a driving meter, and entered the house. Zi-O, you're back. Where were you rushing off to just now? Upon entering, Tokawa-zanori Ikaru, who was washing dishes, curiously spoke to Tokiwa Zi-O. During this time, it seemed that Tokiwa Zi-O had rushed out in a hurry a couple of times, which made Tokawa-zanori Ikaru somewhat worried. He wondered if Tokiwa Zi-O had joined some strange organization in society. At that moment, Nagatani Zhuangwu was at a loss for how to respond. However, sitting beside him, Sakura Island Mai spoke up. Perhaps he suddenly thought of something that was left at school. Is that so, Zhuangwu? Yeah, that's right. He casually fabricated a reason to brush it off and glanced at Sakura Island Mai before heading upstairs, with her following closely behind. That girl just came in and said something happened. Could it be that some kind of monster has appeared? Having witnessed Nagatani Zhuangwu's battle today, she understood that this world was not simple and harbored its dark side. If she hadn't coincidentally run into Nagatani Zhuangwu at the mall today and decided to follow him, she would never have learned about such things. One could only say that the world is unpredictable. However, even knowing all this, Sakura Island Mai did not feel scared or anything. She could only marvel that there truly are superheroes like those in movies in this world. It was astonishing that this 18-year-old high school senior carried such a heavy burden on his shoulders. For a moment, Sakura Island Mai felt that her symptoms were nothing special. That guy's strength is decent. Nagata Zhuangwu recalled being suppressed in his basic form, having been hit by the energy blast of the ancient monster Galanji and slashed by a sword, causing a lingering pain that instinctively made him press his hand against his chest. Are you injured? Sakura Island Mai noticed Nagatani Zhuangwu's actions. He must have been hurt to act that way. I'm fine. I'm heading to my room first. Nagatani Zhuangwu chose not to continue the conversation with Sakura Island Mai and entered his room. He didn't pay much attention to the bruise on his chest. It was merely a bit discolored and not a real injury. It would heal by tomorrow. Sitting in a chair, Nagatani Zhuangwu pondered about this Galanji, remembering that Kamen Rider Kuga was from 2000. Since this strongest Galanji of the Ga group had encountered Kuga, he would eventually be defeated. Now it had appeared here. This Galanji was entirely different from the mirror monsters Nagatani Zhuangwu had encountered before. It could easily overpower those three and was heading straight for him. The only possibility Nagatani Zhuangwu could think of was that this guy was brought here by Swaruz to stir up trouble. Otherwise, he wouldn't understand why Galanji was coming after him. Swaruz really knows how to cause trouble, but all his plans are merely pushing me towards becoming a king. Swaruz, I hope you bring more strong enemies over. The faster I evolve, the better. A smile crept onto Nagatani Zhuangwu's lips. Everything Swaruz did would only enhance the power of the Demon King within him. Of course, Swaruz himself thought the same. Only when Nagatani Zhuangwu's power reached a certain level would he become the Demon King, at which point Swaruz could joyfully seize the power of the Demon King. Unbeknownst to him, all his thoughts were merely one-sided wishes. Everything he did was just a means to make Nagatani Zhuangwu a tool, a truly pathetic fellow. I've only collected 2 of the dials so far. It seems I need to hurry and gather more Kamen Rider dials. Although it's unlikely I can transform into the Demon King just by collecting dials, becoming the King of Reverence is a sure thing. Although the King of Reverence was defeated by the small Demon King in other timelines, it cannot be denied that the King of Reverence is a much stronger second-tier evolution form. Not only does it overwhelmingly surpass second-tier statistics, but it also inherits various abilities from the second tier and can summon all forms of Heisei Kamen Riders as a summoner. Though the carvings of various Kamen Riders on him look somewhat unattractive, it's acceptable as long as it comes with power. A night passed, and soon it was the next day. Nagatani Zhuangwu lazily propped his head up, bleary-eyed with his hair slightly tousled, yawning as he brushed his teeth and washed his face. After washing his face and tidying up a bit, a strikingly handsome young man appeared in the mirror, contrasting significantly with his just-awoken appearance. Not bad, I suppose. Nagatani Zhuangwu looked at himself in the mirror with satisfaction. He couldn't deny it. He was indeed handsome. He then made his way downstairs and entered the room he used for training, starting a new day of exercise with pull-ups followed by dumbbell lifts, punching a wooden dummy push-ups, and so on. Not long after Nagatani Zhuangwu began his training, Sakura Island Mai emerged in her workout clothes and started her morning run. As a disciplined beauty, maintaining a good figure requires a proper diet and exercise routine. Today's youth really do have a sense of self-discipline. Nagatani Shunichiro watched as someone in the room exercised with various equipment while another was running outside, nodding in satisfaction. He thought he couldn't let his old bones rest. Picking up the broom beside him, Nagatani Shunichiro's expression became serious as he performed a flourish with the broom before starting to sweep the floor. After breakfast, Nagatani Shunichiro said to Nagatani Zhuangwu, "Zhuangwu, it's the weekend today. You should take your girlfriend out for some fun instead of lounging around the house all day." Nagatani Zhuangwu pondered about his time at home and realized that there truly was nothing to do. First, he was a student and didn't need to work. Second, there were no monsters appearing, so he didn't have to fight. Third, with his grades, he wouldn't write any weekend assignments and the teachers didn't care. So overall, if he didn't go out, he would just be a couch potato at home all day. Girlfriend? Has Zhuangwu already gotten a girlfriend? Sakura Island Mai couldn't help but curiously ask upon hearing this. What was going on? Nagatani Zhuangwu having a girlfriend seemed unbelievable to Sakura Island Mai. The usually silent and reserved Zhuangwu who shocked everyone at school with his actions actually had a girlfriend. It felt too surreal. Nagatani Shunichiro explained, "Ohma, you don't know. A few days ago, Nagatani Zhuangwu got a girlfriend. Other than the time he brought her home last time, it seems he hasn't spent much time with her, so, since it's the weekend, I thought he should take her out for some fun. Perfect timing, I have 2 tickets for a magic show. Take Chizuru with you to see it." Nagatani Shunichiro pulled out 2 tickets for a magic performance and handed them to Nagatani Zhuangwu. He had bought these tickets yesterday while shopping for groceries when he saw a very popular magic show being sold. Knowing that Nagatani Zhuangwu with his wooden head wouldn't think of such things. So he bought the 2 tickets in advance as a way to help Nagatani Zhuangwu get closer to Ichino's Chizuru. Nagatani Zhuangwu accepted the tickets, speechlessly looking at Nagatani Shunichiro's expression that seemed to say no need to thank me, feeling somewhat speechless. Chizuru. Sakura Island Mai repeated the name Chizuru as it seemed there was a transfer student named Mizuhara Chizuru in their class. Could it be the same person? But it probably wasn't. It could just be a coincidence. After all, if they were in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, why did they hardly talk at school? Although Mizuhara Chizuru looked a bit older, Sakura Island Mai noticed that she seemed to be deliberately dressing down. Her face was actually quite exquisite.